A bus traveling along the coastal road was dragged into the sea by an octopus-like sea monster, killing 32 people. A man went missing after taking a bus home from work. Investigation revealed the bus he boarded had fallen off a cliff 5 years ago. A single man died mysteriously in his rental room, surrounded by dozens of blood-stained funeral money. In just 3 years, anomalous events have become so frequent. In Binhai, inside a 2-story building with a small courtyard in the old town, Subai sat on the sofa watching the anomalous news on the television screen. His handsome and charming face was covered with a layer of gravity. In the half-year since his rebirth, Subai had learned a lot of public information from both official and unofficial platforms. 3 years ago, after a great turbulence in heaven and earth, this world began to experience spiritual energy recovery. Since then, anomalous events began to occur frequently everywhere. But for the sake of stability, governments around the world did not announce the spiritual energy recovery to the public. It was not until 2 years after the recovery that a city of over 1,000 people in the lighthouse country was half destroyed by a giant western lizard, with more than half the population killed or injured. Seeing that the truth could no longer be hidden, governments around the world finally announced the spiritual energy recovery. Only then did people learn that there were supernatural forces on Earth. And after the announcement, people also came to know how cruel the world after spiritual energy recovery truly was. When ordinary people encountered demons and monsters, there was almost no chance of survival. They could only become food for those creatures. For ordinary people, this was pure nightmare. In such an era, only supernatural beings were safe. Unfortunately, Subai was an ordinary person. One day, he might have to face demons and monsters. To reduce the chance of encountering anomalies, Subai rarely left his house. He even started working as a freelancer at home. Fortunately, the income he earned plus the savings and property left by his deceased parents was enough to sustain his life. So he passed half a year safely and steadily. But honestly, this kind of life, filled with anxiety, was really tormenting. Alas, Subai sighed. He had also been desperate, cursing heaven and gods. When others time traveled or were reborn, they started with saintly physiques and bloodlines, leveling up while walking, growing stronger by breathing. But for him, there was nothing. He thought that if he cursed like this, the thieving heaven might give him a system. After all, that was how it worked in the novels. The result was obvious. Subai did not get such treatment. He could only face reality and accept that he was not the protagonist. He glanced at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock in the evening, the time for Subai's live stream. Nowadays, the world was dangerous, especially at night. So most people used the internet to kill time. Subai opened the Xinyu livestream platform and started his stream. After a while, his loyal fans appeared. Thankfully, the silly streamer is still alive today. I envy you staying at home. I go out every day ready to die. I've been a fortune teller for generations. Your forehead is dark, streamer. You might have trouble soon. Better prepare. The barrage comments left Subai speechless, but some also gave him chills. Subai's face turned slightly pale, and he forced a smile. Anomalous events are being reported more and more often recently. Seeing that you are all still alive, I feel relieved. His heartfelt words cleared the barrage for a moment. After a long while, a single comment floated by. The streamer's words cut deep. Heh. Subai couldn't help but smile at that. Thump, thump, thump. Just as he was about to continue teasing, at that moment someone knocked on his door. Then a hoarse, gloomy voice came from outside. Handsome guy, your delivery is here. Please come out and get it. Wait a moment, it'll be right there. Subai, used to ordering takeout, replied habitually and got up to open the door. In a flash, Subai shivered violently, his face turning ugly as he sat back down. As if running a high fever, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because Subai suddenly remembered that he hadn't ordered any takeout tonight. Then who was knocking? It was most likely a ghost. Thinking of this, Subai's scalp went numb and his hair stood on end. He never expected that after being cautious for almost a year, this kind of thing would still come. Subai's face was full of unwillingness. Was this fate? Was I going to die today? I'm only 20, I haven't tasted all of life's beauty, I don't want to die. 3 pure ones, gods of all heavens, please, is anyone online? Come save me. Subai panicked, his thoughts scattering like a headless fly. And his abnormality was noticed by the netizens in the live stream. The barrage suddenly increased. Streamer, you can't be ordering takeout this late. Aren't you afraid of evil spirits finding you? The guy upstairs reminded me. Doesn't that voice sound inhuman? Exactly, that voice is especially creepy. It looks like the streamer is in real trouble tonight. I live in a neighborhood near the streamer. If he dies, I'll burn a stick of incense for him after the funeral. At this moment, Subai had no mind to pay attention to the live stream. And just then a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, strong survival instinct detected in the host. Divine level check-in system activated successfully. Life-threatening crisis detected. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. System. Beginner gift pack. The sudden voice in his mind startled Su by he thought he was being possessed by a ghost. After a moment, he realized it wasn't a ghost, but the system's prompt sound. At this moment, Su-bai was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Damn it, this damn system was half a year late finally here. After half a year of cautiousness, his luck had finally turned around. At this moment, Su-bai was like injected with adrenaline, his face flushed and his spirit high. After a moment, Su-bai calmed down. Now was not the time to rejoice. There was still a ghost outside waiting for him. If he couldn't survive tonight, what use was the system awakening? Su-bai took a deep breath, focusing his mind. System, accept the beginner's gift pack. Ding, beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained innate Tao body, Yin Yang eyes, 50 years of cultivation, golden light mantra, 5 thunder true method. Do you wish to accept? Accept immediately. Su-bai's brows lit up with joy at the items in the beginner's gift pack, and he couldn't wait to start accepting. Su-bai felt a strange force flowing through his body, transforming his physique at the cellular level. If he could see inside himself, he would find every cell undergoing metamorphosis. The most direct sensation for Su-bai was a tingling numbness all over, making him squint with comfort. After a moment, the physique transformation was complete. Su-bai opened his eyes, a sharp light flickering in his deep gaze, and his whole being exuded an ethereal aura. But before he could relax, he felt a tingling in his eyes, unbearable, like thousands of ants biting, forcing him to close them. It was uncomfortable, but not painful, until a cool sensation came, and Su-bai finally broke free from that uncomfortable feeling. He opened his eyes and looked at the door. Wispy black yin-chi was seeping into the room from under the door crack. Su-bai understood in his heart that was the ghostly yin-chi. Then a torrent of heat poured into his dantian, condensing into a ball of innate true chi. The 50 years of cultivation entering his body brought a powerful and substantial feeling that made Su-bai think he could overcome everything. Of course, he knew it was an illusion. Then Su-bai felt a stream of obscure information appear in his mind, but in an instant he completely mastered it. It was the golden light mantra and the 5 thunder true method. Su-bai felt that he could use both at will without needing hand seals, as if they were innate divine abilities. The beginner's gift pack was fully received. Su-bai was reborn, transforming like a dragon ascending. Feeling the surging true chi inside, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He now had the confidence to deal with this ghost. Su-bai took a breath and looked at the door. With slightly focused concentration, he clearly perceived the cold and evil aura outside. Based on the official research data on ghosts. After spiritual energy recovery, the official classified the strength of supernatural beings into 9 tiers, each subdivided into early, middle, late, and peak sublevels. As for whether there were higher levels, Su-bai didn't know. At this moment, Su-bai's gaze grew deep as he pondered. This ghost followed the behavioral logic of its living self. It should be first tier. Only a ghost that had recently transformed would behave this way. From the aura, it was a first-tier latest-stage ghost about to advance to second tier. According to official research, first-tier ghosts weren't too dangerous. For Su-bai, it was the perfect practice target. Having analyzed this, Su-bai breathed a sigh of relief. Thump, 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 thump. The knocking suddenly quickened. Su-bai knew the ghost outside was losing patience. And the urgent knocking also touched the nerves of the livestream viewers. Now the barrage was flooding. Hang in there, streamer, I've called the police for you. I don't even know what to say, I can't help either. Good luck, streamer. Be a man, streamer, open the door and fight it. Go for it, streamer, maybe it's a pretty girl. Su-bai glanced at the barrage and said calmly, thank you for your concern, my friends. Just a little ghost, I'm not afraid of it. Whether it was confidence or arrogance, the viewers in the livestream room couldn't help but admire his performance at this moment. The screen was full of 666 comments. Actually, this kind of first-tier ghost can be dealt with if an ordinary person is brave enough. Watch my operation. Su-bai stood up, took a few steps forward, faced the door, and shouted, all right, stop knocking. They'll give you a 5-star review. Just leave the food at the door. Immediately the knocking stopped, and there was no sound outside. The viewers in the live stream room erupted in excitement. Wow, streamer 666, that move is godlike. Get your stool ready for the show, waiting for him to be proven wrong. I'm from the Anomaly Bureau. We received the report. Keep stalling, streamer, and wait for backup. Su-bai turned around, looked at the camera, and said seriously, it hasn't left, yet it's still outside the door. It won't let fresh meat like me go. Sure enough, the door started thumping again, and the hoarse, icy voice came again. Handsome guy, your delivery is here. Su-bai deliberately shouted in annoyance, screw off. 1-star review. Take your food and get lost. Then an even colder yin-chi surged violently under the door crack into the room, making it much colder inside. At the same time, the computer seemed to be interfered with, and the livestream screen turned into snowflakes. The incandescent light in the room flickered on and off. Crack. With a cracking sound, the door suddenly swung open. Su-bai saw a headless, blood-soaked corpse in a yellow uniform carrying a spherical object walking toward him. Kid, your delivery is here. As a cold voice came, Subai saw the spherical object turn around, revealing blood-red eyes staring at him coldly and greedily. Subai looked closely and realized the spherical object was a rotten human head crawling with maggots. Seeing the ghost's horrifying and nauseating appearance, he almost threw up. 1-star review. Die. The delivery ghost, infuriated after being toyed with, was filled with murderous intent. It saw Subai, and its head flew up, opening a bloody fanged mouth, lunging at Subai. I'll give you a 5-star review, just get out of here, okay? Subai said mockingly again. Okay. The delivery ghost answered, instinctively pausing at the thought of a 5-star review. But when it came to its senses, it realized it had been fooled again. The delivery ghost felt deeply humiliated and lunged fiercely at Subai. Human, I want you dead. 5 Thunder True Method. A foul stench rushed towards Subai. Suppressing his nausea, he focused his gaze, raised his hand, and hit the lunging, disgusting head with a 5 Thunder True Method. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down. The delivery ghost's face was filled with terror. Lightning was the thing it feared most. Instinct told it that touching it meant death. Oh no. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the delivery ghost's head was instantly extinguished by Subai's palm strike. Having lost the support of its soul body, the headless corpse of the delivery ghost, formed from energy mixed with various filth, suddenly collapsed. To be honest, he felt a little pressure when dealing with a ghost for the first time. Fortunately, the thunder art was very effective and easily resolved it. But just then, a piece of thumb-sized bone glowing with black light emerged from the heart of the corpse and flew outward. As the bone flew out, the corpse immediately began to decay, turning into a pile of ashes moments later. Seeing the bone about to escape, Subai's hand burst with golden light, and he grabbed it back, lightning surging in his palm. A piercing scream came from the bone, but it did not die immediately. Subai looked at the bone bound by thunder in his palm and sneered. These demons were indeed cunning, having hidden a remnant soul. If he hadn't been vigilant, that delivery ghost would have escaped just now. Subai examined the bone in his hand, crystal clear, like jade, containing a pure energy of Een. It was resisting the invasion of the thunder in his palm. This surprised Subai, although he hadn't used the full power of the 5 Thunder Orthodox art. Lightning is the bane of all evils. Ordinary evil things cannot withstand its bombardment. Clearly, this bone was a ghost tool refined by a powerful ghost. And that ghost must be the one behind the delivery ghost. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Subai's back. At this moment, the delivery ghost threatened. My master is the great bone-devouring demon, the most powerful existence in this area. If you kill me, it won't let you off. Subai snorted coldly. If it comes, I will crush its bones to ashes. As he spoke, he clenched his fingers and thunder raged. Crack! The bone shattered. With a miserable scream, the delivery ghost was utterly destroyed. The live stream disconnected. Subai closed the door and returned to the computer, reopening the live stream. Instantly, the barrage exploded. Damn, the streamer didn't die. No way is the streamer a superhuman. Thought the streamer died, felt sad for a while, already planned to eat at his community tomorrow, such a pity. Everyone, the electronic equipment was interfered by the ghost's energy just now. Let me tell you, that ghost has been dealt with. I won't go into details. As soon as Subai said this, the viewers in the live stream refused to accept it. Cover-up is explanation. Confirmed the streamer is a superhuman. Handsome guy is amazing. Private message me, my bestie is super pretty, I'll introduce you. Get lost upstairs, this is my husband. Husband, I have great skills and many tricks. Subai ruthlessly closed the live stream, lay down on the sofa, and reviewed his first battle. Overall, he was satisfied. Then he thought about the bone-devouring demon mentioned by the delivery ghost. After careful consideration, he didn't think the ghost was bluffing to scare him, because the energy from that bone was much stronger than the delivery ghost's own. If so, the bone-devouring demon was a real threat to him. The delivery ghost had said that the bone-devouring demon was in this area. Having killed its subordinate, he might have already been targeted. And being targeted by a ghost is not a good thing. The enemy is concealed while I am exposed. That's a bit troublesome. Subai frowned. As the saying goes, there is 1,000 days to be a thief, but there is no 1,000 days to guard against a thief. No matter how vigilant, there will be times of negligence. Thinking this, Subai felt a little sense of crisis. Although he already had 50 years of cultivation, he wouldn't arrogantly think himself invincible. This was, after all, a world of spiritual energy recovery, perhaps hiding some great terrors. Of course, he couldn't underestimate himself. Now that the enemy was hidden and he was exposed, being steady was the way. Subai suddenly thought of the system. He hadn't checked in yet, so he thought, system, I want to check in. Ding, check-in successful. First check-in receives 50x amplification, gaining 50 years of cultivation. Haha, another 50 years of cultivation, awesome. Subai felt the 50 years of cultivation enter his body and laughed joyfully. Adding the previous 50 years, he was now a person with 100 years of cultivation in such a short time. Growing stronger so quickly, Su Bei's confidence swelled. Although he didn't know exactly how strong he was, he thought it shouldn't be hard to kill a bone-devouring demon. After all the spiritual energy had only recovered for 3 years, the bone-devouring demon shouldn't be too powerful. Thinking this, Su Bei felt completely at ease. Suddenly, he smelled a stench on his clothes, frowned, and walked toward the bathroom. At this moment, a few miles away from Su Bei's home, a black SUV was driving toward his place. There were 2 people in the car. The driver was a middle-aged man with a crew cut looking tough. In the passenger seat sat a short-haired, handsome woman with an aura of competence. "Captain Yang, do you think that kid is dead?" the driver asked. "No," Captain Yang replied, turning off her phone and looking ahead. "If he were, I wouldn't have brought just you. Someone saved him." The crew-cut man was surprised. Captain Yang looked at the disappearing red dot on the anomaly detection radar screen and shook her head. "It's not clear yet, but the red dot has disappeared. The ghost has been destroyed." "All right, stop asking, focus on driving." 10 minutes later, Su Bei finished his bath and was about to go to sleep. But just then there was a loud knock on the door. The abrupt knocking woke the drowsy Su Bei up. He glanced at the door, concentrated his senses, and detected no cold energy from ghosts. He walked to the door and opened it, seeing a man and a woman. The man had a crew cut looking about 30. The woman had short hair and was full of heroic spirit in her 20s. They both looked capable and didn't seem like bad people. Most importantly, they emanated energy fluctuations, clearly not ordinary people. Connecting today's livestream incident, Su Bei guessed their identities. Su Bei looked at the 2 strangers. "Do you need something?" "Mr. Su, hello. I am Yang Jing, captain of the 3rd team of Binhai Anomaly Bureau, a 3rd-rank superhuman. We received a report from a concerned citizen about a haunting in your area and came to handle it." Yang Jing showed Su Bei her work ID. Her subordinate, the crew-cut man, stood behind her discreetly, surveying the surroundings. "Captain Yang, there indeed was a haunting here just now." Su Bei glanced at the ID and pointed at a layer of ash in the shape of a human on the ground a few steps away. Yang Jing followed Su Bei's direction and saw the human-shaped ash. "Did Mr. Su handle the ghost?" Su Bei nodded slightly. There was no need to hide such trivial matters. Seeing this, Yang Jing studied Su Bei seriously, inwardly shocked. As a 3rd-rank initial superhuman, she couldn't even see through Su Bei's realm. Moreover, she even felt pressure from him. She had thought Su Bei had just awakened and had relied on intelligence to kill a 1st-rank ghost. Now it seemed otherwise. If even she felt a bit of pressure, Su Bei was at least mid-3rd rank or above. Drawing this conclusion, Yang Jing felt excited. A 3rd-rank superhuman. She had seen Su Bei's profile. He had just turned 20 years old, and a 3rd-rank superhuman. For comparison, the 40-year-old Director Yin of Binhai Anomaly Bureau was only at early 4th rank. Besides, such a genius, she, often called a genius herself, was nothing. No such a genius must be recruited into the Anomaly Bureau. But Yang Jing knew she couldn't rush this, so she tentatively asked, "Mr. Su, are you interested in joining the Anomaly Bureau? I'm used to being free and don't like constraints." Su Bei glanced at Yang Jing and declined. Now was not the time to go out, he needed to stay steady. "Mr. Su, please reconsider. Our Anomaly Bureau staff starts at a monthly salary of 5,000. Yang Jing looked at Su Bei and said hastily. Su Bei still shook his head in refusal. "All right then." Yang Jing was disappointed. "Mr. Su, since the ghost has been dealt with, well, take our leave." Su Bei nodded, but suddenly remembered the bone-devouring demon and asked, "Wait, Captain Yang, does your Anomaly Bureau have any information on the bone-devouring demon?" "The bone-devouring demon." Yang Jing's eyes widened, then she nodded seriously. "Of course. The bone-devouring demon is a demon soul with a skeleton body at the peak of 3rd rank. It loves to eat bone marrow and blood essence. Therefore, victims of the bone-devouring demon are often left with only a layer of skin and bones, very cruel. Its lair is in a buried cellar several hundred meters below the abandoned city god temple on the outskirts, filled with fierce energy. It is very cunning and almost never shows its face. The Anomaly Bureau has attempted actions several times, but could do nothing against it." "What, Mr. Su, did it provoke you?" "The little ghost just now was its subordinate, so I wanted to know more from you," Su Bei said calmly. "Then Mr. Su, you must be careful. The bone-devouring demon has a strong, vengeful spirit. Now that you've killed its minion that hunted blood food, it will definitely send ghosts to kill you," Yang Jing warned with a serious expression. "No matter. It's just a 3rd-rank ghost, it can't do anything to me," Su Bei said confidently. Comparing Yang Jing's aura, Su Bei felt he was much stronger. Combined with his full-level Golden Light Mantra and 5 Thunder Art, his overall strength was around mid-4th rank. And this was the foundation of Su Bei's confidence. Yang Jing quickly offered, "Mr. Su, if you need help, the Anomaly Bureau can provide assistance. No need to trouble the Anomaly Bureau." Su Bei waved his hand. Yang Jing was surprised, she didn't know where Su Bei's confidence came from. Suddenly a bold thought crossed her mind. Could Su Bei be a superhuman above 3rd rank? Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? Thinking this, she couldn't help but gasp. She studied Su-bai discreetly, but the obscure energy fluctuations on him revealed nothing. Yet it was precisely this that made her feel this man was not simple. In that case, we'll take our leave. Yang Jing felt a little disappointed, but before leaving she handed Su-bai a business card. This is my contact information. If Mr. Su needs help, feel free to contact me anytime. Su-bai took it. Captain Yang smiled, and then called her subordinate to leave. Su-bai looked at the card in his hand, nodded without speaking, and watched them leave, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Not a total loss of. If it doesn't come, fine. But if it comes, I'll make sure it never returns. If it doesn't come, fine. But if it comes, I'll make sure it never returns. Outside Su-bai's house, the black SUV drove off in the direction it came from. Captain Yang, why were you so polite to that Su kid? Asked the crew-cut man, driving unconvinced. I think he's just boasting. Just because he eliminated a first-rank Spectre, he thinks he's invincible. The crew-cut man was disgruntled. Though he hadn't spoken throughout, he had heard every word of the conversation between Captain Yang and Su-bai. That kid had provoked a third-rank Spectre. Captain Yang kindly invited him to join the Anomaly Bureau to save him, yet he was ungrateful. Did he really think bragging could deal with a third-rank bone devourer? To be honest, since joining the Anomaly Bureau, the crew-cut man had never seen such arrogance. Shut up. Yang Jing barked. She glanced at the crew-cut man, then turned back to the darkness ahead, speaking earnestly and sternly, from now on show Mr. Su some respect. He is a true genius and an existence even stronger than me. Before the crew-cut man could speak, Yang Jing added, I even suspect he is on the same level as our Director Yin. What? That kid was stronger than Captain Yang and on par with Director Yin. The crew-cut man's eyes widened, his mouth agape, stunned into silence. Recalling his earlier words, the crew-cut man felt his face burn. Fortunately, he hadn't questioned Su-bai to his face, or his cheeks would have been thoroughly slapped. Well, he would say nothing more. He couldn't fathom the world of the mighty. As a mere second-rank nobody head, just drive obediently. Yang Jing nodded in satisfaction at his reaction. After a moment's thought, she deemed it necessary to report the situation to Director Yin. She picked up her phone and composed a text message to him. At the Binhai City Anomaly Bureau headquarters, the Anomaly Building. In the director's office, Director Yin Fuxing was bent over reviewing some anomaly documents. Just then a ding sounded from the phone on his desk. Yin Fuxing picked it up and saw it was a message from the third team's captain. With a grave expression, he opened it. Director Yin, mission complete. We were too late. The Spectre incident was handled by Su-bai himself. I cannot see through him. His words were extremely confident. He is suspected to be a fourth-rank transcendent. Invitation to join the Bureau rejected. Awaiting instructions. Yin Fuxing read the content and stood up in shock. What? That young man named Su-bai was suspected to be a fourth-rank transcendent. No wonder Yin Fuxing was so taken aback. He himself was only at the early fourth rank, and there were fewer than 10 fourth-rank human transcendents in all of Binhai. Now one had suddenly appeared, and so young at that. It inevitably reminded Yin Fuxing of that prodigy in the capital. Another monstrous talent who had reached the fourth rank in his early 20s. Yin Fuxing calmed his turbulent thoughts, sat down to ponder for a moment, and then composed a reply. Inside the black SUV. Ding dong. Hearing the chime, Yang Jing pulled her gaze back from the road ahead and opened the message noted. Keep this quiet lest certain ambitious individuals catch wind and offend that young man. Since he declined, let it be. Do your best to maintain good relations. He will be your contact from now on. Yang Jing read the message and fully agreed with Director Yin's decision. She also believed that someone as enigmatic as Su-bai could only be befriended, not antagonized. Yang Jing felt that having a fourth-rank transcendent in her jurisdiction was not a bad thing. Perhaps there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. At the outskirts of Binhai, the abandoned city god temple. In the temple's rear courtyard, beneath an ancient massive banyan tree, stood a mottled old well that exuded cold air and seemed bottomless. An eerie wind blew from the well like the wailing of specters. Below the well, in a cave littered with bones, flickered emerald flames. On a platform of piled skulls sat a throne of bones upon which rested a tall, menacing skeleton in black robes. This skeleton was none other than Su-bai's unseen enemy, the specter behind the delivery ghost, the Bone Devourer. The Bone Devourer seemed to be sleeping, its eye sockets, soul fire nearly extinguished. But just then, soul fire flickered in the Bone Devourer's hollow eye sockets. It opened its jaw and let out a cold, furious voice. The ghost artifact I bestowed has been shattered. The delivery ghost is dead. Damn it, who killed my servant? As its rage surged, a powerful aura erupted from its body, shaking the ground and cracking the scattered bones. Hungry ghost, the Bone Devourer shouted after a long pause. Your subordinate is here. With these words, a second-rank specter, gaunt to the bone, drifted in from a nearby cave, kneeling meekly before the Bone Devourer's throne. The delivery ghost has been killed. Follow its lingering aura and find the murderer, then kill him. The Bone Devourer's soul fire leaped its skeletal face, terrifying. The Bone Devourer was furious. Though the delivery ghost was only a first-rank specter, it had been a courier in life, familiar with human streets, an adept at hunting blood. The Bone Devourer had seen great potential in it. Thus it had bestowed a ghost artifact forged from its own bones for protection. Now the artifact was shattered, and the delivery ghost was dead. This was a blatant provocation. How could it not be enraged? Yes, your will be done, replied the hungry ghost, rising and drifting out. After the hungry ghost departed, the Bone Devourer hissed coldly, whoever you are, whatever your identity, for daring to kill my beloved servant, you are doomed. Half an hour later, the hungry ghost emerged from the abandoned temple. Following the lingering scent of the delivery ghost, it wandered nearby and eventually arrived near Su Bei's house. In a dark alley near Su Bei's home, the hungry ghost sniffed as it shuffled forward, grumbling, damn delivery ghost, leaving its scent everywhere. With all this activity, I'm so hungry I can barely move. Hee, at least I'll have a feast once I find that person. It licked its lips, saliva dripping from its mouth. It quickened its pace. 2 minutes later, the hungry ghost stood across the road from Su Bei's house, staring grimly at the residents. It sniffed, that's the place. Time to enjoy a grand meal. With that, the hungry ghost's form faded as it stealthily approached Su Bei's home. Soon it reached the outer wall. It didn't rush inside, but circled the house. After pausing to check for threats, it grinned and passed through the wall into the courtyard. At that very moment in the bedroom, Su Bei, who had been lying flat and fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. Hey, another ghostly intruder, and it's only a second-rank one. As the starving ghost approached, Su Bei awakened instantly. With his heightened senses now, the ghost's chilling aura was as conspicuous as a blazing sun in the darkness. His tiny home lay entirely within his spiritual perception. The ghost had no place to hide. Su Bei didn't rise, but remained lying still, eyes shut, feigning deep slumber. Within his perception, he noted the ghost's exceedingly cautious movements. If he got up, it might well flee immediately. After all, the delivery ghost had just perished here not long ago. This ghost must have known that otherwise it wouldn't be so wary. I'm so hungry. A frigid voice echoed as the ghost entered the bedroom. Hearing the ghost's voice, Su Bei understood. So it's a starving ghost. Even though the ghost had entered, Su Bei still didn't move. The starving ghost fixed its gaze on Su Bei on the bed, licking its lips. It hadn't tasted warm, fresh blood in quite some time. Yearning for the delicacy of fresh blood, the ghost acted. It drifted to the ceiling directly above Su Bei, greedily scrutinizing the sleeping man. Yet it didn't strike immediately. Instead, it turned its hand, and from nowhere produced a white napkin, leisurely tying it around its neck. After fastening the napkin, it took out a cloth and wiped its hands. Done with these preparations, the starving ghost grinned wickedly, floated down, and turned its hand into a claw aimed straight at Su Bei's heart, swift, precise, and ruthless. But at that moment, Su Bei's eyes snapped open. His hands formed a seal, and he chanted, "Heaven and earth, the arcane origin, all chi, the primal root. Through countless eons I cultivate to prove my divine power. Within the 3 realms and beyond, only the Tao is supreme. My body bears golden light, shielding my form." The golden light incantation was completed in an instant. Primordial true chi surged, enveloping his entire body in a layer of golden radiance, vast and pure, warding off all evil. In truth, Su Bei could have cast it instantly, but he felt that would lack a sense of ceremony. Clang, the starving ghost's sharp black claws struck Su Bei's chest, producing a sound like metal clashing. They were immediately repelled by the golden light, and the ghost tumbled to the ground nearby. Staring at its broken sharp claws, the starving ghost's mind went blank. It couldn't fathom how its invincible claws had shattered. Suddenly, it sensed someone staring at it. Looking up, it met Su Bei's cold, scrutinizing gaze, eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Flee! The thought instantly seized the ghost. It spat out a black, ghostly mist to shield itself and turned to escape. But at that moment, a golden light burst forth and the mist dissipated instantly. Bathed in the golden light, the starving ghost screamed in agony. Black smoke hissed from its spectral form as it trembled prostrate on the ground, its body appearing loose and fragmented. Its soul had been wounded by Su Bei's emitted golden radiance. Su Bei walked before the starving ghost coldly, looking down, raising his hand to annihilate it. Seeing this, the starving ghost begged pitifully, "Spare me, my lord. It's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding." The ghost's heart ached bitterly. It had thought this was an easy task, a chance to feast. Never had it imagined it would end up in such a state. Su Bei stared at the ghost, sneering, "Humph, on the brink of death, yet you still spout lies. Die." With that, Su Bei raised his hand and summoned a bolt of lightning. Crack! The thunderbolt struck. The starving ghost, unable to move, could only watch helplessly as the lightning descended. Thunder bathed the ghost, and it wailed in anguish. "Ah, human, you'll die a miserable death. Lord Shirgu will avenge me. With a piercing scream, the starving ghost was utterly obliterated. So it's that bone-eating demon again. Subai narrowed his eyes at the ghost's dying words and sneered. This bone-eating demon is truly a persistent spirit. Does he really think I'm made of clay? Tonight I'll slay him. He checked the time. It was already past midnight. He changed clothes, grabbed his car keys, and headed out. At the car door, Subai suddenly looked up at the dark sky, sensing a feeling of being watched. Then realizing it was humanity's spirit satellites, he paid it no mind. Getting into the car, Subai opened his phone and pulled up a map searching for the city god temple. The map still worked. Confirming the result was the suburban temple, he activated the navigation, and the off-road vehicle slowly drove into the darkness. A minute earlier, in the old district inside the spirit satellite monitoring room of the Anomaly Bureau's 3rd Squad base, Xiao Sun, half-squinting, scanned the surveillance screens. Suddenly, he noticed movement in an area team leader Yang had specifically told him to watch closely. He immediately sat up straight. Zooming in, he saw it was Mr. Su's home, where a ghost had recently caused trouble, as Yang had emphasized. Xiao Sun quickly magnified the view just in time to see Mr. Su looking up from his car door. This startled Xiao Sun. Then he saw Mr. Su get into the car and drive into the darkness. Xiao Sun hurriedly opened the communicator and shouted, "Team Leader Yang, Mr. Su is on the move." Instantly the base lit up. Yang Jing arrived at the monitoring room and watched the surveillance footage of the off-road vehicle driving through the dark. What is Mr. Su doing out at this hour? She wondered, puzzled, and turned to Xiao Sun. Where's he heading? The suburbs, Xiao Sun replied. The suburbs. The suburbs. Mr. Su must be going to the city god temple to find that bone-eating demon. A flash of insight struck Yang Jing, recalling that Subai had previously asked about the demon's whereabouts. Her conviction grew. Suddenly, she realized this was a perfect opportunity to recruit Subai into the Anomaly Bureau. Immediately, Yang Jing issued orders through the communicator, "Combat squad assemble. Destination, the suburban city god temple." Subai drove out of the old district. Traveling along the silent, dark road, he occasionally spotted lonely ghosts and wild spirits emerging from the woods by the roadside, sizing him up as an arrogant passerby. It gave him a sense of traveling in splendor without an audience. Subai couldn't be bothered to deal with them as long as they didn't cause trouble. The off-road vehicle entered a sharp curve. Subai turned the steering wheel and saw a surge of mist ahead. He could see through the mist at a glance. There were ghosts at work behind it. Beyond the mist lay a cliff, a driving straight, and would surely lead to death and destruction. He also spotted 5 second-rank ghosts standing on the correct path within the mist, staring at him with greedy, cold smiles. These scum dare to harm people. Seeing this, a cold smirk curled on Subai's lips. He spun the steering wheel and floored the accelerator of the car, surging forward to ram the ghosts. At the same time, his chi moved with his will, and the golden light incantation instantly expanded, enveloping the entire off-road vehicle. The 5 ghosts were still smirking when the car crashed into them. They didn't have time to flee with a scream. They were obliterated into nothingness. In the woods by the roadside, the ghosts that had been peeping were terrified by the sight and instantly vanished. From then on, the journey was smooth, until the off-road vehicle stopped before the city god temple. Subai got out and surveyed his surroundings. The most immediate sensation was an icy, deathly stillness, so quiet that not even a single insect chirp could be heard. Under the pale moonlight, the old trees seemed like demons. Subai cloaked himself in golden light and swaggered into the temple. A living person. The scent of a living person. The moment he entered the temple, the ghosts, as if catching the whiff of meat, all turned to look at him, and then lunged. Subai sneered, formed golden light into fists, and in a few strikes slaughtered them all cleanly. Then he arrived at the ancient well in the temple's backyard. The well exuded a bone-chilling aura of malevolent een. For ordinary people, or even supernaturals, without a means to counter this een energy, descending into it meant certain death. This was likely one reason why the Anomaly Bureau couldn't deal with the bone-eating demon, a mere Brankpeak ghost. For Subai, however, it posed no threat. Cloaked in golden light, all evil was repelled. This paltry een energy couldn't shake his golden light incantation. With a leap, Subai jumped into the ancient well. Meanwhile, a mile away on the road, the Anomaly Bureau's enforcement vehicle, carrying the 3rd Squad's combat team, was heading toward the city god temple. In the passenger seat, Yang Jing was watching the satellite-linked surveillance feed. Seeing Subai jump into the well, her expression shifted. The een energy in that well was so fierce that even Director Yin, a 4th-rank super, couldn't withstand it. She grew worried for Subai's safety, not out of love at first sight, but because it would be a terrible waste if such a genius perished inside. The team members in the car, all watching the feed, exchanged uneasy glances. Then the buzzcut man asked, "Team Leader Yang, Mr. Su jumped into the well. His life or death is uncertain. Is it still necessary for us to go?" "Yes, Yang Jing replied decisively, adding, "Don't worry, we won't enter the well." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, in the underground cavern. Damn it. Infuriating. The bone-eating demon angrily slammed the armrest of his throne, stood up abruptly, and smashed the stone table beside him into pieces with a punch. An hour had passed, and the starving ghost hadn't returned. He didn't need to guess. It had been killed by humans. With the delivery Ghost lost earlier, his losses were severe. Most importantly, the string of failures had dealt a heavy blow to his pride. If word got out that he couldn't even handle a single human, how could he ever deal with the nearby ghosts again? Humans need face, and so do ghosts. He, the bone-eating demon, had his pride too. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew, itching to go out and slaughter that human immediately. But recalling the human's previous pursuits and blockades, his courage quickly deflated. He fumed. Humph. If not for the constant human surveillance here, I would personally go out and slay that human. Hiss. Mighty indeed, my lord. A pitch-black python demon, thicker than a water barrel, and at the peak of the second rank, slithered out from a nearby cavern. Coiling before the bone-eating demon, it bowed its head and said, "Why trouble yourself with a mere human, my lord? Allow this little serpent to kill him." When mentioning humans, a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in the python's cold eyes. Hearing this, the bone-eating demon's soul fire flickered with pleasure, and he cast an appreciative glance at the python. No, it's not suitable to act again today. But he waved his hand, rejecting the python's proposal. Then the bone-eating demon stroked his bare jawbone, pondered for a moment, and said, "That human is probably on guard now. And with your massive body, the moment you leave this underground cavern, you'll be spotted by humans. Alerting the enemy and letting him escape wouldn't be ideal. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon, which boosts the power of us demons. Well, strike then. He'll not only kill that human, but also slaughter all the nearby humans." As he spoke, the bone-eating demon's gaze was icily malevolent. Hiss. Wise my lord. The python nodded repeatedly in agreement, then licked its lips with its forked tongue. Hee, then I can feast to my heart's content. Hiss. The bone-eating demon felt gratified and looked at the serpent with a warmer gaze. You want see tomorrow? Accompanied by the screams of some ghosts, a voice brimming with righteousness echoed from outside the cavern where the bone-eating demon sat. Then, cloaked in golden light, Subai strode in with a solemn expression. The bone-eating demon and the python demon turned to look and exclaimed, "Human. Hee, human, since you seek death, I'll grant your wish." Recovering, the bone-eating demon grinned savagely. "Little serpent, kill him." "As you wish, my lord. I've been eager for this." The python licked its lips, greed gleaming in its eyes. Then the python opened its massive maw and lunged to swallow Subai. Subai sneered, condensed golden light, and punched forward. With a loud bang, the python's head exploded, and its massive body flew back even faster, crashing into and shattering the cavern wall buried under rubble. Impossible. The bone-eating demon shot up in shock, crying out in disbelief. The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered wildly. Even he couldn't accomplish such a feat. This man was formidable. Flee, or die. He lunged from his throne, darting toward a nearby passage. Subai raised his hand with a cold laugh. Humph, trying to escape. Too late. 5 thunder true art. A thunderous boom. Lightning flashed. A bolt of thunder as thick as a water barrel struck the bone-eating demon instantly. The bone-eating demon screamed once and turned into a pile of ash. Subai let out a long breath, turned and left. Above ground, Yang Jing and her subordinates waited warily by the ancient well. Not long ago the ground had trembled, followed by the roar of thunder, and a piercing scream had come from within the well. Curiosity filled everyone's faces. They sensed something major had happened underground. They approached the well to investigate, but just then, with a whoosh, a beam of golden light shot out from it. The group stumbled back in shock. At that moment, Subai flipped in midair and landed steadily on the ground. He retracted the golden light, glanced at Yang Jing, and said, "Team leader Yang, good evening." With that, he turned and left the backyard. Soon the sound of a car engine faded into the distance. Team leader, was that Mr. Su? Obviously. So what now? Let's head back, Yang Jing said, taking the lead. Inside, however, her thoughts were in turmoil. She felt that the Anomaly Bureau must elevate the level of priority it placed on Mr. Su. The moon vanished, and the morning sun ascended. Subai opened his eyes to the ringing of the phone. He reached for his phone, leaned against the headboard, wiped the corners of his eyes, and answered the call, speaking somewhat indistinctly. "Yushuang, what is it so early in the morning?" A trembling, delicate voice came through the receiver. "Cousin, our dormitory is haunted. When I woke up, my roommate was gone. I felt a chill while sleeping, as if something was moving me. Is that ghost trying to harm me too?" "What? Haunted?" Subai sat up calmly upon hearing this, then instructed, "Don't panic. Wait for me at the milk tea shop near the school gate. He'll come find you right away." With that, Subai hung up, immediately got up to wash up, ate a quick meal, grabbed his car keys, and drove his off-road vehicle straight toward Binhai University. In the off-road vehicle, Su-bei's mood was far from pleasant. To be honest, if it weren't for his cousin's life hanging in the balance, he wouldn't have wanted to come out so easily. But there was no choice, human life was at stake. He had to set aside his principles. Truly, the greater the power, the greater the trouble. Su-bei sighed, suddenly remembering he hadn't checked in today. System, I want to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Obtain paper manipulation art. Paper manipulation art. Su-bei sorted through the newly acquired knowledge in his mind, feeling a bit disappointed. This art didn't enhance his strength at all. It was as useless as a chicken rib to him. Of course, it wasn't entirely without use. He could craft paper figures to guard the door or do household chores. Then, thinking about the purpose of his trip, he realized some techniques in this paper manipulation art might come in handy. With this thought, Su-bei felt the reward wasn't so bad after all, and his mood lightened considerably. 20 minutes later, Su-bei parked the car beside the milk tea shop and walked toward it. Sir, what would you like to drink? No, I'm looking for someone. Su-bei smiled at the enthusiastic server and immediately spotted Yu Shuang sitting in the sunlight, chin propped on her hand, staring blankly outside the glass wall. Her long hair flowed and her skin was fair. Su-bei walked over and sat down across from Yu Shuang without calling her immediately. Her face was pale, her gaze vacant, as if she had been severely ill. Focusing slightly, he sensed a faint yin energy emanating from her. He activated his yin-yang eyes and indeed saw yin energy clinging to her. Additionally, Su-bei noticed cracks on the surface of the jade talisman around Yu Shuang's neck. He recognized at a glance that the talisman was an evil-repelling artifact. Yin energy clinging, jade talisman cracked. Combining these clues, Su-bei could be certain that Yu Shuang had encountered a malicious spirit, even been attacked by one. However, protected by the jade talisman, the spirit could do nothing to her for now. But the talisman was already cracked but could shield her at most one more time. If Yu Shuang hadn't told him about this today, she might have met with harm by tomorrow. Understanding this, Su-bei formed a plan in his mind. He waved his hand before Yu Shuang's eyes and said, "Hey, snap out of it. Brother, you're here." Yu Shuang's face lit up with joy upon seeing Su-bei, but then she looked at him pitifully and said, "Brother, I'm being targeted by a ghost. What should I do?" "Just go with the flow." Su-bei raised an eyebrow. Yu Shuang glared at him, raising her voice in grievance. "Brother, you're going to lose me like this." "Just kidding." Su-bei chuckled, then his expression turned serious. "Did you report this to the Anomaly Bureau?" "The school reported it this morning." "I don't know if the Anomaly Bureau has arrived yet," Yu Shuang replied. The Anomaly Bureau's efficiency was so poor. Su-bei frowned slightly. "Take me to your dormitory. Let's see if we can find any clues," Su-bei said. Yu Shuang looked at him in surprise and said seriously, "Brother, this is an anomalous incident. If an ordinary person gets involved, they might lose their life." "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother with this," Su-bei said indifferently, extending his hand. "Give me your hand." Yu Shuang was puzzled but still placed her hand in his. Su-bei smiled, faintly grasped her hand, and with a thought channeled a stream of qi into her body, dispelling the yin energy clinging to her. Yu Shuang felt a warmth throughout her body, and the chilling sensation vanished instantly. In a moment, she was brimming with energy. Su-bei withdrew his hand and remained silent. Yu Shuang asked in amazement, "Brother, have you become a transcendent?" "Yes," Su-bei nodded and waved his hand. "See, you can rest assured now. Come on, business first. Take me to your dorm." With that, he stood up and walked out. Yu Shuang, both surprised and delighted that Su-bei had become a transcendent, quickly followed when she saw he had gone far. "You two, this is a crime scene. Please stay back." Su-bei followed Yu Shuang to the floor of her dormitory, only to be stopped by two constables before they could enter. Su-bei frowned and was about to step forward to display his power and intimidate the constables when a voice came from behind. "Mr. Su, what are you doing here?" Su-bei turned and saw Yang Jing, the captain of the Anomaly Bureau's third squad, whom he had dealt with last night, approaching with a male and a female subordinate. He felt relieved and said, "Captain Yang, perfect timing. This case involves my cousin's safety. I need to see the scene. Our third squad is investigating this case. Mr. Su, why not join us?" Yang Jing's eyes lit up. With Su-bei's help, the case might be solved quickly today. "All right," Su-bei thought for a moment and didn't refuse. "Follow me, Mr. Su," Yang Jing said, delighted, and began to lead the way. Su-bei brought Yu Shuang along. "Bro, who is that young man? Even Captain Yang is so polite to him." A constable asked the crew-cut man after Su-bei and the others disappeared. "A transcendent. You didn't offend him, did you?" The crew-cut man raised an eyebrow. No, no, no." The two constables shook their heads, repeatedly, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Inside the dormitory, such heavy yin energy. A malicious spirit was indeed here last night, Su-bei said as he sensed the yin energy as soon as he entered. Yu Shuang moved closer to Su-bei, a hint of fear in her eyes. Su-bei patted her hand to comfort her. "Captain Yang, did the campus surveillance capture anything?" Su-bei asked after inspecting the dorm. Yang Jing nodded gravely. "The surveillance shows the victim left the dorm around 2:15 a.m. and eventually disappeared into the woods behind the school. There have been dozens of such incidents in Binhai recently. I came to the dorm to track the spirit's trail, using the Een energy it left behind. But our detection radar can't track a spirit in its possessing state. As she spoke, Yang Jing held up a spiritual energy radar resembling an old keypad phone with an antenna. It can't track because the possessor's human aura masks it, Su Bai pointed out, then pondered. Have you considered why the spirit doesn't commit the crime on the spot? Mister, so you mean? Yang Jing fell into thought, then her eyes brightened. Someone is behind this. Yu Shuang, acting as a bystander, looked at her cousin with admiration in her eyes. Find its hiding place, and well, no, Su Bai said calmly. Do you have a way, sir? Yang Jing's eyes sparkled. I know a small trick for finding people. Su Bai said calmly, then turned to Yu Shuang. Find a piece of clothing your missing roommate often wore, preferably unwashed from the past few days. Yu Shuang, though puzzled, went to do it. Yang Jing watched intrigued. Soon Yu Shuang returned with a sock and placed it on the nearby table. Will this do? She asked Su Bai. Yes, Su Bai glanced at it. He took out a piece of paper and with a flick of his wrist folded it into a lively paper crane. A paper crane. The two women were baffled, completely lost on Su Bai's move. Ignoring them, Su Bai placed the crane on his palm, blew a stream of true qi onto it, and chanted, "Paper crane, track the trail, go." As his words fell, the paper crane glowed with golden light, flapped its wings, and flew up, hovering before Su Bai. Seeing the crane take flight, both women were stunned. This is what you call a small trick. Su Bai pointed at the sock and commanded the crane, find the owner of this scent. The paper crane nodded nimbly, circled the sock once, and flew out the door. Find a place on campus to stay, Su Bai instructed Yu Shuang before following the crane. Yu Shuang nodded, knowing she couldn't be involved in what came next. Yang Jing snapped out of it, and quickly called her subordinates to follow. This was not something the Anomaly Bureau's third squad could miss. The paper crane possessed remarkable sentience. As if aware of Su Bai trailing behind, it flew at a leisurely pace, allowing him to follow effortlessly. Yang Jing led her team in silent pursuit, tracking Su Bai's footsteps from a distance. Gazing upon his retreating figure, she recalled the extraordinary artistry with which he had summoned the crane, and her curiosity toward him deepened markedly. She had encountered numerous transcendent beings, yet none matched Su Bai's enigmatic aura. Frankly, a man of such formidable mystery, even for a woman wholly devoted to her duties, stirred the faintest flutter within her heart. 20 minutes later, Su Bai followed the crane through dense woods until they arrived before a cave nestled at the foot of a desolate mountain. The crane circled the entrance several times before alighting gently before him. Su Bai raised his hand, the crane settled upon his palm. With a subtle flick of his wrist, it ignited spontaneously, flaring into ash without wind or flame. At that very moment, Yang Jing and her team arrived, now accompanied by two additional figures. Clearly, Yang Jing recognized the gravity of this mission and had reinforced her squad accordingly. Mr. Su, is this cave the hidden lair of the malevolent entity? Most likely, Su Bai replied, nodding. I shall investigate further before confirming. His eyes widened slightly. Golden light, veiled and profound, flickered across his irises as he activated his yin-yang eyes. Through that sacred sight, the cave entrance revealed its true nature, a gateway to the netherworld, voraciously devouring all yin-tinted corrupt energies from the surrounding realm. So dense had the yin energy coalesced that it verged on liquefaction. Yin congealed, yang obscured. This is a yin aggregation site. A trace of astonishment crossed Su Bai's face. Such sites were exceedingly rare, yet here one had emerged amid the resurgence of spiritual energy. For demons, specters, and malevolent spirits, a yin aggregation site was a celestial paradise, nourishing their essence, amplifying their power. Left unbroken, it would inevitably draw ever more entities, evolving over time into a full-fledged realm of ghosts. Such a development would pose an existential threat to Binhai City. Yet fortune intervened. Su Bai's arrival had uncovered this latent peril, enabling its timely eradication. Su Bai surveyed the surroundings. Lush vegetation crowned every nearby peak, save this barren hill, where all flora lay withered and sallow. A dissonance unmistakable. It was spring, the season of most vibrant growth, yet here life recoiled. He drew a slow breath and detected a faint, acrid scent of decay, barely perceptible. Only his acute olfactory sense and deliberate focus could discern it. With no wind stirring, he traced the odor a few paces, its source unmistakably the cave mouth. The stench of rotting flesh. Corpses within the cave. Yet the mildness of the odor, coupled with the blighted flora, pointed unerringly to one conclusion: a Jiangshi dwelled there. And the missing girl, possessed and brought here by a specter, confirmed that this Jiangshi was no wild revenant. All signs converged upon a single truth: someone cultivated corpses upon this yin aggregation site. So the specter indeed answers to a master, a heretical cultivator. That vanished girl has likely already been fed to the Jiangshi. At the thought, Su Bai's expression hardened, icy fury rising within his chest. Had Yu Shuang lacked the protective jade talisman, her fate would mirror her roommate's, drained of blood, lifeless, hollow. The image of his fair-skinned, delicate cousin, her lovely features twisted, rotting, crawling with necrotic vermin, sent a visceral shiver down his spine. He shook his head, banishing the grisly vision, then turned to Yang Jing. The specter lies within, and behind it stands a heretical cultivator. As he strode toward the cave, Yang Jing's brow furrowed. Heretical cultivators were in many ways more perilous than specters themselves, masters of corpse binding and spirit taming, their methods arcane and merciless. Her four subordinates stood grim-faced, yet Yang Jing's resolve swiftly kindled anew. They possessed the enigmatic Mr. Su after all. With newfound confidence, she led her apprehensive team into the cavern. Unaware that a specter cloaked in shadow had watched them silently from the darkness, its gaze fixed upon the cave mouth. Upon glimpsing Su Bai's party, it whirled and glided soundlessly into the cavern's depths. Within a concealed grotto deep inside, a second-tier specter drifted and halted before a gaunt, black-robed elder, seated cross-legged in meditation, and bowed low. Master, strangers approached the mountain cave. The elder's eyes snapped open, cold, calculating. A mirthless smile curled his lips. Strangers. Kill them. Feed them to Da and the others. His voice was glacial. The specter trembled, not from fear alone but from the sheer weight of his authority, and hastened away obedient. Useless fools. Must they consult me even for such trifles? That has languished 3 years within my tripleine corpse cultivation formation. 10 more maidens pure blood, and he shall ascend from green Jiangshi to hairy Jiangshi. Then the world itself shall bow to me, and these wretches, they shall be erased. His desiccated face darkened, his clouded pupils burned with vicious predatory malice. Yet doubt lingered. Rising slowly, he gripped a skullhead cane and limped outward, barefoot, uneven, each step a lurch. Closer inspection revealed his right leg utterly withered, little more than bone wrapped in parchment-thin skin, while his right foot, stripped of flesh, bore an irregular contour, rendering his gait grotesquely asymmetrical. Su Bai advanced some dozens of meters into the cave when overhead over a dozen second-tier specters descended upon him, howling, shrieking, unleashing waves of soul-chilling wind. He tilted his head upward, calm and disdainful. Fingers weaving seals, he intoned celestial Tao, profound and primal, the myriad cheese root and source. Through eons of cultivation, I manifest my sovereign power. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. Golden light enfolds my form, radiant, inviolable. Instantly, a blazing aureole erupted from his body, radiant as the sun itself, flooding the cavern with sacred brilliance. Beneath that golden deluge, the specters shrieked once, then dissolved into smoke and ash. Yang Jing and her team arrived just in time to witness it, and froze stunned into silence. Is that man a god? Dozens of second-tier specters, annihilated in a single move. Did we stumble onto the wrong set? Recovering, they exchanged dazed, incredulous glances. Su Bai remained oblivious to the awe he inspired. Nor did he find the golden light mantra's efficacy surprising. After a century of cultivation, its full-force radiance was more than sufficient to obliterate second-tier specters. Drawing the golden light inward, he let it shimmer softly over his skin and pressed onward. Every step purging malignancy, every stride banishing corruption. After several turns, he reached the terminus, the vital nexus, the eye of the aggregation site. Thick, sinuous mist coiled above the nexus. There rested 10 bronze coffins, each positioned with deliberate cryptic precision as though aligned to some ancient cosmic law. Black chains linked coffin to coffin. Su Bai surmised it was a corpse cultivation formation, but he held no interest in its mechanics. Under his yin-yang eyes, nothing could hide. Inside the coffins, Jiangshi lay still, 10 in all. To his mild surprise, not one fell below second tier. One, however, stood at the apex of third tier, mere steps from ascending to fourth tier. Su Bai's wariness sharpened. This heretical cultivator was no mere charlatan. He possessed genuine, formidable artistry. Suddenly, a rustle echoed from across the nexus. Su Bai lifted his gaze, and there, emerging from a shadowed passage opposite, stood the black-robed elder, his gaze sharp, venomous, and utterly devoid of mercy. Upon seeing the black-robed elder, Su Bai immediately felt that this ghostly old man was likely the nefarious cultivator. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, quietly sizing up the black-robed elder, and saw through his true nature at a glance. Mid-third order. Not too strong, not too weak. In Beanhai, he could be considered a figure of some standing. But to Su Bai, third order. Like killing a chicken or a dog. The black-robed elder, seeing Su Bai staring at him, said in a sinister tone, "Those wretches actually let you get here, they deserve to die." Su Bai's eyes sharpened as he asked coldly, So it's you, this ghostly old man who's been stirring up trouble. Brad'll make you pay with your life. The black-robed elder's pupils contracted, his gaze as cold and venomous as a snake's, glaring at Subai with malice. He hated nothing more than people mocking his appearance. With just you and your trash zombies. Subai scoffed, puffing out his chest as the golden light around him surged. The black-robed elder looked at the golden glow on Subai, his murky eyes filled with contempt. He sneered, "Kid, don't tell me you think that flashy golden light of yours can stop my little darlings." With that, he pulled out a rusted bronze corpse-controlling bell from his bosom, formed a hand seal, and began to shake the bell. Jingle. The sound of the bell was ordinary, much like any common bell. Yet as it rang, the 10 bronze coffins placed at the acupoint suddenly trembled. Then with a dull metallic scraping sound, each of the 10 bronze coffins opened a crack, releasing a chilling foul corpse aura from the gaps. In an instant, the dense corpse aura made the 10 bronze coffins at the acupoint appear faint and indistinct. Soon the aura dissipated, and the coffins became visible again. From the crack of each coffin, a withered pale hand with sharp nails reached out, gripping the edge. Subai knew the zombies were about to emerge. The lids of the 10 bronze coffins were simultaneously flung open, with tremendous force crashing to the ground with a loud noise. Then 10 zombies with green faces, fangs, and long sharp nails rose upright from the coffins, their arms stretched stiffly forward, letting out bestial roars. The roars ceased, and the 10 zombies sniffed in unison, finally fixing their gaze on Subai, bathed in golden light. They stirred restlessly, awaiting the black-robed elder's command to swarm him. Just then Yang Jing and her team arrived, witnessing the sight of the 10 zombies emerging from their coffins, their faces filled with horror. 9 were second-order black zombies, and the last was a rare third-order iron armor corpse. Subai glanced at Zhong Gaozhua, wondering which general's tomb this old man had plundered. Yang Jing, seeing the zombie levels displayed on the energy radar, narrowed her eyes, a trace of retreat surfacing on her face. She knew well the danger of these 10 zombies. If her third squad faced them alone, even if not completely wiped out, they would suffer heavy losses. To be honest, if not for Subai being here, she would have ordered her people to flee immediately. I didn't expect the Anomaly Bureau to show up too. The black-robed elder laughed, eerily, glaring venomously at Yang Jing and her team. Perfect time to settle an old score. You'll die alongside this brat. It's you, Class A fugitive Zhong Gaozhua. Yang Jing followed the voice and gasped when she saw the black-robed elder's face. Her subordinates were equally horrified. The name of the nefarious cultivator, Zhong Gaozhua, was infamous. He was a brutal man who had once slaughtered over 100 people in a single night. A Class A fugitive. Subai looked at the black-robed elder in surprise, then quickly understood. A third-order nefarious cultivator could be as dangerous as a fourth-order demon. 9 black zombies and 1 iron armor corpse. Zombies impervious to blades and arrows, plus a nefarious cultivator. Such a lineup would trouble even an ordinary fourth-order transcendent. Yang Jing's face was grim, and she turned to Subai with a serious, resolute look. Mr. Su, do you have a chance against them? If not, you should flee first. We'll cover you. A genius like you shouldn't fall here. Subai was taken aback, the corner of his mouth twitching. How little faith she had in him. Glancing at Yang Jing, Subai said calmly, "These zombies are nothing but a bunch of rabble to me. Take your people and step back." Yang Jing fell silent, slightly embarrassed. Were they being dismissed? Her subordinates, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Arrogant fool. The black-robed elder roared in fury, shaking the corpse-controlling bell and shouting hoarsely, "My little darlings, tear them apart." With a roar, the zombies obeyed, leaping straight at Subai. Subai remained undaunted, channeling his true chi and throwing a punch at the nearest zombie. A massive golden fist flew out, cleaving the zombie in two. Another thunderous palm strike landed on a zombie's head, causing it to howl in pain, spin a few times, and collapse as its head exploded. Then Subai spun around, grabbing the iron armor corpse that had tried to stab him in the back, but was blocked by his golden light. He swung it like a weapon, wreaking havoc. Empowered by the golden light mantra, Subai possessed immense strength. The zombie in his hands became a peerless weapon, and he mowed down his enemies like cutting through vegetables. With a sweeping strike, several zombies were cut in half. A vertical chop sent heads flying. After just a few exchanges, not a single zombie remained standing. Corpses littered the ground, a gruesome sight. Even the iron armor corpse used as a weapon was battered and broken beyond recognition from the brutal onslaught. Hey, your zombies are poor quality. They break at the slightest touch, too brittle. But it was incredibly satisfying to chop them up. Where'd you buy them? Give me a contact. Subai tossed aside the mangled corpse, asking the nefarious cultivator with a serious expression. Honestly, fighting like that was pure joy. Subai genuinely wanted to acquire some for practice, not to mock Zhong Gaozhua. The latter was so enraged he nearly spat blood, staring at the shattered remains in utter disbelief. Holy crap, that's it. Mr. Su is inhuman, killing zombies like cutting through vegetables. Yang Jing and her team were dumbfounded. Of course it would have been perfect if he hadn't shown off at the end. Truly rabble. Mr. Su wasn't deceiving me, Yang Jing thought as she came to her senses. How is this possible? How could this happen? Zhong Gaozhua came to staring at the zombies on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. The corpse-controlling bell slipped from his hand without him noticing. He couldn't accept it. The zombies he had painstakingly nurtured for 3 years were wiped out in a single encounter as easily as cutting through vegetables. Though his zombies weren't fully mature, they shouldn't be this weak. Could it be? Was the enemy simply too strong? Realizing this, Zhong Gaozuo's pupils shrank, fear creeping onto his face. He looked up and met Su Bei's scrutinizing gaze. Cold and grim. He wants me dead. The black-robed elder felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. He screamed inwardly, "No, I can't die." Then he spun around and dashed toward the dark passage he had come from. If he could just reach the passage, there might be a chance. "Sir, don't let him escape," Yang Jing shouted urgently. "He won't get away." Su Bei scoffed. Then he raised his hand and unleashed a 5-thunder righteous method. This time he held nothing back. A thick bolt of lightning flashed. Crackle. The thunder struck instantly, hitting the black-robed elder square on. He fell dead on the spot. Is this the end? He had done nothing, merely an onlooker throughout. The evil cultivator Zhong Gaozhua was dead. The conclusion came so swiftly that Yang Jing felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Su Bei was unaware of Yang Jing's thoughts. At that moment, gazing at the scattered remains, he furrowed his brow. "Captain Yang, the matter is resolved. I shall take my leave." With that he turned to depart, but after a few steps he paused to caution. This place is the very eye of an gathering ground. If you wish to prevent it from becoming a haunt of specters, it would be best to demolish this entire barren mountain. Su Bei had initially considered destroying the eye himself, but upon reflection, he deemed it safer to obliterate the whole mountain. Yang Jing's brow tightened, her expression grave. "This is a gathering ground. Thank you for the warning, sir. I will handle it with care." Though she had never witnessed a gathering ground firsthand, she had heard tales of them. In the central region of Jingshi, a ghostly domain had once emerged, nearly engulfing the entire city in flames before defenses could be mounted. Yang Jing felt a surge of relief that this gathering ground in Binhai had been discovered in time, averting a catastrophic future. Seeing Yang Jing's earnestness, Su Bei turned and walked away. As she watched his retreating figure, Yang Jing's eyes darted, sensing she had forgotten to inform him of something. After a moment's thought, her eyes brightened, and she called out to his fading silhouette, "Mr. Su, be wary of the evil cultivator Zhong Hanxing. He is Zhong Gaozuo's elder brother, a bona fide level fugitive with early 4th-stage power. You slew his brother. He will surely seek vengeance. Moreover, for slaying the evil cultivator Zhong Gaozhua, you are entitled to a bounty of 10 million dragon coins. I will report it to the bureau shortly and ensure the funds are transferred to your account." The evil cultivator Zhong Hanxing. A 10 million bounty. Su Bei paused mid-step, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand in an okay gesture, then continued onward. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, trouble begets trouble. Kill the younger, and the elder comes." Yet inwardly Su Bei remained unfazed. A 4th-stage transcendent. With his own power, he had nothing to fear. However, the 10 million dragon coins brought him considerable joy. After all, his family was on the brink of destitution. "Old Wang, do you think Mr. Su could slay the evil cultivator Zhong Hanxing in a single blow?" A bespectacled, gentle-looking man under Yang Jing's command stared at the spot where Su Bei had vanished, his gaze brimming with boundless imagination and fervent excitement. "A single blow? Blow your head off. Do you take in a level transcendent for some worthless scum?" the crew-cut man retorted irritably. "All of you shut up." Yang Jing, scowling, planted her hands on her hips and barked, though truth be told, she was equally curious about Su Bei's strength. Yet reason told her it was unlikely unless Su Bei possessed 5th-stage power. In an abandoned old house on the edge of Binhai's old district, an old man, with a face 9/10 identical to Zhong Gaozhua, clad in a gray robe, with graying hair, a sinister countenance, and a frail, hunched frame, sat cross-legged in meditation. This man was none other than Zhong Gaozuo's elder brother Zhong Hanxing. At the very moment Zhong Gaozhua was struck dead by lightning, Zhong Hanxing's eyes snapped open, jolted from his cultivation. He rose abruptly, clutching his chest, a pang of pain surfacing on his face. He speculated, this palpitation. Could it be that Gaozhua has met with misfortune, a backlash from his evil arts, or slain by someone? Zhong Hanxing was all too familiar with this sensation. His younger brother Zhong Gaozhua had twisted himself into a monstrous state through forbidden arts, nearly dying from backlash on numerous occasions. Each time Zhong Hanxing experienced a psychic link. Thus, whenever this heart-throbbing feeling arose, he knew his brother was in trouble again. Yet this time the palpitation was fiercer than ever before. A sense of having lost something vital gnawed at him. This filled Zhong Hanxing with a profound unease. With trembling hands, he retrieved a brocade pouch from his bosom containing his brother's soul tablet. The tablet harbored a fragment of Zhong Gaozuo's soul. It was a marvel, shining brightly when the host lived and dull and lusterless when the host died. If the host's soul was utterly destroyed, the tablet would crack. If annihilation was accompanied by deep resentment, a trace of blood would appear at the crack. Zhong Hanqing understood this, while hoping fervently it was not the worst of the two outcomes. Drawing a deep breath, he grimly opened the pouch and withdrew the soul tablet. In an instant, his face clouded over, a chilling frost in his pupils. The once jade-white tablet was split down the middle with a thread of blood at the fissure. This meant Zhong Gaozhua had died in resentment, his soul scattered to the winds. Zhong Hanqing raised his head to the heavens, howling in fury. His already sinister visage contorted into a terrifying grimace. In his rage, a formidable aura erupted from his frail, hunched frame, sending the snakes, rats, and insects hiding in the abandoned shack trembling in fear. My poor brother, I swear to avenge you. Zhong Hanqing lowered his head, clenching his fists, teeth grinding. Whoever dared to slay my brother, I will tear out your soul and refine it, or my hatred shall never be quenched. He took a deep breath to calm his inner fury. To avenge his brother, he had to find the killer. So he ran through all the prominent forces in Binhai in his mind. First came to mind an organization of transcendence, the Binhai Anomaly Bureau. After careful thought, he deemed it highly likely. For one, his brother was an 11-level fugitive of the Bureau, a thorn in their side due to his brutal acts. For another, given his brother Zhong Gaozuo's cultivation and the ghouls and zombies he commanded, ordinary forces could never hope to challenge his brother's power. After much deliberation, it seemed only the Binhai Anomaly Bureau had both the means and the motive to eliminate him. Zhong Hanqing found this extremely troublesome. He pondered for a moment, deciding to proceed with caution. Perhaps it wasn't the Bureau's doing. He suddenly entertained the thought, though he knew it was absurd. But what if, after all, his brother was an 11-level fugitive with a bounty of 10 million dragon coins? It wasn't impossible that an expert from another city had killed him for the reward. These thoughts gave him a headache, and he knew that relying on mere speculation was unreliable. By the time he found the killer, grass might already be growing on his brother's grave. Moreover, he realized that as an evil cultivator, uncovering the truth quickly was impractical. After a moment's reflection, Zhong Hanqing decided it was more reliable to leverage his connections. With that thought, a figure emerged in his mind. At the thought of that person, he furrowed his brow. If possible, he wished to avoid dealing with him. But now he had no choice. With this in mind, Zhong Hanqing took out his phone and dialed. Chairman Su, it's me. My brother has been killed. Keep an eye on where that bounty goes. Consider this a debt owed to the Su family. Agreed. Zhong Hanqing hung up, his gaze fixed motionless on the sky. In his mind's eye, he seemed to see his brother weeping in the heavens. When Su Bai returned to the bubble tea shop near Binhai University, 30 minutes had passed. Yu Shuang had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Su Bai, she eagerly asked, "Brother, is it resolved?" Su Bai sat down and said calmly, "It's settled. You can rest easy." "That's great." Yu Shuang beamed, but her smile quickly faded. "Did my roommate fall victim?" Su Bai nodded. Grief washed over her. The friend she lived with day in and day out was gone just like that. "All right, don't dwell on it. Did you buy the jade pendant I asked for?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Yu Shuang took a jade pendant from her bag and handed it to him, curious. "Brother, what do you need this for?" "To make a talisman for you." Su Bai took the pendant casually. "But I already have one," she said, puzzled. "The one you have is no longer effective." Yu Shuang removed her jade talisman and examined it. True enough, it had cracked, its luster gone, unlike when she had first obtained it from a revered monk. Realization dawned on her, and she felt a surge of gratitude. It was now clear that the talisman had saved her life the previous night. Su Bai took it in his hand, channeling his true qi, condensing the golden light incantation in his palm. He formed a hand seal and infused the incantation into the jade pendant. After about 2 minutes, Su Bai withdrew his true qi. Opening his hand, he saw that the once ordinary white jade pendant now shimmered with spiritual radiance, appearing anything but common. "There, keep it on you at all times." Su Bai placed the enhanced pendant before Yu Shuang. This wasn't a spuro-femin idea. He planned to sell talismans in the future. The one he had just made bore 10 layers of the golden light incantation, each layer offering protection once. Selling it for 500 wouldn't be too steep, would it? Even if he sold only one a year, it would be far better than his previous struggles with live streaming and writing web novels. "Brother, your skills are truly miraculous." Yu Shuang marveled at the transformed pendant and immediately hung it around her neck. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, a tremor ran through the ground. An earthquake. His keen senses alerted him, but then he looked outward, his expression sharpening. Demonic aura. No sooner had he spoken than the asphalt road 100 meters away split open. A colossal 1,000-legged centipede emerged from the fissure, rearing its head and roaring to the heavens. The enormous body of the thousand-legged centipede demon was indeed eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, it triggered a series of car accidents. This sudden turn of events made people's thoughts come to a brief halt. After waking up, sharp screams instantly filled the surroundings. "Ah, demon! Demon beast! Run away!" People screamed and scattered in all directions. The thousand-legged centipede lowered its head, gazing down at the panicked crowd below, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. It lunged towards the crowd. Whoosh! The speed of the thousand-legged centipede was incredibly fast, resembling a high-speed train racing forward. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were swallowed by its gaping maw. Everything happened too quickly, even Sue-Bai couldn't react in time. At that moment, the people inside the milk tea shop finally realized the situation outside, and a chorus of screams erupted, creating chaos. "Girl, wait for me here. They'll be back soon." Sue-Bai frowned at the scene, instructed Yu Shuang, and calmly walked towards the exit. Yu Shuang's expression turned slightly panicked as she hesitated to follow. Having experienced it firsthand, she knew well the terror of these extraordinary creatures. Staying close to her cousin was the only way to ensure her safety. However, since her cousin had instructed her, she obediently stayed behind, believing that the demon beast outside was not a match for him. As Sue-Bai stepped out, golden light enveloped him, and he stomped his foot hard on the ground. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot towards the rampaging thousand-legged centipede demon. Extraordinary being. The people in the shop watched this scene with wide eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Yu Shuang pouted, took a sip of her milk tea, propped her chin on her hand, and gazed at her cousin's figure with an expression of admiration. Meanwhile, the alert at the base of the Special Operations Team blared urgently. The combat team quickly gathered in front of the base entrance. Yang Jing glanced at the psychic radar and said seriously to the others, "There is a third-tier demon beast causing chaos near the main gate of Binda. The situation is urgent. We must depart immediately." "Understood." The thousand-legged centipede demon, after devouring dozens of people, let out a roar, becoming even more ferocious. It lowered its head, looking around, and fixed its gaze on a middle-aged man several meters ahead who was desperately fleeing while holding a small boy. The thousand legs moved in unison and quickly caught up. The middle-aged man, fleeing for his life, suddenly felt a chill behind him, not knowing when he had fallen into shadow. He stopped, struggling to lift his head and look up, only to see the thousand-legged centipede demon towering above him. "Daddy, I'm scared." The little boy in his arms cried out loudly. The middle-aged man hugged the child tightly, his face filled with despair. Seeing this, the thousand-legged centipede demon roared and opened its gaping mouth to swallow them whole. But at that moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar. "Demon, how dare you act recklessly?" As the powerful voice resonated, those still fleeing couldn't help but stop and look. The middle-aged man turned towards the sound and saw a massive golden fist being hurled from the golden-robed figure. Upon hearing this, the thousand-legged centipede demon abruptly halted, and as its eyes shifted, it saw a colossal golden fist rapidly enlarging, crashing down towards it with immense force. Boom! The massive form of the thousand-legged centipede demon was struck back, its thin-skinned vehicles being crushed into a pile of scrap metal. At this moment, Sue-Bai landed steadily where the thousand-legged centipede had been. Holy crap! An extraordinary being. We're saved. The surrounding survivors widened their eyes upon witnessing this scene. The middle-aged man held his child tightly, overwhelmed with joy, and hurriedly ran away. Roar! The thousand-legged centipede demon flipped over, roaring at Sue-Bai, and charged directly towards him. The thousand legs of the centipede moved in unison, its speed suddenly increasing significantly. Whoosh! Accompanied by a foul wind, the centipede demon was now right before him. The rancid odor made Sue-Bai frown slightly. As the centipede demon opened its mouth to swallow him, Sue-Bai, feeling displeased, raised his hand and delivered a punch without hesitation. A seemingly ordinary punch struck the centipede demon's head. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The rapidly advancing body of the centipede demon abruptly arched upwards, then instantly rebounded, smashing into several nearby cars. Creaking sounds echoed. The thin-skinned vehicles were predictably crushed into a pile of scrap metal by the massive body of the centipede demon. The centipede demon propped itself up, but swayed left and right. It violently shook its head, let out a roar, and charged at Sue-Bai once again. A foul wind approached, and dust swirled. Sue-Bai raised his brow, surprised that the centipede demon's head was surprisingly hard. The last time that snake demon was obliterated by a single punch. "In that case, I want to see whether your skull is harder or my fist." With this thought, a glint of determination shone in Sue-Bai's eyes as he raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch. Bang! The centipede demon's skull collided with Sue-Bai's fist. A gust of wind erupted from the point of impact. The massive body of the centipede demon instantly stiffened. Then, as if losing control, the centipede demon's leg joints loosened, and its abdomen quickly pressed against the ground. Su Bai, seeing this, withdrew the golden light, calmly stepping back a few paces to avoid being splattered by the beast's blood. Moments later, with a creaking sound, a crack appeared starting from the centipede demon's skull, rapidly spreading across its entire body. His green blood erupted from the cracks simultaneously. The onlookers were stunned by this scene, their eyes wide open. Even having watched countless battles between extraordinary beings and demon beasts on television, they had never witnessed such a scene. People looked at Su Bai, who stood calmly amidst the chaos, and felt a sense of awe. At that moment, Su Bai frowned at the corpse of the centipede demon, sensing something was off. When the centipede demon attacked him earlier, it lacked any semblance of skill, merely charging recklessly. Logically, demon beasts that had gained intelligence should not behave so mindlessly. Yet upon examining this tire centipede demon, Su Bai could see no intelligence, only the raw ferocity of a beast. Could it be? Is there something suspicious about this centipede demon? Mysteriously, this thought emerged in Su Bai's mind. 5 million, this 1,000-legged centipede demon is mine. At that moment, an arrogant voice interrupted Su Bai's thoughts from nearby. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and turned to the sound, only to see a young man in a white shirt of peak second-tier cultivation, with a gloomy demeanor accompanied by 3 flashy mid-second-tier lackeys strutting over. Su Bai sneered, too lazy to respond. 5 million. Did he think he was some ignorant fool? He couldn't be bothered with someone so clueless. This third-tier centipede demon could easily be sold for over 10 million. Yet sometimes some individuals always had an inflated sense of self-worth. Seeing this, the young man in the white shirt's expression darkened, slightly displeased. But he still composed himself, lifted his chin, glanced at Su Bai, and arrogantly stated, I am Su Chao, nephew of Su Chongxing from the Su Group. Let's be friends, 5 million is already a lot. Su Group, Su Chongxing. Su Bai had heard of both. The Su Group was quite powerful, and Su Chongxing was said to be a 4th-tier extraordinary being. But a 4th tier? To Su Bai, that was not someone he couldn't contend with. Why should he flatter him and demean himself? Su Bai disdainfully glanced at him, saying flatly, Before I get angry, take your people and leave. Leave? Was he talking to me? Was he telling me to leave? Su Chao was stunned upon hearing this. He touched his ear, thinking he must have misheard. But seeing the serious expression on the other's face, Su Chao confirmed he had not misheard. The man was indeed telling him to leave. A dark cloud instantly settled over Su Chaos' slightly pale face. Who gave him the audacity to humiliate me like this to my face? With this thought, he scrutinized Su Bai once more, then glanced at the corpse of the 1,000-legged centipede demon not far away. In an instant, he arrived at a judgment. A cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. 3rd order. At best, he was merely a 3rd-order transcendent. How dare he provoke him? Truly reckless and ignorant of death. Although Su Bai was stronger than him, Su Chao felt that his 4 second-order subordinates were enough to hold their own against him. Besides, even if they couldn't, it didn't matter. He, Su Chao, was the nephew of Su Chongxing, a 4th-order transcendent. Although he wasn't his uncle's biological son, his father had died early, and his uncle treated him like his own. After his mother's untimely death, his uncle had doted on him excessively. Even his cousin was a bit jealous, but the 2 brothers were closer than blood siblings. With such backing, Su Chao believed that as long as Su Bai knew his uncle's identity, he would never dare to touch him. Having thought it through, Su Chao stared at Su Bai and said disdainfully, Who gave you the nerve to speak to me like this, you mere 3rd order? Kneel and slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he waved his hand casually. His 3 subordinates understood the signal and encircled Su Bai. Su Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. Did Su Chao really think he had the upper hand? Did he truly believe that just because his uncle was Su Chongxing, no one in Linhai dared to touch him? Even the usually unflappable Su Bai felt a flicker of anger. He curled his lip and addressed Su Chao and his men with contempt. Do I need to say it again? Leave. His voice was soft, but piercing, clearly reaching the ears of everyone around. The people who had just recovered from the terror of the life-and-death crisis stopped in their tracks, turning their gazes toward him. Soon the area buzzed with chatter. Hey, isn't that young Master Su of the Su family? Wow, it really is young Master Su. This should be interesting. I'd love to see him get beaten. That young man did a righteous thing. Young Master Su has done plenty of bad deeds relying on his uncle's status. Your info is outdated. Their relationship isn't as simple as uncle and nephew. Wow, brother, do tell. Su Chaos' face turned extremely ugly, dark as ink. Already humiliated by the repeated insults, now these commoners were comparing him to a demon beast. They even insinuated about his relationship with Uncle Chongxing. Su Chao was so furious his lungs ached. If it weren't for the public eye and Su Bai still being there, he would have killed that gossiping bastard. This left Su Chao feeling deeply aggrieved. Especially seeing Su Bai's calm demeanor, the instigator of it all. Su Chaos' composure shattered. You asked for it. Su Chao gritted his teeth and cursed at Su Bai, then waved at his subordinates and roared, grab him. They'll slap his mouth bloody. Kick his balls off. Su Chaos' three subordinates sneered and lunged at Subai. Subai curled his lip and the golden light charm moved with his will. Golden light appears swiftly shielding my body. A layer of golden light suddenly enveloped Subai. The three lackeys slammed into the golden light, screamed in agony, and were sent flying back even faster, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Subai suddenly walked towards Su Chao. Su Chao looked as if he had seen a ghost, backing away in fear as Subai approached. At the same time he shouted in panic, "Don't come near me. My uncle is Su Chongqing. Just try touching me. Su Chongqing is nothing." Subai snorted coldly, stepped forward, and delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, Su Chaos' right cheek instantly swelled up. Su Chao cried out in pain, clutching his right cheek and staring at Subai in disbelief. He couldn't believe Subai dared to strike him. He ground his teeth and said, "You dare insult my uncle. You're dead. Still threatening me. Asking for a beating." Subai responded with another vicious slap. With another crack, Su Chaos' left cheek also swelled instantly. "You?" Perhaps the force of the slap was too much. Su Chao staggered, shook his head, and tried to say something while looking at Subai. But with both cheeks swollen like a pig's, his words were slurred. "You what? Su Chongqing is nothing in my eyes, and you're even less than nothing. And you dare threaten me? You deserve a beating. You're practically asking for death." Subai curled his lip disdainfully, then delivered a heavy kick. With a thud, young master Su screamed, struck in the chest, and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled painfully, then suddenly coughed up blood, which contained fragments of internal organs. Judging by the appearance, they seemed to be from the lungs. His chest was caved in as if his ribs were broken. Clearly the ribs had pierced his lungs, and part of the lung was shattered. Although a transcendent's body was far stronger than an ordinary person's, internal injuries were still fatal for most. Sure enough, Su Chaos' face began to turn purple as he struggled in agony. Subai felt a secret satisfaction. Looking down at Su Chao from a height, he said with a faint smile, "Your face is quite a nice feel, but it's too dirty." As he spoke, Subai leisurely took out a tissue to wipe his hands. After wiping, he casually tossed it, landing it right on Su Chao, killing with a ruthless insult. Su Chao was so enraged by Su Bei's actions that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, and his breath was so weak he seemed on the verge of dying. "Young man, you've gone too far. Even if my young master was at fault, you shouldn't have been so harsh." An old man in servant's attire with white hair walked through the street and stared at Su Bai with a cold gaze. Seeing the old man, Su Chao used his last strength to shout hoarsely, "Uncle Fu, kill him for me." With that, his body jerked violently, his head lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open. Everyone was stunned. No one expected young Master Su to die. Su Chaos' lackeys were dumbfounded, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Uncle Fu looked at Su Chaos' corpse and nodded painfully. Then his eyes turned sinister as he fixed them on Subai. "Young man, you shouldn't have killed the young master. Prepare to die. You're not up to it." Subai sized up the old man and shook his head in disappointment. The old man had a big mouth, but he was merely a peak third-order transcendent, nothing to fear. The old man's eyes widened in fury. Pointing at Subai, he roared, "Brat, you're asking for death." Enraged, he emanated a powerful aura. He pulled a dagger from his bosom and charged at Subai. But just then Yang Jing arrived with her people, glaring sharply at the old man, and said, "Such arrogance. Does your Su family think it can touch Senior Su? Such audacity. Do you think the Su family can lay a finger on Senior Su?" The old man's movements halted abruptly at these words. He lifted his head to gaze at Yang Jing, his expression darkening. He recognized Yang Jing as a member of the Anomaly Bureau and the captain of its third squad. This identity alone commanded a degree of wariness even from a seasoned steward of the Su family like himself. Now Yang Jing was standing up for that young man, forcing the old man to suspect a connection between Su Bai and the Anomaly Bureau. Otherwise, why would she risk offending the Su family for his sake? With this thought, the old man cast a glance at the unruffled Su Bai and felt a headache creeping in. Old Fu found himself caught in a dilemma. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to antagonize the Anomaly Bureau, especially under circumstances so unfavorable to him. Yang Jing and the two second-tier superhumans behind her who eyed him like hawks were manageable. As a peak third-tier powerhouse, Old Fu was confident he could handle them. But he had not forgotten Su Bei's presence. This suddenly appeared young man made Old Fu cautious, wary of his possible formidable background. Especially recalling Yang Jing's address of senior, to Su Bai, a sense of unease crept into the old man's heart. In this era of spiritual resurgence where the supernatural reigned supreme, such titles carried weight. Titles like senior and master had taken on new meanings. Anyone addressed as senior was inevitably a supremely powerful supernatural being. Though he found it hard to believe a man in his 20s could be such a formidable senior, caution drove Old Fu to scrutinize Su Bai once more. What met his eyes was still that handsome masculine face. His demeanor was calm, every movement in harmony with nature, as if he were no mortal, but a celestial being from ancient Xinxia lore. Good heavens! The old man was utterly stunned. This young man was too handsome. He felt his own dim old eyes might be blinded. Truth be told, looking at that face and bearing old Fu was consumed with envy. Recalling his own youth, he could never compare. The old man sighed inwardly. Not even his younger self, nor the current young elites of Binhai could hold a candle to him, like a firefly's glow against the radiant moon. Even Su Lu, the young master of the family and the genius he usually praised now, seemed far inferior. As for Su Chao, who indulged only in pleasure, he was even less worth mentioning. A frog in a well. The old man felt a pang of shame. But then a flash of insight struck him. Could he be suffering from preconceived notions? What if the young man had no connection to the Anomaly Bureau at all? What if it was all his overthinking? Yang Jing's defense of him didn't necessarily mean a tie to the Bureau. Perhaps Yang Jing had taken a fancy to the young man and was using the Bureau's name to shield him. After all, which girl wouldn't be charmed by such a handsome lad? If I were a few years younger. Stop. Besides, this young man had slain a third-tier centipede demon, a feat that placed him among Binhai's finest. With these thoughts, old Fu felt a sudden clarity, as if the clouds had parted. A cold laugh escaped him. Since he had seen through the truth, the young man must die today. Strike before he grows stronger. Otherwise, he would become a major threat, even capable of killing old Fu himself. With this resolve, old Fu's gaze turned icy. He shot a glance at Su Bai and silently vowed the young man must die. But before acting, he needed to deal with Yang Jing first. Otherwise, if Yang Jing intervened recklessly and he injured her, the Su family would truly offend the Anomaly Bureau. Old Fu said in a low voice, "Captain Yang, this matter has nothing to do with your bureau. I hope you will not interfere. Otherwise, misunderstandings would harm both our sides." His voice was soft, but his demeanor was imposing, his words pressuring. The atmosphere grew tense. Yang Jing cast a glance at him and rolled her eyes at his solemn expression. Good heavens! Was old Fu blind? Did Senior Su need her protection? Was he joking? She was merely making a polite gesture. Of course, if Senior Su required it, she could oblige, but only with Director Yan's approval. Suppressing a laugh, Yang Jing asked casually, "Senior Su, do you need me to handle this nuisance?" Old Fu's face darkened, half believing her. Su Bai glanced at the old man and waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, "An old man with one foot in the grave. I can kill him with a raise of my hand. No need to trouble you." Su Bai flatly refused Yang Jing's goodwill, unwilling to owe the Anomaly Bureau a favor over an insignificant old man Fu. Debts of gratitude in this world are the hardest to repay. If he agreed, given the current state of affairs, he would never find peace again. Should the Anomaly Bureau later seek his help, would he assist them or not? Thus he refused outright. After all, this was something he could accomplish on his own. There was no need to rely on others. A faint trace of disappointment flickered in Yang Jing's beautiful eyes, knowing that her attempt to recruit him had failed once more. Yet she still offered a word of caution. "In that case, Mr. Su, be careful. I've heard that old man Fu was once an assassin, his methods extremely eerie and formidable. Moreover, his master Su Changxing is no easy character either. You should prepare yourself for retaliation. No matter, eerie or not, before absolute power, it is all but a circus trick." Su Bai raised an eyebrow dismissively. Then, pursing his lips, he said indifferently, "As for Su Changxing, to me he's merely a minor nuisance." Hearing Su Bai's words, Yang Jing and the others recalled the miraculous techniques he had displayed when slaying the evil cultivator Zhong Gaozhua, and they nodded in profound agreement. Old man Fu breathed a sigh of relief, yet his face darkened to an extreme, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. He had overheard their entire conversation clearly. Blatant and undisguised, they showed no regard for him or the Su family. Yang Jing was from the Anomaly Bureau, someone he couldn't easily offend. But that arrogant wretch Su Bai, he had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, what face would old man Fu have left? Moreover, as a loyal servant of the Su family, his every word and action represented them. If he did nothing today, wouldn't he bring shame upon the Su name? Furthermore, this dog Su Bai had injured the young master. How could old man Fu forgive him for that? And on top of it all, the brat had insulted the family head. Clearly, he harbored great hostility toward the Su family. With all this in mind, and recalling Su Bai's exceptional talent, the old man's murderous intent grew even stronger. Especially considering that Su Bai, at merely 20 years old, could single-handedly slay a third-tier beast. Facing a seasoned third-tier powerhouse like himself, he showed no fear whatsoever. This only deepened old man Fu's desire to kill. With these thoughts, a chill gleamed in old man Fu's pupils. Such a genius hostile to the Su family, if allowed to grow, would surely become a grave threat in the future. Thus, he must be eliminated today. This thought instantly consumed old man Fu's entire mind. Yet Old Man Fu was no reckless man. He cast a meaningful glance at Yang Jing and the others, his eyes conveying a warning. Yang Jing understood the old man's intent and stepped aside discreetly, adopting an air of an onlooker, though a subtle sneer flickered in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Old Man Fu breathed a sigh of relief, then fixed his gaze on Su Bai and said darkly, "Arrogant brat, let this old man test your mettle." With that, Old Man Fu raised a black dagger gleaming with cold sharp light and let out a sinister chuckle. Then with a sudden tremor, his frail, stooped, aged form vanished into thin air, silent and invisible to the naked eye. This move drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. In broad daylight, a living person had simply disappeared into nothingness. Yang Jing was startled, musing that the old man was indeed as eerie as the rumors claimed. Her expression turned grave as she pondered how she would counter such an attack. Unable to devise a solution, Yang Jing turned her gaze to Su Bai, knowing that the miraculously skilled Mr. Su must have a way. Meanwhile, Yang Jing's subordinates crew cut and glasses widened their eyes at Old Man Fu's display, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Invisibility. No. It must be a form of superpower. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, then quickly understood. No wonder Yang Jing had called Old Man Fu eerie. A former assassin with such an invisibility ability capable of silent, unseen strikes. Even fourth-tier transcendents would struggle to cope. But that obviously didn't include Su Bai. Though he couldn't see Old Man Fu's form, it didn't hinder him from pinpointing his location. In Su Bai's perception, Old Man Fu was as conspicuous as a light bulb in the dark. He clearly sensed the old man lurking not far behind him. However, Su Bai didn't expose him. A mischievous urge to toy with Old Man Fu arose within him. For such self-important experts, physical blows alone weren't enough. They needed a spiritual strike to truly crush their spirit. Surely the old man's face would be an exquisite sight then. Unaware that he had been discovered, Old Man Fu scrutinized Su Bai's body with a dark, probing gaze. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Su Bai was indeed a genius. His physical talent far surpassed ordinary men. Standing beside him, even breathing felt easier. Yet precisely because of this, Su Bai must die. With that thought, a murderous gleam flashed in Old Man Fu's murky eyes. Then, smirking coldly, he raised his black dagger and lunged at Su Bai, aiming a vicious stab at his back. Accompanied by the sound of cutting air, Su Bai nimbly sidestepped. The assassination missed. The old man was momentarily stunned. A strike he thought was certain had failed. Was it a coincidence, or had he been dodged? The old man frowned in thought. As he pondered, he stealthily observed Su Bai, who appeared to be looking around in confusion, and felt a wave of relief. His target hadn't detected him. Yet each subsequent assassination attempt by Old Man Fu was coincidentally evaded by Su Bai. The onlookers only heard the whoosh of air. Watching Su Bai stroll leisurely, they were equally baffled. Where was the promised assassination? Old Man Fu panted heavily, his face dark as thunder, once again doubting whether he had been seen through. Just as the old man was thinking this, a calm, slightly mocking voice suddenly reached his ears. "Old fellow having fun. Old man, is it amusing?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words spoken with a tone of indifferent mockery, Old Fu's heart skipped a beat, and his expression froze instantly. Then Old Fu realized that he had likely been seen through by Su Bai all along. Reflecting on it now, Su Bai's earlier actions were probably a deliberate act to toy with him. Otherwise, how could that brat have been so lucky, always dodging his assassination attempts at just the right moment? Upon this realization, Old Fu felt a surge of understanding, but also deep embarrassment and fury. He had been completely manipulated by Su Bai. To Old Fu, this was a blatant humiliation, a blow that struck at his very pride. Kill him. I must kill him. Old Fu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent as countless resentful thoughts churned in his mind. Why wouldn't that despicable bastard just die? But no sooner had this thought taken root than Old Fu felt a gust of wind rushing toward him from the side. This only infuriated Old Fu further. What kind of martial honor was this? Attacking an old man by surprise. Enraged, he spun around to see who it was. But a blinding golden light nearly seared his aged eyes, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. Squinting, he could only make out a blurry hand gleaming with golden radiance. It came crashing down upon him with an imposing force. Old Fu's heart raced with panic, but he realized there was no room to evade. The fierce wind, carrying the wail of the air itself, rushed toward him. Old Fu felt the skin on his face sting from the sheer force. His meticulously groomed beard seemed as if it might be ripped out by the roots, the pulling sensation numbing his entire jaw. But at this moment, Old Fu had no time to care for his beloved beard. Because if that palm strike landed, given its terrifying power, his old bones would surely be sent flying into the afterlife. He had no choice but to endure it heat-in. Old Fu made a split-second decision, gripping his black daggers tightly and gritting his teeth as he raised them to block before him, not hoping to escape unscathed, but merely to survive. At that very moment the scene appeared vastly different to the onlookers. They saw Su-bai raise his hand, golden light bursting forth as he suddenly struck at the empty space before him. With a dull thud and a piercing scream, old Fu was sent flying backward from the void, spitting blood. Su-bai withdrew his hand, smiled faintly, and stood calmly in place. Old Fu crashed heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away, rolling to a stop right beside Su-Chaos' corpse. The bystanders were stunned, utterly awed by Su-bai's display of power. Not to mention the ordinary spectators, even the buzzcut man and the glasses-wearing man, both supernaturals, gaped in shock. Su-Chaos servants were even more terrified. Seeing their old Fu beaten to such a state, they wet their pants in fear. In their eyes, old Fu had always been formidable, yet now he was reduced to this. How could these lackeys not be frightened? Only Yang Jing remained relatively composed, but her clenched fists betrayed her excitement, though her gaze towards Su-bai was somewhat peculiar. Su-bai ignored all of this as serene as a noble youth detached from the world. Old Fu, his face bitter, finally recovered slightly from that palm strike. Though he had survived, he had ultimately failed to withstand the blow. Now feeling his Buddhist condition, old Fu realized that even breathing brought pain. His right arm was broken and several ribs were cracked as well. Old Fu smiled wryly, knowing he was now at the mercy of others. Damn it, that bastard will kill me. He's already killed young Master Su. Panic-stricken at the thought, old Fu gritted his teeth and struggled to push himself up with his left hand, but the movement seemed to aggravate his internal injuries, sending sharp pains through his organs. The pain made old Fu howl. After a moment's pause, he took a closer look at his condition and turned ashen. He realized that not only were his organs damaged, but most of his meridians were also severed. Worse still, his body felt like a sieve with his power slowly draining away. In short, he had been crippled. Upon this realization, old Fu was thunderstruck, frozen in place. His gray-streaked hair turned instantly white, as if he had aged decades in a moment. Indeed, in this era of spiritual resurgence, being crippled meant being worthless, and worthlessness led to abandonment. Once fallen from the ranks of supernaturals, old enemies would surely come knocking. That might be bearable. Death was but a small matter. What old Fu found unbearable was the thought of becoming an ordinary man. To him, that was worse than death itself. After a long daze, old Fu suddenly lifted his head, staring at Su-bai with venomous hatred and utter unwillingness. You crippled me. You? Puffed. He managed only half a sentence before, overwhelmed by resentment, he spat out another mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted completely. As luck would have it, that gush of blood landed squarely on the face of the deceased Su Chao. Now master and servant were united in their final repose. The outcome left everyone utterly astounded. Su Chao, the second young master of the Su family, and old Fu, the Su family steward, were both prominent figures in Binhai City. Yet now Su Chao lay dead and old Fu was crippled. This result genuinely caught the onlookers off guard. After all, no one had ever dared to strike so ruthlessly against the Su family. Then as the crowd's gaze fell upon Su-bai, an involuntary sense of awe arose in their hearts. He was a ruthless man who dared to confront the Su family heathen. Those present had a premonition that from this day forth another young talent in Binhai would rise to fame and fortune. However, Su-bai would now have to face the Su family's retaliation. But it seems Su-bai was unafraid of the Su family, otherwise he wouldn't have struck so mercilessly. Only the ruthless stand firm. Su-bai deserved his rise. Yang Jing and her companions felt this most keenly. They understood Su-bai's methods far better than the ordinary onlookers. They had long sensed Su-bai would rise, which was why they had recruited him. It could be said they had witnessed Su-bai's journey from obscurity to his current budding fame. Then again, Yang Jing and her team were also somewhat disheartened by Su-bai's performance, harboring an indescribable feeling in their hearts. How could that feeling be described? It was a mixture of envy and jealousy, among other things. After all, they were roughly the same age, yet he was so far superior. Friendship was no longer possible. They would have to become his juniors and cling to his coattails. Su-bai sensed the crowd's reverence, but paid it no mind. He suddenly turned his gaze to Su-Chaos lackeys. Stroking his chin, he pondered whether to beat them half to death as well, so that master and servants could be together in their misery. Those lackeys were still in a daze, utterly shocked by the death of their young master and the crippling of old Fu. Suddenly, they felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, as if a fierce beast had set its sights on them. They jolted awake, snapping out of their stupor. Looking up, they met Su-bai's malevolent gaze. That merciless stare sent shivers down their spines. Then, exchanging glances, they simultaneously looked down at their own crotches, furrowing their brows, as a foul stench emanated from there. They had soiled themselves in terror. The lackeys were on the verge of tears, their faces filled with utter despair, feeling that this was the darkest day of their lives. Su-bai caught the foul odor and recoiled in disgust, retreating a dozen meters away. There was no helping it. With 4 men, the stench was overwhelming. Yang Jing and her subordinates did the same. Yang Jing in particular wore an expression of pure revulsion, as if she had found a cockroach in her meal. Su Bai frowned at Su Chaos lackeys. He had originally intended to fulfill their master-servant bond, but now he had no such desire, fearing he would dirty his hands. Then Su Bai barked at them, "Take your master's corpse and go hold a funeral feast." Hearing this, the men were overjoyed, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt and choked out, "Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives." After kowtowing several times, they scrambled to their feet, rushed to Old Fu and Su Chao, and two men each hoisted a body before bolting away. "Hold it." But they had only run a few steps before Su Bai called them back. "What are your orders?" one of them asked tremblingly. Su Bai said coldly, "Go back and tell your master Su Chongxing that the enmity is set. If he wants war, then let it be war. Now get lost." "Yes. Yes. Yes. We will surely report." After answering, Su Chaos lackeys, fearing Su Bai had changed his mind, wore panicked expressions. Hearing Su Bai's words, they quickly agreed, then carried Old Fu and Su Chao away, vanishing from Su Bai's sight as if fleeing. At this moment, Yang Jing approached Su Bai and asked in confusion, "Sir, why didn't you eliminate them as well?" Su Bai glanced at her in surprise. Could this girl be so ruthless? Recovering his composure, Su Bai shook his head and said indifferently, "They are just insignificant nobodies. I don't want to dirty my hands. I am not a bloodthirsty person. In fact, I am quite kind. I only kill when forced to. I used to be afraid to even kill a chicken. Besides, it's already the mid-21st century. Fighting and killing is hardly appropriate." In truth, at this point, these men were of no consequence. Even if they clashed again, it would be a matter between him and Su Chongxing. Yang Jing's lips twitched slightly. "You're kind. In a single day, you beat Zhong Gaozhua to death, and then killed the Su family's second young master. And you claim you're afraid to kill a chicken. In my humble opinion, sir, you kill people like you kill chickens." Yang Jing muttered inwardly, and finally a string of expletives filled her mind. "Captain Yang, since this matter is concluded, the centipede demon's corpse is yours to handle. Just transfer the money to my account." Su Bai waved his hand dismissively, and then headed toward the coffee shop. He still needed to give Yu Shuang some instructions given the magnitude of what had happened. Yang Jing nodded curtly, then suddenly realized a situation that left her torn between laughter and tears. Since encountering Senior Su, their Anomaly Squad 3 had been reduced to mere cleaners and errand runners. Upon discovering this truth, Yang Jing initially resisted. After all, the prestigious Squad 3 of the Anomaly Bureau being reduced to such menial tasks was somewhat embarrassing. But upon careful reflection, recalling their recent experiences, a smile crept onto her lips. She suddenly realized that this cleanup work was in fact incredibly rewarding. The moment Su Bai stepped into the coffee shop, Yu Shuang, her face brimming with excitement, threw herself into his arms without restraint. Su Bai looked utterly speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching faintly. From the memories of his past self, it seemed that ever since childhood, every time they met, this girl would pull such a stunt. "But dear girl, we are siblings. We've grown up now. Don't you understand the difference between men and women?" Yu Shuang reluctantly released Su Bai, then said with a hint of melancholy, "Brother, you've changed." Su Bai was utterly bewildered, just as he expected Yu Shuang to utter something startling. Instead, she exclaimed with great excitement, "You've hidden it from me. You've become so powerful. That huge centipede. You killed it with a single punch. Brother, from today onward, I won't idolize those pretty boys anymore. You are my Superman." Yu Shuang was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at Su Bai. "Stop idolizing pretty boys and idolize me. Truly a wise choice. Someone as outstanding as me is the perfect idol." Su Bai straightened up, a faint self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Well, to be honest, my looks aren't exceptionally handsome. Just about on par with Panin." Seeing Su Bai's smug expression, Yu Shuang couldn't help but roll her eyes in amusement. Then as she gazed at him, she became somewhat entranced. Su Bai shuddered at this and quickly used his mystic eye of death to dispel the girl's improper thoughts. Although Yu Shuang was an adopted child of his uncle's family and shared no blood relation with Su Bai, both his past self and the current Su Bai only regarded her as a younger sister. Thus, Su Bai's expression instantly turned stern. After earnestly admonishing Yu Shuang with a few words, he hurried out the door and drove away. Yu Shuang watched Su Bai leave, her face puffed up with defiance. She clenched her delicate fists, silently cheering herself on, "I won't give up. No one can take you away from me." As she bolstered her resolve, the figure of Yang Jing suddenly emerged in Yu Shuang's mind. Intuition told her that woman would be her formidable rival. But she refused to surrender. With that thought, Yu Shuang immediately headed toward the school, determined to study and make herself even more outstanding. In the western part of the city, within the tranquil and serene hall of the Su Manor, a crisp, sharp sound of shattering porcelain abruptly echoed, startling a flock of birds that had been frolicking in the trees around the hall. Inside the hall, a robust, short-haired, middle-aged man, dressed in fine attire with a gloomy demeanor, stood with a livid face, glaring at the trembling, pale-faced servants kneeling before him. On a wide sofa against the side wall lay an old man and a young man, both drenched in blood. One was dead, the other crippled. On the floor beside them lay a carpet of shattered blue and white porcelain fragments. Clearly the sound of breaking porcelain had originated from here, and the one who had smashed the vase was unsurprisingly this middle-aged man. This livid middle-aged man was none other than the master of the manor, Su Changsheng. Lying on the sofa were Su Changsheng's nephew Su Chao and the old steward Fu. Kneeling on the ground in abject fear were Su Chaos' personal attendants. At this moment the atmosphere in the hall was exceptionally heavy and oppressive. The oppression was so intense that the kneeling servants found it difficult even to breathe. Even the arowana in the indoor aquarium had stopped swimming, trembling as it cowered in a corner. This oppressive aura emanated from Su Changsheng, whose eyes were so dark and menacing they seemed ready to devour someone. Clearly the death of his nephew Su Chao and the crippling of Steward Fu had driven Su Changsheng to the brink of fury. It was Su Changsheng who finally broke the tense, suffocating silence. "Speak. What exactly happened? Who killed Su Chao and crippled Steward Fu?" Su Changsheng reigned in his imposing aura, sat down expressionlessly, and spoke in a cold, detached tone devoid of any emotion. Su Chaos' attendants breathed a collective sigh of relief. One of them, slightly bolder, raised his head and replied in a trembling voice, reporting to the patriarch, "The one who killed the young master and crippled old Fu is a young man named Su Bai. He also instructed me to tell you, patriarch, that if you seek battle, then battle it shall be." Su Bai. Su Changsheng found the name oddly familiar, as if he had seen or heard it somewhere before. Frowning in thought, a sudden flash of insight crossed his mind. He recalled that Taoist Zhong Hansheng had asked him to investigate the account used for distributing bounties by the Anomaly Bureau. If his memory served him correctly, the owner of that account, which they had traced, was also named Su Bai. Could it be that they were the same person? With this thought, Su Changsheng quickly picked up his Huawei Mate 90 Pro and cast the photo saved in his phone onto the LCD TV screen. The photo displayed on the screen was Su Bai's ID photo, showing him around 20 years old. Although he looked a bit younger, his appearance was not much different from the Su Bai of today. Su Changsheng studied the photo on the screen, then turned to the attendants and asked darkly, "Take a look. Is this the man?" The attendants looked up at the TV and nodded vigorously. "Patriarch, it's him. He's the one who killed the young master and crippled old Fu." Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng abruptly stood up, and a formidable aura like that of a primordial beast erupted from his body. The kneeling attendants were crushed by this pressure, their faces pressed flat against the floor. Su Changsheng's face was dark with fury, and he felt an impulse to strike down Su Bai immediately. But recalling that Su Bai had slain Zhong Gaozhua, he wondered if the young man might not be so simple. Su Changsheng pondered, lowering his voice and calming his emotions slightly before asking, how dare a mere freelance transcendent act like this? Was there anyone else assisting him at the time? The attendant quickly replied, reporting to the patriarch, members of the Anomaly Bureau's third squad were present, but they did not intervene. However, they seemed to be on good terms with that young man. At the mention of the Anomaly Bureau's third squad, Su Changsheng's face instantly darkened. Although they hadn't acted, they were clearly on Su Bai's side. Perhaps there was a close relationship between them. Otherwise, where would Su Bai have found the audacity to touch Su Changsheng's nephew? Su Changsheng sat down deep in thought, suppressing his urge to take immediate action against Su Bai and deciding to conduct a more thorough investigation first. His gloomy eyes shifted as he suddenly recalled that Zhong Hansheng also bore a grudge against that young man. An idea quickly formed in his mind. He chuckled coldly, musing that since the young man had deep ties with the Anomaly Bureau, why not use this opportunity to let Taoist Zhong Hansheng probe the waters? Once he had tested the extent of Su Bai's relationship with the Anomaly Bureau and uncovered the young man's background, it would not be too late for him to strike like thunder. Proud of his scheme, Su Changsheng secretly congratulated himself. But at that moment, a stench of feces wafted into his nostrils. The smell was so nauseating that he nearly vomited. He sniffed, and the odor seemed to be coming from the kneeling attendants. Earlier in his fury, he hadn't noticed the smell. But now calmed down, he found it utterly intolerable. Su Changsheng's face darkened as he quickly called out someone. "Take them away." Hearing this, the kneeling attendants' hearts tightened, and they began to plead for mercy with ashen faces. At Su Changsheng's call, several servants entered and led away Su Chaos' trembling attendants. Then a more elegantly dressed head steward with a sharp rat-like face entered, accompanied by a few family doctors and nurses. After they had carried away old Fu and Su Chao, the head steward approached Su Changsheng and asked, "Head-bowed patriarch, those men failed to protect the young master and have offended your senses. How should they be dealt with?" Su Changsheng said coldly, "When the master is insulted, the servants must pay with their lives. Follow the usual procedure. Send them to the group's biological laboratory as test subjects. The head steward nodded in acknowledgement, his face betraying no emotion, then withdrew. Alone, Su Changxing curled his lips into a cold smile, and with a meaningful expression dialed Zhong Hansheng's number. In a deserted courtyard on the edge of the old city, Zhong Hansheng paced back and forth before the gate, after entrusting Su Changxing to investigate the whereabouts of his younger brother's bounty, awaiting Su Changxing's reply. He was consumed by an urgent desire to know who had caused his brother's death, yet time slipped by without any response. This torment weighed heavily on Zhong Hansheng's heart, his expression dark as thunderclouds. Suddenly the phone in his hand rang. At the sound of the ringtone, a flicker of light gleamed in Zhong Hansheng's murky eyes. He picked up the phone, saw the caller was Su Changxing, and swiftly answered, putting it on speaker. With a grim face and a tense tone, Zhong Hansheng asked, "Chairman Su, have you found anything?" As he spoke, his left hand clutched his clothes tightly, his expression slightly nervous, dreading bad news. Su Changxing's voice came through the receiver. "Daoist Zhong, I've thoroughly investigated the matter. The one who killed your brother is a young man named Su Bai. I've sent his specific details to your WeChat. I wish you a swift revenge for your brother. Farewell." "Farewell," Zhong Hansheng replied coldly before hanging up. He then opened WeChat, found the file Su Changxing had sent, and began to read. The first thing he saw was a somewhat youthful photo showing a Su Bai 4 years younger. Zhong Hansheng stared intently at the picture, his face filled with astonishment. Su Bai's youthfulness caught him off guard. Had his poor brother truly fallen to this mere stripling? For a moment, Zhong Hansheng could hardly believe that this immature young man had killed his brother. Yet the investigation results from Su Changxing confirmed it. Though his relationship with Su Changxing was purely transactional with no real friendship between them, Zhong Hansheng doubted the man would deceive him in this matter. After all, Su Changxing stood to gain nothing from lying. Thus it was credible that this young man had killed his brother, even if the culprit appeared young and harmless. That didn't change the fact that he was the murderer. Convinced of the investigation's reliability, Zhong Hansheng's wrinkled face instantly clouded over with gloom. His gaze turned icy and sharp, as if he were a demon ready to devour anyone in his path. An ordinary person meeting his eyes would likely be terrified out of their wits. Letting out a deep breath, Zhong Hansheng shifted his gaze from Su Bai's photo, moved his thumb upward, and continued reading the file. Then a look of confusion crossed Zhong Hansheng's face. The investigation report Su Changxing had sent him contained only Su Bai's basic identity information. Details like his strength, background, or affiliation were all absent, and those were precisely the information Zhong Hansheng needed. Zhong Hansheng's expression darkened. With such a simple file, he couldn't just rush to exact revenge. Someone capable of killing his brother couldn't be as straightforward as the data suggested. A seasoned veteran like Su Changxing shouldn't have made such an error. With his connections, he could have gathered far more than just basic identity details. So why had Su Changxing sent him such a meager file? Zhong Hansheng racked his brains, but remained utterly perplexed. Suddenly a flash of insight struck him. Could Su Changxing be deliberately withholding information? Yet he was baffled as to why Su would do so. What benefit would that bring Su Changxing? After much thought, he found no answers, and a dull ache began to throb in his head. He closed his eyes for a moment, and only when the pain subsided did he open them and take a slow breath. Though he couldn't fathom the advantage for Su Changxing, Zhong Hansheng was certain the man had concealed something from him. He initially wanted to call and confront Su Changxing, but just then a local news notification from Binhai popped up on his phone. The headline read, "Witness, another prodigy rises from the revival in Binhai." The news immediately caught his attention. He tapped on it and found it was a video. As the video began to play, Zhong Hansheng's pupils contracted. Right from the start, Su Bai appeared on the screen. Zhong Hansheng was taken aback, never expecting a random video to bring such an unexpected boon. Intent on probing Su Bai's background through the footage, he continued watching. He then saw Su Bai pummel a centipede demon of at least the 3rd transcendent rank to death with a few punches. At this sight, Zhong Hansheng's face darkened. Killing a 3rd-ranked demon so effortlessly meant Su Bai was no ordinary foe. He kept watching. Next came scenes of Su Chao and Old Fu being beaten senseless by Su Bai, while the Anomaly Bureau agents looked on. Seeing this, Zhong Hansheng let out a cold, sardonic laugh. He had seen these two at the Su residence and knew their identities. Thus, upon seeing Su Chao and Old Fu, a flood of realizations dawned on him. The pieces that had eluded him earlier now fell into place. Zhong Hansheng sneered repeatedly. Heh, no wonder Su Changxing acted that way. So he himself has a grudge against that brat Su Bai? And it seems Su Changxing has also seen that Su Bai is friends with the Anomaly Bureau. So he gave me a simple file on Su Bai to deceive me, using my hand to probe Su Bai's background, all to figure out the kid's relationship with the Anomaly Bureau. With that, he snorted coldly. Su Changxing certainly has a clever scheme. But since I've seen through it, I won't let him have his way. After a moment's thought, Zhong Hansheng made up his mind. I can avenge my brother later. After all, I'm a solitary man with no family reputation to uphold like Su Changxing. Hell, let's wait and see who cracks first. Haha. Meanwhile, at the Su Manor in the western part of the old city, Su Changxing stood by a fish pond leisurely feeding the fish. A smile curled at the corners of his eyes, and his every move exuded an air of ease. Yet he was utterly unaware that his scheme had been uncovered. Su Bai was utterly unaware that Su Changxing and Zhong Hanqing, each harboring their own ulterior motives, had temporarily spared him a certain trouble. Of course, even if he had known Su Bai's indifferent nature would not have led him to care. After all, he had never taken such matters to heart. Now Su Bai only wanted to make money and not dwell on trivialities. Because on his drive home, the city SUV he had used for 6 or 7 years had broken down. Calling a tow truck and going through the whole repair process left Su Bai's already meager wallet even thinner. He realized it was time to earn some money. Even as a cultivator who could grow stronger simply by checking in wealth was something he could not do without. So on his way back, Su Bai made a special trip to a jade shop and bought dozens of inexpensive jade pendants, intending to craft a batch of protective talismans to sell. In this era of spiritual resurgence and chaos wrought by demons, everyone needed at least one protective talisman to ensure personal safety and seek peace of mind. A few days ago, Su Bai had seen a news report stating that Buddhist and Taoist temples were bustling with crowds, their thresholds nearly worn down by visitors. Were people coming to pray to the gods and Buddhas? Ultimately, their goal was to obtain protective talismans from the masters and true men. But such talismans were not something any random monk or Taoist could produce. Only cultivators with profound cultivation and mastery of talisman arts could create them, so truly few were able to acquire protective talismans. Thus, this was undoubtedly a vast market, a fiercely competitive blue ocean. With talismans, there was no worry about selling them. Su Bai had even thought of the products. He would sell golden light protective talismans and 5 thunder, evil expelling talismans. He was certain this would be a profitable venture. The only question was how to sell them. JD, Calm, Taobao, or set up a stall outside with a sign proclaiming divine insight. There were many options, but Su Bai hadn't decided which to use. Just then the Huawei phone lying on the table suddenly vibrated. Then a voice announced, your Dragon Kingdom bank account 5288 has received a UnionPay transfer on September 21st. Amount 200,000 Dragon coins. The transfer originated from an account ending in 9999. Hearing this voice prompt, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. But after a moment's thought, he figured out the source of the 20 million Dragon coins. It must be the bounty from the Anomaly Bureau combined with the money from Yang Jing's handling of the centipede demon's body. Su Bai was somewhat surprised that the Anomaly Bureau's bounty came through so quickly, and also that a mere third-rank centipede demon could sell for 10 million Dragon coins. Frankly, this far exceeded his expectations. It seemed the Anomaly Bureau hadn't overpaid, the demon was simply worth that much. Looking back, Su Chaos' offer of 5 million for the centipede demon's body was clearly an attempt to deceive him. Now Su Bai even regretted not being harsher with Su Chao. But just then a WeChat message notification popped up on the screen. Su Bai picked up the phone and saw it was from Yang Jing. Yang Jing Sr., you're not yet a member of the Anomaly app, are you? The Anomaly app. Su Bai was a bit surprised he had heard of this app. It was said to be an official app accessible only to supernaturals. Was Yang Jing now inviting him to join? With that thought, Su Bai replied no. Then Yang Jing sent a message. They'll send you the download link. A friendly reminder, on the Anomaly app you can see and buy good things that are unavailable through regular channels. A moment later, Su Bai saw a download link from Yang Jing. Below the link in red font was a special note invitation code 404. Su Bai clicked the link, and with the help of a 100 megabit network, the app downloaded and installed in no time. The app's interface was simple, with just 3 sections: bounty, chat, and mall. Of course, Su Bai hadn't registered yet, so everything appeared blank. Additionally, a system message was pinned at the top, its red font particularly eye-catching: please register promptly. The link expires in 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Su Bai smiled, entered the invitation code 404, and began to register. Since it required real name authentication, it saved him the trouble of coming up with a nickname. Then he clicked confirm, and after a moment the screen refreshed indicating that the registration had been approved. Su Bai wasn't surprised by this. What did surprise him was the bright gold letter A appended to his name next to his avatar. And a level member. Su Bai was slightly taken aback and found it interesting. But that was all. He didn't bother to investigate why he was a level member. Instead, he began exploring the Anomaly app with keen interest. He briefly tried out a few features. The bounty section was clearly for officially issued bounties. Su Bai skimmed through and saw that the bounties were for rogue supernaturals and various demons and monsters. He did find something useful in the bounties. He spotted Zhong Hanqing, whom Yang Jing had warned him about, and a level-wanted criminal with a bounty of 20 million Dragon coins marked as dangerous. As for the chat section, it was, as the name suggested, for chatting and making friends. Su Bei's friend list currently showed 2 contacts: the app assistant and Yang Jing, who had been automatically added as his inviter. Su Bei hadn't added any other supernatural friends, so he paid little attention to it. What interested him was the last feature, the mall. Because this mall traded in supernatural items. Besides the official self-operated store, there were also shops run by other supernaturals. Su Bei browsed briefly and saw items like weapons, spirit talismans, spirit water, spirit fruits, demon beast flesh and blood, and various strange metals and ores. The variety was vast. Perhaps anything that could be found on Earth after the spiritual resurgence could be found here. However, Su Bei had no intention of buying anything from this platform. After all, as a man with a system, he looked down on the items sold here. What he was thinking about now was selling on this platform, because the protective talismans he was about to make would be most suitable for sale in this mall. After all, the official platform catered to knowledgeable supernaturals. This way there would be no issues of authenticity being questioned after listing. Additionally, logistics were provided by the platform, saving him the trouble of shipping and ensuring the safety of the goods. Considering these 2 points, Su Bei happily decided to open a shop and immediately submitted an application. As expected, the application was approved right away. Su Bei then promptly listed his products. Su Bei first listed the most expensive items. Golden Light Protection Talisman, 1 million each. Description: effectively blocks attacks from 4th tier transcendence. Effect: single use. Activation: automatic. Stock 10, a limit 1 per customer. 5 Thunder Demon Slaying Talisman, 1 million each. Description: inflicts certain damage to 4th tier transcendence. Effect: single use. Activation: mental command. Stock 10. Limit 1 per customer. Next, he listed the 3rd tier versions of these 2 talismans at 100 dragon coins each. He stocked 10 of each, bringing the total to match the number of jade pendants he had purchased earlier. As for the lower 2nd tier and 1st tier versions, Su Bei had no intention of crafting them. Newly awakened transcendents couldn't afford them, while 2nd tier ones who possessed some strength would likely dismiss them as beneath notice. Thus, Su Bei simply chose not to waste his time and energy. After listing the items, he paid them no further mind. With tens of millions already in his account, he felt no urgency to make a sale. In truth, with his indifferent nature, after earning 20 million, he had lost much interest in money. After all, when wealth reaches a certain point, it becomes nothing more than shifting numbers. So why did he still open the shop? Primarily, Su Bei wanted to give others a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have priced the items so low. Whether others could seize this opportunity depended entirely on their own fortune. Since Su Bei was not short of money, he had no intention of advertising it widely. Su Bei checked the time. Good heavens, it was nearly noon. Suddenly feeling hungry, he tossed his phone aside and headed into the kitchen. At the Old City District Anomaly Squad base, Yang Jing stared intently at her phone screen. The moment Su Bei successfully registered Yang Jing as his inviter, received an instant system notification. Confirming Su Bei's registration, Yang Jing let out a sigh of relief. She then exited the app, locked her phone, and buried herself in handling the base's affairs. As the squad leader, her duties extended beyond dealing with anomalies. Daily administrative tasks also fell on her shoulders. Of course, most of it involved simple approval work. Zhang Wei was a 1st-tier transcendent who had awakened not long ago. Due to his unremarkable abilities, Zhang Wei received no recruitment offers from the Anomaly Bureau or major corporations and families. He continued working as a freelance, laid-back paranormal content creator on a video platform. After the spiritual energy resurgence, such videos became a hot trend, initially garnering decent views. But as hauntings grew more frequent, the old tricks of pure video editing no longer sufficed. On a whim, Zhang Wei ventured into an abandoned, eerie old mansion to film a video. Thanks to good editing, the video's viewership was respectable. But before Zhang Wei could bask in his success, the nightmare began. In his dreams, he vaguely saw a woman and read her back to him, weeping by the old well in the mansion. The dream repeated for 5 consecutive nights, each time the red-clad figure growing clearer. As a transcendent, Zhang Wei knew he had encountered a malevolent spirit. On the 3rd day, he reported it to the Anomaly Bureau, but when they visited his home, they found no trace of the spirit. The matter was shelved for the time being. Zhang Wei tried to console himself that things would improve. But last night's dream shattered any lingering hope. For the first time, the woman in red turned around and smiled at him. Upon waking, Zhang Wei felt utterly drained. Panic set in. He filed another report, but no one came to help. He had to find a way to save himself. He opened the Anomaly app, his only hope of finding a solution. He first shared his plight with friends in group chats, but no one responded. He sought official help, but the automated assistant replied that due to high traffic he should wait. Zhang Wei's heart sank to rock bottom. Until he stumbled upon a shop in the marketplace owned by a 4th-tier powerhouse named Su Bei. A glimmer of hope flickered within him. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wei resolved, a fourth-tier master's shop must have authentic goods. He'll risk it. Whether I live or die depends on whether this rank master's jade talismans are effective. Then, with a pained expression, he paid $2 for the third-tier versions of the Golden Light Protection Talisman and the 5 Thunder Demon Slaying Talisman. Seeing the payment success notification and the item preparing for shipment, Zhang Wei smiled bitterly and murmured, "Hope it arrives in time." Yang Jing finished approving the last document, stood up, and stretched wearily. Her graceful silhouette was concealed within seconds. Noticing her phone's blinking indicator, she picked it up and saw a dynamic notification from a friend on the Anomaly app. "Your friend Su Bai has listed 4 new items. Go check them out." Seeing the message, Yang Jing's interest peaked. With practiced ease, she navigated to Su Bai's shop page. Seeing the items for sale, she exclaimed in shock. Good heavens, Senior Su is selling jade talismans equivalent to a 4th and 3rd tier transcendence attack or defense. These are treasures. How could he bear to sell them? Amidst her shock, a pained expression crossed Yang Jing's pretty face, as if the talismans were her own. Especially when she saw that 2 third-tier talismans had already been sold. Her pained expression deepened. Yang Jing knew well of Su Bai's miraculous nature and that anything he offered was of exceptional quality. Such treasures must be acquired. She immediately called Bureau Chief Yan Fuxing to inform him of her discovery. Only after receiving Director Yan's affirmative response did she breathe a sigh of relief. Refreshing Su Bai's shop page and seeing the sold-out notification, she finally relaxed completely. Yet her clear eyes brimmed with deep curiosity as she sighed softly, "Mr. Su, you are so mysterious that one cannot fathom you." The more she interacted with Su Bai, the more she felt his enigma. After finishing lunch, Su Bai walked out of the dining room and heard a voice notification of 22 million dragon coins being transferred into his bank account. He checked his phone. Good heavens. All the items in his shop had been sold out. Su Bai was astonished. He hadn't expected them to sell so quickly. Especially the 2 types of 4th-tier jade talismans priced at 1 million each. Just those 2 alone totaled 20 million dragon coins. Curious about who the wealthy buyer was, he opened the order details. Aside from one personal account, the rest were official accounts from the Anomaly Bureau. The Bureau's cunning left Su Bai speechless. He could only say that the authorities had seized the opportunity. That individual had also seized it. Especially that personal buyer. Those 2 talismans might one day save his life. Then with a wry smile, Su Bai sat down to start crafting more jade talismans. Around 6 in the evening, a courier arrived for pickup. Su Bai handed over 2 simply tied plastic bags. Watching the courier drive away, Su Bai resolved never to list such a large quantity of items again. As dusk fell, neon lights began to illuminate the city streets. Pale-faced Zhang Wei stood at the entrance of his residential complex, pacing anxiously back and forth. He glanced nervously at the darkening sky from time to time. Ever since the terrifying nightmare last night, he had not dared to set foot inside his home. Now Zhang Wei pinned all his hopes on the incoming delivery. He had been waiting here for nearly an hour. As nightfall approached and darkness loomed, the delivery that could mean life or death for him had yet to arrive. Zhang Wei was burning with anxiety. Fortunately, persistence paid off. Just as he was about to give up, a delivery truck bearing the Anomaly Bureau insignia pulled up steadily in front of him. "Mr. Zhang, your package." The courier handed a box to Zhang Wei. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Zhang Wei took it with both hands, his voice choked with emotion. Then, like a child overjoyed, he hopped and skipped all the way home. The courier paused, shook his head with a sigh, and drove off. Since the spiritual energy resurgence, he had seen too many people driven to the brink by monsters and spirits. Back home, Zhang Wei tore open the package and pulled out 2 translucent, spiritually radiant jade talismans. Holding them, he felt an immediate surge of safety. Following the instructions, he wore the Golden Light Protection Talisman and placed the 5 Thunder Demon Slaying Talisman in his pocket. Life or death would be decided tonight. He ate a little something and then sat on the sofa waiting for the deep night. After a moment's thought, he turned on the camcorder, determined to leave something behind whether he lived or died. Time flowed like water. The night grew deep. A full moon hung high. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew into the room, striking Zhang Wei and jolting him awake from his drowsiness with a shiver. The window slammed shut of its own accord, sending Zhang Wei's heart into his throat. The lights flickered erratically, and the room's temperature dropped inexplicably. Then faintly, he heard a woman's soft laughter. Recognizing that familiar sound, he knew she had arrived. He looked around, but saw nothing. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly looked up and saw the red-clad female ghost floating on the ceiling. Her face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her cold, deep eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls, and fangs visible beneath her black lips exuded a chilling aura. Seeing that face, Zhang Wei froze instantly, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. But in that very moment, the female ghost laughed sinisterly and lunged down. The spirit was upon him. With a hum, a golden light suddenly enveloped Zhang Wei, sending the female ghost flying back. She let out a pained shriek, her form flickering unsteadily, as if injured by the golden radiance. Snapping back to his senses, Zhang Wei pulled the talisman from his pocket, pressed it to his forehead, then hurled it at the ghost, activating it with his will. The talisman split open, erupting in a blinding flash of azure lightning that struck the female ghost's spectral form. After a few agonized screams, she vanished along with the electrical light into the void. Seeing this, Zhang Wei collapsed to the floor, weeping tears of joy and relief. I, Zhang Wei, have survived. Thank you, Senior Su Bai, for saving my life. Su Bai was unaware that the jade talisman he had sold had already saved a life. At this moment, he sat in his courtyard gazing at the moon. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and as far as he could recall, it had been a long time since he had last sat beneath the night sky to admire the moonlight. After all, the night of the full moon following the resurgence of spiritual energy was far from peaceful. For this day was also when demons and monsters were most fond of appearing. The perfect power of the lunar essence greatly amplified their strength on this night. Thus, after the spiritual energy resurgence, the 15th day of each lunar month had become a day of suffering for humanity. For on this night, far more people fell victim to demons and monsters than usual. Even in urban areas guarded by transcendent beings, it was inevitable that some would be harmed by these creatures. After all, the cities were not devoid of lurking evils. Especially in those shadowy corners beyond human reach, some ghosts still hid. They were familiar with humans, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Thinking of this, Su Bai looked up at the bright moon in the sky and let out a soft sigh. The moonlight is beautiful, but it no longer belongs to ordinary people. But Su Bai quickly changed his tone, saying, I cannot protect the entire world, but in the old city district, I will not allow them to run rampant. With that, he picked up the long flute lying beside him, brought it to his lips, and began to play. True Chi flowed. A stern, killing melody rose and spread far into the distance until it reached every corner of the old city district. In a house within the old city district, a ghostly figure emerged from a sewer pipe. It drifted into the main room, ready to devour the sleeping homeowner, when suddenly the stern sound of a flute pierced the air. Hearing the flute, the ghost writhed in agony. After struggling for 5 or 6 seconds, its ghostly form collapsed instantly. Strangely, the killing sound was loud, yet it did not wake the sleeping person at all. It seemed to target only the ghost. Similar scenes unfolded in many places. A beautiful woman with a fine figure walked out of the only star-rated hotel in the old city district. She walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The taxi driver's eyes flickered with greed as he saw her. As a ghostly creature, he could hardly wait to devour the delicious prey before him. Just as the woman opened the car door to get in, a killing sound inaudible to the woman suddenly rang in the ghost driver's ears. The ghost driver immediately clutched his head in pain, banging it against the steering wheel with loud thuds, as if trying to alleviate his suffering. The woman was stunned by the sight, unable to react for a moment. It wasn't until the ghost driver turned to ash and the brand new taxi's surface instantly became rusted and corroded, revealing a car filled with foul-smelling water weeds, that the woman finally snapped back to reality and let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, a similar incident occurred at the basketball court in Ronghua residential area. The empty basketball court was deathly silent. A stream of yin-chi seeped up from the sewer grate. In an instant, a solemn-faced youth dressed in a purple and gold number 24 basketball jersey appeared and began dribbling a ball with a sharp pat-pat-pat. His shots were unerringly accurate, and his footwork was so ghostly that it was impossible to track. Any basketball enthusiast would have hailed him as a master. Soon after, a high school student named Xiao Ming arrived. Having met the youth a few days earlier, Xiao Ming came at this time every day. If he came earlier or later, the youth would not be there. Xiao Ming greeted the youth, but received no reply. He wasn't surprised, for from the very beginning the youth had been like this, never speaking. Xiao Ming called him mute. Unknown basketball was a ritual between them since they met, and today it was Xiao Ming's turn to make the first move. I figured out a new trick, and this time you definitely won't be able to stop me, Xiao Ming declared as he looked at Mute, then began his drive. But as he turned, he accidentally knocked Mute over. Mute fell to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in agony, letting out an extremely piercing sound. Xiao Ming, of course, had no idea that a killing sound was eroding Mute's soul at that very moment. He thought he had injured Mute and was panicking. He grabbed his phone from his bag to call an ambulance, but before he could, he saw Mute dissolve into ash before his eyes. Only then did Xiao Ming realize that Mute was a ghost, and he was so terrified he couldn't utter a word. Xiao Ming's body trembled and a yellowish liquid soaked his basketball shorts and shoes, pooling on the ground. He had wet himself in fear. At that moment, Yang Jing was equally bewildered. Just moments ago, while they were battling ghosts, a sudden flute sound had annihilated all the second-rank ghosts. Moreover, even the third-rank ghosts were in immense agony, and had fled in disgrace. According to reports from her subordinates, the flute sound had not appeared in just a few places, but throughout the entire Old City district. Yang Jing was deeply shaken, wondering if it was Mr. Su who had made a move. After all, in the vast Old City district, aside from the mysterious Mr. Su, she couldn't think of anyone else with such power. The more she interacted with Mr. Su, the more unfathomable he seemed. Whether it was the miraculous methods he had revealed, the jade talismans he sold, or the abilities he had just displayed, everything pointed to one thing. Mr. Su was a true pillar of strength. She must hold on to this pillar tightly and keep it comfortable. Yang Jing thought to herself, her gaze more determined than ever. In an abandoned old mansion, Zhong Hanxing, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed under the moonlight, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face darkened as he said, "Whose flute sound was that to wipe out all the dozen or so second-rank ghost servants I sent out?" Zhong Hanxing had planned to use the moonlit night to send his ghost servants to hunt for blood sacrifices and boost their strength. Now that his ghost servants were destroyed, the disruption of his chi flow had disturbed his cultivation and caused a minor backlash. How could this not enrage Zhong Hanxing? Despite his anger, Zhong Hanxing had no intention of seeking out the flute player to settle the score. After all, this was a master who could cleanse all ghosts that dared to show themselves in the Old City district with a single melody. Zhong Hanxing dared not provoke such a being. Suppressing his fury, he wiped the blood from his lips, took out a copper bell, and gently shook it. He needed to summon back the few surviving third-rank ghost servants. The recall went smoothly without the usual instinctive resistance from the ghosts. Zhong Hanxing felt quite pleased, believing his skill in controlling ghosts had greatly improved. Little did he know that the third-rank ghosts that had been running rampant in the Old City district were already fleeing on their own, driven by the unbearable torment of the killing flute sound. He had simply happened to be at the right place at the right time. After playing the final note, Su Bai lowered his flute. The melody ended. Demons and monsters were driven away. Peace was restored to the Old City district. Su Bai listened to the chirping of insects return, feeling the serene atmosphere, and sat down with a faint smile on his lips. This was a skill from his predecessor, a rendition of Ambush on All Sides. It was Su Bai's first attempt to channel true chi into the music. To avoid harming ordinary people, he had deliberately raised the frequency of the melody. Since it was his first time, he wasn't entirely sure of the lethal effect it would have on demons and ghosts. Judging by the tranquility of the Old City district, now the damage seemed acceptable. But this was all he could do. As for the people in other districts, they would have to fend for themselves. The night grew deeper. The moonlight felt somewhat chilling against his skin. Su Bai glanced at his watch. Time had silently slipped past midnight. He could check in again. System, I want to check in. Ding, check-in successful. Triggered holiday 100-fold reward explosion. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained a cave heaven. Did this check-in trigger a holiday critical hit and then yield a cave heaven? To be honest, when Su Bai heard that this check-in reward was a cave heaven, he felt momentarily dizzy. After all, a cave heaven is a legendary immortal blessed land, a dwelling place for celestial beings and accomplished adepts. With a mere century of cultivation, Su Bai was neither deeply virtuous nor an earthly immortal. He was merely an unremarkable cultivator. Never did he imagine that one day he could enjoy the treatment of an immortal. Su Bai, envisioning his future leisurely life in a cave heaven, couldn't help but let out a foolish grin. Ding, would the host like to claim the cave heaven immediately? The system's prompt interrupted Su Bai's reverie. Of course he'll claim it. Su Bai snapped back to reality and quickly replied. As his words fell, a dark rift suddenly tore open in the void before him. Then a translucent bubble emerged from it, landing on the ground before him. The rift in the void instantly healed, and the ethereal bubble sank into the earth. Then everything fell silent. System, where's the cave heaven you promised? Su Bai asked, utterly bewildered. But as soon as the question left his lips, he felt the scene before him shift in an instant. He turned abruptly, only to realize that he was now within a cave heaven as bright as day. He immediately sensed that the spiritual energy inside was several times denser than the outside world. Yet Su Bai, who grew stronger through mere check-ins, was less focused on this and more captivated by the scenery within the cave heaven. At that moment, he stood atop the highest floating mountain overlooking the land below and taking in most of the vista. Su Bai counted, including his current vantage point, there were 9 floating mountains suspended hundreds of meters high. The peaks were lush with verdant vegetation teeming with life. Insects and beasts roamed about, and exquisite pavilions and terraces were scattered among the greenery. Dozens of waterfalls cascaded from the floating mountains, plunging into the rolling ranges below, like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Mist swirled, spiritual energy wafted, creating a hazy, dreamlike scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Su Bai heard a piercing crane call and looked up to see a flock of cranes dancing amidst the clouds. Faintly, he heard the gentle bleating of deer. Following the sound, he saw several sika deer frolicking by the lake on the opposite shore. Such a tranquil, idyllic scene deeply enchanted Subai. After a long while, Subai snapped out of that serene mood and turned to look in a certain direction. A flash of delight appeared on his face. By the lake beneath the weeping willows stood an antique octagonal pavilion. On the water's surface outside the pavilion, white lotuses bloomed in clusters and fish occasionally leaped out of the water. The scene was remarkably poetic. In moments of leisure, he could brew a pot of tea in the pavilion, savor the lotus fragrance, read a book, admire the view, and fish. Just thinking about it filled Subai with contentment. After taking it all in, he muttered, "By the way, how do I get out?" As soon as he spoke, he didn't exit directly. Instead, a stream of information surfaced in his mind. It turned out that as the master of the cave heaven, no matter where he was within it, he could exit with a single thought. Moreover, within the cave heaven, he could teleport to any location with a mere thought. After absorbing this information, Subai didn't rush to explore the cave heaven, but immediately thought, "Exit." Instantly, Subai felt the light dim, and he found himself back in the courtyard outside. If not for the darkness of the outside world, he might have thought he was still in the cave heaven. Then Subai frowned, sensing that the spiritual energy outside was far inferior to that of the cave heaven. This left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were suffocating. Shaking his head, Subai adapted to it and prepared to go back to rest. But just then he heard a strange noise in the distance, as if something was in pursuit. Subai was about to go out and check, but at that moment the courtyard gate was suddenly smashed open. Then a white object flew in. He then saw a delicate, adorable little fox lying unconscious before him. Subai looked down at the little fox that had burst in and fainted in front of him. It was an injured second-tier white fox. There were 3 bleeding wounds on its back as if clawed by some creature. The injuries looked severe and it had lost a lot of blood. He wondered if it was dead. After examining it, Subai pondered inwardly. Its ears seemed to have twitched. Could it still be alive? Subai thought he saw the little fox's ears move, so he crouched down, extended a finger to its nose, and felt a faint breath of air. It really is alive. Subai's eyes lit up, and he said thoughtfully, "Fainting before me might be fate. It'll save your life." With that, he picked it up and muttered, "But from now on, you're my pet." Mumbling, he carried the little fox into the house. Just before entering, Subai turned back and cast a cold glance at the dark alley across from the gate. Ever since the little fox had burst into the courtyard, Subai had sensed something lurking in that dark alley spying on him. If his guess was correct, that thing had injured the little fox. But the creature was cautious and vanished once Subai noticed it. Subai focused on treating the little fox's injuries, had no time to deal with that entity. Subai entered the house and retrieved the household first aid kit. He first cleaned the little fox's wounds, then sprayed on Yunnan Baiyao and wrapped them with 2 layers of medical bandages. Thus a fresh fox mummy was born. Subai reached out a finger to check the little fox's breath. It was slightly stronger than before. But Subai knew this was far from enough. After a moment's thought, he entered the cave heaven, drew a cup of spiritual water rich in energy from a spring. Then he pried open the little fox's mouth and poured it in. He checked its breath again, finding it much improved. This showed that the spiritual water was working. With its healing properties, he believed he would soon have a healthy pet fox. Thinking this, Subai smiled, feeling incredibly lucky today. He had not only joyfully acquired a cave heaven, but also stumbled upon a little fox for free. Shortly after, Subai fed the little white fox some spiritual water again. By now it was midnight, and even Subai felt drowsy. Yet the little fox still required constant human care. Given her injuries, she needed to be fed spiritual water at least once every hour. If only there was someone to take his place. Subai rubbed his face, gazing at the little white fox, a hint of helplessness in his thoughts. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Since there was no one, why not create one? With that thought, Subai immediately went to the storeroom to find white paper and some tools and began crafting. He paused after a moment, unsure of what form to create, finding it difficult to begin. Concentrating, he decided to model it after Demimi, crafting a lifelike paper maidservant. Then he blew a stream of true chi onto the completed paper maidservant. Spiritual light swirled and merged into the paper figure's body. Instantly, the paper figure swelled with life. Its exterior now appeared fleshed and blooded, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Then the paper maidservant's limbs stirred, and it stood up. After a moment, the paper maidservant bowed to Subai and said in a slightly stiff voice, "Greetings, master." Subai nodded. He then examined it for a while before instructing it to perform simple tasks such as sweeping the floor, serving tea, and pouring water. During these tasks, the paper maidservant displayed intelligence comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. With further learning, it could handle many things. For now, it sufficed to feed the little white fox some spiritual water. Subai then prepared a bucket of spiritual water, set it aside, gave the paper maidservant instructions, and returned to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, in a certain biological laboratory of the Sioux Corporation, a tall wolf man with a human body and wolf head clad in a black night suit with an attached hood stood cautiously before a white-clad man who bore some tiger-like features. However, unlike the wolf man, the man had few tiger characteristics. Aside from a pair of tiger ears, he appeared almost ordinary. The two were not demons, but merely creations of genetic technology combined with beast genes. "Let that fox escape?" the tiger man asked. "Yes," the wolf man nodded. "I wounded it and was about to kill it, but then it crashed into Su Bai's home. I dared not act further." "Su Bai," the tiger man's pupils contracted. "You mean the one who killed the young master's nephew, crippled Uncle Fu, and whom the boss specifically warned us to be wary of?" The wolf man nodded solemnly. "It's him." The tiger man stared at him seriously. "Your decision was correct." But then he changed his tone, saying, "However, that fox could still lead to the lab's exposure since she has been here. Your failure to eliminate her immediately is your mistake." Hearing this, the wolf man broke into a cold sweat, his heart sinking to the depths. Just then the tiger man shifted his tone again. "But as a friend, I'll try to cover for you." With that, he patted the wolf man's shoulder lightly and turned to leave. The wolf man watched the tiger man's retreating back, feeling utterly unmoved, even sneering inwardly. If he remembered correctly, the tiger man had said similar words to the guy who a few days ago let the centipede demon escape due to a mistake, nearly exposing the biological experiment. As a result, that guy was dealt with the very next day. By now, grass must have grown on his grave. There wasn't a single good person in this Sioux biological lab, not even himself. He then slumped to the ground in despair, his gaze unfocused. He had thought about escaping. After all, no one wants to die. He was no exception. But that was a vain hope. From the moment of their creation, these genetic constructs had been under control. Life and death were never in their hands. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhang Wei finally recovered from the earlier fright of seeing a ghost. Having survived the ordeal, he was overwhelmed with gratitude toward the great Su Bai who had indirectly saved his life. He felt it was necessary to spread the greatness of Su Bai to more people. With that thought, Zhang Wei excitedly picked up his video recorder, sat before his computer, connected it, and began editing the real footage of his encounter tonight. Of course, the focus was not his survival, but the jade talisman that saved him and the great Su Bai who made it. Thus, Zhang Wei felt he must create a promotional video for the magnificent Su Bai. He was going to hype up Su Bai this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be human. Excited, Zhang Wei worked far more efficiently than usual. Soon a video titled "Real Ghost Encounter, I Survived All Because of Him" was ready. Zhang Wei, fighting his fatigue, uploaded the video to his personal account on site. Having done this, Zhang Wei, too exhausted to stay awake, slumped onto the keyboard and fell asleep, soon snoring. The next day, early morning, Su Bai rose early and first checked on the little white fox, finding her breathing steady and her injuries much improved. She would likely wake by noon. Suddenly, Su Bai sniffed, catching the scent of fried eggs and toasted bread. He went to the kitchen and found the paper maidservant preparing breakfast. The fried eggs and toast were already done and placed on the table. The maidservant was now heating milk. Seeing Su Bai, she said, "Good morning, master." Su Bai was somewhat surprised that the maidservant had learned to cook. Curious, he asked about it. The maidservant blinked and pointed at the television. Su Bai understood at once. The TV was playing a food channel broadcasting culinary shows 247. With the paper maidservant's intelligence, watching food programs all night made it unsurprising that she learned simple tasks like frying eggs, toasting bread, and heating milk. Su Bai sat down to eat breakfast, watching the paper maidservant, who after finishing cooking busied herself with cleaning. A strange feeling stirred in his heart, an unease perhaps because he wasn't used to being cared for. With that thought, Su Bai finished his breakfast. Before he could rise, the paper maidservant brought him a glass of water. After drinking, he reached for a napkin to wipe his mouth. The paper maidservant had already handed him a napkin. Su Bai took it, slightly dazed, watching her collect the dishes and wash them at the sink. He suddenly felt that such a life wasn't so bad. Perhaps he should give her a name. Su Bai looked at the diligent paper maidservant, a thought crossing his mind. After all, the paper maidservant wasn't here for just a day or two. Having a name would make communication easier. A moment later, Su Bai willed the paper maidservant to his side. Gazing at her face, almost identical to Demimi's, a flash of inspiration struck. "From now on you shall be called Xiaomi." Hearing Su Bai's words, the paper maidservant blinked and bowed. "Thank you, master, for bestowing a name. Go about your work." Su Bai waved his hand. Xiaomi picked up a mop and entered Su Bai's room. He watched her busy figure, feeling that this life was truly wonderful. Su Bai waved his hand. Xiaomi picked up a mop and entered Su Bai's room. He watched her busy figure, feeling that this life was truly wonderful. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Su Bai snapped back to reality and reached for his phone. Seeing that it was a call from his cousin, Yu Shuang, his expression froze for a moment. He felt a flicker of confusion, wondering why Yu Shuang was calling him. Could something have happened again? Su Bai pondered, rubbing his chin, but he moved the phone slightly away from his ear before answering. As soon as the call connected, Yu Shuang's excited voice came through. Bro, do you know you've become famous now? Su Bei's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze filled with bewilderment and confusion. He scratched his head, utterly baffled, and asked, famous? For what? Yeah, let me tell you, it's like this. Yu Shuang's voice flowed through the receiver as she explained the situation. After a long while, Su Bei hung up the phone with a dawning understanding. Upon learning the reason for his newfound fame, he wore a helpless wry smile. It turned out that a man named Zhang Wei had purchased his jade talisman and survived a ghostly ambush. Then who knew what that guy was thinking? Perhaps he was too awestruck, or maybe he had taken the wrong medicine. He actually spread the real video far and wide. Thus, Su Bei unwittingly found himself in the spotlight. But honestly, he didn't want this kind of attention. As the old saying goes, a man dreads fame as a pig dreads being fat. Once you're famous, more eyes are on you, and troubles multiply. No sooner had Su Bei thought this than his phone suddenly vibrated. And it kept vibrating incessantly, as if infected with a virus. Su Bei raised an eyebrow. The trouble had begun. The phone buzzed relentlessly, grating on his nerves. So he simply muted it and opened a few of the most heavily affected apps. Good heavens. The abnormal app had thousands of private messages. His Weibo account had tens of thousands of private messages. Su Bei skimmed through the abnormal app. Aside from a few trying to curry favor, the remaining supernaturals all acted like nouveau riche, asking if Master Su would sell his jade talismans. As for the Weibo messages, most were from girls. Many sent him photos crying and begging to bear his children. Su Bei wore a stern expression as he critically examined dozens of them. Then, finding them truly an eyesore, he resolutely closed the private messages. Those young ladies were absolutely terrifying. Their words were explicit, their photos were blinding. Judging by the shamelessness of the message contents, Su Bei had no doubt that if he appeared before them, they would devour him alive. That wasn't even the worst part. The most terrifying thing was, you never know. The ones sending you pretty photos online, calling you Appa, vowing to bear your children with sweet, delicate voices, might be scruffy, hairy-legged men in real life. The mere thought sent a shiver down Su Bei's spine. It was even downright horrifying. He quickly shook his head to stop his imagination. If he kept thinking, he'd be traumatized. As for the purchase requests on the abnormal app, he didn't even glance at them. With tens of millions in savings, wasn't being a slacker just too appealing? Absolutely delightful. Su Bei took a sip of the coffee brewed with spiritual water brought by his paper servant, squinting in bliss. The sun blazed high. At the Benhai Anomaly Bureau, in a conference room that could hold over 100 people, a dozen or so individuals sat around the table. The attendees were mainly bureau leaders and team captains. The atmosphere was solemn and quiet, with everyone wearing serious expressions. Yin Fuxing scanned the room and said, as per usual, each captain will report on last night's situation. Captain Xiexiong of Team 1 spoke grimly, we lost 2 brothers. Captain Lian Kai of Team 2 clutched his head in pain, we lost 3. Captain Yang Jing of Team 3 said calmly, we had no casualties. At her words, everyone turned to look at her, their eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and confusion. Even Yin Fuxing, who had been stern-faced, was no exception. A flicker of joy crossed his face. He hadn't expected Yang Jing to bring him such a pleasant surprise. But after a moment's thought, Yin Fuxing sensed something amiss. Team 3's strength was relatively weaker than the others, yet they emerged unscathed. How had Yang Jing managed it? Yin Fuxing was full of doubts. Could it be that he had intervened? Suddenly, Yin Fuxing's gaze sharpened as Su Bei's figure surfaced in his mind. But speculation was just speculation. Yin Fuxing didn't bring it up publicly. Instead, he said with a smile, Captain Yang has given us a great surprise. He cast an approving glance at Yang Jing. Captain Xiexiong and Lian Kai looked at her. Lian Kai said sourly, Captain Yang, your team really stole the show this time. Yang Jing waved her hand with a dry laugh, not at all, not at all. We had the help of an unknown expert. We were just spectators. A wave of understanding passed through the room. Yin Fuxing thought to himself, just as I suspected. Then Yin Fuxing looked at Captain Xiexiong and Lian Kai. Your teams did suffer losses, but sacrifices are inevitable in the fight against demons and monsters. Compared to the last full moon night, you both did well. Yang Jing nodded in agreement. Xiexiong and Lian Kai, however, looked ashamed. Lian Kai sighed. The small losses this time were thanks to the jade talismans, especially the golden light protective talisman. It can save lives in critical moments. Xiexiong added, Director, can we get more talismans? With enough, Benhai would be secure. Our brothers wouldn't have to sacrifice so many. Yang Jing chimed in, the talismans are excellent. They played a huge role in Team 3's 0 casualties. With everyone speaking in turn, their shared experience last night made them all value the talismans highly. Yin Fuxing waved his hand with a wry smile. I'd like to get more too, but the seller isn't selling right now. The others smiled bitterly as well. Now there were too many people on the abnormal app begging to buy talismans. Even if shopkeeper Su were selling, he wouldn't sell much. Given Su's temperament, with such limited quantities, how many could the Anomaly Bureau snatch up? After all, the value of the talismans was now known to all supernaturals. They couldn't just rig the back end again, like last time, could they? Wake up. That would incur public wrath. The key issue was that shopkeeper Sue seemed unwilling to put more talismans up for sale, so everyone wore a troubled frown. Then they all looked at Yin Fuxing. All right, I'll personally go talk to shopkeeper Sue about the talismans, Yin Fuxing said with a wry smile. A glimmer of hope lit up in their eyes. But Yin Fuxing quickly added, don't get your hopes up too high. Their eyes dimmed. Seeing this, Yin Fuxing shook his head, declared the meeting adjourned, and was the first to leave the conference room, returning to his office. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out with a profound look, and couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought of the talismans. He held little hope of buying talismans from Subai. The difficulty was simply too great. Why did Yin Fuxing think this way? Simply because Subai had ignored the hundreds of requests to purchase jade talismans, disregarding the vast wealth that could have been easily obtained. Subai was not someone whose mind could be easily changed by others. This was precisely what troubled Yin Fuxing the most. If it were any other transcendent, he could use authority, moral principles, and strength to pressure them. Then by offering sufficient benefits, the other party would likely compromise. However, when it came to the enigmatic Subai, Yin Fuxing dared not employ such tactics of authority and moral pressure. As always, Subai was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point that in just a few short days, he had transformed from an ordinary person into what seemed to be a fourth-tier transcendent. This rate of advancement was utterly unbelievable, unheard of. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a thing. Even Yin Fuxing, who had witnessed countless strange occurrences, found it too absurd. Unless Subai inherently possessed that level of power, or even surpassed it, and had been a reclusive master and been high for a long time. Yin Fuxing slapped his forehead, trembling with sudden realization. Yes, it must be so. Only this explained why Mr. Su had become a fourth-tier existence in just a few days. He already possessed this strength all along. Master Subai, you truly are too low-key. The master must have been unable to bear the slaughter of residents in the old city by demons on the night of the full moon. That's why he revealed his power beforehand. It was so that after his intervention on the full moon night, the Anomaly Bureau could through clues later deduce that it was you who acted. Thus, they wouldn't waste excessive effort investigating the identity of the one who intervened. Master, your intentions are truly profound. You have done so much for us without us even knowing. You have kept me in the dark so well. After piecing together all the clues, Yin Fuxing was overwhelmed with emotion. Mr. Su was truly magnificent. After a long while, Yin Fuxing calmed his surging emotions, but then he smiled bitterly as another thought struck him. Because this made purchasing the jade talismans a difficult matter. After all, the master doesn't care for money. He is very low-key. His strength is formidable. Such a master would hardly have the leisure to craft jade talismans for you. It's too difficult. A sense of despair crept into Yin Fuxing's heart. However, recalling the disappointed and dejected expressions of his subordinates when the meeting ended, Yin Fuxing's gaze grew resolute. He decided to try regardless of the outcome. What if he succeeded? But he still needed to make some necessary preparations. For instance, he needed to find an appropriate time and have an acquaintance introduce him. With this in mind, Yin Fuxing thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed Yang Jing's number. The phone connected with a beep. Yin Fuxing said in a deep voice, Captain Yang, make preparations. Tomorrow you will accompany me to visit Mr. Su's residence. On the other end of the line, Yang Jing was slightly stunned for a moment before quickly responding with a yes. A new day dawned. The sky was a clear azure. A gentle breeze blew. The breeze rustled the yellowing leaves on the old tree in Su's courtyard, sending them drifting down with the wind. Subai lay on the lawn beneath the old tree, resting with his eyes closed. His expression was serene, his chest rising and falling evenly. The paper figurine Xiaomi stood under the eaves not far away, occasionally glancing at Subai, then looking up at the sky, standing guard in silence. Suddenly, a small white fox peeked in from the main gate. Seeing Subai fast asleep, it stealthily crept out. Nourished by the spiritual water, and after another night of rest, its injuries had nearly healed. It could now walk around, but sudden movements were still prohibited as they might cause a relapse. Therefore, Subai had kept it indoors to recuperate. However, animals are naturally restless by nature, and even as a demon beast with awakened intelligence and knowledge of demonic arts, it couldn't change this instinct. Xiaomi the paper figurine witnessed this scene, but did not intervene as her master had not given her any instructions regarding the little white fox. The little white fox quietly approached Subai, gazing tenderly at the handsome man before her, lost in slumber. She thought to herself, he saved me. What a handsome human. Even in sleep he appears so ethereal. Then the little fox turned its head to look at the open gate, blinked its crystalline eyes, and pondered, should I take this chance to leave? After all, he is a human too. The ancestor said that besides our Fox clan, humans are the most cunning in the world. The ancestor also said that girls must learn to protect themselves outside. What if he saved me with ulterior motives? But this human is really handsome. Chushua doesn't want to leave. Looking at Sue by, the little white fox found it hard to move her legs. Meanwhile, in the sky above the small building, a fully grown second-tier iron feather eagle circled silently. The air currents rushed over its feathers, producing a whooshing sound. Its sharp eyes like a scope locked onto the little white fox on the ground. At the same time, dozens of meters away from the Sioux residence, Yin Fuxing and Yang Jing got out of the car and walked side by side toward the Sioux home. Yin Fuxing suddenly frowned, then abruptly looked up at the sky. He saw a dark shadow accompanied by an eagle's shriek dive down from the sky, like lightning, toward Su Bei's courtyard. Yang Jing saw this a moment later, but paid it no mind, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of her mouth. This iron feather eagle had chosen the wrong path. Instead of hunting the many wild beasts in the suburbs, it had come to provoke Senior Su. Yin Fuxing, however, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the feathered beast would anger Senior Su. He wished to intervene, but they were still dozens of meters from the courtyard, too far to reach in time. At that moment in the courtyard, the previously dazed little white fox heard the eagle's cry. Looking up and seeing the descending iron feather eagle, its fur instantly stood on end. It let out a panicked, urgent squeak. Its limbs pushed off the ground to leap aside. But the sudden exertion strained its unhealed injuries, and upon landing it stumbled. The little white fox cried out in alarm, the shadow of the iron feather eagle growing larger and larger before its eyes. The paper figurine maid also saw the scene. Though she wished to stop the eagle that was attacking her master, being a paper figurine, she was still somewhat sluggish. She was far too late. Meanwhile, the iron feather eagle had already swooped down to a height of 3 to 5 meters above the ground. It abruptly flapped its wings, altered its trajectory, locked onto the little white fox, and extended its sharp, gleaming talons. The gust of air accompanying the eagle's dive had already sent the fallen leaves in the courtyard swirling into the air. Just as the little white fox was about to meet its end, a massive golden fist suddenly struck from the side, slamming into the eagle's ribs. With a muffled thud accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, the iron feather eagle let out a pained shriek, spat blood, and was sent flying horizontally over the gate. Yin Fuxing and Yang Jing heard a whooshing sound. Looking up, they saw the calf-sized iron feather eagle flying towards them, crashing onto the concrete ground before them with a loud thud. It twitched once, and then lay completely still, dead. Yin Fuxing thought for a moment, then said, "Captain Yang, have someone clean up the scene for Mr. Su and transfer the money directly into his account." Yang Jing nodded in surprise at his words, but felt a strange sensation inside. It seemed Director Yan's attitude toward Mr. Su was excessively enthusiastic. Like a sycophant. The little white fox watched as Su Bai sent the iron feather eagle flying with a single punch. At that moment, he was still radiant with golden light, like a divine being. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, which were as dazzling as sapphires. She stared intently at Su Bai, her watery gaze resembling that of a love-struck maiden. Wow, 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 I'm dying. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? He saved me again. The ancestor said that as a fox, I must know gratitude. But how should Chushua express it? She whimpered and chirped, pouring out her emotions in a language humans couldn't understand. Su Bai dispelled the golden light around him. Seeing the little white fox lying still and whimpering, he worried she might be injured. He stepped forward and bent down to pick her up for a closer look. As the little white fox saw Su Bai reaching for her, being a female fox, she was instantly stunned. She thought dazedly, no way. Is he really going to hold me? Then the little fox felt herself leave the ground and land in a warm, broad embrace. Coming to her senses, the little white fox shyly buried her face in Su Bai's chest. Because Su Bai was checking her body. The old injury has been aggravated, but it's not serious. Another day of rest, and you'll be fine. Su Bai checked the injury on the little fox's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stroked the soft white fur on her head, and suddenly said, "Little one, let me give you a name." Hee. The little fox looked up, chirped, nodded, and stared at Su Bai with eager anticipation. Su Bai stroked his chin, frowning in thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked at the little white fox tentatively. "How about Dubai?" The little white fox chirped in disdain and quickly shook her head. Meanwhile, the little fox thought to herself, "No more love. I thought he was handsome, but he's also terrible at naming. I Bai Chushua will never accept such a tasteless name." Su Bai caught the meaning in the little fox's gaze and rubbed his nose awkwardly. After thinking seriously, he said, "You're pure white and petite. How about Xiao Bai?" As soon as he spoke, the little white fox cast a resentful look at him. Su Bai made the final decision. "All right, it's settled. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Bai." The little fox nodded resentfully, turned around, and flicked her fluffy white tail. She thought helplessly, fine, ill reluctantly accepted. Xiao Bai is better than Dubai anyway. Su Bai looked into the distance, pretending to admire the scenery. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Jing and a middle-aged man standing at the courtyard gate with amused and somewhat odd expressions. and it seemed they had been there for a while. Subai knew the two had witnessed what just happened. He said calmly, "Captain Yang, what brings you to my humble abode? And who is this beside you?" Just as Yang Jing was about to speak, Yin Fuxing eagerly interrupted, "Senior Su, I've long admired you. I am Yin Fuxing, a manager at the Anomaly Bureau. I came uninvited today because I have something very important to discuss with you." Yang Jing opened her mouth, slightly feeling increasingly uneasy. Today's director, Yin, was off. Where was his usual steadiness and solemnity? Could he be possessed by some malicious spirit? Yang Jing shook off her chaotic thoughts and said solemnly, "Senior Su, this is our director, Yin." Yin Fuxing said, "Senior, I was too abrupt just now. Please forgive me." Subai nodded slightly. "No harm done. Director, Yin, since you're here to talk, let's sit down and discuss. This way, please." With that, he led the two to a marble table under an old tree and sat down. Yang Jing took the opportunity to glance at the little white fox in Subai's arms. Seeing that Subai had such a pure white and adorable fox, a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. The little white fox, noticing Yang Jing's gaze, turned her head away haughtily. Yang Jing felt a little disappointed. Seeing this, Subai stroked the little fox's head. The little fox squinted her eyes and chirped contentedly. Yang Jing grew even more envious. Subai called out to Xiaomi, who stood motionless under the eaves like a robot. "Xiaomi, serve tea." "Yes, master." Xiaomi replied and went inside. Yang Jing and Yin Fuxing stared blankly at Xiaomi's figure. They had thought it was just a puppet, but it turned out to be alive. Only when Xiaomi came back with tea did the two snap out of it, curiously examining her once more. They exchanged a silent glance, both seeing shock on each other's faces. "Master, honored guests, please have some tea." Xiaomi set down the tea and stepped aside to wait. "Senior Su, who is this?" Subai said nonchalantly, "Xiaomi is a paper figure, a casual creation of mine." Yang Jing regained her composure, having long experienced Subai's abilities. But Yin Fuxing's heart was churning with great waves. He cast a discreet glance at the calm Subai and felt more and more that Subai was unfathomable. He had once seen paper figures being made at Maoshan and was amazed. But compared to this Xiaomi, those were utterly shabby. Yin Fuxing thought for a moment and flattered, "Senior, you're too modest. This is absolutely a masterpiece." Subai smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, and continued stroking the little fox's fur. This made Yin Fuxing very uncomfortable. If the big shot doesn't respond, how can I keep flattering? He gave a dry laugh, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Then, as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened. He threw his head back and down the rest in one gulp. He felt the tea he had just drunk transform into spiritual energy within a few breaths. His cultivation increased, slightly equivalent to several weeks of hard training. A cup of tea with such concentrated spiritual energy. A heavenly treasure. Absolutely a heavenly treasure. Yin Fuxing stared at Subai in awe, his gaze growing fervent. Senior Su truly is a reclusive master. To even use such a precious treasure to entertain us, Senior Su, is truly a kind person. Yin Fuxing said with emotion, "Senior, you've gone to such expense treating us with such a rare treasure." Yang Jing, who hadn't yet drunk her tea, was puzzled by Yin Fuxing's words. Subai waved his hand. "Director, Yin flatters me. It's nothing precious, just ordinary tea." Yin Fuxing, "Impossible. That tea is a spiritual treasure. I drank one cup, and it equaled weeks of bitter cultivation. Senior, are you telling me this isn't a treasure?" Yang Jing finally understood what they were talking about. She picked up her own teacup and downed it in one gulp. Her eyes lit up. "It really is a spiritual treasure." Subai said flatly, "It's not a treasure, just our daily drinking water." Daily drinking water. The two of them twitched at the corners of their mouths. Senior Su, you never cease to amaze. Director, Yin, didn't you just say you had something to discuss with me, eh? Subai cast a meaningful glance at Yin Fuxing. In truth, he already knew Yin Fuxing's purpose. Coming to see him at this hour could only be about the Jade Talisman. This matter had kept Subai in the spotlight. However, Subai had no intention of agreeing easily. Even if the petitioner was the Anomaly Bureau. Once the door was opened with the Bureau leading the way, others would surely grow restless. Wouldn't that mean he'd be pestered daily, becoming a weary tool? So Subai, indifferent to wealth, had no desire to court trouble for mere money. Of course, it wasn't absolute. If someone offered irresistible celestial treasures, negotiation was possible. Meeting Subai's gaze, Yin Fuxing felt his thoughts laid bare. Frankly, this made Yin Fuxing deeply uneasy. He braced himself and said with a wry smile, "Senior Su, upon reflection, my visit was too abrupt. I shall return another day with proper preparations. Senior, I have official duties to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, he cupped his hands to Subai, then turned and walked out, followed by a bewildered Yang Jing. Interesting. Director, Yin is quite self-aware. Knowing I would refuse, he wisely gave up, sparing us both the awkwardness of a direct rejection. Subai watched their retreating figures, stroking his smooth chin as he spoke softly. Meanwhile, he ruffled the head of Xiaobai. The little creature, eyes half-closed, nestled contentedly in Subai's arms, unwilling to stir. Subai chuckled, set the white fox on the ground, and took a sip of tea. Enin. The white fox, finding itself on the floor, snapped its eyes open, then turned to fix Su-bai with a plaintive cry, as if reproaching him. Su-bai smiled, ignoring the fox, and took another sip of tea. Keeping a pet wasn't like raising a daughter, one couldn't hold it all day. Upon hearing this, the white fox's fluffy ears drooped. On the road into the city center. Inside Yin Fuxing's vehicle. Director, Yin, weren't you going to discuss buying the Jade Talisman with Senior Su? Why did you drop it? Yang Jing, utterly confused, turned to Yin Fuxing. Yin Fuxing's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze profound as he explained his reasoning. Captain Yang, Senior Su uses spirit water as his daily drinking supply. Do you think mere money could sway him? Impossible. When one drinks spirit water daily, how could they value such mundane things? So rather than face rejection and squander the first opportunity, it's better to withdraw and return with ample preparation, increasing the chances of success. Having spoken, Yin Fuxing admired his own foresight. What is wisdom personified? Behold Director Yin. He stroked his chin, feeling his intellect had peaked in that moment. Yang Jing nodded in realization, surprised by Yin Fuxing's depth of thought. Yet recalling Su-bai's tone, when mentioning daily drinking water, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Hearing the end, she cast a puzzled glance at Yin Fuxing, wondering if the director had turned into a sycophant. In reality, Yang Jing was overthinking. Unaware of Yang Jing's silent mockery, Yin Fuxing thought she hadn't grasped his meaning. He lifted his chin slightly, his tone profound. Captain Yang, you still haven't understood Senior Su's true intention. Senior Su could have outright rejected us. But he didn't. I believe this is his hint. At this, Yin Fuxing paused, as if savoring the unspoken. Yang Jing winced internally. From her recent interactions with Su-bai, she knew he never hinted. He was always direct. However, Yin Fuxing was her superior, so she played along, a hint director. Yin Fuxing nodded approvingly. If you think carefully, you'll find it. Since Senior Su ignored all buyers on the Anomaly app, why didn't he outright refuse us? Instead, he served us that spiritual item. After leaving his home, I pondered, could the spirit water be his hint? After much thought, I believe it is. He's hinting that to buy the Jade Talisman, dragon coins won't do. Celestial treasures must be offered in exchange. Having spoken at length, Yin Fuxing felt parched. He grabbed a bottle of purified water from the seat pocket, opened it, and took a sip. Was it really so? Yang Jing, bewildered by his speech, found his self-consistent logic strangely compelling. She even began to wonder if Senior Su was indeed hinting. Yin Fuxing, relieved after drinking, shook his head at her dazed expression. Yang Jing snapped back, seeing this, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had been led astray by his reasoning. She knew Su-bai's character wouldn't indulge in hints. Yet following Yin Fuxing's logic, she gradually found herself agreeing with his deduction. Yang Jing looked up at Yin Fuxing, hesitating to speak. In the end, she held her tongue. First, contradicting her superior was like slapping his face. Second, his harmless self-delusion could be indulged. Moreover, one shouldn't be too dogmatic. What if Senior Su truly had hinted? Suddenly, Yin Fuxing turned to Yang Jing, a smile playing on his lips. In fact, Senior Su's behavior holds an even deeper implication. There's more. Yang Jing blurted. Yes. Consider this, Senior Su's Jade Talismans have sparked such frenzy. We recognize their value, others will too. So once word spreads that talismans can be traded for spiritual items, the value of those items will rise, making them harder to collect. Senior Su is subtly urging us to gather spiritual treasures early. Yang Jing followed his train of thought. At first glance, it seemed plausible. Her beautiful eyes widened as she wondered. Could Senior Su truly be hinting at us? Su-bai had no idea that his casual actions had led Director Yan's thoughts astray to such an exaggerated degree. Had he known what Director Yan was thinking, he wouldn't be standing at the front gate of the courtyard right now. He pondered why Yin Fuxing had looked at him with such an expression of gratitude before leaving. After much deliberation, Su-bai still couldn't fathom why Director Yin had acted that way. Unable to find an answer after long contemplation, Su-bai scratched his head and said, how strange. This was our first meeting and I haven't done him any favors. Why would he look at me like that? Muttering to himself, he kept pacing back and forth at the entrance. Suddenly, he slapped his own head, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. Could it be that they guessed it was me because of what happened that night? Yes, that must be it. After all, I did them a huge favor. Having figured it out, a smile curled at the corner of Su-bai's lips. But that smile froze in an instant, for at that moment the system's notification chimed. Ding detected that the host has passed the novice period. System upgrade commencing. Su-bai snapped back to reality, a look of surprise on his face with a vague sense of foreboding. Why was the system upgrading all of a sudden? Ding, system update complete. Please check the details yourself, host. Hearing that the update was finished, Su-bai quickly examined the details, only to wear a bitter expression. First, the check-in frequency remained once daily, unchanged as ever. Second, the system now restricted Su-bai from checking in while staying at home. This point left Su-bai rather speechless. Before the update, he could have checked in from home until the end of time, but now that was no longer possible. Could it be that the system is jealous of me for being more handsome than it, and that's why it's targeting me? Yes, that must be the reason. Subai stroked his smooth chin, shamelessly thinking to himself. Then he continued reading, and his brow involuntarily lifted slightly. From now on, checking in wouldn't be possible just anywhere. Instead, the system would trigger check-in locations based on his real-time situation. Understanding this, Subai's face twisted with bitterness. This was clearly a shift from easy mode to hard mode. But since the outcome was settled, he could only accept it reluctantly. After all, the system, like a wet nurse, had the final say. Just then, Subai heard the system's prompt again. Ding triggered a check-in location, the Earth God Temple in the Old City. Please check in promptly, host. Failure to do so within 24 hours will be considered forfeiting this check-in. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Subai raised an eyebrow. The system was sending warmth his way. If he remembered correctly, the Earth God Temple in the Old City was near his neighborhood. With that thought, Subai took out his phone, opened the map, and set off toward the Earth God Temple. It was only about 2 kilometers from his home, perched on a small hill. At Subai's pace, without hurrying, he arrived in just a few minutes. As soon as he stepped onto the hill where the Earth God Temple was located, he saw lush trees and vibrant greenery spreading before him. It didn't look like a place where evil spirits lurked. However, appearances could be deceiving. At the foot of the hill, Subai caught a faint demonic aura with a hint of musk drifting in the air. Clearly some demon was hiding on this hill. Subai frowned slightly and followed the nearly weed-choked path up the small hill. Soon he reached the top. Looking around, the environment was serene and quiet, with not a single chirp of insects or birds to be heard. A large banyan tree blocked out the sky, allowing only slivers of sunlight to filter through the gaps in its leaves, casting dappled shadows on the carpet of withered leaves. A cool breeze blew beneath the tree, making it feel eerily chilly. An ordinary person might feel a bit unnerved here. But Subai was unaffected. He wondered why the spiritual energy here was much denser than elsewhere at the foot of the hill. Could there be a miniature spiritual energy node here? With that thought, he activated his yin-yang eyes and immediately noticed a steady stream of spiritual energy emanating from the Earth God Temple under the banyan tree. Seeing this, Subai nodded in realization. It was just as he had suspected. The only surprise was that the spiritual energy node was inside the Earth God Temple itself. No wonder the temple, though dilapidated, seemed to exude a certain vitality. Subai stepped forward on the thick layer of fallen leaves. When he was about 5 meters away, the system's prompt sounded. Ding detected a check-in location, Earth God Temple. Would you like to check in? Subai raised an eyebrow and said, check in. Ding, check-in successful. Host has gained 10 lifespan. Would you like to claim it? Hearing this reward, Subai's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected to gain 10 years of life. When it came to lifespan, even Subai couldn't remain calm. Although it was only 10 years, not 100,000, 10,000, or 100 million years, which left him slightly dissatisfied. Nevertheless, from this check-in reward, Subai saw the possibility of achieving immortality through check-ins. Immortality. Who doesn't want immortality? Even someone as laid back as Subai yearned for it endlessly. Suddenly, Subai found a purpose in life. That purpose was immortality. Human life is but a fleeting century. Since the system had given him a chance at immortality, he should seize it. Immortals and gods can live forever. Why can't I, Subai, do the same? Thinking this, Subai's eyes grew brighter, but unlike before, a new element had appeared in his gaze. That was ambition. Ambition for immortality. Subai's gaze was more resolute than ever, and he silently muttered to himself, claim. Then Subai felt as if his soul had been dabbed with mint oil, buoyant, cool, and blissful. Unfortunately, this sensation lasted only a brief moment. Yet that ethereal feeling of being able to sense his lifespan increasing bit by bit was utterly exquisite. This only strengthened Subai's resolve to pursue immortality. With the check-in complete, he had no desire to linger and turned to descend the hill. But halfway down, he heard a rustling sound from the grass by the roadside. Then a creature wearing a tattered straw hat and ragged clothes emerged from the bushes, staring at him intently, cupping its hands in a salute. Then in a shrill, strange tone, it asked him, young man, do I look like a deity to you? A weasel seeking a title? Subai raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. He never expected to encounter a weasel asking him for a title just by stepping out to sign in. He then looked at the weasel, which was clasping its paws and bowing respectfully with great interest. From its aura, it was a pinnacle second-tier weasel. However, apart from that, there was nothing noteworthy. Since it was his first encounter with the legendary weasel asking for a title, Subai felt a mix of surprise and excitement. After all, he had only heard of such strange tales before. Now experiencing it firsthand was a completely different feeling. But was this weasel too oblivious? To ask for a title from someone like him, an extraordinary being. Was it not taking him seriously enough? Thinking of this, Subai felt inexplicably insulted. It was truly more annoying than harmful. Moreover, this weasel was far too greedy, asking a mere human for divine ascension. How could a mere 100-year-old practitioner like him grant divine status? Bestowing a title of divinity was something only the legendary Celestial Emperor had the authority to do. Subai knew that if he truly granted it, it would be an act against the heavens, and he would bear immense repercussions. Was the Celestial Emperor's karma so easily entangled? One would likely suffer divine retribution right after the request was made. After all, in a world where demons and monsters existed, it was certainly possible for gods to reside in the 33 heavens. One must remember there are deities just 3 feet above one's head. You may choose not to believe it, but one should respect and keep their distance from the divine. Reckless provocation invites retribution. This weasel had ill intentions. Besides, I damn well want to become a deity myself. And yet a mere weasel dares to ask me for a title. It was truly unaware of its own mortality. With this thought, Subai curled his lips into a cold smile. If this weasel was merely acting out of greed, a small punishment would suffice to let this matter pass. But if it was responsible for taking lives, then today Subai would have to slay the demon. With this in mind, Subai's gaze sharpened as he activated his yin-yang eye, looking at the weasel. He then saw that the weasel was enveloped in a black aura of resentment. Furthermore, judging by the color of the aura, this weasel had harmed more than one life. It seemed that after failing to obtain a title, this weasel had killed those responsible for its failure. Realizing this, Subai's gaze instantly grew sharp. Since this weasel bore the weight of lives, this matter could not be resolved lightly. Otherwise, how many more would die by its hands in the future? After asking for the title, the weasel noticed Subai's prolonged silence and grew impatient, a hint of menace hiding in its pupils. Suppressing its impatience, the weasel spoke again. "Young man, do I look like a deity to you?" After saying this, it fixed its eerie gaze upon Subai, its expression slightly twisted. It clearly conveyed a message: answer poorly, and you'll face consequences. Observing this, Subai smirked coldly and mockingly replied, "I see you as a pile of dung." As he spoke, Subai's face revealed a look of disdain, as if he truly saw a pile of dung before him. Upon hearing Subai's words, the weasel's previously upright form shrank back, reverting to all fours, as if it had been forced back to its original shape. "Human, you dare ruin my cultivation. I will have you dead." The weasel's eyes turned cold, filled with rage. Since its cultivation began, although it had failed to obtain titles a few times, and had been compared to a dog, or even called a fart, it had never endured such a humiliating insult. This human must die. With this thought, a sinister aura erupted from the weasel, causing the straw hat atop its head and the tattered clothes it wore to explode instantly, revealing its true form. Its true form was much larger than an adult wolf dog. The weasel exerted its limbs and leapt fiercely, instantly transforming into a yellow shadow rushing towards Subai. Whoosh! A gust of demonic wind rushed towards Subai. He frowned at the foul odor. Seeing the weasel pounce, he smirked, forming hand seals, and shouted angrily, "You audacious demon, how dare a mere second-tier creature be so brazen before me? Today I shall make you turn to ashes." Heaven and earth's profound principles, the root of all energies. After countless epochs of cultivation, I shall attain my divine powers. In the realms of existence, only the Tao is supreme. With golden light enveloping my body. Golden light spell, beast die for me. The golden light instantly covered him, and he suddenly raised his hand, striking a punch forward. Boom! With the punch unleashed, the wind surged, stirring up countless fallen leaves. The weasel witnessed this, changed the coldness in its eyes, instantly transforming into terror. It had never expected that this seemingly harmless human was actually an extraordinary being whose depth it could not fathom. The weasel wanted to cry, but had no tears, cursing, "Damn it, if you were an extraordinary being, why didn't you say so earlier? Acting like a pig to eat a tiger, what kind of heart do you have? Is there no martial virtue left? Or was this human from that peculiar bureau fishing for lawbreakers?" In an instant, the weasel thought of many things and angrily cursed Subai. But coming to its senses, staring at the massive golden fist growing larger, the weasel's pupils contracted to a point. It wanted to turn and escape, but found itself unable to move, as if locked in place. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the weasel screamed as it was hurled backward at an even greater speed. It crashed into a large rock by the roadside, and its body sank halfway into it. With a crack, the boulder, which was half a person high and too large for several people to lift, shattered. At the same time, the weasel fell to the ground, trembling, blood pouring from its head. In a daze, the weasel hazily saw Subai bathed in golden light approaching it, struggling to stand up. But after standing, it immediately fell over as if drunken. Looking at the human who had approached, the weasel's eyes filled with despair. However, it also had a means to escape. It just required abandoning its physical form. As a weasel, its physical form was fundamental. It didn't want to give it up unless absolutely necessary. But now at the brink of life and death, the weasel didn't care about that anymore, prioritizing survival. If it lost its physical form, it could find a small weasel to possess later. After cultivating to success, it could return to take revenge on this human. With this thought, the weasel glared venomously at Su Bai and abruptly shut its eyes. Immediately, a cloud of black mist emerged from its body, swirling above its head. Then a weasel-shaped soul body drilled out from its forehead, flying into the black mist which enveloped its soul and rushed into the forest. Thinking of escaping? No way. Su Bai sneered, raising his hand to unleash a 5-thunder spell. As the lightning struck the weasel's soul that was about to vanish into the bushes, a shrill scream erupted, and the weasel's soul was obliterated by the lightning. Want to become a deity? You are not in control. Dispersing your soul is your best fate. Su Bai smiled faintly and then turned to descend the mountain. A few minutes later, he arrived at his doorstep. Su Bai was about to enter when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw it was Aunt Chun from the neighborhood committee. What did she want with him? Could she be trying to set him up again? Su Bai thought as he looked at the approaching figure. Aunt Chun had a penchant for matchmaking, and Su Bai himself had been roped into several introductions. None of them had worked out, though. The quality of the matches wasn't exactly high, and how could a stunningly handsome man like Su Bai settle for less? The key issue was that each one lacked both looks and substance, yet made endless demands and had a fussy personality. One of them even tried to make him a fallback. To be honest, Su Bai felt like taking a detour whenever he saw Aunt Chun now. His previous blind dates had truly traumatized him. Still, Aunt Chun was a kind-hearted and warm person who had indeed helped many single folks in the neighborhood find their match. Su Bai said flatly, "Aunt Chun, you're not here to set me up again, are you?" Aunt Chun, a bit overweight and slightly out of breath, walked up to Su Bai and shook her head. "Xiao Su, your standards are too high. I don't dare introduce anyone to you anymore. Because of you, I've had to apologize to the women several times. This time it's about my son's wedding. I thought since you're not getting any younger and there will be many young women at the banquet, I'd bring you an invitation. Maybe you'll find someone you like." With that, she took a festive wedding invitation from her bag and handed it to Su Bai with both hands and a smile. Then she said, "My son is getting married the day after tomorrow. You must come, Xiao Su. I have to go now. Oh, I still have other neighbors to deliver to." Su Bai took the invitation with a hint of resignation and agreed with a smile that he would definitely attend, though a flicker of awkwardness crossed his eyes. Aunt Chun was true to form. No matter the occasion, she had to bring up matchmaking. After she left, Su Bai's smile faded, and his gaze turned deep and contemplative. Indeed, from the first glance, Su Bai sensed something off about Aunt Chun. Logically, with a happy event approaching in her family, her fortune should have been favorable. But Su Bai noticed a dark aura between her brows and a faint presence of yin energy clinging to her. In fact, after his flute performance that night, there should have been no ghostly activity in the neighborhood. Yet Aunt Chun had somehow attracted it, and it seemed to have been going on for several days. Clearly, she had picked it up from outside. Given the level of yin energy on Aunt Chun, it was likely that her entire family was afflicted as well. As for the source of the yin energy, Su Bai couldn't be certain for now. But one thing was sure: if no one intervened, the wedding of Aunt Chun's son the day after tomorrow might turn into a funeral. He'll take care of this. Let's see what evil spirit is causing trouble. Su Bai looked at the wedding invitation in his hand, a cold glint flashing in his starry eyes. He couldn't stand by and watch Aunt Chun's family come to harm. After all, they were neighbors, and he should help when he could. But there were still 2 days until the wedding, so there was no rush. He could simply wait and see. With that thought, Su Bai stepped into his home. As soon as he entered, a white blur pounced on him. He reached out and caught it, holding it in his arms. Looking down, it was the adorable little fox spirit Xiao Bai. The little white fox nuzzled against Su Bai's chest, then looked up with wide, slightly reproachful eyes and let out a few soft whines. It seemed to say, "Where did you, my caretaker, just go?" Su Bai said nothing, but responded by stroking Xiao Bai's head. The little fox shook its head slightly, as if deliberately resisting. But soon it squinted its eyes and lay still in Su Bai's arms. His large hand seemed to possess some magical power. Under his touch, the little fox was calm and quiet, all its reproach gone. Su Bai carried Xiao Bai to the marble table in the courtyard and sat down. Soon the maid Xiao Mi brought over a cup of tea. "Master, please have some tea," Xiao Mi said, placing the spirit tea before Su Bai with a slight bow. Su Bai nodded, picked up the cup, took a sip, and closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of spiritual energy flowing through his body. It was like being in an ice cave on a scorching summer day, a truly refreshing and exhilarating feeling. After a long moment, Su Bai opened his eyes, suddenly understanding a question that had puzzled him as an ordinary person. That question was, why could most cultivators spend decades in the deep mountains and forests? Through his experiences these past few days, Su Bai realized the answer: cultivation was simply too enjoyable. With that in mind, was there any choice to make? Of course, one should keep cultivating and keep enjoying it. Meanwhile, Su Lu was feeling quite miserable these days, sitting alone at a bar counter drinking by himself. Ever since his younger brother Su Chao was killed, he had become a laughingstock in his social circle, mocked for the Su family's inability to protect their own. Now everyone knew that the Su family had been trampled by a young man named Su Bai, and they had not retaliated. This made Su Lu unable to hold his head up among his friends. Su Lu had begged his father Su Changxing to take revenge on Su Bai to restore the family's honor and avenge his brother Su Chao. But his father had flatly refused. He said it wasn't the right time for revenge, and that if they confronted Su Bai now, the Su family might not be able to handle it. He told Su Lu to be patient. Su Lu was furious, feeling that his father had changed, allowing the family to be humiliated and him to be ridiculed. With friends mocking him and his father giving up, Su Lu felt as if he had lost everything. He could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. After a while, Su Lu felt the urge to urinate and stumbled to the restroom. After relieving himself, he lowered his head to wash his hands. He didn't notice a strange black shadow in the mirror drifting out and entering his body. Then Su Lu looked up at his reflection in the mirror, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of him. Everything is because of him. Su Lu will restore the family's honor. I will avenge my younger brother." With that, Su Lu strode out of the restroom with a steady gait, as if sobered up, ready to seek revenge. After Su Lu left, two blurry figures, one tall and one short, appeared in the mirror. The shorter figure said, "He won't be able to cause any harm to that Su Bai." The taller one replied, "He's just a pawn. His father Su Changxing is too patient, so we had to resort to some tricks. We're still short-handed. Otherwise we wouldn't need to use Su Changxing." The shorter figure nodded and said, "Su Changxing might not be enough either. We have an outer disciple in Benhai. Let him cooperate with Su Changxing. That works. With the two of them working together, we should be able to probe more of Su Bai's background." The taller figure said, "That Su Bai is indeed mysterious. I can't see through him. He just appeared out of nowhere. There might be an old monster behind him." The shorter one said gravely, "Yes, it's too suspicious. Otherwise we would have acted directly. I hope we can capture that kid. The ancestor's lifespan is running out. You're right. We need to hurry. Progress has been slow these years, and the sect is very dissatisfied with us. This kid Su Bai has excellent talent. He's a perfect vessel. If we can capture him, we can silence those people." The two shadowy figures exchanged a sinister glance and then vanished into the mirror as if they had never been there. Su Bai was unaware that he had caught someone's attention. At this moment, he was lounging comfortably under the shade of a tree, stroking the soft snow-white fur of a little white fox. He had once heard people say that petting cats could become addictive, and though he had doubted it, then now he believed it. The little white fox's silky smooth fur made it hard for him to put it down. The fox seemed to enjoy his touch, closing its eyes and lying on Su Bai's lap, occasionally flicking its tail lightly. At times he would take a sip of tea brewed with the spiritual spring water from his cave heaven. At other times, he would reach out and stroke the little white fox. Su Bai's life was truly one of leisure. After a long while, Su Bai took another sip of tea, but then frowned slightly. He muttered to himself, "This ordinary tea leaves simply cannot match the spiritual spring water of the cave heaven." Indeed, what Yin Fuxing considered precious spiritual tea, Su Bai found only mediocre. Especially after drinking so much, ordinary tea leaves could no longer satisfy his refined palate. Su Bai pondered whether he should plant a tea garden in the cave heaven. After careful thought, he deemed it highly feasible. Not only that, but he should also find some spiritual plants to grow there. If only there were heavenly treasures and earthly wonders in the cave heaven. Unfortunately, the system refused to let him take advantage, offering nothing but dense spiritual energy amidst ordinary plants and animals. Perhaps after a few decades or centuries, the ordinary creatures in the cave heaven would evolve into spiritual beings. But that would take far too long. To leave them untouched would be a terrible waste. As for the source of spiritual plants, Su Bai was not worried. The world had undergone 3 years of spiritual energy resurgence, so there might not be many heavenly treasures left on the surface. However, within secret realms and forbidden lands there were bound to be some treasures. Moreover, ancient families and sects with deep foundations certainly possessed many valuable items. Of course, it all depended on whether he could offer them something enticing enough to trade. Otherwise, he would get nothing from them. But nothing was absolute. The Anomaly Bureau, as an official entity, made for an excellent trading partner. After all, the Anomaly Bureau, being an official organization, likely held many valuable items. And given that they were already indebted to him, there should be few obstacles. Su Bai believed that if he put out the word trading, would be easily accomplished given Yin Fuxing's previous enthusiasm for jade talismans. However, he felt he should not appear too eager. By playing hard to get at first, negotiations would go more smoothly later. He imagined that Director Yin, eager to buy jade talismans, would be quite pleased in the end. Having made up his mind, Su Bai set aside his thoughts and resumed stroking the little white fox. Just then his phone chimed with a notification. Ding, your Longwa bank account 5288 has received a transfer of 3000 yuan. Hearing this alert, Su Bai was puzzled, wondering how money had inexplicably arrived. But after seeing a message from Yang Jing on WeChat, he realized it was the unexpected windfall from the iron-feathered eagle. He was somewhat surprised that Yan Fuxing had handled matters so properly. Still, Su Bai merely found the man interesting. At that moment, the roar of a sports car echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the neighborhood. Even inside his home, Su Bai could hear the grating, thunderous noise. Frowning, Su Bai stood up, put down the little white fox, and walked toward the door. As the roar of the sports car drew nearer, his heart suddenly gave an inexplicable jolt. His intuition told him that the car spelled trouble. The little white fox opened its eyes, casting a resentful glance at Su Bai, then jumped onto his seat, curled up, and closed its eyes again. Su Bai stepped outside and was startled to see a silver convertible sports car barreling straight toward his courtyard. To his slight surprise, the driver was someone he did not recognize, though he looked vaguely familiar. At this moment, Su Le's face was twisted with madness. Especially when he saw Su Bai at the doorway, his expression grew even more ferocious. Seeing this, Su Bai's face darkened. This man was actually driving straight into his home. He could easily dodge, but his small courtyard would not survive. The man seemed intent on either killing him or at the very least ruining his property. Su Bai then noticed. Su Lu grinned coldly, grabbed a machine gun from the passenger seat, vaulted out of the sports car, and rolled onto the ground. The sports car continued its charge towards Su Bai. His expression icy, Su Bai's body gleamed with golden light as he dashed forward and kicked the speeding car into the air. The car traced a high arc, crashed to the ground with a plume of smoke, and then exploded with a thunderous roar. Flames shot skyward, thick smoke billowed, and alarms blared. Meanwhile, Su Lu had scrambled to his feet. With a crazed look, he aimed the machine gun at Su Bai and opened fire. Rat-a-tat. Flames spat from the barrel. A hail of metal poured forth. Su Bai watched the torrent of bullets with a disdainful curl of his lips. This man who had attacked him for no reason had no idea what he was capable of. Then an even more dazzling golden light radiated from his body. Ping ping. The bullets struck his protective golden aura, producing a dense symphony of metallic clashes. The ground was littered with flattened bullet casings. Su Bai let the bullets rain upon him as he walked steadily towards Su Lu. Why didn't he dodge? Naturally, it was for the sake of his home. If he dodged, his house would be riddled with holes like a sieve. The neighborhood residents, drawn by the commotion, poked their heads out and were horrified by the scene. Especially when they saw Su Bai bathed in golden light, they thought he was a celestial being. Someone called the police. The little white fox, hearing the noise, stuck its head out the door, took one look, and yawned in boredom. The little fox had developed a blind faith in its master's abilities. Su Lu, watching Su Bai advance through the hail of bullets, froze in shock. He knew Su Bai was someone his father feared, but he never imagined Su Bai was this formidable. Even his own father wasn't powerful enough to withstand bullets heated. Realizing Su Bai's monstrous prowess, Su Lu began to panic. Just then his ammunition ran out. As Su Bai approached, Su Lu wanted to drop the machine gun and flee. Kill him! Kill him! A sudden, irresistible urge surged within him, possessing a strange magical power that instantly overwhelmed his reason. Bulletproof. I don't believe you can survive an explosion. Su Lu laughed hideously, then tore open his shirt to reveal a timed bomb strapped to his body. He pressed the switch with a cold smirk, and a 5-second countdown began. Then he lunged at Su Bai. The residents, seeing the bomb, screamed in terror. Su Bai frowned slightly, then stepped forward instead of back, rushing to Su Lu and kicking him with all his might onto an empty patch of ground several meters away. Then, a deafening explosion. Su Lu was blown apart, flesh and blood scattered, consumed by flames. The shockwave spread, shattering windows all around with a cacophony of breaking glass. A charred smell hung in the air. Su Bai frowned slightly and let out a small sigh of relief. But there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was clouded with gloom. In that fleeting struggle, Su Bai had sensed a strange ephemeral force. He speculated that the man had been under some kind of control. But who had controlled him, and what was their purpose? Who was controlling the other party, and what was their purpose? Su Bai furrowed his brow in deep contemplation for a long while, yet he could not fathom any conclusion. For he could not recall having provoked any enemy that shared the same eerie power that had controlled Su Chao. With a soft exhale, Su Bai relaxed his brow slightly, parting his lips to release a breath of turbid air as he retracted the golden radiance from his body. Unable to figure it out, he simply ceased to dwell on it, regardless of who was behind it or what their intentions were. As long as he was strong enough in the face of absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies were but paper tigers. Just then the little white fox leaped out, hopping lightly to Su Bai's feet, whimpering affectionately as it rubbed against his leg. Snapping back to reality, Su Bai curled his lips into a handsome smile, picked up the little white fox, and held it close to his chest. With a calm expression, he began to stroke its fur. The little white fox responded with soft whimpers. Meanwhile, after Su Bai had retracted the golden light, all the onlookers who had been watching in astonishment gaped wide, their faces filled with shock. That golden divine being is actually Xiao Su. This is too unbelievable. I saw an extraordinary person online who looked a lot like Xiao Su, and I thought it was just a resemblance. I never imagined it was really him. Holy shit. The golden divine being is Su Bai. When did he become an extraordinary? He was so damn cool just now. Now our neighborhood has an extraordinary too. It'll be much safer from now on. I bet our property prices will go up. I heard Xiao Su is still single. I have a distant niece who's quite a looker. I should introduce her to Xiao Su someday. Having discovered that the golden divine being was Su Bai, the elderly men and women once recovered from their days began to chatter among themselves. With his keen senses, Su Bai overheard the neighbors' gossip and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seemed that from now on a low profile would no longer be an option. Thinking of this, Su Bai felt a deep displeasure toward the person who had shattered into pieces after inexplicably attacking him. However, since things had come to this, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept reality. Leaving the neighbors to their discussions, Su Bai stood at the door, holding the little white fox, waiting for the constables or the personnel from the Anomaly Bureau to arrive. After all, with such a major incident involving thermal weapons and an extraordinary, they would certainly come. 10 minutes later, a law enforcement vehicle came to a stop. Behind it followed a fire truck. Captain Wang DePeo stepped out of the car. Seeing the machine gun on the ground, the countless shell casings and flattened bullets, and then glancing at the small crater left by Su's explosion, he gaped in shock. Holy shit, was there a war here? Then casting a look of awe towards Su Bai, he nodded silently, without saying a word. For based on the short videos reported by the residents, the young man before him, calmly holding a little fox, was an extraordinary figure capable of withstanding bullets with his bare body. This was beyond his jurisdiction. Wang DePeo was merely here to clean up the mess. He collected the machine gun, directed others to gather the scattered remains, and then left. The fire truck extinguished the flames, washed the ground clean, sprayed disinfectant, and departed. Not long after, Yang Jing from the Anomaly Bureau arrived. She then inquired about the situation with Su Bai and quickly realized that the Bureau had no authority over this matter. After all, as long as personal grudges among extraordinary beings did not involve ordinary people, the Bureau would not intervene. However, Yang Jing still cautioned, "Senior, beware of Su Changsheng. Now that his own son is dead, he will not let this go easily." So that guy was Su Changsheng's son. No wonder he seemed vaguely familiar. In that case, it was only right for him to come seeking revenge, and it was only right for me to kill him. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and spoke indifferently. Yang Jing was momentarily startled by his words. Such a domineering statement, yet delivered in such a calm tone. She gazed at Su Bai, a flicker of indescribable admiration in her eyes. Soon after, Yang Jing took her leave. Watching her depart, Su Bai carried the little white fox and entered his home. At the Su Manor, Su Changsheng stood calmly before a wide desk, his brush gliding with poised ease across a sheet of pristine, smooth rice paper. Suddenly, an inexplicable unease rose in Su Changsheng's heart, causing his hand to tremble. The smooth strokes of his brush instantly went awry, splattering ink all over the paper. What had been a fine piece of calligraphy was now reduced to a chaotic mess. Su Changsheng dropped the brush and paced restlessly back and forth before the desk, as if trying to steady his disturbed mind through this motion. Just then a knock came at the study door. The knock was not loud, but it was urgent. Su Changsheng, already unsettled and vaguely apprehensive, felt his heart skip a beat at the urgent knocking. In an instant, a host of grim possibilities flashed through his mind. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Enter." The door creaked open. In came old Fu, who had already regained consciousness. The moment he entered, he cried out in a trembling voice, "Master, something terrible has happened to young Master Su Lo." Su Changsheng's face changed color instantly, his unease reaching its peak. He gripped old Fu's thin arm tightly and demanded, "What? Lear is in trouble. What happened? Speak quickly." But Su Changsheng did not realize how hard he was gripping old Fu's arm had already turned bruised. Enduring the pain, old Fu sobbed, "Young Master Su Lo is dead. Lear is dead." The news of his son's death stunned Su Changsheng. He released old Fu and staggered back a few steps, powerless. After gathering himself, Su Changsheng did not erupt in rage. Instead, his face grew eerily calm as he asked hoarsely, "Who did it?" "That brat Su Bai." Old Fu spat out the name with venom and hatred, pulling out his phone to open a video and handing it to Su Changsheng. Hearing Su Bai's name, Su Changsheng's face twisted with fury. He took the phone and watched the footage of his son Su Le's death. Su Changsheng closed his eyes in anguish, the corners of his eyes moistening. His body trembled uncontrollably as if racked with immense pain. Especially when he saw his son blown to pieces. In the end, Su Changsheng's heart felt as if it were being sliced open. Few sorrows in the world are more profound than a gray-haired parent burying a child. At this moment, Su Changxing deeply felt that agony. Pain fueled a towering rage that ignited from the depths of his heart. Su Changxing suddenly opened his eyes, his face contorted with fury as he roared, "Su Bai, you little bastard. I will never let this end." Su Changxing suddenly opened his eyes, his face contorted with fury as he roared, "Su Bai, you little bastard. I will never let this end." Su Changxing was furious beyond measure. After roaring those words, he began smashing the objects placed in his study. At this moment, all composure, forbearance, calmness, and strategic thinking were utterly cast aside by Su Changxing. The only thought in Su Changxing's mind was to kill Su Bai and avenge his son. After a long while panting heavily with bloodshot eyes, Su Changxing stopped and waved a trembling old Fu away, signaling that he could leave. Old Fu retreated dejectedly, closing the door behind him. Su Changxing took a few steps and slumped onto a stool. His face had already regained its composure. If not for his bloodshot eyes, it would be hard to believe he had just experienced a terrifying rage. Was he indifferent? Of course not. It was that grief beyond measure leads to a dead heart. Su Changxing wished he could grind Su Bai's bones to dust. But Su Changxing knew that was unrealistic. Along with the superhuman warriors from the Biological Research Institute, he was no match for Su Bai. "I need allies," Su Changxing murmured to himself after a long silence. He fell into deep thought, pondering who could be his ally. After much deliberation, a figure surfaced in Su Changxing's mind, Zhong Hanxing. Thinking of Zhong Hanxing, a trace of regret emerged in Su Changxing's eyes. He then laughed bitterly. "I shouldn't have thought of using you. If I had joined forces with you back then to eliminate that little bastard Su Bai, Lear would never have ended up torn to pieces." At this point, Su Changxing's face was full of remorse. He slapped his thigh and sobbed, "Regret is too late. Lear, it's all my fault, all my fault." In truth, Su Changxing had a thought he dared not voice aloud. A few minutes later, he composed himself, his face calm, as he took out his phone and dialed Zhong Hanxing's number. After a moment, the call connected. Su Changxing said somberly, "Daoist Zhong, I think we should have an honest talk about how to kill that Su Bai kid. I've heard about the deaths of young masters Su Chao and Su Lo. My condolences. Let's set aside our past grievances and join forces to kill Su Bai." Su Changxing's brow relaxed upon hearing this. Suppressing his excitement, he said calmly, "Daoist, let's work together happily." Then the two discussed the timing of their action. After a long while, Su Changxing hung up and tossed the phone aside. He stroked his chin, his eyes shifting, a hint of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Zhong Hanxing to agree so readily. Honestly, Su Changxing found it hard to believe. Could there be ulterior motives? After a moment of contemplation, Su Changxing shook his head and dismissed the thought. No matter what schemes Zhong Hanxing harbored, as long as he could join forces to kill Su by even being used was acceptable. In the old city district, an abandoned house. Zhong Hanxing, clad in a black robe, put away his phone with indifference. Then a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Su Changxing, your day has come. The taste of a gray-haired parent burying their child must be exquisite. Ha ha. After a moment, Zhong Hanxing muttered in confusion, "I wonder what the two elders intend by having me cooperate with Su Changxing. If not for orders from above, even if Su Changxing knelt and begged, I wouldn't lift a finger." Finally, Zhong Hanxing looked up at the darkening sky and let out a sinister laugh. Su Bai this time, with Su Changxing and me joining forces, will surely tear out your soul and refine your spirit. As Zhong Hanxing's eerie laughter echoed, the snakes and rats hiding in the shadows trembled in fear. Night fell. The neon lights still shone brilliantly, yet the streets were nearly empty. Yu Shuang emerged from the library, twisting her slightly stiff neck. Looking up at the dim sky, a faint trace of fear flickered in her clear eyes. Despite the bright lights on campus, Yu Shuang couldn't feel much safer. She touched the amulet hanging around her neck, her heart calming a little, and walked toward her dormitory. Yu Shuang's pace was quick. Soon she reached a dimly lit area which instinctively made her speed up. She hated such poorly lit places. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. Looking up, she saw what appeared to be a creature with a human body and a dog's head in a tree. Yu Shuang's pupils contracted sharply. She wanted to scream in terror, but then felt a sharp pain in her neck and collapsed to the ground. Behind her stood a monster with a human body and a cat's head. Clearly it had knocked her out. The cat-head monster waved at the tree and a dog-headed humanoid jumped down. The cat-head figure took out a cloth and stuffed it into Yu Shuang's mouth. Then, producing a rope, he tossed it to the dog-headed man. "Tie her up, but be gentle, or you'll trigger the amulet on her." The dog-headed man nodded. The two carefully bound Yu Shuang, then carried her into the darkness. The night grew deeper. Su Bai was about to rest when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw an unknown number. He was about to hang up, but on a whim he answered. Before Su Bai could speak, a voice came through the receiver. "Kid, if you want to save your cousin, come to the Su Manor. Otherwise, be ready to collect her corpse." Su Bei's face darkened at this, but he didn't lose his temper. He held his composure and listened further. Then he heard Yu Shuang's voice. Cousin, save me. There are so many monsters here, it's terrifying. Su Bai was about to say something comforting when the line went dead. The other party had hung up. Su Manor. Su Changxing. Su Bei's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the answer. Thinking this, his expression turned grim, a cold glint in his eyes. He said icily, Su Changxing, you're asking for death. Su Bai was about to say something comforting when the line went dead. The other party had hung up. Su Manor. Su Changxing. Su Bei's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the answer. Thinking this, his expression turned grim, a cold glint in his eyes. He said icily, Su Changxing, you're asking for death. Su Bai was about to say something comforting when the line went dead. The other party had hung up. Su Manor. Su Changxing. Su Bei's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the answer. Thinking this, his expression turned grim, a cold glint in his eyes. He said icily, Su Changxing, you're asking for death. After Su Lu failed in his midday assassination and was utterly crushed, Su Bai knew that it would invite retaliation from his father Su Changxing. He was not concerned about the anticipated revenge, or in fact he welcomed it. After all, it's best to leave an annoying mosquito alone, but once provoked one must swat it dead. However, he never expected the head of the Su family to act so shamelessly. They had actually kidnapped Yu Shuang, an ordinary person, to threaten him. Su Bai did not know who had given Su Changxing the audacity to challenge him, but regardless, Su Changxing was doomed tonight. He was not worried about Yu Shuang's safety. Firstly, she had a protective charm, and secondly, as long as he had not yet arrived, she would be safe for the time being. After all, Su Changxing's ultimate goal was still him. Thinking this, Su Bai grimly grabbed his car keys, went out, got into the car, inserted the key, and turned it only to find that the car wouldn't start. This lousy car chose the worst moment to fail. Su Bai cursed inwardly, his face dark. He got out, left the yard, stood at the gate, and frowned, wondering if he should ask the Anomaly Bureau for a small favor. Just then the sound of a car in the distance interrupted his thoughts and caught his attention. Turning around, he saw a bus with the license plate GJ 51545 emerging from the darkness. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Buses weren't running at this hour, were they? Could this be a supernatural bus? Thinking this, a strange glint flashed in Su Bei's eyes as he scrutinized the approaching bus. Then a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It was indeed a supernatural bus. And if he remembered correctly, the bus with license plate GJ 51545 was the one that had crashed off a cliff 5 years ago. He seemed to recall seeing recent news about someone who had disappeared after boarding this bus. He never expected to encounter it right at his doorstep today. It seemed fate wanted him to destroy these specters. Su Bai suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been troubled by not having a car to use. This ghost bus was the perfect vehicle. With this thought, Su Bai quickly walked to the roadside and made a gesture to hail the bus. The bus driver was a bald, middle-aged man. Seeing Su Bai hailing the bus from afar, a glint of fervor flickered in his cold eyes. He turned to the specters in the seats, their eyes gleaming with greed, and sneered, "Restrain yourselves. Don't scare him off." The specters nodded, concealing their eerie expressions and pretending to be normal. The ghost driver nodded in satisfaction. Soon the screech of brakes sounded, and the bus stopped steadily in front of Su Bai. The door swung open. As it opened, Su Bai felt a gust of chilling, sinister wind rush toward him. "Handsome, this is the last bus. Get on quickly, don't hold everyone up." The bald driver eyed Su Bai gloomily, licking his lips as he urged. Su Bai boarded the bus without changing his expression, and the door slammed shut with a bang. The bus started moving, accelerating swiftly yet smoothly. Su Bai could barely feel any vibration from the vehicle. Ding! A sign-in location has been triggered. Do you wish to sign in? Just then the system's prompt sounded. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and thought, sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Received sword control art, a set of flying swords. Do you wish to claim? Sword control art. Flying swords. Upon hearing this reward, Su Bei's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of excitement. Then Su Bai couldn't help but wonder he had obtained the sword control art and flying swords while riding the bus. Could it be that the sign-in rewards were related to what he was doing? Ding! Do you wish to claim? The reward will expire if not claimed in time. Hearing this, Su Bai quickly said claim. Instantly, Su Bai felt a jolt to his spirit. A stream of obscure information suddenly surged into his mind, and in an instant he mastered the sword control art. Then he felt a tremor in his Z mansion, and a flying sword that resonated with his mind materialized within it. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Su Bai began to survey the inside of the bus. Looking around, the bus was filled with specters. Aside from the ghost driver, who was at the 3rd tier of the transcendent realm, the rest were uniformly at the 2nd tier. The specters, who had been maintaining normal expressions, all started to grin eerily when they saw Su Bai examining them. Then a burly man couldn't contain himself, stood up, and walked towards Su Bai, swallowing saliva. "Can't hold back already." Su Bai sneered inwardly. "Young man, I'm getting off at the next stop. Come take my seat." The burly man said with a smile, reaching out to grab Subei's arm. Subai sneered and suddenly kicked him. The burly man let out a piercing scream and flew backward, crashing to the ground. His body flickered with light, appearing much more ethereal. He scrambled up, glaring venomously at Subai, and commanded, "Everyone attack together." The specters all stood up with sinister grins. The screech of brakes sounded. The ghost driver stopped the bus, stood up with a sinister smile, and then they all rushed towards Subai in a frenzy. "Since you fiendish creatures are all eager to be obliterated, I shall grant your wish," Subai said with a cold laugh. He then spread his hands, and dozens, even hundreds of bolts of lightning erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the entire bus. A series of agonizing screams followed. After a long while, the lightning faded and the screams ceased. With a clatter, the door fell to the ground. Moments later, Subai stepped down from the bus. Looking around, he found himself in a silent, desolate wilderness. He took out his phone, opened the map, and determined his location. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being watched from the dark sky. He looked up, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Unperturbed, he summoned his flying sword, leaped into the air, and flew westward on it. Subai was unaware that the moment the spectral bus appeared, the spirit satellite of the Anomaly Bureau's third team had already detected this anomaly and triggered an alarm. Alert! Alert! Anomalous fluctuations detected. Locking coordinates assessment complete. Danger level transcendent tier 3. As the monitoring system's prompts echoed, a liquid crystal screen displayed a cascade of data. Xiao Sun, who had been nodding off, jolted awake at the sound of the monitoring system's alarm. Simultaneously, the alarm roused everyone else. Amidst the hurried footsteps echoing through the base, Xiao Sun tapped on the keyboard, and the central liquid crystal screen instantly displayed an image. It was a scene of Subai standing by the roadside as a spectral bus slowly approached him. Recognizing Subai in the footage, Xiao Sun immediately thought to notify Captain Yang, as she had specifically instructed him to keep a close watch on the area around Mr. Su's residence. However, before Xiao Sun could report, Yang Jing appeared in the satellite monitoring room. She patted Xiao Sun on the head and said, "Xiao Sun, no need to notify. Just keep tracking and monitoring." Xiao Sun nodded, performed a simple operation, and issued the tracking and monitoring command. Yang Jing looked at the figure on the surveillance screen, a charming smile curling at the corners of her lips. In her heart, she was already overjoyed. Senior Su is truly a blessing for our third team. Every time an anomaly occurs in the old district, it coincidentally gets resolved by Senior Su. How could one not revere such a Senior Su? Just then, the sleepy-eyed man with a crew cut entered and reported, "Captain, the personnel have assembled. Shall we depart immediately?" Yang Jing waved her hand upon hearing this. "Thank you for your hard work, but the situation has changed. We don't need to deploy. Notify the combat duty squad to go back and rest." "Ah," the crew cut man exclaimed in surprise, his face full of confusion. "Just watch the video," Yang Jing said, pointing at the surveillance feed with a smile on her lips. The crew cut man looked at the video and saw Su by stepping onto the bus as it began to move. His eyes widened and he murmured in realization, "So Senior Su is here." He then went out to inform the duty squad to return to rest. Yang Jing crossed her arms, watching the rapidly moving spectral bus, pondering the deeper meaning behind Subei's actions. She couldn't understand why Senior Su hadn't annihilated those specters on the spot, but instead boarded the bus. Baffled, she shook her head and continued watching. She noticed the spectral bus had now reached a desolate wilderness. Yang Jing's spirits lifted as she knew something spectacular was about to unfold. Sure enough, shortly after the bus stopped, it was engulfed in a blaze of thunderous light. Yang Jing's beautiful eyes widened at the sight, even though she had witnessed Senior Su's mastery of lightning before. Yet seeing it again still left her profoundly awestruck. Yang Jing stared intently at the screen, and as the thunderous light faded, she saw Subai step off the bus and suddenly look up in her direction. This sudden move startled Yang Jing. Especially Senior Su's enigmatic smile sent a shiver down her spine. Yang Jing realized that their surveillance had been detected by Senior Su. Although Xiao Sun had mentioned this to her before, experiencing it firsthand deeply impressed upon her the overwhelming sensation. "Ah, Captain, look." Xiao Sun gasped, leaping to his feet with his mouth wide open. His exclamation jolted Yang Jing back to reality. Yang Jing quickly looked at the screen and was astonished, her heart stirred by a tumultuous wave. She saw Subai flying through the sky on a sword. Good heavens! Could Senior Su be the legendary sword immortal of Shu Mountain? "Senior Su, as expected of you," she murmured after a long while, her captivating lips forming a wry smile as she calmed down. Every time she thought she understood Senior Su well enough, she discovered he was even more enigmatic. Composing herself, Yang Jing watched Subai riding the wind on his sword, a glint of envy flickering in her beautiful eyes. But then a question struck her. Since Senior Su had eliminated the specters on the bus, why didn't he return home, but instead headed westward? Yang Jing examined the map of Su Bei's direction, and upon seeing the Su family manor ahead, a flash of insight struck her, leading to a plausible guess. The Su family. Senior Su's destination is the Su family. At this thought, Yang Jing's gaze grew solemn, and she knew something major was about to happen. However, the West District was not under her jurisdiction. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and dialed Director Yin Fu's number. At the Su family manor. The lights were bright, yet an eerie silence prevailed, thick with an ominous aura. In various concealed spots around the manor lurked creatures, neither human nor demon. In the spacious backyard, Yu Shuang was bound within a sinister array with 9 blood-red flagpoles emitting swirling yin energy. Outside the array, in a hidden corner, Su Changsheng and Zhong Hanxing stood side by side, scanning the surroundings. Daoist Zhong, I suddenly feel uneasy for some reason. Is this array truly reliable? Su Changsheng asked, frowning. Zhong Hanxing's eyes flickered with displeasure, but he waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, Chairman Su. Once my 9-sun ghost-devouring soul array is activated, even a peak 4th-tier transcendent would struggle to break free. Then we'll strike together, and capturing Su Bai will be as easy as reaching into a pocket." Su Changsheng forced a dry laugh and said nothing more, thinking to himself, "I hope so." Upon seeing this, a hint of satisfaction flickered in the murky old eyes of Zhong Hanxing. He thought to himself that Su Changsheng was nothing extraordinary. He had previously overestimated him. Su Changsheng was unaware of Zhong Hanxing's disparagement. He cast a glance at the so-called 9 ghosts soul-devouring formation, feeling increasingly unsettled. He always felt that Zhong Hanxing's so-called 9 ghosts soul-devouring formation was somewhat unreliable. Su Bai looked at the bright beacon fire in the distant sky above Zus Manor, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He flew straight above Zus Manor on his sword, gazing down at the manor below. Soon he furrowed his brow slightly. The manor was too quiet. Moreover, there was not a single guard in sight. This was clearly illogical. Could it be a trap for me? Or has Su Changsheng set some kind of ambush? Thinking of this, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, and a hint of mockery curved his lips. If he were to enter the manor from the ground, he might indeed fall into an ambush. But Su Changsheng could never have imagined that he could fly on a sword. Haha, just thinking of this made Su Bai feel immensely pleased. He had already envisioned Su Changsheng's flustered appearance. After calming his little sense of pride, Su Bai shifted his gaze, and then saw Yu Shuang, who was tied to a blood-red formation flag in the backyard, already unconscious. After examining Yu Shuang briefly and confirming she was merely fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he scrutinized the blood-red formation flag fluttering in the wind. He noticed that the flag exuded a sinister aura with faint ghostly wails emanating from it, indeed appearing somewhat formidable. However, apart from these superficial elements, he could not discern much. After all, he did not understand formations. After some thought, Su Bai decided to break it with force. Since this formation was malevolent, it should be shattered with thunder. Thunder is the greatest nemesis of such wicked paths. I don't believe it can't break this sinister formation with its lingering aura. With this in mind, Su Bai descended to a height of over 20 meters. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the blood-red formation flag. He raised his hand, unleashing dozens of bolts of lightning the size of arms down upon it. Boom. Accompanied by blinding white light, the thunder struck the blood-red flag one after another. At the same moment, a layer of protective golden light suddenly appeared around Yu Shuang. Thus, she was not affected by the thunder. After all, Su Bai executed precise strikes. The blood-red formation flag was not immediately destroyed. Instead, it erupted with a burst of blood light, withstanding the first bolt of thunder. However, after enduring the strikes of 2 more bolts of thunder, the blood-red flag let out a piercing ghostly wail and suddenly ignited. In an instant, it was burned to ashes. Seeing this, Su Bai descended on his sword. Meanwhile, amidst the cacophony of thunder, Yu Shuang had already awakened, opening her eyes to see Su Bai descending from the sky. "Woo-woo," she called out excitedly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. At the same time, hidden in a concealed location, Su Changsheng and Zhong Hanxing stood up in shock, their faces displaying astonishment at the sight of the falling thunder. Especially when they saw Su Bai descend on his sword, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground, unable to regain their senses for a long time. "Don't be afraid, little girl, I'm here." Su Bai walked a few steps to Yu Shuang's side, comforting her gently, and with a thought he dispelled the protective golden light surrounding her. Then with a flick of his finger, a surge of spiritual power erupted from his fingertip, accurately striking the ropes. The ropes loosened, and Yu Shuang broke free, suddenly leaping into Su Bai's embrace, burying her head and weeping. This sudden soft embrace caught Su Bai off guard. He considered pushing her away, but thinking of what the girl had gone through, he could only stand there awkwardly, feeling somewhat dazed. At this moment, Zhong Hanxing and Su Changsheng finally regained their senses. Zhong Hanxing's face was filled with pain. That formation flag was one of the few magical artifacts he possessed. Su Changxing's face turned ashen, feeling that all his arrangements had been in vain. He shot a glance at Zhong Hanxing, as if asking about the fate of the formation. Zhong Hanxing sensed Su Changxing's gaze, his old face reddening, and he thought to himself that he must restore his lost dignity. He gritted his teeth, waved his large sleeve, and 5 enraged third-tier specters emerged from his ample sleeve, swirling around him. He pointed at Su Bai and sneered, "Children, kill him for me." The 5 third-tier specters surged towards Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Changxing nodded and coldly shouted, "Everyone kill him." With Su Changxing's command, over 100 tall, fully armed third-tier early-stage genetic half-beast warriors emerged from the surrounding darkness. They raised their alloy axes and charged towards Su Bai in unison. Their imposing demeanor and cold gazes seemed as if they wanted to chop Su Bai into meat paste. Su Changxing and Zhong Hanxing exchanged glances, then charged forward as well. The 5 third-tier specters were the first to arrive. They were about to pounce on Su Bai. Buzz. A layer of golden light suddenly burst forth from Su Bai's body. Clash. A piercing, ghostly wail rang out as the 5 specters were sent flying at an even faster speed. Seemingly severely injured by the golden light, their souls dimmed as if they were about to dissipate at any moment. Zhong Hanxing, seeing this, halted his movement, cursing the waste, and with a pained gesture collected them back. He shot Su Bai a venomous glare, but found himself feeling a twinge of retreat. However, thinking of the 2 elders, he gritted his teeth and followed closely behind Su Changxing. Yu Shuang regained her senses, voluntarily stepping out of Su Bai's embrace and standing behind him. Su Bai, noticing the hundreds of half-beasts charging at them, couldn't help but smile coldly. "Little girl, close your eyes," Su Bai said blandly. Yu Shuang obediently closed her eyes. Seeing this, Su Bai nodded, made a sword gesture with his hand, and coldly shouted, "Rush." The flying sword shot out from beside him, transforming into a beam of golden light that swiftly passed through the necks of the half-beasts. Wherever the golden light passed, all the half-beasts seemed to freeze in place. Suddenly, the flying sword returned to Su Bai's front. Just then, a series of tight sounds erupted. Over 100 jets of blood simultaneously shot out from the necks of the half-beasts. In an instant, the half-beasts clutched their necks, screaming in agony. Boom! Like a line of dominoes, they began to collapse one after another. Seeing this scene, Su Changxing and Zhong Hanxing's figures abruptly froze. Then both of them gasped in cold air. How terrifying! In an instant, the scene fell eerily silent. Yu Shuang opened her eyes to see the ground littered with corpses and blood, instantly trembling in fear, her face turning pale. Su Bai swept a cold glance at Su Changxing, mocking, "Su Changxing, is this what you rely on to provoke me? It's nothing extraordinary." Hearing this, Su Changxing instantly snapped back to reality, his face turning extremely grim. He looked at Zhong Hanxing and said, "Taoist, we have no way out. We must kill him, or today we will not escape this calamity." Zhong Hanxing grimly nodded, recalling his brother's vendetta. He let out a furious roar, and an eerie aura suddenly surged from his body, revealing that his flesh had transformed into black beetles. In an instant, he became a humanoid figure made up of countless insects. Then the insect man that Zhong Hanxing transformed into soared like a dark cloud and lunged at Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Changxing's face turned frenzied as he yelled at the top of his lungs. His body erupted with brilliant golden light, suddenly expanding, gradually transforming into a towering 3-meter golden giant. Su Bai frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Then he focused his gaze, and the golden light formed a dense net of golden rays that ensnared the cloud of black beetles. The black beetle cloud buzzed, contracting and expanding as if trying to escape. Seeing this, Su Bai chuckled, raising his hand to tighten the golden net instantly. Then he clenched his fist tightly, the golden net immediately shrinking to its utmost limit, causing the black beetles inside to burst like popcorn, making a loud popping sound. Moments later, the golden light dispersed. Zhong Hanxing, covered in blood, fell from within. He crashed to the ground, motionless, uncertain if he was dead or alive. At this moment, Su Changxing had already raised his enormous fist, striking towards Su Bai with overwhelming might. Boom! The sound of the punch echoed. The grass on the ground was swept up into the air. Su Bai's pupils contracted sharply. The force of Su Changxing's punch had actually reached the latest stage of the 4th tier. Although Su Bai was confident in relying on the golden light to protect him, the tremendous shockwave could potentially injure Yu Shuang. Therefore, he absolutely could not recklessly take this punch. In the blink of an eye, Su Bai made a sword gesture, and the flying sword instantly enlarged to the size of a door. He then pointed at it, and the giant flying sword collided with the explosive punch. Clang! The sword and fist clashed, producing a metallic sound. A massive shockwave stirred up a cloud of flying sand and debris, striking Su Bai's protective golden light, which bounced away. The flying sword, with a flash of golden light, transformed back to its original form, instantly returning to Su Bei's front. Su Changsheng suddenly froze, clutching his fist and crying out in pain, a look of agony appearing on his massive face. Then with a sound, Su Changsheng seemed like a balloon losing air. The golden light on his body flickered, and he transformed back to his original form. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Seeing this, Su Bei's lips curled into a cold smile. He formed a hand seal and shouted, "Rush." The flying sword transformed into golden light, shooting out in an instant, penetrating through Su Changsheng's body as he cried out in pain. Su Changsheng was struck as if by lightning, his entire body instantly frozen stiff. With a gush, a stream of hot blood sprayed from the piercing wound. Su Changsheng's eyes flew wide as he looked down at his blood-spurting chest, letting out a belated, agonized scream. Moments later, Su Changsheng jerked his head up, his gaze venomously fixed on the indifferent Su Bei, a stare like that of a demon ready to devour its prey. If he could, Su Changsheng would have devoured Su Bei alive, but the ebbing of his life and the damnable weakness told him it was no longer possible. The extreme frailty made Su Changsheng unable to support his own body any longer. He staggered, his legs giving way as he abruptly fell to his knees, catching himself with his hands. He barely avoided a faceplant. Su Changsheng gasped for breath, feeling even weaker. The flying sword that had pierced him had shredded his heart. Were it not for his strong will and the vigorous life force of a transcendent, he would have died already. Yet he could only draw a few more breaths, destined to perish in endless weakness. "Lear, your father cannot avenge you. Father is coming to find you." On the brink of death, Su Changsheng thought of his son whose bones had turned to dust, and his nephew Su Chao whom he cherished as a son, and let out a bitter, sorrowful sob. Then he lifted his head to look at Su Bei, but weakness caused multiple phantom images to cloud his vision. He saw 3 or 5 versions of Su Bei watching him indifferently, their gaze as cold as a god observing an ant. This enraged Su Changsheng. Mustering his last breath, he glared venomously and said, "Your day will come too. He'll be waiting for you down below." With that, his expression froze. He remained motionless like a sculpture, his venomous eyes fixed on Su Bei, his eyes wide in death, his face pale, his gaze full of malice. He resembled a hideous demon. An ordinary person would surely be terrified by such a stare. Yu Shuang, for instance, flinched and shrank behind Su Bei the moment she saw his ghastly expression. But Su Bei remained unmoved. He looked at the unyielding corpse of Su Changsheng and curled his lips in a sneer, cursing him. How absurd. As a man with a system, his immortality was hardly excessive. Just then Yu Shuang peeked out, her face pale, and asked, "Brother, is it all over?" The blood and bodies strewn across the ground filled her with dread. She wished to leave this place without a moment's delay. Su Bei glanced around, his gaze pausing briefly, then nodded. "It's over. Let's go home." With a thought, the flying sword glowed with golden light, expanding to several meters long and a foot wide, hovering before him. "Brother, are you a sword immortal?" Yu Shuang stared at the flying sword in shock. Overwhelmed by terror moments ago, she hadn't registered it, but now that her mind was at ease, excitement surged within her. Having watched so many Xinxia dramas, seeing one in real life for the first time was impossible to contain, especially since this sword immortal was her own cousin. Yu Shuang imagined the scene of riding a sword through the skies, her heart filled with longing. Su Bei nodded, then wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaped onto the sword. With a sharp cry from Yu Shuang, the sword shot into the clouds with a whoosh, vanishing in an instant. Long after, 2 translucent, eerie figures, one tall, one short, suddenly emerged on the rooftop of a nearby villa. What a pair of useless fools. Even with numbers, they couldn't take down that brat. The tall figure fumed. Expected as much. What did you discern? The shorter figure spoke. The tall one rubbed his head in frustration and said, "Hard to see through. That kid's identity feels more and more complicated. Earlier when he used the golden light spell, I thought he was a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect. But today his sword-controlling technique seems tied to the Shushan sect. Neither of those factions is easy to provoke." The shorter figure shook his head with a sigh. "Then let's keep observing him and wait for another chance." The tall figure also sighed. "I fear there won't be an opportunity. That kid always surprises us." Just then lights flickered and the sound of vehicles approached from afar. The shorter figure said, "I sense a familiar aura. It seems Yin Fuxing has arrived. It's not time to confront them yet. Let's go." The tall figure nodded, ready to melt into the darkness. But at that moment, several bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky. They struck the 2 eerie figures with precision. Amid the blinding electric light, the figures screamed as they fled into the shadows. Soon they vanished. Then Su Bei, with Yu Shuang riding the flying sword, descended onto the villa rooftop, his eyes fixed grimly on the spot where the dark figures had disappeared. Before leaving, Su Bei had sensed something eerie spying on him. Thus he had circled back halfway. What a sight! He discovered 2 bizarre black skeletons standing on the villa's rooftop. Clearly they were the ones who had been watching him. "Brother, what is this? It feels eerily cold to the touch." Shuang picked up a pitch-black token-like object from the rooftop and handed it to Su Bai. Snapping back to reality, Su Bai took it and examined it. The token was split in the middle as if cleaved by an external force. A chill seeped into his body upon contact, but was instantly dispelled by his true qi. He weighed it, sensing it was neither metal nor silver, closer to stone in texture. A slight squeeze revealed it was far harder than ordinary rock. Turning it over, an ancient character, Yin, was engraved in the center. Su Bai pondered over the character, but his limited knowledge offered no answers. However, he could confirm one thing. The residual aura on this token was identical to the eerie energy that had controlled Su Chao. In fact, he was certain it belonged to the same faction. Just then Yin Fuxing entered with dozens of men. "Brother, the Anomaly Bureau is here." Shuang, hearing the commotion, noted the arrivals. "Ignore them." Su Bai frowned in thought, not lifting his head. Seeing the blood and corpses, the newly arrived bureau agents frowned and began surveying the area. Yin Fuxing's face darkened instantly as he recognized the bodies as neither human nor demon. For he suddenly recalled a case from the early days of spiritual energy resurgence. The perpetrator of that case shared many similarities with these monsters. At the time, it was dismissed as a mutation from the spiritual energy revival, and the case was closed. Now it seemed clear that Su Changsheng was behind it all. Just then a man rushed over, his expression excited. "Director, there's someone on the rooftop over there. It seems to be Senior Su." Yin Fuxing's head shot up in delight. "Senior Su is still here?" He looked toward the opposite rooftop and in the dim light vaguely made out Su Bai's face. A smile curling at his lips, Yin Fuxing took a few running steps, kicked off with force, and soared through the air, landing steadily on the rooftop. Noticing Shuang was also there, he greeted her with slight embarrassment. "Good evening, Senior Su." Su Bai nodded, holding the token out to Yin Fuxing. "Director, Yin, do you know the origin of this token?" Yin Fuxing took the token, and the chilling cold that greeted his hand made his expression shift slightly. Upon seeing the ancient character for Yin, his face instantly turned solemn as he scrutinized it carefully for a moment. He looked at Su Bai with a grave expression and asked, "Forgive my impertinence, Senior Su, but where did this token come from?" Su Bai was somewhat surprised by the question, wondering if this black token had some mysterious origin. With this thought, Su Bai felt a flicker of interest and said with a faint smile, "Director, Yin is too polite. My younger sister picked it up from the ground. There were two eerie figures spying on me earlier, and I drove them away with a few bolts of lightning. I suppose it fell from them." Shuang, hearing Su Bai mention her, nodded earnestly. Yin Fuxing, upon hearing this, had already formed a guess, but still asked, "Could you elaborate, Senior Su? What features did those eerie beings have?" Su Bai nodded slightly and said, "In the darkness I couldn't see clearly. I vaguely noticed those two eerie creatures were skin and bones, utterly devoid of flesh, like skeletons draped in human skin." Yin Fuxing's mood grew heavy after hearing Su Bai's words, as he recalled a classified file he had read. Based on that document's description, he determined the token's origin. Looking at Su Bai, Yin Fuxing said gravely, "Senior Su, if the records are correct, this token should be called the Yiming token. It belongs to the Yiming clan, remnants of the bygone era." "The Yiming clan?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and said, "Director, Yin, could you tell me more?" At this moment, Su Bai felt a slight thrill, sensing he was about to uncover some of this world's hidden secrets. Beside him, Shuang pricked up her ears, her face full of curiosity. Yin Fuxing remained expressionless, casting a subtle glance at Shuang, but inwardly, he hesitated slightly. After all, this girl was an ordinary person and not suited to be exposed to such anomalous matters. Yet seeing Su Bai's keen interest, Yin Fuxing's hesitation vanished. Moreover, Yin Fuxing pondered a doubt. How could a reclusive master like Senior Su not know these things? Could it be that Senior Su was deliberately testing me? With this thought, Yin Fuxing barely suppressed his excitement. He felt he was getting closer to the chance of purchasing talismans or even better spiritual artifacts from Senior Su. Though he tried to contain his excitement, his face still flushed slightly, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Yin Fuxing smiled faintly and said crisply, "In truth, this is hardly a secret among transcendents. Since you're interested, Senior, I'll share it with you." Su Bai nodded slightly, but his mind wandered to the inexplicably grateful look Yin Fuxing had given him when leaving that day. After suppressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he forced himself to appear attentive. Shuang blinked, casting a puzzled glance at Yin Fuxing, finding his behavior somewhat baffling. Seeing this, Yin Fuxing grew even more agitated. He took a deep breath and began slowly, "Senior, in truth, Earth is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Both before and after the spiritual energy resurgence, Earth has harbored many races that have survived since ancient times. Before the resurgence, they were all hidden away in various secret realms across Earth. After the resurgence, the restrictions on Earth's main space have lifted considerably, and as far as I know, some races have already emerged. We call these races the remnants of the bygone era." Subai nodded calmly, his handsome face devoid of expression. Sensing that Yin Fuxing had more to say, he gestured for him to continue. Yu Shuang's eyes widened in shock, never having imagined that Earth held such secrets. Yin Fuxing, seeing Su Bei's composure, grew even more convinced that Senior Su was testing him deliberately. He swallowed his saliva and continued with a smile. Some of these ancient races are extremely ferocious, viewing humans as prey. For instance, the Yinming clan you encountered today is utterly vicious and malevolent. According to ancient records, they are half substantial and half ethereal, similar to specters, yet vastly different. After possessing other beings, they often become skeleton-like entities, just as you saw earlier. And once they possess a host, they are almost impervious to sunlight and can walk freely by day. The Yinming clan also fostered some degenerate humans, but most were eradicated. Still, some continue to operate in the shadows. Yin Fuxing spoke with growing fervor, rambling on for about 5 or 6 minutes. Even Yu Shuang, who had initially been intrigued, began to feel drowsy. Seeing that Yin Fuxing seemed ready to go on indefinitely, Su Bai quickly waved his hand and said, "Director, Yin, let's call it a day. It's late, and my sister can't stay up any longer. We'll take our leave." With that, Su Bai summoned his flying sword with a thought. After nodding to the stunned Yin Fuxing, he soared into the sky on his sword. A moment later, Yin Fuxing snapped out of his daze. He patted his cheeks and exclaimed, "Senior Su is truly a reclusive master." Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in a desolate wilderness within a dark, eerie, and rarely visited cave, 2 bald, ragged, skin-and-bone creatures resembling skeletons leaned against the moss-covered cave walls, gasping heavily. Between their open mouths, pained groans escaped. Their skin was charred black, and a pungent smell of burning emanated from them. Were it not for the sharp glint in their eyes, it would have been hard to spot them in the darkness. These two were none other than the eerie figures who had fled from Subai. "Ugh, that damn brat, that hateful lightning power. Hiss, this body feels like it's falling apart," said the taller skeleton, his voice hoarse. The shorter skeleton nodded with difficulty, drawing a sharp breath and saying, "Hiss. Yes, the agony of lightning entering the body is unbearable. If not for the Yinming token protecting us, would have lost half our lives this time." As he spoke, the shorter skeleton reached for his waist, then his eyes widened in shock. His gaze darted frantically as he patted himself down in a panic. After a moment, the shorter skeleton looked up at the taller one and said grimly, "My Yinming token is lost. That brat might have already figured out our identity." Hearing this, the taller skeleton quickly felt inside his robe. Relieved to find his still there, he let out a sigh. His caution was warranted, for the Yinming token not only offered protection, but also served as the key to entering the ancestral secret realm. If both lost their tokens, they would be temporarily cut off from their clan. The taller skeleton's gaze sharpened as he said calmly, "Let them find out. Our origins are hardly a secret to the Anomaly Bureau." The shorter skeleton nodded, his expression easing slightly. But then the taller skeleton spoke gravely. "What worries me more is that our identity being exposed might hinder our plan. You know, humans have always seen our Yinming clan as a thorn in their side." Hearing this, the shorter skeleton recalled some unpleasant events from the past. He shrank back and said timidly, "Why not change targets? That brat is just too uncanny." The taller skeleton did not immediately dismiss the suggestion. Instead, he mulled it over with a thoughtful gaze. After a long pause, he nodded earnestly and said, "We've scoured the southern domain, and that Subai is the most suitable vessel for our ancestor. But he's indeed a tough nut to crack. Let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll settle for a lesser substitute." The shorter skeleton nodded, relieved that they wouldn't have to lock horns with that Subai kid. "Let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll settle for a lesser substitute." The shorter skeleton nodded, relieved that they wouldn't have to lock horns with that Subai kid. It was not that the diminutive skeletal humanoid feared death, but rather that Subai was far too enigmatic, his methods emerging in an endless stream. If they stubbornly persisted in a desperate struggle against that young man and perished, that would be one thing. However, if they thereby delayed the grand affair of the ancestor, their transgression would be unforgivable. Having made their decision, the two skeletal humanoids exchanged glances and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "What should we do next?" the diminutive skeletal humanoid suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the tall skeletal humanoid's green pupils shifted as if contemplating something. Then a faint gleam lit up in his eyes as he sneered. "I believe we need more allies to deal with that brat." The diminutive skeletal humanoid asked in confusion, "Allies? Where would we find allies? In this vast beanhide, there are only the two of us. The sole outer sect disciple is dead as well. Should we seek help from the ancestral land? That would make us seem utterly useless." The tall skeletal humanoid first shook his head, then smiled mysteriously and explained unhurriedly, "This place is not far from Nanshan's disorderly burial ground. The ghost General Yin Bone there has some ties with our clan. I heard that his younger brother Shirgu was also killed by that brat Subai." That Bone Ghost General doted on his brother immensely, though he was somewhat timid. I believe that as long as we seek him out with the backing of the Nether clan, Bone will not refuse us. The Bone Ghost General of the disorderly burial ground. The diminutive skeletal humanoid had heard of this ghost. His burial ground was a major force among the monsters and ghosts of Binhai. However, because Bone Ghost General was timid and cautious and moreover located in a desolate wilderness, he had not been purged by human forces. After some thought, the diminutive skeleton said with concern, "If we have the aid of Bone Ghost General, we might have some chance of victory. But does he truly have the courage to oppose humanity?" The tall skeletal humanoid sneered. This time, he will have no choice. If he cooperates, we can promise him some benefits. If he refuses, we will take his place. The diminutive skeletal humanoid scratched his own skull, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he sneered. If that's the case, then nothing could be better. Let's go. First, we head to the disorderly burial ground. The tall skeletal humanoid let out a strange laugh. A wisp of black chi emanated from his body, and his entire form melted into the darkness. The diminutive skeletal humanoid followed closely, likewise vanishing into the shadows. The dark cave once again returned to its usual stillness. At the Anomaly Bureau's third base, the spirit satellite continued to lock onto Su Bei's whereabouts. Yang Jing stared at the satellite surveillance video, watching the streak of golden light hurtling across the sky. The turmoil in her heart had yet to settle. In her mind, the scene of Su Bei facing a siege of over 100 enemies and annihilating them with his sword in an instant remained vivid. That breathtaking display of sword control had truly opened her eyes. Only then did she realize that killing enemies could be as simple as chopping vegetables. Truly worthy of Senior Su. In an unguarded moment, he had stunned everyone. Yang Jing left the monitoring room and returned to her quarters. Lying on the soft, comfortable mattress, she found it impossible to sleep. The images she had witnessed earlier still echoed in her mind. She smiled bitterly to herself, knowing that she would be awake all night. The night passed peacefully. The morning sun rose. The common folk began another bustling day. Su Bei rose early and sat cross-legged on the rooftop, his 5 centers facing the heavens, oriented toward the east, breathing in and out the purple chi of dawn. After a long while, Su Bei opened his eyes indifferently. In his deep, unfathomable gaze, a faint trace of purple light seemed to flicker and vanish. Then Su Bei parted his lips and exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi. The turbid chi formed a sword that shot forward 4 or 5 meters before dissipating into the air. Su Bei retracted his technique and rose to his feet. He concentrated his senses for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Having refined a sliver of the eastern purple chi, his cultivation had made some progress. Yet thinking back to what Yan Fuxing had mentioned the previous night, Su Bei still felt a slight pressure. Su Bei had believed that with his over a century of Taoist practice, he might not be invincible, but he could at least protect himself in a small place like Binhai. However, after learning certain things from Yan Fuxing last night, he realized his strength was still insufficient. Yan Fuxing's account had given him a clearer understanding of this world of spiritual energy resurgence. It turned out that this world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. There were not only monsters and ghosts, but also remnants of the old days and hidden immortal sects. Legend had it that beyond the depths of the starry sky, there were even immortals and gods. But whether immortals truly existed was a matter of endless debate with no unified answer. For Su Bei, whether or not immortals and gods existed beyond the starry sky, he did not need to dwell on it. After all, he had not yet reached that level, so there was no point in pondering too much. But those remnants of the old days, those hidden antiques, would inevitably surface one by one as spiritual energy revived. After all, those ancient relics clung to life solely to become immortals and gods. Now that spiritual energy was reviving, they would eventually emerge. And Su Bei thought of himself having already offended the Nether clan. A sense of pressure welled up in his heart, and for the first time, he rose early for morning cultivation. Of course, Su Bei was not truly afraid. After all, he was a man with a system, and he believed everything would be fine. Su Bei smiled faintly, leaped into the air, and landed steadily in the courtyard. He walked a few steps to the old tree, sat down, and began to sip tea. Although the quality of the tea was somewhat poor, it was still barely acceptable in the absence of anything better. While drinking tea, Su Bei took out his phone and scrolled through the news. After a short while, he turned it off, a slight look of surprise on his face. He was surprised that such a major incident had occurred at the Su family last night, yet not a single word appeared in the media. Clearly, the Anomaly Bureau had brought the situation under control and prevented the event from spreading. Otherwise, given the Su family's influence, the entire Binhai network would have been in an uproar. Of course, this secrecy was limited to ordinary people. Su Bei believed that most of Binhai's supernatural beings already knew of his fearsome reputation. Thinking of this, Su Bei opened the Anomaly app to take a look. Sure enough, he found that some of the more aggressive messages soliciting jade talismans had been retracted by their senders. He also looked at a few public chat groups where the discussion centered on what he had done the previous night. Some were simply shocked, some shamelessly flattered, and others begged for forgiveness. Clearly, Su Changsheng's death and the Su family's overnight annihilation had a great deterrent effect on these people. Damn, his fearsome reputation had truly spread far and wide. At this, Su Bai could only smile bitterly. He really did not want to be famous. Su Bai felt as if he were walking on thin ice with a thorn in his back the moment he realized he had become the center of attention and a target for others. He believed the Nether clan was antagonizing him for no reason. It was precisely because he had been too outstanding and too conspicuous lately that they had set their sights on him. After all, the Nether clan had a penchant for talents like him. To possess a treasure is to invite calamity. Being too exceptional is also a crime. With this thought, he quickly picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip to calm his nerves. The bitterness of the tea leaves gave Su Bai a slight jolt, and his mind gradually settled. Yet that bitterness also brought a trace of disdain back to his face. Su Bai set down his teacup, feeling he could no longer delay or compromise his taste buds. He then began browsing through the online store on the Anomaly app. After searching for a while, he finally found a shop specializing in semi-spiritual plants. Clicking on the store details, he saw it was called Shinnong Spiritual Plants. According to the information, the Shinnong sect specialized in cultivating spiritual plants. It also bore the official certification of the Anomaly Bureau, ensuring product quality. Thus, Su Bai selected 10 seedlings of Wui Mountain Dahongpo, a semi-spiritual plant according to his taste. When he saw the price, his eyebrows involuntarily lifted. Good heavens, 100,000 per seedling. Seeing this price, Su Bai suddenly felt that the price he had set for his jade talismans was a bit low. 10 seedlings totaled 1 million. Without any hesitation, Su Bai completed the payment, only to suddenly realize that his tens of millions in savings might not be that substantial. After finishing, he put down his phone and stretched, letting out a very languid and pleased sound. Just then, Xiao Bai ran out of the house and leaped into Su Bai's arms. Su Bai raised his hand to stroke Xiao Bai's head and looked down to see that the little one had somehow removed all the medical bandages from its body. Seeing this, Su Bai parted the fur on Xiao Bai's back and observed that the previous wound had healed, leaving only a faint mark. Feeling its master's care, Xiao Bai nuzzled Su Bai with its forehead. Then it looked up at Su Bai and let out a few whimpers as if saying it had recovered. Su Bai smiled at the sight and stroked Xiao Bai's head again, saying, "Good, it's good that you're healed." Suddenly, Xiao Bai jumped to the ground, sat up, and gently patted its belly with a paw. Finally, it looked up at Su Bai and whimpered, "Master, Xiao Bai is hungry." "I forgot, huh?" Su Bai scratched his head upon seeing this. Now, by sensing Xiao Bai's spiritual fluctuations, he could more or less understand the meaning behind its whimpers. So he felt a bit embarrassed. He then recalled that for the past few days, aside from drinking some spiritual spring water, Xiao Bai hadn't been fed any other food. And since beasts after a hearty meal could often go for days without eating, Xiao Bai's lack of searching for food had inadvertently made him overlook it. But realizing it now wasn't too late. The question was, what should he feed Xiao Bai? He couldn't just give it ordinary pet food, could he? Moreover, Su Bai had never kept a pet before, so there really wasn't any pet food at home. He couldn't just feed it ordinary meat, could he? For an ordinary person, that might be fine since their sense of taste wasn't as keen, but for him. But ever since becoming a cultivator, Su Bai couldn't stomach a single bite of it. It reeked of fishy and gamey odors. He imagined that Xiao Bai, being a spirit beast, would find it equally unbearable. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, a slightly embarrassing sound rang out. Hearing its own stomach growl, a flicker of embarrassment passed through Xiao Bai's deep blue eyes. It thought to itself, both annoyed and ashamed, "Is this master reliable or not? Xiao Bai is hungry, I need food." Seeing that Su Bai seemed distracted, Xiao Bai slumped to the ground in dejection. Su Bai glanced down and saw Xiao Bai lying there weakly looking up at him with longing. That gaze made Su Bai's heart ache. He was just thinking about going to the grotto to catch some fish for Xiao Bai when he heard a piercing eagle cry from the azure sky above. Upon hearing the eagle's cry, Xiao Bai instantly stood up, alertly, warily looked up at the sky, and then quickly ran under the eaves. Clearly, the last attack by the iron-feathered eagle had taught Xiao Bai a lesson. Hearing the eagle's cry, Su Bai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled slightly. I was just worrying about what to feed Xiao Bai, and now the food delivers itself." Thinking this, Su Bai looked up at the sky, his pupils constricting sharply. With his far-reaching gaze, the eagle soaring in the azure sky came into view. Coincidentally, the eagle above was also an iron-feathered eagle, only this one was a size larger than the one he had killed last time. Its aura was also stronger, roughly at the early stage of the 4th level of transcendence. This inevitably made Su Bai wonder, could this iron-feathered eagle be related to the last one? If so, that would be simply wonderful. A family of eagles should stay together after all. With this thought, Su Bai summoned his flying sword. With a thought, the sword circled around him once before transforming into a golden streak that shot upward. Under the eave, Xiao Bai heard Su Bei's words, and its eyes brightened. It looked expectantly at its master. Xiao Bai absolutely detested the iron-feathered eagles. The iron-feathered eagle king circled gloomily at high altitude. It hadn't come out to hunt this time, but to look for its son. Ironically, its third son, Little Eagle, had thrown a tantrum and run away from home. The eagle king had followed the faint scent of its youngest son to this human city. Knowing that humans were not to be trifled with, the eagle king had been circling at high altitude all along. The low-key eagle king had intended to come and go quietly. However, its son's scent had ended here, and it also detected a peculiar bloody smell unique to the iron-feathered eagle clan. This filled the eagle king with resentment, and it couldn't help but let out a harsh cry. The eagle king slightly lowered its head to survey the human structures below, and soon it locked onto a building with a demonic aura. The faint bloody smell was coming from that two-story building. Then a cold glint flashed in the iron-feathered eagle king's sharp pupils, and it suddenly flapped its wings and dove downward. But the iron-feathered eagle king had only dived for a moment when it felt a prickling sensation on its back. It was as if some other beast had set its sights on it. It swiveled its sharp eyes frantically, scanning the surrounding airspace, but found nothing. This allowed the iron-feathered eagle king to breathe a sigh of relief. It continued diving, its gaze fixed on the target below. But then it saw a golden streak shooting up from below with incredible speed. At the same time, that bone-chilling sensation returned. The iron-feathered eagle king instinctively tried to dodge, but found it was too late. The golden streak was incredibly fast, arriving in an instant. Vaguely, it saw the golden streak growing larger. It heard a sound like a splash, and out of the corner of its eye it saw a sword that seemed to pierce right through its head. Then a sharp pain struck, and it lost consciousness. The massive body of the iron-feathered eagle king, now uncontrolled, plummeted downward in free fall. The descent was extremely fast, but due to the loss of control, its trajectory was slightly off, and it was heading straight for the rooftop of Su Bei's house. Good heavens! If the eagle king's body were allowed to crash into the rooftop, his house would surely be reduced to rubble. Su Bei retrieved his flying sword and leaped onto the rooftop. Seeing that the iron-feathered eagle's body had fallen to a suitable height, he channeled his true chi and extended his hand, making an upward pressing motion in the air. An invisible field instantly coalesced above, catching the violently descending body of the iron-feathered eagle king steadily. Then Su Bei, using his power, dragged the eagle king's body through the air and tossed it into the open space of the courtyard. With a loud thud, the iron-feathered eagle king's body landed safely and securely. Su Bei jumped into the yard and waved at Xiao Bai, who was now staring at the eagle king's corpse. A smile played on his lips as he said, "Xiao Bai, come quickly while the eagle king's flesh is still warm." But Xiao Bai not only didn't come, it even stepped back a few paces and let out a plaintive whimper. "Master, are you a demon? It's not plucked, skinned, or cut into pieces. How can I possibly eat this thing?" "Master, are you a demon? How can anyone eat this without plucking the feathers, skinning, and cutting it into pieces?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow upon grasping Xiao Bai's meaning. What kind of talk was that? Was Xiao Bai getting too cocky? Having demon beast meat to feast on was already a blessing, yet it still dared to be so picky. But as he thought this, seeing Xiao Bai's soft and pitiful appearance, the words lodged in his throat, and what came out instead was something entirely different. Su Bai smiled warmly and said, all right, I'll get it ready for you right now." With that, he summoned his flying sword, and with a thought he guided it to swiftly circle around the iron feather eagle king's wing. By the time the flying sword returned to Su Bei's side, all the feathers on that massive wing had fallen off cleanly. Su Bai nodded with satisfaction, immensely pleased with his precise maneuver. Then he directed the sword to make a gentle cut at the base of the wing, instantly severing it from the body. Afterwards, Su Bai summoned Xiaomi and instructed her to roast that massive wing, asking for a cumin flavor. Xiaomi nodded, went inside, brought out a barbecue grill, and lit the charcoal. Once Su Bai saw the charcoal glowing red, he waved his hand to levitate the large wing in the air and used the flying sword to chop it into dozens of pieces. He then withdrew the flying sword into his Z-mansion, and with a flick of his hand, the dozens of wing pieces suspended in the air fell onto the grill. The rest was Xiaomi's job. Suddenly, Su Bai remembered that the Iron Feather Eagle King's demon core had yet to be extracted. He summoned the flying sword again, made a light incision at the center of the eagle's head, and with a soft squelch, the skull split in two. There, within one half of the bird's head, a cyan demon core shimmered with a faint blue light. But stained with a bit of blood, the glow appeared slightly eerie. Curious about the demon core, Su Bai lightly beckoned with his hand, and the cyan core broke free from the pool of blood flying into his palm. The demon core was about the size of a bottle cap, resembling a gem in appearance. Holding it in his hand, Su Bai could clearly feel the surging demonic energy within. Seeing the demon core in Su Bei's hand, Xiao Bai immediately pounced at his feet, whimpering softly and rubbing against his leg before looking up with a longing gaze at the cyan core. Su Bai smiled and brought the core close to Xiao Bai, who promptly opened its mouth and swallowed it. After devouring the core, Xiao Bai enthusiastically rubbed against Su Bei's leg again. Su Bai had expected Xiao Bai to be overwhelmed after eating a fourth-tier demon beast core, but judging by its demeanor, there was no sign of distress. It merely seemed slightly more spirited. Clearly, a higher-tier demon core wasn't so easily digested. Assimilation would likely be a long process. By then, Su Bai could already smell the aroma of roasted eagle wing. The red oil, cumin, and charcoal had undergone a marvelous reaction. The scent of grilled meat filled the entire courtyard. To be honest, having gone days without meat, Su Bai found himself secretly swallowing his saliva. Xiao Bai was even worse off. The little creature stared intently at the roasting wing on the grill, utterly oblivious to the drool dripping to the ground. Thus a comical scene unfolded. The paper effigy Xiaomi earnestly tended to the roasting wing, while Su Bai and Xiao Bai stood side by side, silently gulping. About 20 minutes later, the roasted wing was done. Its fragrant aroma wafted over, and the golden-brown skin glistened faintly in the sunlight, looking incredibly appetizing. Xiaomi placed all the roasted pieces into the largest basin, carried it over, and set it on the marble table beneath the old tree. Then she added several meaty pieces to the bowls of Su Bai and Xiao Bai. The two gluttons Su Bai and Xiao Bai dug in as soon as they sat down. Xiao Bai crouched on the stone stool, holding the wing pieces with its front paws and gnawing away. Su Bai simply grabbed the meat with his hands and bit into it. The first taste was pure fragrance. The meat was tender and springy, with the cumin perfectly infused. Moreover, Su Bai noticed that after swallowing the roasted eagle meat, his body began to warm up comfortably, as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. Clearly, the essence of the fourth-tier demon beast's flesh was taking effect. Eating so pleasurably he couldn't stop. His stomach felt like a bottomless pit. But eating grilled meat without cold beer was soulless. So Su Bai had Xiaomi fetch a few bottles of chilled wusa beer from the fridge. Then Su Bai alternated between a swig of beer and a bite of roasted wing. Honestly, eating and drinking like this was truly exhilarating. The most carefree head felt since his transmigration. Interestingly, seeing Su Bei's blissful expression after drinking wusa beer, Xiao Bai grew curious and sidled up to him, staring intently at the beer. Su Bai didn't stop it. He poured a little into a bowl and set it on the ground. He then watched as Xiao Bai took a curious sip, immediately furrowed its brows, and spat it out with a series of puffed sounds. The little thing's expression was absolutely priceless, making Su Bai burst into laughter. He chuckled, "This is for adults. Kids aren't allowed to drink." Xiao Bai shot Su Bai a resentful glance, returned to its seat, and focused on the roasted wing. Seeing this, Su Bai still instructed Xiaomi to bring Xiao Bai a bowl of spirit spring water. Only then did Xiao Bai let out a soft, adorable cry, and mimicking a human, brought its paws together in a gesture of thanks towards Su Bai. Su Bai smiled, thinking Xiao Bai was growing smarter by the day. But then he wondered, if it kept growing like this, would Xiao Bai one day take human form? And if it did, would it still be this cute? Would it still be this adorable? Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a chattering monkey call reached Su Bei's ears. He followed the sound and saw a handsome little golden monkey with sleek fur standing on his courtyard wall. At that moment, the little golden monkey's throat bobbed as it stared intently at his place. More precisely, it was fixated on the fragrant roasted wing on the marble table. Xiao Bai, busy feasting, noticed the commotion and glanced over. Seeing it was just a second-tier initial stage golden monkey with no threat, it returned to its meal. "Little one, come on over if you want some," Su Bai said with a smile, beckoning to the golden monkey. As a cultivator with over a century of practice, Su Bai possessed a detached nature perfectly attuned to the natural Tao. His smile at that moment felt like a spring breeze radiating kindness. Sensing Su Bei's goodwill, the little golden monkey hesitated briefly before ultimately succumbing to the temptation of the delicious food. It nimbly climbed down the tree along the greenery and cautiously stopped about 2 meters from Su Bai. Su Bai smiled, picked up a roasted wing, and gently tossed it before the golden monkey. The little golden monkey first hopped back a few steps, but upon seeing Su Bei's still gentle demeanor and no further movement, it leaped back to retrieve the roasted eagle wing from the ground and brought it to its nose to sniff. A wisp of fragrance precisely entered the little golden monkey's nostrils. Instantly, its gaze sharpened slightly, a look of intoxication spreading across its face, and a trace of drool unconsciously seeped from the corner of its mouth. Fragrant. Utterly fragrant. The little golden monkey's heart surged. It had never encountered such an enchanting aroma. The scent seemed to possess a magic that left it utterly captivated. Holding the roasted eagle wing, the little golden monkey swallowed repeatedly, yet its expression showed hesitation. It had heard from many beasts about the cunning of humans. It wondered whether it should trust this seemingly kind and handsome man before it. Seeing this, Su Bai smiled faintly, and said, "Little one, rest assured and eat. It's very delicious." As he spoke, Su-bai picked up a piece of roasted wing and took a hearty bite, chewing with evident relish. The little monkey hesitated briefly, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of the food and took a bite. Then it paused, its eyes instantly brightening. Fragrant. Truly fragrant. As the taste lingered, the little golden monkey's jaw moved like a tiny motor, chewing rapidly and swallowing the crispy roasted eagle meat. A warm sensation spreading through its body made the little golden monkey chirp with excitement. Immediately, it abandoned all caution and devoted itself wholeheartedly to the meal. Su-bai laughed heartily, his face bearing an expression that said he had expected as much. With the little monkey close by, he took a moment to observe it carefully. Its golden fur, white face, and light golden pupils gave it an exceptionally striking appearance. It was especially those light golden pupils that caught Su-bai's attention. Typically, golden monkeys have light blue pupils. These golden eyes made it look even more handsome, though its body was somewhat frail and its fur a bit disheveled and dirty. Then a question suddenly struck Su-bai. How had this little golden monkey come to his home all alone? Monkeys were social creatures. Young ones were generally not allowed to wander off by themselves. Unless it had health issues and was abandoned by the troop, or something had happened to the troop causing the little monkey to get lost. Su-bai leaned toward the former. The little monkey's gaze seemed slightly dim, and its spirit appeared lackluster, outwardly fitting the characteristics of frailty and illness. However, after careful observation and sensing, Su-bai discovered that the little monkey was not sick at all, but actually quite healthy. He even detected a faintly active fire spiritual energy emanating from it. Considering the little monkey's unusual light golden pupils, a suspicion arose in Su-bai's mind. Perhaps the little golden monkey had undergone a bloodline mutation. Maybe insufficient energy intake had caused the mutation process to drain too much of its own energy, leading to its frail physique. The more Su-bai pondered, the more convinced he became that this was the truth. Squeak, squeak. Just then Su-bai heard the little golden monkey chirp again. Looking up, he saw that the piece of roasted eagle wing, which had weighed several jin, had been completely devoured. Su-bai smiled and beckoned to the little monkey, pointing to a stone stool nearby, signaling it to come and sit. This time the little monkey did not hesitate and hopped onto the stool in a few bounds. It stared longingly at the large basin of roasted eagle wings on the table, drooling, its tail wagging uncontrollably. Though the little monkey was very tempted, it refrained from helping itself and sat quite still, clearly aware that this was Su-bai's territory. At that moment, Xiao-bai, who was eating heartily, looked up at the sound. Seeing the little golden monkey beside him, Xiao-bai let out a friendly chirp in greeting. The little golden monkey replied with a squeak, its expression joyful like a child making a new friend. Xiao-bai nodded, and then returned to his meal with contented grunts. The little golden monkey swallowed hard, then turned to gaze intently at Su-bai. Su-bai nodded inwardly. This little monkey was quite intelligent, able to restrain itself even when so tempted. With this thought, Su-bai continued his actions. He first took a large stainless steel plate, then picked up a golden roasted eagle wing, placed it on the plate, and set it on the table in front of the little monkey. Since it was at the table, it would follow the same rules as everyone else. The little golden monkey politely chirped at Su-bai before grabbing the golden roasted eagle wing and eating with gusto. Su-bai was overjoyed, feeling that he was about to gain a new pet. With that thought, he also took a big bite of the golden roasted eagle wing, chewed and swallowed, then picked up a bottle of wusu and took a hearty swig. Refreshing to the core, soaring spirits. Eating meat heartily, drinking freely. This was the life of a true man. Su-bai let out a burp, watching the two little creatures eat with relish, finding it particularly appetizing. Though his stomach was a bit full, he still took occasional bites and sips to match the mood. After all, in this era of spiritual energy revival, scenes of harmony between humans and beasts were rare. Just as the one human and two beasts were feasting in the courtyard inside the guest room, Yu Shuang, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sniffed and sat up with her eyes still closed. She sniffed again, still with her eyes shut, and murmured drowsily, "So fragrant. What smells so good?" Then, rubbing her eyes, she got out of bed and followed the scent outside. Washing up and makeup were completely forgotten. As she stepped out of the house, Yu Shuang saw the harmonious scene of one person and two beasts sharing a meal. Beside them stood a maid with an impressive figure and outstanding looks. Yu Shuang had already met Xiao-bai and Xiaomi the night before. She had been smitten with Xiao-bai at first sight, loving him to the core. But recalling Xiao-bai's aloofness toward her, Yu Shuang felt a pang of disappointment. As for the maid Xiaomi, to be honest, Yu Shuang had initially thought she was a real person and was quite excited. However, after learning from Su-bai that Xiaomi was a paper figure, Yu Shuang still felt a bit unnerved by her lifelike appearance. So she shifted her attention to the handsome little golden monkey beside her. Though puzzled as to why she hadn't seen it the previous night, it didn't diminish her fondness for this handsome little creature. "Since that white fox ignores me, you'll find a new pet." Shuang thought to herself. Just as she was about to greet her cousin, a faint scent of blood wafted into her nose. Frowning, Shuang looked toward the source of the bloody smell. There, lying in a pool of blood, missing one wing, and even larger than the off-road vehicle parked nearby, was an iron feather eagle. Though the iron feather eagle king was dead, it still exuded a formidable aura. Such a bloody, terrifying beast. Shuang, an ordinary person, was so frightened that she let out a piercing scream. Shuang's sudden scream was like a thunderclap on a clear day, piercingly loud. It startled the one person and two beasts who were enjoying their meal, causing them all to flinch involuntarily. Subai merely raised an eyebrow, his expression still calm. However, the two little ones, Xiao Bai and the golden snub-nosed monkey, leaped up in fright, their fur bristling instantly. The golden snub-nosed monkey in particular reacted more strongly, jumping several meters back and scrambling up an old tree. It studied Shuang at the doorway, its eyes flickering as if assessing whether this human woman posed a danger. Xiao Bai quickly calmed down, though it cast a slightly displeased glance at Shuang. Subai shook his head, knowing the scream had come from Shuang, as she was the only woman in the house. Turning around, Subai saw Shuang leaning against the wall, her beauty pale with fright. He immediately realized she had been intimidated by the lingering aura of the Iron Feather Eagle King. This struck Subai as somewhat amusing. Was this girl overreacting? Even last night, when faced with such a bloody scene, she hadn't reacted so strongly. Perhaps she hadn't woken up properly. Or was it a lingering effect from last night? Subai couldn't figure it out for a moment. Women were indeed so hard to understand. After the scream, Shuang took a deep breath and quickly steadied herself. After all, Shuang had also witnessed bloodshed. She certainly wouldn't be easily frightened. Her loss of composure earlier was mostly due to being overwhelmed by the residual might of the Iron Feather Eagle King. Just as an ordinary person instinctively fears a tiger, Shuang tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and looked up, only to find to her embarrassment that the one person and two beasts were staring at her with unblinking eyes. Meaning everyone had seen her lose her composure. The two little beasts could be overlooked since they weren't human, but to have lost face in front of cousin Subai and let him see her disheveled appearance was simply dreadful in Shuang's mind. So she gave an awkward laugh and said, "Well, the weather is really nice today." With that, the girl turned and ran back into the house. Subai was stunned. The white fox was also stunned. The golden snub-nosed monkey scratched its head, expressing confusion. After a moment, Subai shook his head in exasperation, called the golden snub-nosed monkey down from the tree, and told it about Shuang's identity, signaling that it need not be afraid. As for the white fox, it had already begun to focus on its meal, striving to be a dedicated eating fox. After being reassured by Subai, the golden snub-nosed monkey also joined in the feasting. Subai was pleased to see this. In a word, there was plenty of meat they could eat to their heart's content. Soon after, Shuang, having freshened up, reappeared. She walked over with a smile, as if the earlier awkwardness had never happened. After sitting down, Shuang secretly glanced at the two little beasts. She also cast a strange look at Xiaomi, who was attending Subai. Then her gaze fell upon the fragrant golden roasted eagle wings. Shuang took a deep breath, confirming that this roasted wing had awakened her. Just the rich aroma made her mouth water. Unable to resist, Shuang picked up a piece of golden roasted eagle wing, brought it to her lips, and took a gentle bite. She chewed, and her clear eyes instantly lit up. Swallowing the meat, Shuang looked at Subai and asked, "Brother, what kind of meat is this? It's so fragrant and springy. After eating it, I feel warm and very comfortable." After speaking, Shuang couldn't help but take another bite and chew. Subai smiled faintly, pointed at the carcass of the Iron Feather Eagle King opposite, and said, "There, it's the wing meat from that Iron Feather Eagle. I'm eating its meat." Shuang was stunned by this, then turned and pointed at the carcass of the Iron Feather Eagle King across from her to ask, "Tastes good, doesn't it?" Subai nodded meaningfully, wanting to see her reaction, since this girl had just been frightened by the Iron Feather Eagle King. "This meat is from that demon beast. Not bad, not bad. Human flavor, crispy and delicious." Shuang's eyes lit up as she spoke, giving a thumbs up. But inwardly she was ecstatic. Having heard that demon beast meat was not only nourishing but also good for the skin, she decided to take this opportunity to eat as much as possible. With that, Shuang focused all her energy on the golden roasted eagle wing in her hand, even forgetting the little beast she had been so eager to see. Subai was slightly surprised by this. Well, here was another foodie. Foodieism is contagious. Seeing everyone eating so enthusiastically, Subai was also infected. He looked at his own full belly, feeling it wasn't quite complete, yet he could still eat a bit more. So the two humans and two beasts took piece after piece, and the roasted eagle wings in the large basin rapidly diminished. After a long while, the roasted eagle wings were finished, and everyone was stuffed. Having eaten and cleaned up the two little beasts, and Shuang collapsed onto the grass nearby. Only Subai remained seated, leisurely drinking tea as if nothing had happened. Xiao Bai and the golden snub-nosed monkey had eaten the most, devouring the majority. So now the two little ones' bellies were round and bulging as if they were 10 months pregnant. It looked utterly comical. Yu Shuang was an ordinary person as she wanted to eat more, but her body couldn't handle too much demon beast meat. After all, demon beast meat contained a great deal of energy that she couldn't absorb in excess. So in the end, she only managed to eat 2 pieces before declaring she was too full to continue. Su Bai had eaten quite a bit, but when he felt full, he simply circulated his true qi to speed up digestion. Honestly, Su Bai felt he could eat another whole cow. Xiao Bai let out a contented whine, lying on the grass with half-closed eyes looking utterly languid. The golden snub-nosed monkey did the same, lying on its back and staring blankly at its own swollen belly. Yu Shuang took the opportunity to lie down between the two little beasts, stealthily reaching out her hand toward Xiao Bai. After a moment, Yu Shuang suddenly jumped up as if she had won the lottery and shouted joyfully, "Haha, I touched it." It was no wonder Yu Shuang was so happy. Ever since she saw Xiao Bai last night, she had coveted this fluffy little creature. Now that she had succeeded, she was overjoyed. Xiao Bai suddenly opened its eyes, glared at Yu Shuang, shifted its body, and continued to digest with its eyes half closed. The golden snub-nosed monkey was startled awake, cast a wary glance at Yu Shuang, and promptly climbed up the old tree. Su Bai shook his head helplessly. This girl was so jumpy. Luckily, he was a cultivator in good health. Otherwise, he might really develop a problem from the shock. Yu Shuang calmed down and gave an awkward smile. Su Bai waved his hand and said, "All right, sit down and have some tea to cut the grease." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a teacup and teapot suddenly rose from the dining cart. The teacup landed steadily on the table in front of Yu Shuang's seat. The teapot floated in midair as if held by an invisible hand. The spout tilted down, and a stream of amber liquid shot out, tracing a beautiful arc to land precisely in the cup below. A soft gurgling sound was heard. Soon the cup was nearly full. Just as it was about to overflow, the spout tilted up, and the teapot settled steadily on the side table. The entire process was fluid and seamless without the slightest hesitation. If a connoisseur had been present, they would have been astonished and hailed him as a master. For Su Bai, this was a perfectly ordinary operation. But Yu Shuang was completely mesmerized. A moment later, Yu Shuang came back to her senses, utterly taken aback that her cousin Su Bai had suddenly pulled such a move on her. Honestly, besides shock, Yu Shuang felt a tinge of sourness in her heart. Looking at her cousin Su Bai, who performed this act with such calm and nonchalance, he truly appeared to be a figure of great style. He exuded the aura of a reclusive master. Yu Shuang composed her slightly turbulent emotions, sat down, and flashed a charming smile at Su Bai. Then she lifted the teacup to her lips, pouted gently to blow on it, and took a shallow sip. The moment the tea touched her tongue, Yu Shuang's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. She felt an ethereal sensation flowing across her taste buds, and as it entered her abdomen, it seemed every pore on her body opened, granting her a feeling of floating on air. That dreamlike sensation made Yu Shuang instinctively narrow her eyes, her lips slightly parted, and an extremely alluring moan escaped from between her pearly teeth. Su Bai was about to take a sip of tea when he suddenly heard this evocative sound, causing him to jolt. The teacup in his hand wobbled from the start, and tea splashed out, spilling onto the ground. The innocent Su Bai didn't think anything improper. He merely found Yu Shuang's reaction overly exaggerated. Was the tea brewed with spirit spring water really that delicious? Why did everyone who drank it praise it while he found it just average? Su Bai shook his head, slightly expressing his incomprehension. Just then Yu Shuang came back to her senses. Recalling the sound she had just made, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head. Especially thinking about how she had lost her composure in front of Su Bai, Yu Shuang wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. The image I had in cousin Su Bai's eyes is completely ruined. At this moment Yu Shuang wanted to cry, but had no tears, and she just wanted to cover her face and flee. Seeing this, Su Bai curled his lips, finding the girl rather amusing. He shook his head, gave a slight wave of his hand, and the teapot lifted to refill his cup. As he raised the cup, the teapot landed back with a faint crisp sound. Hearing the commotion, Yu Shuang felt calmer. She looked up and saw Su Bai drinking tea with an indifferent expression, his face betraying no emotion. Seeing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that cousin Su Bai would misunderstand her. However, Yu Shuang no longer wished to stay. She drained the warm tea from her cup, made an excuse that she had things to do at school, stood up, and hurried out of the courtyard gate. Su Bai did not try to stop her as he could see her discomfort. However, since his off-road vehicle was broken, Yu Shuang had to take the bus back on her own. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, so it was relatively safe. Even if a demon beast attacked with the protective talisman on her, she would have enough time to wait for him to arrive. Xiao Bai, hearing Yu Shuang's footsteps fade away, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that woman is finally gone. Then Xiao Bai lazily closed his eyes again. The little golden monkey, however, came down from the old tree, walked to the stone table, jumped onto a stool, and pointed at the spirit spring tea while chattering. Subai smiled at this and poured a cup for the little creature. He wondered if the little one would enjoy its bitterness. The little golden monkey, imitating humans, picked up the cup and began to drink. At first it furrowed its brow, but then its eyes lit up, clearly recognizing it as something good, and finished it in a gulp. However, when Subai asked if it wanted more, the little creature shook its head with a frown. By now they had eaten and drunk their fill. Looking at the remaining carcass of the Iron Feather Eagle King across from him, Subai pondered how to deal with it. Throwing it away was certainly not an option. The meat of a fourth-tier demon beast was a treasure in every part. But how should he handle it? Leaving it like this was definitely not acceptable. Although demon beast meat resisted spoilage for much longer, it would eventually rot, so he had to find a place to refrigerate it. With so much meat, the household refrigerator was out of the question. Subai thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered he could store it in the cave realm. Although there was no refrigerator in the cave realm, it didn't matter. As its master, he could customize the climate of a designated area to his liking. And with so many jade towers and palaces in the cave realm, he could easily spare one to serve as a cold storage. With this in mind, Subai sprang into action, but first he had to clean the Iron Feather Eagle King's carcass thoroughly. With that thought, Subai stepped forward and made an upward lifting motion with his hand, and the Iron Feather Eagle King's body floated up. Then he summoned his flying sword and set to work on the carcass with great effort. After a moment, the Iron Feather Eagle was cleaned of its feathers and innards. Then with a thought from Subai, a void suddenly appeared and swallowed the eagle. The eagle, now absorbed into the cave realm, appeared in a palace where snow was swirling. In no time, a layer of frost formed on its surface. Subai nodded, satisfied with the refrigeration effect. Then, looking at the scraps on the ground, a void opened from the earth and swallowed them up. He had directly tossed them into the continuous mountain ranges beneath the floating mountain. There were many carnivorous creatures there, and he believed these scraps would accelerate their growth. Thus everything was perfectly settled. The little golden monkey, witnessing this scene, widened its eyes and chattered anxiously. Clearly the little creature knew those scraps were valuable and grew agitated at their disappearance. Understanding the little golden monkey's meaning, Subai bent down, reached out to pat its head, and said, "All right, little one, don't worry. The meat has been stored in my cave realm." The little golden monkey nodded in confusion, but upon hearing the words cave realm, its eyes lit up as if recalling something. Then it tugged at Subai's pants, chattering while gesturing with its hands. After doing this, the little creature suddenly hopped to the front of the gate and beckoned to Subai as if saying, "Follow me." Since he wasn't very familiar with the little golden monkey, Subai couldn't fully grasp its meaning. But with its chattering and gesturing, he understood that it wanted him to follow. After a moment's thought, Subai decided he had nothing better to do and followed along. Perhaps there might be some gain. Xiao, by hearing the commotion and seeing Subai leave, wanted to follow, but looking at his bulging belly and thinking of the demon core inside that he had only partially digested, he lay back down in dejection. Seeing Subai follow, the little golden monkey appeared quite delighted and swiftly dashed into the forest. Subai, moving as if on flat ground, leaped between the trees, staying close behind the little golden monkey. Occasionally startled birds took flight. Leaping through the foliage like a swordsman offered a unique sensation, a completely different experience from flying on a sword. After about 30 minutes and covering dozens of li, the little golden monkey stopped at a cliffside cave. It turned around, looked back in the direction it came from, and chattered as if urging him on. A moment later, Subai's figure appeared on a nearby tree. Seeing the little creature below the cliff cave, he smiled and said, "Little one, is this the place?" The little golden monkey nodded and chattered in response. "Haha, in that case he'll come down." Subai laughed heartily, lightly tapped his foot, and descended gracefully, landing steadily in front of the little golden monkey. After landing, Subai surveyed the surroundings. The scenery was picturesque, with lush mountains and clear waters, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. Across from him was a wild peach grove where a group of ordinary golden monkeys was active. Seeing this, Subai wondered if the little golden monkey had originally lived here. Just then the little creature tugged at Subai's pants, chattered, and pointed toward the cliff cave. Subai followed the direction the little golden monkey pointed. About 10 meters ahead, beneath a recessed cliff, there lay a dark cave mouth in the middle, wide enough for several people to pass through simultaneously. Gazing at the serene cave entrance, Subai wondered if some celestial treasure lay within. Otherwise, the little golden monkey would not have led him here without reason. With this thought, Subai looked at the little creature and said eagerly, "Little one, let's go." Yet unexpectedly, the little golden monkey let out a few chirps, refusing to advance, and standing still, a hint of timidity spreading across its monkey face. Subai raised an eyebrow at the creature's demeanor and asked, "You mean there's danger inside?" The little golden monkey nodded, chirped again, and gestured wildly. Although Subai could not decipher the little one's gestures, he was certain that some other creature inhabited the cave ahead. Indeed, wherever celestial treasures grew, other beings were bound to appear. As for danger, Subai paid it no heed. After all, what seemed perilous to the little monkey was trivial to him. Their levels were incomparable. Just as a mouse fears a cat, yet a tiger can easily slay the cat. Thus Subai smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "Since you're scared, come up to my shoulder." He patted his right shoulder as he spoke. The little monkey chirped, leaped, and landed steadily on Subai's shoulder. Subai strode toward the cave, and as he neared the entrance, a cool, refreshing breeze brushed his face. At the same time, Subai noticed that the spiritual energy within this breeze was far denser than outside, carrying a faint floral fragrance. As for the exact type of flower, Subai's limited knowledge could not identify it. Standing at the entrance now, he could see more clearly. The cave was pitch black, almost devoid of light. Yet this did not hinder Subai, for with his yin-yang eyes, mere darkness was no obstacle. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai stepped into the cave. It was eerily silent inside. Just a step away, it felt like an entirely different world. Subai walked forward calmly, following the winding tunnel for about 2 minutes before stopping at a fork in the path. Strangely, during this time he encountered nothing but a few large bats that had not yet transformed into demons, no other demonic creatures. Clearly this spiritually rich place already had a master. Faced with the fork, Subai needed no choice. The little golden monkey pointed directly to the left. Subai trusted it and entered the left path. The little monkey's direction proved correct, for as they advanced, the fragrance in the air grew stronger. After another minute of winding travel, they emerged from the tunnel into a vast open space. Before them lay a massive underground cavern shimmering with fluorescence and filled with lush vegetation. The most striking sight was a large peach grove. Oddly, some peach trees were still in bloom, others bore green fruit, while some had already ripened. Subai did not dwell on this, for after the spiritual energy resurgence, anything was possible. In truth, his current location was separated from the opposite side by a bottomless abyss. From the abyss, gusts of cold wind howled upward, their sound like the wailing of ghosts. Yet the chasm was not wide, only about 3 meters across. Such a width might hinder ordinary animals, but it could not stop demonic creatures that had already transformed. The little golden monkey grew excited, chattering and hopping from Subai's left shoulder to his right, then back again, as if eager to leap. Subai patted the little monkey and said calmly, "All right, stop jumping. Let's go over now." The little golden monkey immediately settled down. Subai lightly tapped his foot, soaring across like a swan, and in an instant he landed on the opposite side. The little golden monkey then chirped and pointed toward the peach grove. Subai focused his senses for a moment and indeed detected a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the grove. He immediately headed in that direction. But before he had gone far, the little golden monkey suddenly let out urgent cries. This time Subai understood. It was warning him of danger. Sure enough, the next moment a hissing sound arose from the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks. Moments later, Subai saw tens of thousands of venomous snakes emerge from the grass, branches, and crevices ahead, covering the entire path before him in a dense, writhing mass. They raised their heads, flicking their tongues, and stared intently at Subai. An ordinary person would have collapsed in terror. Especially those with trypophobia, the sight of these countless snakes would surely trigger an immediate episode. To be honest, even Subai frowned slightly. Though he was not afraid of snakes, the sight made him uneasy. He scanned his surroundings and noticed that all the snakes that had emerged were common venomous ones. Clearly, the entity commanding this serpent horde was still hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of snakes grew restless. Then, as if receiving orders, they all slithered rapidly towards Subai. As the countless snakes converged, they formed a wide, flowing river of serpents. Their twisting, undulating movements made the mass appear like a living stream. The little golden monkey's fur bristled instantly, and it trembled in fear. As the serpent river drew near, the hissing grew incessant. Subai calmly activated his golden light mantra. Golden light enveloped his body, radiating divine majesty, as if a god had descended. The brilliance dispelled the surrounding darkness, leaving the little golden monkey stunned. Even the tens of thousands of snakes halted. As cold-blooded creatures, they instinctively sensed that the being before them, blazing like the sun, was not to be trifled with. Deep within the peach grove, a massive black serpent lurked, as thick as a water barrel, with a fleshy lump on its head. Sensing the snake's retreat, it suddenly opened its mouth and let out a fierce hiss. Immediately, the halted snakes surged forward as if injected with adrenaline. Not only did they resume their advance, but they moved even faster than before. Subai heard that hiss and realized that the creature controlling the serpent horde was indeed hiding in the shadows, and it too was a snake. As the serpent river surged toward him like a torrent, Subai advanced fearlessly. He spread his hands, and dazzling lightning crackled around him. Thus, cloaked in golden light and wreathed in thunder, he strode like a deity into the endless river of snakes, calm and unhurried. Hundreds of venomous snakes simultaneously whipped their tails against the ground using the rebound force to unleash a powerful surge from their petite bodies. Like javelins, they shot towards Subai in unison. The sight was spectacular as hundreds of venomous snakes launched from the air resembling a rain of arrows. However, the results were ineffective. A series of clinks and pops echoed through the air. The venomous snakes that shot forward were either deflected by a golden light surrounding Subai or crashed directly into the thunder that enveloped him, turning into charred corpses on the ground. It was evident that the myriad of snakes could not hinder Subai's advance. Where Subai passed, there lay a sea of snake corpses carving out a clear path through the river of venomous snakes. Unstoppable, he made his way deeper into the peach grove. The little golden monkey widened its golden eyes in shock. It turned its head, staring blankly at Subai's profile, completely unprepared for the overwhelming strength of this calm man before it. Although it had previously tasted the flesh of an rank beast, the Iron Feather Eagle, it had not witnessed Subai slaying the Iron Feather Eagle King. Thus it had no prior recognition of Subai's formidable power. Now seeing Subai cloaked in golden light wielding thunder, it finally realized his might. The little golden monkey's gaze suddenly fixed, clutching onto Subai's sturdy leg. Subai, unaware of the little monkey's intentions, continued onward. Moments later, he reached the edge of the peach grove, where only a few snakes remained. Looking at the nearby peach grove, a cold smile crept across Subai's lips, for he knew that the snake hidden deep within the grove could no longer stay put. Sure enough, the next moment Subai heard a piercing roar akin to metal scraping. Then a massive, grotesque snake head with a bulging growth suddenly emerged from the grove. It gazed coldly and fiercely at Subai, the intruder. The little golden monkey instinctively trembled under the gaze of the black snake. Feeling the tremor on his shoulders, Subai patted the little creature, yet his gaze remained fixed on the menacing black snake. No more accurately, it was on the bulging growth atop the snake's head. A cold smile formed on Subai's lips as he remarked, "A peak-level third-grade snake, even with a bulging growth on its head, this snake is likely on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Unfortunately for you, you've crossed paths with me, and you are destined to become my meal." With this thought, Subai's eyes brightened as he suddenly recalled a recipe that included snake as an ingredient. Thinking of the dish's deliciousness, Subai couldn't help but salivate with joy, saying, with the Iron Feather Eagle King at home, and now encountering a snake on the verge of transformation, great. The ingredients for the dragon and phoenix dish are complete. The black snake, under Subai's intense scrutiny, felt a wave of unease wash over it. It sensed that this human was sizing it up with ill intentions. This human must die. The snake's heart raged with this thought. Then it lowered its head, pressing against the ground, and surged forward like a speeding train. As it entered the attack range, the snake suddenly opened its massive maw, aiming to swallow Subai whole. A foul stench rushed toward him, causing Subai to frown in disgust. Just as the gaping maw was about to engulf Subai, a glimmer of delight flickered in the black snake's cold and sinister eyes. However, at the crucial moment, Subai leapt high, executing a midair flip, positioning himself above the snake's head. Then golden light surged from Subai's body as he raised his gigantic golden fist, crashing it down onto the snake's head. A crisp crack echoed. The snake's head suddenly caved in, its eyes bulging outward as if being squeezed. Then with a thunderous crash, the snake's entire head, pressed by Subai's fist, was smashed into the ground. Instantly, a shockwave radiated outward. In an instant, debris flew, dust filled the air, and the surrounding trees swayed violently, rustling ominously. Moments later, as the dust settled, the snake's head was entirely buried in the ground. Though the snake was dead, its lower body continued to writhe. Seeing this, the little golden monkey puffed up in triumph and let out a squeak. Then it leaped from Subai's shoulder onto the snake's body, raising its tiny fists and punching the snake's body. Subai chuckled and then lifted the snake's head from the ground. When the snake stirred, the little golden monkey was startled and hurriedly jumped back onto Subai's shoulder. With a firm press, the snake fell back to the ground. Subai approached, turning his palm into a blade, and lightly sliced at the snake's head. The golden light condensed into a golden blade that sliced through the center of the snake's head. Instantly, the front half of the snake's head rolled away, revealing a green demon core pulsating with a faint green light in the middle of the remaining head. Subai raised his hand, summoning the demon core into the air. It trembled slightly, shaking off the blood before landing in his hand. The little golden monkey squeaked in excitement, its eyes glimmering greedily. Subai chuckled and handed the demon core to it, then stored the snake's body in the cold storage palace of his cave. He couldn't help but praise the system. This cave was indeed a must-have for home and travel. Earlier, Subai thought the cave was fixed in his home. Recently, he unexpectedly discovered that it was actually bound to the system and was a portable cave. The reason it was submerged beneath Subai's house was simply to anchor a spatial coordinate. This was an unexpected delight for Subai. The little golden monkey eagerly swallowed the demon core, instantly feeling revitalized. However, beyond that there were no other noticeable changes. Subai glanced at it, saying, "After eating my demon core, you'll be my pet from now on. Let's call you Xiaojin." The little golden monkey nodded in agreement, showing no signs of resistance. Subai smiled slightly and headed towards the peach grove. The outer peach trees were mostly semi-spiritual plants, so he didn't linger and went straight to the deepest part. The deeper he went, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became. Clearly good things resided deep within. Soon Subai reached the innermost part, and upon seeing 10 low-grade spiritual peach trees and 1 mid-grade spiritual peach tree, his eyes immediately lit up. Finding so many first-class spiritual peach trees all at once was truly beyond Subai's expectations. Looking at the 11 spiritual peach trees laden with fruit ready to ripen, Subai finally understood why that large snake, despite having an ordinary bloodline, could evolve to the initial stage of dragon transformation in just 3 years. With these 11 spiritual peach trees for consumption, even a pig could soar to the heavens. At this moment, the little golden monkey leapt onto a low-grade spiritual peach tree and began munching on a peach with delight. Seeing this, Subai couldn't be bothered and summoned his flying sword, enlarging it to insert into the ground, starting to excavate the spiritual peach trees. Since he discovered these first-class spiritual peach trees, he naturally intended to transplant them into his cave. After about 20 minutes, Subai moved the last mid-grade spiritual peach tree into the cave. Then he glanced around and decided to leave the remaining semi-spiritual plants here. After years of nurturing by the small veins underground, these semi-spiritual plants may not be unable to advance into spiritual peach trees. With this in mind, Subai smiled faintly and then entered the cave with Xiaojin. The journey there took time, but returning was a matter of blinking. Upon entering the cave, Subai appeared on the highest floating island, and the spiritual peach trees were planted on the hillside behind the palace by the lake. At this moment, looking at the vibrant 11 spiritual peach trees exuding spiritual energy, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Xiaojin entered the cave as if stepping into a fairyland, curiously scurrying around. However, when it was time to leave, the little creature stubbornly refused to do so, so Subai had to follow suit. Upon exiting the cave, Subai suddenly found himself in the courtyard of the Su family. This immediately caught Xiaobei's attention as she raised her head and called out when she saw Subai return. Then she looked around in confusion, searching for Xiaojin's figure. Xiaobai gazed at Subai and called out, seeming to ask where the little monkey had gone. Subai pondered for a moment and decided to open a portal to the cave beside the old tree. This would also facilitate the entrance and exit of the 2 little beasts and the little maid. As soon as he thought of it, Subai raised an eyebrow and a shimmering portal appeared beside the old tree. Xiaobai was startled by this sudden change and hid behind Subai. At the same time, a rich spiritual energy surged from the portal, soaring into the sky and stirring the wind and clouds. Subai concentrated his mind, and the portal rose with an invisible barrier sealing off the flowing spiritual energy. Moreover, the barrier concealed the portal. Then he reached forward, inserting his entire arm into the portal, as if being swallowed by the void. At that moment, Xiaobai came to her senses and approached the portal, curiously lifting her paw to poke at it. However, she poked at empty space and did not experience the same sensation as Subai, as if her arm had been swallowed. This left Xiaobai utterly baffled, not understanding what was happening. Subai, however, knew that Xiaobai had not received his authorization, so she could not interact with the void portal. Withdrawing his hand, Subai flicked his fingers to mark Xiaobei's forehead, and a faint imprint flashed by. Then he smiled and said, "Xiaobai, you can try again." Xiaobai, somewhat uncertain, lifted her paw again and poked at the portal. Suddenly her eyes widened as her little paw successfully passed through the portal. "Master will take you to a fun place. Xiaojin is inside too," Subai said with a smile, wrapping his arms around Xiaobai and stepping into the cave. Seeing the beautiful scenery within the cave, Xiaobai was stunned, then jumped off Subai and began to curiously explore her surroundings. At that moment, Xiaojin ran over, squeaking at Subai and Xiaobai holding a partially eaten fruit in its hands. Subai also granted Xiaojin the mark for entering and exiting the cave, then left the cave. As for Xiaobai and Xiaojin, he decided to let them play. Subai set up restrictions in the peach grove, so he was not worried about them harming the spiritual peaches. Afterward, he granted the little maid the cave's mark as well. Having completed these trivial matters, Subai found the book he had purchased earlier on an unusual app, brewed a cup of tea, and began reading under the old tree. It was not some cultivation manual, but rather odd tales filled with bizarre knowledge to be learned. Subai was unaware that the earlier surge of spiritual energy which had stirred the winds and clouds had already drawn the attention of certain individuals across the vast expanse of Binhai City. Of course, even if he had known, he likely would not have paid it much heed. At this moment he was already immersed in the pages of a book delving into the myriad strange tales and extraordinary events that had occurred on Earth since ancient times. On Shaoyang Mountain in the eastern district of Binhai stood an ancient temple from 1,000 years past known as Lingbao Temple. As an ancient temple, Lingbao Temple had enjoyed thriving incense offerings even before the resurgence of spiritual energy, and it was quite renowned in the neighboring cities. After the spiritual energy revival, the temple's incense offerings became even more abundant. One could say the stream of worshippers was like clouds, and the candlelight reached the heavens. Of course, this was largely due to the extraordinary power that Lingbao Temple itself possessed. At that moment, in the rear mountains of Lingbao Temple beneath an ancient gnarled Bodhi tree, the abbot Xuantong, who had been meditating in stillness, suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head to gaze at the sky. A glimmer of spiritual light shone in Xuantong's eyes as he suddenly called out, "Zhizhong." His voice was resonant, echoing throughout the surroundings. Moments later, a plump, shrewd-looking monk with a large head and ears hurried in. He bowed, placing his palms together, and replied respectfully, "This humble monk is here." Xuantong's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he said, "Ba, to the northwest a pillar of spiritual energy surges into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. A celestial treasure may be emerging. Descend the mountain and retrieve it lest it be coveted by demons and cause devastation among the living. But remember, you must act with goodwill and offer some appropriate benefits to the treasure's possessor. Go now." With these final words, Abbot Xuantong waved his hand. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight passed through Zhizhang's eyes, though inwardly he was dismissive of the abbot's last instruction. But on the surface, Zhizhang nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, Abbot. This humble monk will descend the mountain immediately." Abbot Xuantong watched as Zhizhang's figure receded into the distance until it vanished. Then he softly intoned, Ba, before closing his eyes and returning to stillness. In the southern district, beneath the shade of an ancient gnarled tree in South City Park, sat an elderly and a young Taoist priest, both dressed in simple blue robes. The elder Taoist, whose monastic name was Guiyun, was from the White Cloud Temple on Yunxia Mountain in Binhai. Priest Guiyun had graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles. Yet his complexion was ruddy and his eyes were clear, giving him a very spirited appearance. The young Taoist was named Wang Tieju, seemingly in his 20s, with an ordinary face that looked somewhat simple and a physique as robust as a bear. This elderly and young duo sat behind a simple stall beside which stood a white cloth banner inscribed with the words, "Infallible Fortune Teller." Clearly this was a fortune-telling booth. However, no pedestrians lingered before the stall and business was evidently scarce. Yet both Taoists wore expressions of serene indifference, seemingly unconcerned by this. Suddenly, Priest Guiyun looked up at the sky, a subtle gleam of spiritual light flickering in his eyes. A soft exclamation of surprise escaped his lips, and a slightly peculiar expression crossed his face. "Master, what's wrong?" Wang Taizhu asked in his simple, straightforward manner. Priest Guiyun stroked his goatee and said, How strange, how strange. A surge of spiritual energy has risen into the sky within the city. Our celestial treasure must have emerged." Wang Taizhu scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Our celestial treasure has appeared, Master. Then why are you still here? Why not go and compete for it? Didn't you always say that cultivators must contend with heaven, with earth, and with men?" A sharp smack sounded as Priest Guiyun tapped Wang Taizhu on the forehead. "Fool." That pillar of spiritual energy flashed and vanished in an instant, clearly already claimed by someone. If your master went now, it would no longer be a contest, but robbery. Though your master is poor, he would never stoop to such a deed. Otherwise it would incur karmic consequences. Wang Taizhu rubbed his head, nodding, as if in dawning comprehension. Priest Guiyun gave a slight nod in return. Although his disciple was somewhat simple, his pure heart made him excellent material for cultivation. Indeed, a timely nudge here and there, and the boy grasped something new. Several dozen li west of the Earth God Temple in the Old City District, within a dark ancient forest, a weasel the size of an adult human suddenly emerged from a gap in a gloomy ancient tomb, standing with its paws behind its back as it fixed a gloomy stare toward the city center. At that moment, several smaller weasels emerged from beside it. Suddenly the large weasel spoke in human tongue, its voice hoarse and somber. "Third, a spiritual object has appeared in the city. Go and investigate. If the opportunity arises, seize it. Also, little 15 has been missing for days now. He may have met with misfortune. Find out who killed a descendant of the Huang clan." As it spoke its final words, its tone grew even more frigid, causing the temperature to plummet abruptly. Insects crawling on the trees fell like rain in a sudden downpour. "Yes, grandfather. He'll go after dark. Once I find the murderer, I will flay his skin and refine his soul." A one-eyed weasel with a fierce countenance nodded in agreement. As it spoke, a chilling malevolence gleamed in its jade-green eyes. The other weasels upon hearing this also wore expressions of shared enmity. Then the group of weasels slipped back into the ancient tomb. On Shihuang Mountain, 100 li north of Binhai City, a massive crimson fox, its body as large as a full-grown water buffalo, lay with its eyes half-closed on a flat large bluestone at the mountain's peak, basking peacefully in the sun. Its fiery red fur shimmered like a flame under the sunlight. Suddenly the fox opened its eyes and lifted its head to gaze toward Binhai, a flicker of surprise passing through its ruby-red pupils. A spiritual object has appeared. What a pity it's within a human city, otherwise this king would certainly go and contend for it. The fox spoke in human tongue, its voice crisp and tinged with a hint of allure. It rolled its eyes and suddenly called out again, "Black fox, come to me at once." Moments later, a slightly smaller black fox ran up from the foot of the mountain. The black fox approached the crimson fox, bent its forelegs, and knelt respectfully on the ground, letting out a strange cry. Clearly it could not speak. The crimson fox turned its head to look at the black fox and asked, "Little White has been missing for so many days. Have you found any news of it?" Upon hearing this, the black fox lowered its head slightly and let out a squeaking sound. Little White went to the human city. The crimson fox's gaze sharpened upon hearing the black fox's reply. After a moment of contemplation, it said, "In that case, go to the human city and search. Be cautious and try not to provoke conflict with humans." The black fox nodded, then descended the mountain. At the Binhai Anomaly Bureau, Yan Fuxing, who was attending to official duties, sensed the intense fluctuation of spiritual energy within the city. He had just risen to walk to the floor-to-ceiling window for a look when his phone relayed the feedback from the spiritual particle monitoring satellite. Upon seeing that the spiritual energy fluctuation originated from Senior Su's residence, Yan Fuxing's mind was set at ease. In his view, since the spiritual energy fluctuation came from Senior Su's home, there was nothing for him to investigate. Time always seems to fly when one is deeply engrossed in a task. Before long, it was afternoon. Subai closed his book and took a sip of tea. Beside him on the grass lay Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, who had exhausted themselves frolicking in the grotto heaven that morning and were now listless. The tea was of mediocre quality, but its bitterness served to slightly refresh his spirits. Just then a chant of Amit Ba echoed from outside the courtyard. Yet the voice uttering it lacked grandeur or righteousness. Instead, it carried a faint trace of sleaziness. Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai lifted their heads at the sound of the Buddhist invocation, a flicker of displeasure passing through their eyes. Subai raised an eyebrow and looked toward the door. There, standing outside his home, was a plump, big-head monk clad in a kasaya, gazing at him with a benevolent expression. However, with his keen perception, Subai noticed the monk's eyes furtively darting toward Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin. Subai rose calmly and walked to the door. Looking at the plump monk, he asked expressionlessly, "Who might you be, and what business brings you here?" As he spoke, Subai scrutinized the monk carefully. By the Anomaly Bureau's classification of strength, this monk was roughly at the mid-stage of the third transcendent rank. He was quite weak in Subai's eyes, but he could still be considered a minor expert within Binhai. Amitba benefactor. This humble monk is Zhizhong, a practitioner from Lingbao Temple. Zhizhong intoned the Buddhist invocation and introduced himself with a smile. Subai gave a slight nod, but remained silent. Zhizhong continued, "Benefactor, today our abbot Xiantong of Lingbao Temple divined the emergence of a celestial treasure and instructed me to descend the mountain to retrieve it. Following the trail, I have arrived at your residence. If you have obtained the spiritual object, I implore you to entrust it to our temple for safekeeping, lest demons covet it and bring calamity upon this land." As he spoke these words, Zizhang's face was filled with compassion, as if he were a living bodhisattva, saving the suffering. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately recalled the scene of spiritual energy surging into the sky when he had opened the portal to the grotto heaven. He had not expected that it would be mistaken for the emergence of a celestial treasure and that he would be perceived as its possessor. This left Subai feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. But wasn't this Zhizhong being utterly shameless? Even if he had genuinely obtained a celestial treasure, what right did he have to demand that Subai hand it over to Lingbao Temple for safekeeping? Was it based on mere empty words? Thus Subai waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, "There is no celestial treasure here. Master, please take your leave." Upon hearing this, Zizhang's expression instantly turned sour, and he even omitted the Buddhist invocation. He fixed a burning gaze on Subai and said with a forced smile, "Benefactor, heed my advice. Hand over the celestial treasure to me, or else with demons lurking you will not be able to hold on to it." As he spoke, Zhizhong cast another glance toward Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai in the courtyard, a barely perceptible glint of greed flashing deep within his eyes. But on the surface, Zhizhong maintained a compassionate expression and said, "Furthermore, I observe that you are raising two demonic beasts. Benefactor, are you aware that since ancient times humans and demons have been distinct? If these beasts should one day turn on their master, all will be lost for you." I advise you to entrust these two to our Lingbao temple for discipline. With Buddha's compassion, we shall surely reform them and grant them a bright future. Zhizhong had already discerned that these two beasts possessed extraordinary bloodlines, and selling them on the black market would surely fetch a handsome price. Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, upon hearing Zizhang's words, immediately stood up and glared at him with hostile intent. The two little ones chattered incessantly, their sounds resembling curses. And indeed, they were cursing. Su Bai couldn't help but feel amused upon hearing them. However, on the surface, Su Bai coldly shouted at Zhizhong, "Get lost." Zhizhong was momentarily stunned, then his face turned extremely ugly, his expression shifting as he glared at Su Bai. "This brat actually told me to get lost. I, Zhizhong, a respected master of Lingbao Temple, have suffered such an insult. Damn it, this infuriates the Buddha. I must teach this whelp a lesson." Zhizhong wiped the compassion from his face, sneered at Su Bai, and said, "Since you are obstinately deluded and choose to ally with demons, do not blame me for subduing demons and vanquishing evil." With that, Zhizhong pressed his palms together, trapping his prayer beads between them. He channeled the Dharma power within him and chanted loudly, "Great and mighty celestial dragon, great Luo mantra Prajna of all Buddhas, Prajnabamakam." As Zhizhong recited the incantation, a formidable aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings. His kasaya rustled loudly in the wind, lending him an imposing presence. But just as Zhizhong was about to complete his incantation, Su Bai laughed coldly and bellowed, "Get lost." Simultaneously, a supremely powerful aura surged into the sky. In an instant, the heavens and clouds changed color. Under the pressure of Su Bai's aura, Zizhang's face instantly turned deathly pale, as if bearing an immense weight. He involuntarily staggered back several steps. He could no longer maintain his composure. The prayer beads clasped between his palms crackled and popped, and cracks appeared on their smooth surfaces. Stabilizing himself, Zhizhong stared at Su Bai in disbelief, his teeth chattering as he stammered, You are a transcendent." Perhaps due to sheer terror, Zhizhong momentarily stuttered. Su Bai looked at the trembling fat on Zizhang's face and shouted with disgust, "Why haven't you scrammed yet? Are you inviting the entire Lingbao Temple to a funeral feast?" Upon hearing this, Zhizhong shuddered, slowly retreated a few steps, then abruptly turned and fled in disgrace. Seeing the fathead monk scuttling away in disgrace, Xiao Bai gazed at Su Bai's profile, her eyes utterly captivated. Especially under the sunlight from the west, the contours of Su Bai's profile shone brilliantly, making him appear like a divine king stepping out of a myth. "Handsome. The master is simply too handsome." Xiao Bai let out an admiring chirp in her thoughts. Xiao Jin was so excited that he danced and squeaked, tumbling several times before puffing out his chest and placing his hands on his hips with a smug look. One would think he had driven away the foolish monk himself. Su Bai noticed the reactions of the two little beasts, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. However, deep down, he felt no joy at all, only a slight frustration. The foolish monk was a negligible figure not worth his concern. What troubled him was that the Lingbao Temple, upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon of spiritual energy surging into the sky, had sent someone to probe his situation. Thus he anticipated that other forces would not be an exception. Su Bai sensed a wave of minor troubles looming ahead. Of course, Su Bai was not overly worried. Troubles at worst would be merely annoying. If it came to it, he could simply crush them with a single palm strike. However, since the Lingbao Temple had shown its hand, if he did not teach them a lesson, they might truly underestimate him. Just then, the system seemed to perceive his thoughts. "Ding, a check-in location has been triggered. Lingbao Temple on Shaoyang Mountain. Please proceed to check in as soon as possible. Failure to do so within 24 hours will result in forfeiting this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt somewhat speechless. He had just been thinking about visiting the Lingbao Temple, and the system triggered a check-in mission there. It seemed this trip was inevitable, but there was no rush. Thinking this, Su Bai restrained his aura and returned to sit under the old tree with a smile. By then, Xiaomi had already brought over the afternoon tea. Su Bai picked up a pastry and took a bite, a cold glint flashing in his deep eyes. He had made up his mind, after finishing this afternoon tea, he would pay a visit to the Lingbao Temple. Su Bai wanted to see what right the people of Lingbao Temple had to act arrogantly before him. At the Lingbao Temple under the Bodhi ancient tree, when the aura erupting from Su Bai surged into the sky, causing the heavens over Binhai to shift and the clouds to churn. Xuantong, the abbot who had been meditating under the Bodhi tree, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. Staring at the rolling clouds in the northwestern sky, his face was filled with shock. After a moment, Xuantong frowned and murmured with a grave expression, "When did such a formidable figure appear in Binhai? To influence the heavens with mere aura, truly terrifying. This person's strength far surpasses mine. He must be the foremost in Binhai." Xuantong exclaimed in awe, then stroked his chin and wondered, but why would he strike? Perhaps someone from a Binhai faction offended him. At this a hint of schadenfreude flickered in Xiantong's eyes, and he remarked with feeling, "If our temple had such a reckless disciple, I would have to beat him to death." But no sooner had he spoken than a foreboding sense of dread surged in his heart. Xiantong suddenly recalled that the direction in which the wisdom staff had been sent to seek spiritual treasures was precisely the northwest. At this thought Xiantong's face darkened instantly, and he muttered with a glimmer of hope, "It can't be. The wisdom staff couldn't be that foolish, could he yet?" But the more he thought this way, the heavier the unease in his heart grew. Taking a deep breath, Xiantong clasped his hands together, muttered a Buddhist prayer, and sat down to recite scriptures, forcing himself to calm down. At South City Park, Guyuan Taoist also sensed the earth-shaking aura that stirred the clouds. "Fortunately, I did not get involved. I wonder which poor soul has angered this unknown being." Guyuan Taoist nodded slightly, a mix of shock and a touch of smugness in his expression. Wang Tieju, seeing his master smiling, scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Master, what are you laughing at?" Guyuan Taoist chuckled and replied, "Someone is in trouble." Wang Tieju pressed further, "Master, who is in trouble?" But Guyuan Taoist only smiled and remained silent. At the Anomaly Bureau, Yan Fuxing finished his work and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching wearily. He looked up into the distance and happened to see the sky over the old city district darken and the clouds shift. Yan Fuxing's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed in awe, "Damn, this aura is far too powerful. Even from such a distance I can feel a hint of pressure." In Binhai, only Senior Su could achieve this. But such a display is far beyond what an ordinary fourth-tier transcendent could produce, isn't it? Could it be that Senior Su has already reached a higher realm, the legendary fifth-tier transcendent? As he spoke, Yan Fuxing's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression grew extremely excited. His excitement was understandable, for even in the capital there was only one publicly known fifth-tier existence, the fifth tier of transcendence. Since the spiritual energy revival, there have been fewer than 10 publicly known fifth-tier transcendent powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. If Little Binhai could boast a fifth-tier transcendent, it would be an immense boon for the city. Such a presence could greatly intimidate the surrounding demons and monsters. Although the current world situation maintained a delicate balance between humans and these entities, Yan Fuxing knew that this balance could not last forever, as the world could undergo a drastic transformation at any moment. Under these circumstances, the significance of possessing a fifth-tier existence needed no elaboration. Of course, it might be somewhat hasty to declare Senior Su a fifth-tier existence based solely on that aura. But never mind, Yan Fuxing had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether Senior Su was truly fifth-tier, he had to find a way to latch onto this powerhouse. Not to mention everything else the earth-shaking aura Su Bai had displayed today had already intimidated the demons and monsters within Binhai's borders. Yan Fuxing dared to assert that for a short while the demons and monsters around Binhai would be much more subdued. Half an hour later, the wisdom staff returned to the Lingbao Temple in dejection. He went straight to the back mountain of the temple. "Abbot, you must seek justice for this humble monk." A mournful cry suddenly came from afar, shattering the tranquility of the back mountain. Xuantong, meditating under the Bodhi tree, felt his heart sink at the sound. His face instantly darkened, for his hopes had been dashed. The foreboding premonition had come true. Although the details were not yet clear, the situation was already apparent. That fool wisdom staff had indeed provoked the great being. Recalling his earlier words, Xiantong felt a flush of embarrassment, and his face quickly clouded over. Just then the wisdom staff, wobbling his large belly, ran over with a mournful face and knelt abruptly before Abbot Xiantong. He cried out in sorrow, "Abbot, you must seek justice for me. That brat not only refused to hand over the spiritual treasure, but also allied with demons and monsters. In the end, he destroyed my prayer beads and slandered our temple, showing no respect for Lingbao Temple. Please, Abbot, go down the mountain to punish him." The wisdom staff spoke endlessly. Xiantong's face grew dark with anger, not because of the slander against the temple, but because the wisdom staff was lying to his face. As the saying goes, monks do not lie, and this wretch dared to deceive him to his face. Would a lofty figure with such a heaven-shaking aura stoop to slandering the Lingbao Temple? Moreover, the wisdom staff had completely omitted any mention of the person's strength, only seeking his intervention for revenge. Damn it! Was he trying to send the old monk to his death? "You are the wisdom staff, not a mental deficient. Why are you so foolish?" At this thought, Xiantong shook his head in disappointment as he looked at the wisdom staff. He had once held high hopes for him, never expecting such recklessness. "Shut up!" Xiantong suddenly bellowed. "I." The wisdom staff was stunned, the words stuck in his throat. Xiantong said sternly, "You rebellious disciple, full of lies and reckless behavior, nearly bringing disaster upon the temple. Go and face the wall for 3 years." The wisdom staff was dumbfounded, then a look of utter dejection spread across his face. "This humble monk obeys," he responded, got up, and walked away forlornly. Seeing the wisdom staff leave, Xiantong breathed a sigh of relief. If he had to endure the wisdom staff's company any longer, he feared his own mind might be corrupted. Subai took a sip of spirit tea and glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Having eaten and drunk his fill, it was time to attend to business. The two greedy little ones, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, had eaten until their bellies were round and swollen like they were 10 months pregnant. Subai looked at them and said with a tender smile, "I'm going out for a while, you two stay here. Don't follow me. If any villains break in to capture you, just hide yourselves in the grotto, heaven, understand?" Xiao Jin nodded at this. Having eaten too much, it only wanted to lie down and had no desire to move. Xiao Bai, however, was somewhat tempted. Being naturally lively, she wanted to see more of the human city. She stood up, looked down at her belly touching the ground, and reluctantly chose to give up. Seeing this, Subai laughed heartily. He then summoned his flying sword, soared into the clouds, and flew straight toward Lingbao Temple. Watching Subai disappear into the horizon, Xiao Bai dejectedly flopped onto the ground, raising her paws to cover her face. In her heart, she felt utterly humiliated, as if her beautiful image had been shattered. Staring at her large belly, Xiao Bai angrily scolded herself, "Bai Chuxiu, can't you control your own mouth? If you keep eating, you'll turn into a pig. Once you're fat, as a Soul Master won't even hold you anymore." Subai flew his sword above the clouds. The fierce wind made his clothes rustle loudly. Flying a sword during the day was a completely different experience from doing so at night. Gazing down at the vast earth, Subai felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. He performed all sorts of extreme maneuvers, darting through one cloud and plunging into another, having a great time. Fortunately, since the spiritual energy resurgence, civilian airliners had been grounded. Subai could soar freely in the blue sky without worrying about collisions. After playing to his heart's content, he composed himself and flew toward Lingbao Temple. 2 minutes later, Subai arrived above Lingbao Temple. Looking down, he saw that the temple was still thronged with worshippers. Without any scruples or desire for a low profile, Subai descended on his sword, hovering in midair above a square within the temple. Then, channeling a trace of true qi, he declared loudly, "Listen, well, monks of Lingbao Temple. Call your abbot out, or today will not end peacefully." His voice, infused with true qi, rang out like a great bell. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain of Lingbao Temple, beneath the Bodhi tree, hearing the resounding voice, Abbot Xiantong abruptly opened his eyes, his face filled with gravity. Xiantong smiled bitterly and murmured, "What must come will come. Fortune or calamity, one cannot escape fate. This old monk shall go and meet this uninvited guest." With that, Abbot Xiantong descended the mountain. Meanwhile, the worshippers were stunned for a moment before they noticed Subai hovering in the void on his sword. Instantly, the crowd erupted. "Holy crap, hovering on a sword. That's a legendary Shu Mountain sword, immortal. Film this. This is the dream of my life. Oh, I've got to show my buddies back home. Such a handsome young man. Come down, little brother. My skills are really smooth. Isn't he the legendary Su Shun? Damn, Su Shun is also a sword immortal." The once quiet square instantly became a din of noise. Many people pulled out their phones and started recording. Hearing the comments, Subai's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, that young lady with the smooth skills, are you really okay with saying that? Just then, 18 robust warrior monks wielding long staffs pushed through the crowd, their expressions proud and imposing. 18 arhats. Subai thought as he glanced at them. He immediately sensed that they were all at the second-order peak. One of them glared at Subai and shouted, "What rat dares to cause trouble at Lingbao Temple?" The other 17 also glared at him. Seeing this, the worshippers quickly stepped aside, ready for the show. "Rat. Humph. An ant like you dares to be arrogant. He'll teach you a small lesson." Subai raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling on his lips. He focused his gaze slightly and released a sliver of his aura, pressing it down on the 18 arhats. The air hummed in agony. The 18 arhats were instantly flattened to the ground, their flesh shrinking slightly, as if squeezed by some force. In truth, the 18 arhats felt as if Mount Tai was crushing them, an invisible pressure pressing from the outside in. They couldn't move at all, their bones creaked as if on the verge of cracking under the strain. Even their internal organs ached dully, and breathing became extremely difficult. After a moment, their faces turned purple on the verge of suffocation. The worshippers were stunned. They had thought the imposing 18 arhats were formidable, only to see them taken down in an instant. Thus the worshippers now looked at Subai hovering on his sword with deep reverence. Seeing this, Subai withdrew his pressure from the 18 arhats and said coldly, "If there's a next time, no mercy." His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling, murderous intent. The moment Subai withdrew his aura, the 18 arhats felt their bodies loosen, then simultaneously groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. 18 pools of blood fell to the ground like 18 withered flowers. Hearing Subai's words, the 18 arhats felt a bone-chilling cold, as if plunged into an ice cellar, their faces pale, daring to hate, but not to speak. Even the worshippers standing far away unrelated to the matter couldn't help but feel a creeping dread. Umitba. A resonant Buddhist chant rang out as Abbot Xuantong, accompanied by 5 elderly monks with white eyebrows and beards, emerged from within. Xuantong first glanced at the pale-faced 18 arhats lying on the ground. Seeing their wretched state, his expression darkened. Then he cast a glance at Su Bai hovering on his sword, his gaze sharpening. He couldn't see through Su Bai and even sensed a tremendous pressure emanating from him. Moreover, the man could wield the flying sword technique. Could he be connected to Shu Mountain? Thinking thus, Xuantong's heart grew heavy. Then Xuantong's anger flared. He wished he could beat that fool Zhizhong into a vegetable. That idiot had brought such a powerful and mysterious enemy upon Lingbao Temple. The 5 elderly monks also glared at Su Bai with the fury of wrathful deities. Had Xuantong not yet given the order, they might have already attacked. Meanwhile, Su Bai was assessing them. The leading monk Xuantong was at the mid-4th order transcendent stage, while the other 5 were at the mid-to-peak 3rd order transcendent stage. Honestly, such a force could almost dominate Benhai. Unfortunately, they were up against Su by a cheat-like existence. After a moment, Xuantong intoned a Buddhist chant, fixed his gaze on Su Bai, and said reluctantly, "Benefactor, I am Xuantong. Even if Lingbao Temple was in the wrong first, have you not gone too far?" As he spoke, he pointed at the 18 arhats. Su Bai sneered in response, his eyes mocking. "Gone too far? You have the nerve to say that. I've never seen such shameless people." As he spoke, he pointed at the 18 arhats. Su Bai sneered in response, his eyes mocking. "Gone too far? You have the nerve to say that. I've never seen such shameless people. I have never seen such a brazen and shameless person." Su Bai's words were soft, yet they echoed resoundingly across Shaoyang Mountain. At this moment, inside a dark, damp cave at the back mountain of Lingbao Temple, a place reserved for meditation and reflection. Sitting beneath the bodhisattva statue, Zhizhong, who had heard Su Bai's voice, was filled with dejection. Originally, Zhizhong had not been concerned about Su Bai's arrival at Lingbao Temple, because in his view, with the foundation of Lingbao Temple, Su Bai should not dare to cause trouble. But now that man had torn away all pretense in public, clearly unwilling to settle matters amicably with Lingbao Temple. Thus, regardless of the final outcome, his days at Lingbao Temple would be difficult. Thinking of this, Zhizhong could not help but bitterly regret why he had provoked that man. Meanwhile, in the square, the pilgrims' expressions were somewhat peculiar, all eyes fixed on the monks of Lingbao Temple, especially Abbot Xuantong, who became the center of attention. Abbot Xuantong's face was ashen, feeling his old face burning from being insulted so openly. The aggravating part was that Xuantong knew well that his side was in the wrong, first lacking sufficient confidence to refute Su Bai. The scrutinizing and questioning gazes of the pilgrims made Xuantong deeply uncomfortable. After all, these were the devotees who had once revered him, now beginning to doubt him. If left unchecked, there would undoubtedly be a loss of followers. With this in mind, Abbot Xuantong took a deep breath and had already formed a plan. However, the 5 elderly monks, glaring angrily at Su Bai, had already attacked him in indignation. Abbot Xuantong's face changed drastically, but he was too late to stop them. A golden light burst forth from the 5 elderly monks as if they were plated in gold, resembling wrathful guardian deities. Then, with a forceful stomp on the ground, causing cracks to spread, their bodies sprang up, raising fists to strike at Su Bai in the air. Rumble. Though aged, the force of the 5 monks' fists was still formidable. The air seemed to explode from their punches, emitting a thunderous roar. At this moment, the sunlight was still fierce. The pilgrims only saw 5 beams of golden light shooting upward, the reflected glare forcing some to shield their eyes. Standing with his hands behind his back, Su Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indestructible golden body. Quite interesting. But before my fist, it is merely superficial." As he spoke, Su Bai raised his hand, transforming his palm into a fist, and slowly hammered it down toward the 5 charging monks, condensing chi into form. Instantly, a massive golden fist materialized, crashing toward the 5 elderly monks. Rumble. The air wailed. The oncoming fist wind forcefully pulled the monks' robes backward. The 5 monks' expressions changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge. They only saw the golden fist growing larger in their vision. With a resounding thud, the 5 monks were sent flying back, spitting blood, and crashed heavily onto the ground. The ground instantly cracked, tiles shattered, and scattered, forming a shallow pit. Fortunately, the pilgrims were far enough away and were not affected. Looking again, the 5 monks now lay pale-faced and unconscious in the pit. The ordinary human eye could hardly perceive the speed of a transcendent being. To the pilgrims, it was a mere blur, and then they saw Su Bai still standing calmly with his hands behind his back. They saw the 5 monks who had attacked him now lying unconscious in a human-shaped pit. Hiss. Though they had not witnessed the detailed process, the scene before them still made the pilgrims collectively gasp. Such terrifying power. At that moment, the pilgrims seemed to share a single thought. Then they all turned to look at Abbot Xuantong, whose expression was exceptionally grim. Xuantong, with a stern face, stepped forward one by one to check the condition of the 5 unconscious elderly monks. Subai watched Xuantong calmly, his face devoid of emotion, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Xuantong, things have come to this, you owe me an explanation. After the examination, Abbot Xuantong breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 monks' injuries were not severe, not life-threatening, and they would recover after some rest. However, Su Bei's blatant disregard in injuring the people of Lingbao Temple pushed Xuantong beyond endurance. Xuantong looked around with a dark face, seeing the 5 severely injured and unconscious monks, as well as the 18 bronze men who were also wounded, and felt a surge of indignation. Xuantong saw the wavering of the pilgrims and felt anxious, knowing he must turn the tide to win back their devotion. Of course, Xuantong knew he was no match for Su Bai, but looking at the string of white jade prayer beads in his hand, he felt a newfound confidence. These beads were a Buddhist treasure meticulously refined with Buddhist power by a 5th-tier transcendent monk from Duolin Temple. Wielding them, even a 5th-tier transcendent could be defended against. Though Xuantong could not see through Su Bai, he refused to believe that someone so young could reach the 5th tier of transcendence. With this thought, Xuantong suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Bai, and intoned a Buddhist chant before speaking solemnly. Young man, your actions are too tyrannical, causing harm, at will with no regard for others' lives. This old monk can no longer stand by you today. I shall discipline you on behalf of your elders. As he spoke, a vast Buddhist light erupted from Xuantong, his robe rustling violently in the radiance. Dead leaves were lifted and scattered in all directions. Su Bai sneered contemptuously, curling his lip. Discipline me. With you. TSK, TSK. Such arrogance. The pilgrims widened their eyes, holding their breath, knowing that a great spectacle was about to unfold and not wanting to miss a single moment. Insulted so blatantly, Abbot Xuantong seethed inwardly. He pressed his palms together, clasping the white jade beads, and roared. Sharp-tongued brat, let us settle this with our fists. Great majestic heavenly dragon. The white jade prayer beads suddenly blazed with Buddhist light, merging harmoniously with Xuantong's surging Buddhist power. His aura reached its zenith. A colossal golden dragon materialized behind Xuantong, circling him with resonant roars. Xuantong's eyes snapped open, fixed on Su Bai, and he bellowed, "Go!" Roar. The golden dragon roared, its tail whipping, and shot towards Su Bai like an arrow. Its forward momentum was like a high-speed train hurtling through the air. Su Bai still stood with his hands behind his back, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as the dragon charged. The pilgrims, however, were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They had never imagined that the usually amiable Abbot Xuantong could be so fierce when enraged. And seeing Su Bai motionless, the pilgrims wondered, could Su Shun be frozen with fear? As the golden dragon hurtled toward him, Su Bai calmly raised his hand, golden light flashing, and punched directly at the dragon's head. Boom. The fist and the dragon clashed momentarily before the dragon exploded, scattering into radiant light that faded into the void. As if struck by a tremendous force, Xuantong stumbled backward 7 or 8 meters, his heavy steps shattering the marble floor beneath him. Puffed. Xuantong coughed blood, staggered a few steps, and his expression shifted. Lowering his eyes to the white jade prayer beads, he heard a crack as one bead split apart. Xuantong was crestfallen. With the beads broken, he had lost his means to contend with Su Bai. You win. Those 3 simple words seemed to drain all of Xuantong's strength. You win. These 3 simple words seemed to drain all of Xuantong's strength. As if his vitality had been suddenly snatched away, he appeared much older. The pilgrims who witnessed this were filled with sighs. They gazed at Su Bai, who still stood aloft upon his sword with hands clasped behind his back, their faces etched with reverence. Such was the world after the spiritual energy resurgence. The people revered the strong. Just then Su Bai heard the system's notification chime. Ding, a check-in location has been detected. Host, would you like to check in? Su Bai was momentarily startled by the prompt, surprised it had come so late. He immediately thought to himself, check in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received 50 years of Tao cultivation. Instantly Su Bai felt a vast and profound surge of true chi flood into his Z mansion. The feeling of fullness brought Su Bai immense joy, and in a moment of carelessness he failed to restrain his aura, letting it leak out. Suddenly, a shocking pressure soared into the heavens, causing the wind and clouds to shift. A fierce gale swept through the square, shaking ancient trees and sending dead leaves swirling through the air. The pilgrims watching nearby felt their breath catch as if the sky itself were collapsing. Seeing the instigator, Su Bai, whose robes fluttered like those of a celestial sword immortal, the pilgrims were filled with awe. Abbot Xuantong, sensing the overwhelming pressure, also turned pale with terror. Good heavens! He had been hiding his true strength all along. Had I been nothing but a clown in his eyes from the very beginning? Thinking this, Xiantong let out a bitter laugh. But soon his face clouded over. Why was Su Bai making such a grand display? Was he planning to annihilate the Lingbao Temple? Abbot Xiantong could no longer sit still. He staggered to his feet, staring at Su Bai, who stood in the void like a god or demon. His face twisted with grief and anger. What more do you want? Isn't it enough that you've tormented our monks like this? Do you intend to massacre the entire temple? The pilgrims were bewildered by the abbot's outburst. What was he on about? Had they wandered into the wrong scene? Not only the pilgrims, but Su Bai was also utterly baffled. What the hell have I done now? Massacre? When did I ever say I was going to massacre anyone? Had this old monk suffered a stroke? The 5 elders who had just regained consciousness heard the abbot's words and truly believed Su Bai was about to commit genocide. Overwhelmed with panic, they spat blood and fell unconscious once more. To Xuantong, Su Bai's confusion looked like guilty silence after being exposed. The fainting of the 5 elders only added to the tragic atmosphere. The 18 arhats also wore expressions of despair. In this grim setting, Xiantong's anger only grew. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, Xuantong, his face dark, preempted him, pointing a finger and demanding, "What now that I've seen through your scheme, you fall silent, too cowardly to admit it?" Su Bai's mouth twitched in exasperation. Had this old monk truly suffered a decade-long stroke? Damn it, at least give me a chance to explain. But in Xiantong's eyes, Su Bai's silence was an admission of guilt. Yet Xiantong did not wish to die. He felt he still had a chance to save himself. The only weapon left in his arsenal was his silver tongue. With that thought, Xiantong lifted his head, wearing a look of martyrdom, and continued, "Let me make this clear to you. You may indeed annihilate Lingbao Temple, but have you considered whether you can bear the consequences? If you destroy my temple today, when the great masters of my Buddhist sacred mountain emerge in the future, they will grind your bones to dust. Young man, I advise you not to bring ruin upon yourself." Xiantong's words were half persuasion, half threat. The pilgrims were utterly lost. What was the abbot going on about? Something felt off. Finally, seizing his chance, Su Bai pointed at Abbot Xiantong and roared, "Old monk, shut your mouth." Abbot Xiantong's face turned green with rage. Good grief. This kid wasn't afraid of threats at all. From his tone, he was dead set on wiping out my entire sect. No sooner had Su Bai spoken than Xiantong cried out in indignation, "You fiend! I sought to guide you from your misguided path, laying out the consequences for your good, yet you not only refuse my kindness, but hurl abuse at me. Very well then, come demon. I will go first and await you in hell." With that, Xiantong tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and wore an expression of complete surrender. Seeing this, the 18 arhats were moved to tears. The pilgrims were even more bewildered. What was the abbot thinking? Why was he so eager to die? He was practically begging for death. Damn it all. Su Bai's mouth twitched as he listened to Xiantong's nonsensical ramblings and slander. He was utterly disgusted. At this moment, he could take no more. In a flash, Su Bai flew his sword behind Xuantong, raised his fist, and struck the back of his head. A dull thud echoed. The endlessly chattering abbot, Xiantong, pitched forward and collapsed onto the ground unconscious. As luck would have it, his face landed in the pool of blood that the 5 elders had spat out a second time. The blood had not yet dried, and half of Xiantong's face was smeared with it. It looked as though he had been struck dead by a heavy blow. Su Bai paid no attention to this. With the incessant noise of Xiantong silenced, he felt a deep sense of relief. The 18 arhats were now baffled. What did that demon mean by that? Could a blow to the back of the head really kill someone? Lost in thought, they began to drift off. At that moment, one of the burly old monks showed signs of waking. Despite his age and injuries, he was remarkably sturdy. After all, he was a transcendent being. Such people had incredible vitality. Not even a car could kill them. A hoarse murmur arose. Hearing it, Su Bai felt an inexplicable sense of unease. How should he describe it? It was somewhat ominous. Just then, an old monk awoke and saw Abbot Xiantong lying in a pool of blood with Su Bai standing nearby. The old monk froze for a moment, then grief overwhelmed him. He wailed, "You fiend! You've killed Abbot Xiantong. You'll die a miserable death. You'll... Damn it!" Su Bai frowned as he listened to the old monk's blathering. He cursed under his breath and thought to himself, do all these people at Lingbao Temple have century-long strokes? Every single one of them is insane. The old monk's rambling continued, growing more fervent and outrageous by the second. Enough! Su Bai snapped, unable to bear it any longer. He raised his hand and unleashed the 5 thunders righteous method. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning flashed. The old monk, in the midst of his tirade, was struck directly by the lightning. His eyes rolled back, black smoke billowed from his mouth, and with a final twitch, he fell unconscious once more. A bunch of lunatics. Su Bai let out a breath, cursed loudly, and then soared into the sky on his sword. The pilgrims watched, still utterly bewildered. What had just happened? The 18 arhats snapped out of their daze. Seeing that Su Bai had left, they were once again confused. They exchanged glances, finally realizing they might have misunderstood him. An awkward silence fell over them. Not long after, with a groan of pain, Abbot Xiantong awakened. He stood up, eyes wide, face brimming with excitement. Old monk actually survived. Xiantong's gaze grew brighter, and then he laughed uproariously. Ha! You demon, you wiped out my Lingbao Temple's entire sect, yet you let old monk live. Just wait. You demon, wait for old monk's revenge. Abbot. He didn't actually kill anyone. At that moment, a voice came faintly from nearby. Upon hearing this, Abbot Xiantong's gaze instantly turned blank. He came to his senses and saw the living 18 bronze men and the living 5 elder monks. Although one of them looked a bit battered, at least they were alive. Seeing everyone alive, Xiantong was overjoyed, yet also deeply embarrassed. Recalling his earlier words, Abbot Xiantong's face turned green. So that demon couldn't be bothered to kill him. He had been indulging in self-delusion all along. Thinking of this, Abbot Xiantong felt his face ache. He made an excuse of feeling unwell, covered his face, and turned to retreat to the back mountain. The 18 bronze men lay on the ground, barely suppressing their laughter, their faces red with effort. The pilgrims, witnessing this, couldn't help but burst into snickers. Instantly, the square was filled with laughter. Xuantong, who hadn't gone far, heard the pilgrims' laughter and felt even more embarrassed. He quickened his pace toward the back mountain. Yet a fire smoldered in his eyes. Xiantong resolved to give Zhizhong a good beating once he reached the back mountain. Moments later, Xiantong entered the meditation cave and saw Zhizhong lounging comfortably, and his rage flared. Zhizhong didn't notice Xiantong's expression. Seeing the abbot arrive, he beamed with joy and asked, "Abbot, you're here, how wonderful. Has that fellow been dealt with by you?" Upon hearing this, Abbot Xiantong's composure shattered. Recalling his own predicament and realizing it was all because of the trouble Zhizhong had caused. Immediately, Abbot Xiantong said irritably, "Old monk should deal with you instead." With that, he stepped forward and began punishing the bewildered Zhizhong. A piercing scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed from the dim cave and resounded throughout the back mountain. It lasted a full half hour. Half an hour later, Abbot Xiantong emerged from the cave refreshed. He straightened his robes and calmly intoned Umit Ba. Then Abbot Xiantong went to the ancient Bodhi tree, sat down cross-legged, and after a moment of thought called out, "Jishi, come see me at once." Moments later, a gaunt, thin-faced monk with a frame like a hemp stalk hurried over, pressed his palms together in greeting, and said, "This humble monk pays respects to the abbot." Abbot Xiantong nodded slightly and said expressionlessly, "Jishi, Zhizhong took a rather bad fall. Go and take care of him for a few days." Jishi paused, then replied, "Yes, abbot." Though he wondered how that fat fool Zhizhong could have fallen and injured himself, Jishi readily accepted the task. Xiantong waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. Jishi bowed and withdrew. Xiantong let out a sudden sigh, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This time Lingbao Temple had lost tremendous face. Especially him. He had lost all dignity. It was precisely for this reason that Xiantong had retreated to the back mountain. And in his loss of composure, he had given Zhizhong a severe beating. In truth, Xiantong hadn't wanted to. It was all Su Bai's fault. Since he couldn't defeat Su Bai, he had to take it out on Zhizhong. As for seeking revenge on Su Bai, Xiantong just wanted to say, "Come on, it's the 21st century now. A minor conflict. Peace is precious." Since the man had the power to annihilate the sect, but didn't, Xiantong couldn't afford to narrow his own path, forcing the man to actually wipe out Lingbao Temple. Not long after, a few staff members from the Anomaly Bureau came to Lingbao Temple to inquire about the incident. After understanding the situation, they descended the mountain. At the Anomaly Bureau headquarters, in the conference room, the team leaders from all districts gathered. Everyone was watching the video playing on the projector. The video showed Su Bai causing a ruckus at Lingbao Temple, recorded by a pilgrim on site. After watching the video, everyone's expressions were somewhat peculiar. Yin Fuxing laughed heartily. Was Abbot Xiantong so bored that he had to provoke Senior Su? He was asking for trouble. Everyone broke into knowing laughter, the atmosphere quite pleasant. Clearly, the Anomaly Bureau's stance was on Su Bai's side. Yang Jing smiled slightly. It's already spreading like wildfire online. This time Lingbao Temple has lost a lot of face. A team leader said, "Serves them right. Those who do nothing go after those who get things done. Who else would suffer but them?" Another team leader agreed. They're used to being domineering. This time they met someone even more domineering and immediately knelt. "I think being taught a lesson by Senior Su is a good thing. Uitll, make them more restrained in the future." Yin Fuxing waved his hand. "All right, you've all seen the incident. Didn't you notice that Senior Su has grown even stronger?" Everyone looked astonished. Without Yin Fuxing's mention, they truly hadn't noticed. After all, Senior Su's strength had always been an enigma. Yang Jing asked, "Director, how can you tell?" The others also looked at Yin Fuxing curiously. Yin Fuxing said, "In the video, the aura Senior Su unleashed at the end caused even more intense phenomena than before." Everyone listened with vague understanding, yet they still wore expressions of course. Sure enough, Yin Fuxing nodded with satisfaction. At Nanqing Park, Priest Guiyun stared in the direction of Lingbao Temple, pondering the source of that aura at Lingbao Temple, which was even more powerful than the one from the northwest. After all, such powerful beings appearing in quick succession was not something Guiyun could ignore. Just then the simple young Taoist walked over and said, "Master, look. Those stinking monks at Lingbao Temple got taken down by someone." With that, he handed his phone playing the video to Guiyun. Priest Guiyun's eyes lit up. He took the phone and watched, commenting as he did, "Tiezhu, not bad. You've started actively gathering news from the field." Wang Taizhu grinned, foolishly overjoyed that his master rarely praised him like this. The more Guiyun watched the stranger, his expression became. Especially when he saw Xiantong's baffling actions, he nearly lost his composure and laughed. To be honest, as a longtime rival, Priest Guiyun was quite pleased to see Lingbao Temple in trouble. Of course, despite his inner delight, Guiyun couldn't see through this young man, named Su Bai, who could wield the sword, art the golden light mantra, the five thunder righteous method, and possessed profound Taoist cultivation. However, Guiyun was certain that the several soaring auras from before and after were all caused by this young man in the video. Moreover, the heavenly treasure had likely been obtained by him as well. Connecting all these dots, Guiyun concluded that the trouble at Lingbao Temple was probably due to that heavenly treasure. Thinking of this, Priest Guiyun once again praised his own wise decision. Otherwise, Baiyun Temple would now be in the same predicament. With that in mind, Guiyun sternly admonished Wang Tiezhu. "Tiezhu, remember this young man in the video. Do not provoke him. Do not provoke him. Do not provoke him." Wang Taizhu nodded seriously. "Disciple remembers." Priest Guiyun nodded slightly, a look of approval on his face. Lingbao Temple enjoyed considerable renown in the surrounding cities. The major incident that had occurred there had already stirred up a storm on the internet. Many people now knew that in Binhai there was a young man named Su Bai who had single-handedly overwhelmed the entire temple. In short, Su Bai had become famous, truly famous. Yet Su Bai himself was unaware of this. Shortly after his return, the Dahong Pao tea saplings he had ordered from Shinong sect arrived. Su Bai was planting them in the cave heaven, accompanied by the two little ones Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin. Of course, the two youngsters were merely playing. Only Su Bai was actually working. By the time Su Bai and the two little ones emerged from the cave heaven, night had already fallen. After finishing the dinner prepared by Xiaomi, Su Bai and the two little beasts rested beneath the old tree. Xiao Bai lay across Su Bai's lap, while Xiao Jin obediently crouched beside them. The man and the two beasts remained there in tranquil silence, savoring the peace of the night. Time slipped away in that stillness. Su Bai dozed off, and when he awoke it was nearly midnight. At this hour, aside from the streetlights, all the residential houses were shrouded in darkness. The neighborhood was utterly silent. Only Su Bai's house remained brightly lit. Suddenly a loud knocking echoed from the tightly shut courtyard gate. Startled awake by the sound, Su Bai was instantly alert. Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin also stirred from their slumber. The two clever creatures remained silent. Su Bai furrowed his brow slightly, catching a whiff of a musky odor. It was similar to the scent of the weasel he had killed at the Earth God Temple. So the one knocking was likely a weasel. Su Bai sensed its presence. From the aura leaking out, it was a weasel at the third stage mid-tier of the transcendent realm. It was a level stronger than the one that had previously sought his blessing. But why was this weasel knocking on his door so late at night? Could it also be seeking his blessing? As he pondered, Su Bai couldn't help but wonder if his physique had some hidden attribute that attracted weasels. The knocking continued steady and unhurried. Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai gazed curiously at the resounding gate. The two little ones knew a demon was knocking, but they couldn't tell what kind. With an amused expression, Su Bai walked toward the courtyard gate, the two little ones flanking him. The old wooden door creaked as he opened it. Su Bai swung the door open. Before him stood a weasel wearing a black hat, a black jacket, and black jeans, a cowboy outfit. It was missing one eye. Raising an eyebrow at the sight of the one-eyed weasel, Su Bai was taken aback by its attire. In the darkness from a distance, its silhouette looked almost human. Its sleeves and collar were neatly arranged. Clearly this was not the weasel's first time dressing this way. It was evidently very familiar with the human world. Perhaps this weasel had harmed many people while disguised like this. At that thought, a cold glint flashed in Su Bai's eyes. He narrowed his gaze, silently activating his yin-yang vision. Instantly, the one-eyed weasel's body was engulfed in a thick purplish-black resentment visible only through his yin-yang vision. Su Bai's gaze turned icy. In his heart, he had already sentenced the weasel to death. Given the intensity of the resentment, the one-eyed weasel had likely taken dozens of human lives. It must be killed, but there was no rush. First, he would find out why the weasel had come. After all, the creature couldn't escape his grasp. Just then, Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai peeked out to look at the weasel standing outside the door. Both of them wore expressions of disgust. The truth was, the weasel was far too pungent. The one-eyed weasel caught their disdain, and a flicker of hidden malice passed through its single eye. It thought it had concealed its reaction well, but Su-Bai had already detected the subtle shift. Then expressionless it pulled a drawing from its chest and unfurled it, asking in a shrill voice, "You there, have you seen this yellow immortal?" The drawing depicted a lifelike weasel. Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai shook their heads. The weasel looked disappointed, its gaze growing even colder. Then the weasel glared coldly at Su-Bai and asked, "Human, have you seen the yellow immortal in this picture?" Su-Bai nodded slightly, a playful smile on his lips. "Of course I have." Hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in the one-eyed weasel's eye. It quickly pressed, "Human, tell me where you saw this yellow immortal." The weasel was anxious and looked quite ferocious. "I killed that yellow immortal with my own hand. I reckon its grave is already overgrown with weeds," Su-Bai said with a bright smile, stroking his chin. The one-eyed weasel, which had been filled with delight, froze upon hearing these words. After a moment it came to its senses and glared at Su-Bai with savage fury, its face twisted with rage. "Human, you dare kill my yellow clan's second son? Die." With that, the weasel extended its sharp claws and leaped towards Su-Bai. But in an instant it saw the man's body enveloped in golden light as he reached out and grabbed at it like lightning. Then the one-eyed weasel felt its neck tighten, a powerful force locking around it. Looking down, the weasel's pupils constricted in shock. Its neck was gripped by the man's golden glowing hand. "Hey, you think you can attack me?" Su-Bai laughed contemptuously, tightening his grip slightly. Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin also let out mocking cries. As Su-Bai's hand squeezed the weasel's neck, emitted a cracking sound, as if it were about to snap. Its face turned purple, what felt as though its neck was breaking. Desperately, it raised both claws and clawed at Su-Bai's arm, trying to make him let go. But the weasel soon discovered in despair that its claws, upon striking Su-Bai's arm, only broke its own claws and produced a few sparks without causing the man any injury whatsoever. "It's over." The one-eyed weasel's face turned a dark purple, its eye filled with utter despair. Su-Bai smiled faintly. "Stop struggling. It'll send you on your way." Suddenly, the hand gripping the one-eyed weasel erupted with a blinding radiance of lightning, engulfing the weasel's entire body. The weasel let out a few agonized screams before falling silent. The lightning flickered for a full minute before slowly fading. Su-Bai's outstretched hand remained in the air, still holding an invisible grip. Su-Bai withdrew his hand and shook off a few traces of ash onto the ground. Then, with a sweep of his hand, a gust of wind howled forth, sweeping the remaining ash at the doorstep into the distant mountain forest. Having done this, Su-Bai turned his eyes sharply toward the alleyway across the street and said in a low voice, "Come out, I've already seen you." Silence. Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin followed Su-Bai's gaze, but saw nothing. The two little ones were puzzled. Could the master have been mistaken? But then they saw it, a black fox the size of a calf, trembling, emerged from the dark alley. At that moment the black fox trembled violently, its eyes filled with terror as it recalled the scene it had witnessed earlier. It had been ordered to find the little white fox in the human city and had slipped into the town under the cover of night. Following the lingering scent of the little white fox, the black fox wandered through the streets until it finally arrived at an alley not far from Su-Bai's home. As a fellow fox, it could detect the little white fox's scent emanating from the small courtyard across the way. However, the black fox also sensed the presence of another demonic creature within. This made the black fox hesitate. After all, a human capable of keeping a demon as a pet must be immensely powerful. Yet what puzzled the black fox was that it could not perceive any fluctuation of spiritual energy from the human inside the courtyard. Confused, the black fox wavered, uncertain whether to sneak in and investigate. But just then it noticed a weasel suddenly appear and knock on Su-Bai's door. The black fox halted its steps, suppressed its aura, and quietly retreated into the shadows to observe. Watching the weasel knock on the door, the black fox speculated about the purpose of its visit. Was it here to seek a title from the human inside? Or was it after the two demons within? At this thought, a cold glint flashed in the black fox's deep dark eyes. After all, the little white fox was still inside, and it would be disastrous if the weasel harmed her. The black fox nearly lost control and revealed itself. But after a moment's consideration, it calmed down. Soon after, the door opened. A handsome man came into the black fox's view. The black fox stared at the man, and even as a male creature it felt a twinge of jealousy. Then its gaze sharpened slightly. Behind the man stood two little demons, one of which was the very little white fox it had been searching for. The black fox's excitement surged, and it nearly rushed forward. But what happened next terrified the black fox. The weasel seemed to have failed in its negotiations with the human and suddenly attacked the man. The black fox thought the man was done for. After all, such a close-range surprise attack would be difficult even for it to withstand unscathed. Yet the ensuing events made the black fox's eyes widen in shock. The human instantly grabbed the weasel by the neck, and despite the weasel's frantic struggles, it could not break free. The black fox felt fortunate that it hadn't acted recklessly, for it would have met the same fate. After all, it was on par with the weasel in strength. Encountering this man, the outcome would have been no different. Then the black fox watched as the weasel was obliterated by thunder. Witnessing this, the black fox was so terrified that its soul nearly left its body, and it couldn't stop trembling. The thought of finding the little white fox vanished, replaced by a single instinct: flee. The black fox turned to leave, but at that moment its scalp tingled, as if it were being watched by a terrifying, monstrous being. Then it heard, "Come out, I see you." Hearing this, the black fox realized that the terrifying man had discovered it. It considered fleeing, but the moment the thought crossed its mind, it felt an overwhelming unease, as if its fate was already sealed. If it disobeyed, it feared it wouldn't take 3 steps before meeting its end. Realizing it had not only failed to rescue the little white fox, but had also trapped itself, the black fox's face fell into despair. Shaking its head in defeat, the black fox turned and walked toward the small building across the way. But when it met the man's indifferent gaze, it couldn't help but tremble. After all, the scene of the weasel's annihilation was still fresh in its mind. As the black fox emerged from the dark alley, Xiaobai and Xiao Jin immediately spotted it. Subai raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing the black fox. He glanced down at Xiaobai, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Xiao Jin glanced at the black fox, then at Xiaobai, scratching his head in confusion. Xiaobai's eyes lit up at the sight of the black fox, and she trotted to the door, letting out a soft whimper. Xiaobai whimpered, "Brother Bai Jia, hey, come over here." The black fox saw her emerge and heard her call, and couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Oh, my little ancestor, you're practically throwing me into the tiger's den. What choice do I have but to steel myself?" Glancing at Subai, who remained impassive, the black fox hesitated for a moment before lightly trotting over to Xiaobai. The black fox said dejectedly, "Little Chushua, I've finally found you. I was supposed to take you back, but now we've both fallen into this man's hands, and escape seems impossible." Xiaobai blinked and said, "Brother Bai Jia, hey, why would we need to escape? I'm doing very well here with my master." The black fox's head shot up in surprise. "What? You've acknowledged this human as your master?" As it spoke, the black fox cast a sidelong glance at Subai and couldn't help but shiver upon meeting his gaze. Xiaobai nodded matter-of-factly. "Yes, my master saved me. He's handsome, and he treats me well, so I decided to acknowledge him as my master." Saying this, Xiaobai stole another glance at Subai, her eyes full of admiration. The black fox grew anxious. "But the Fox King ordered me to bring you back to Chihuang Mountain. Listen to me, the path of humans and demons is different. You should come back with me." "I'm not going back. Chihuang Mountain is no fun at all." The little white fox shook her head, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Brother Bai Jia, hey, you've been caught too. How can you take me back? You've seen how powerful my master is." Hearing this, the black fox's body stiffened as it realized it was also a captive. At this thought, the black fox's spirit sank again. Xiaobai said, "Don't worry, brother Bai Jia, hey, I'll plead with my master to let you go." "Really?" The black fox's eyes brightened with a flicker of hope. If possible, it desperately wanted to leave this place and this man's sight. But the thought of Xiaobai staying behind dampened its spirits. "Brother Bai Jia, hey, come inside with me first." Xiaobai nodded earnestly and turned back into the courtyard. The black fox hesitated for a moment before following. Subai and Xiao Jin exchanged glances, finally relieved, as the two foxes stopped their conversation. Xiaobai approached Subai, rubbing against his leg and letting out a soft whimper. "This is your kin. All right, I understand." Subai grasped her meaning and nodded simply. The black fox kept its distance from Subai and even from Xiao Jin, maintaining a careful gap. Xiao Jin let out a sleepy yawn, unconcerned. Subai glanced at the black fox. Since it was Xiao Bei's kin, he should treat it well. After a moment's thought, he decided to make a pot of dragon and phoenix union. With that in mind, Subai said with a smile, "Xiaomi, light the fire and boil the water." "Yes, master." Xiaomi's voice chimed in response. Xiaobai and Xiao Jin's eyes lit up, a hint of drool forming at the corners of their mouths. "Light the fire. Boil the water." The black fox understood some human language, and upon hearing this, its pupils contracted. Its body trembled violently as it looked at Su Bei's faint smile, a terrifying thought forming in its mind. Damn it! Was this human planning to eat it? The black fox had considered fleeing outright, but after a moment's thought it abandoned the idea. It was not confident it could escape from Su Bei's grasp. On its journey here, the black fox had heard from some ghostly friends about how Su Bei had single-handedly suppressed the Lingbao Temple in broad daylight. Facing such a fearsome man, it decided it was best to behave itself. It thought that with the little white fox around, that human probably wouldn't cruelly devour it. That human surely won't eat me. Oh, I must have been overthinking things before. With this thought, the black fox's expression calmed down, yet its limbs still trembled faintly. Clearly the black fox was not as composed as it appeared. After a moment, Xiaomi brought the pot over and placed it on the gas stove. She filled it with water and lit the fire. In a few minutes, steam rose as the water came to a boil. The black fox watched the billowing steam swallowing hard, its limbs trembling even more violently. Xiaobai and Xiao Jin, the two little beasts, stared at the steaming pot, with gleaming eyes, knowing it was time to cook. Seeing the water boil, Su Bai summoned his flying sword with a thought. The sword, brimming with spirit, let out a resonant hum and circled around Su Bai a few times. When the black fox saw the flying sword, it thought Su Bai was about to strike it down. Its limbs instantly gave way and it fell to the ground with a dull thud. Su Bai and the two little ones heard the noise and turned to look at the black fox. After a quick glance, Su Bai and Xiao Jin looked away. Although the black fox's state seemed somewhat off, Su Bai didn't dwell on it, assuming the fox was merely uncomfortable. Xiao Bai looked at the black fox and asked curiously, "Brother Black and White, what's wrong? Your face looks terrible." "Nothing, just a bit tired." The black fox forced a smile, but its heart was bitter. It couldn't very well say it was afraid the human would eat it, could it? Xiao Bai glanced at the black fox, but didn't press further. The black fox breathed a sigh of relief, dreading that the little white fox would question it further. How embarrassing that would be. Su Bai glanced at the black fox, smiled, and took out large chunks of serpent meat and iron-feathered eagle king meat from his spatial storage. He controlled the sword to hover above the pot and rapidly sliced the meat. Seeing this, the black fox closed its eyes in shame, realizing it had misunderstood the human. He was actually preparing a feast. The meat was cut into small pieces and dropped into the boiling pot. Some seasonings were added, the lid was placed on, and it was left to simmer over high heat. In minutes, the aroma filled the entire courtyard. The two little beasts were already drooling. The black fox's legs stopped trembling and a pool of saliva formed. An hour later at the gate. With a full belly, the black fox looked at Xiao Bai with a complex expression, nodded, and turned to leave. After walking a dozen meters, it glanced back at Su Bai, a hint of embarrassment in its eyes. It had thought the human meant to eat it, but it had been mistaken. Instead, he had prepared a magnificent dragon and phoenix dish to welcome it. Thinking of the dish's flavor, the black fox swallowed again. Truly, it envied Xiao Bai a little. Following this man meant eating well and living well. If it were in Xiao Bai's place, that wouldn't want to leave either. Then a bitter smile crossed the black fox's face. It hadn't managed to bring Xiao Bai back. How would it explain this to the Fox King? Shaking its head in frustration, the black fox turned and stepped into the darkness. Su Bai watched it go, then returned to the courtyard with the two little beasts. The little ones, tired, went into the cave dwelling to rest. Now Su Bai sat alone under the old tree in the yard, silently sipping tea. Xiaomi attended to him, massaging his shoulders and refilling his cup. Massage was a skill Xiaomi had only recently mastered. At this moment, it was perfect for Su Bai. 10 minutes passed in such pleasant comfort. Suddenly, Su Bai's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the dim street outside the gate. A mass of black mist clung to the ground, hesitating a dozen meters from Su Bai's door. It seemed torn between approaching and retreating. Su Bai was about to strike it down with thunderous force. A mere early fourth-stage evil spirit daring to loiter before his home. It was practically courting death. But as if sensing Su Bai's intent, the black mist roiled, and from within it a white flag suddenly rose. The white flag was only the size of an adult's palm, unremarkable, made of plain white cloth. Seeing it, Su Bai's face registered a flicker of surprise. He had never expected the evil spirit within the black mist to pull such a move. Su Bai was now puzzled about the spirit's intentions. Could it be surrendering to him? With this thought, Su Bai grew curious about the spirit in the black mist. A glint of spiritual light flashed in his eyes, and the creature within the mist became clearly visible to him. The evil spirit in the black mist turned out to be a small silver skeleton, only 50 to 60 centimeters tall. Seeing it, Su Bai looked surprised. Unlike ordinary skeletons, this little silver skeleton actually had a pair of physical eyes in its otherwise hollow sockets. A skeleton with real eyes. Su Bai had never heard of such a thing. Still, Su Bai didn't delve into it. After all, with the spiritual energy resurgence, encountering all sorts of bizarre creatures was no longer cause for astonishment. Having seen through the black mist, Su Bai noticed the little skeleton holding up a white flag, its gaze fearful as it cautiously observed him. Yet with those real eyes, the little silver skeleton's cautious demeanor while holding the white flag created a striking sense of contrast. Su Bai stroked his chin, his gaze wavering. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the little skeleton, a thought arising in his mind. Was this truly an early fourth-stage evil spirit? Or was it just a newborn little ghost? The little silver skeleton, noticing Su Bai staring at it, began to tremble uncontrollably. With that in mind, Su Bai beckoned to the little silver skeleton and said calmly, "Since you're here, come in. State your purpose. If it pleases me, you may leave." Hearing this, the little silver skeleton's eyes went blank for a moment. After hesitating and carefully observing Su Bai for a while, seeing that he seemed genuine and not deceiving it, it began to walk into the courtyard. Yet the little silver skeleton remained cautious, stopping every 2 or 3 meters to observe Su Bai. It repeated this 3 or 4 times until it was sure Su-bai had no intention of attacking, then finally stepped through the gate. Once inside the courtyard, the little silver skeleton dispersed the black mist shrouding it, revealing its true silver skeletal form. It put away the white flag and said timidly, "Greetings, my lord. I am Silverbone from the mass grave of Little South Mountain. I have come to report something to you." Su-bai raised an eyebrow, a look of curiosity on his face. He asked in a deep voice, "You, an evil spirit, come to report to me? Are you sure you're not playing tricks?" The little silver skeleton said with utmost deference, "How would I dare to deceive you, my lord? It's like this: a few days ago, 2 beings from the underworld found me and wanted me to cooperate with them to eliminate you." "So it's them," Su-bai said, his gaze sharpening. He nodded slightly and fixed his eyes on the little skeleton. "And did you agree at first?" The little silver skeleton quickly shook its head. "My lord, your reputation is mighty. All the monsters and ghosts in Benhai know of you. How would I dare to be so reckless? I played along with them for a while, then immediately came to report to you. I wanted to avoid any misunderstanding." Su-bai nodded slightly, indicating he understood. However, Su-bai raised an eyebrow and said, "Tip you off. You're an evil spirit. Why should I trust you so easily?" Silverbone rolled its eyes, putting on an aggrieved expression, and said, "Honestly, sir, those 2 netherworld skeleton men have forcibly taken over my humble abode. Even my subordinates have been forcefully controlled by them. I know that if this continues, I might not even be able to keep my own ghostly life. Unable to bear it, I came to inform you, hoping you could eliminate them soon." Su-bai gave Silverbone a meaningful glance and nodded noncommittally. Seeing that Su-bai seemed to believe its lies, Silverbone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet deep within its pupils a hidden chill flickered. Gazing at Su-bai's face, Silverbone's eyes shimmered slightly, thoughts flowing like water. This was the man who had killed his brother Fleshbone. It would do everything in its power to kill him, to avenge its pitiful brother Fleshbone. Silverbone lurked in the Shaonan Mountain burial ground, not out of cowardice, but for self-preservation. It knew humans were not as simple as they seemed. But its foolish brother Fleshbone had underestimated humans, leading to his death at the hands of this man. Initially, given Su-bai's formidable reputation, Silverbone had abandoned the idea of revenge. But now, with the backing of the Netherworld clan, the desire for vengeance had resurfaced. Silverbone looked at Su-bai, yearning to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Despite its turbulent thoughts, Silverbone concealed them while revealing nothing. Hiding its deep-seated hatred, Silverbone rolled its blood-red pupils and spoke with feigned sincerity, "Well, sir, would you like me to guide you? Those 2 are still recovering in my cave. If you go now, you can surely grind their bones to dust and eliminate this threat." Upon hearing Silverbone's words, Su-bai gave it a blank stare, but inwardly sneered. After weaving a web of lies, this evil spirit had finally revealed its true colors. It was one thing for an evil spirit to tip him off, but being so eager to guide him was overly deliberate. Perhaps a trap was already set waiting for him. Deciding to drop the pretense, Su-bai stood up and said, "Lies upon lies. They'll destroy you first." With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh crashed down from the dark void with a roar. When Silverbone heard Su-bai's words, it sensed danger, and its expression drastically changed as it retreated. But it was still a step too slow. It had barely taken a few steps back when the heavenly thunder struck it. In an instant, the skeleton convulsed within the blinding lightning. A moment later, the lightning vanished, and a piercing scream rang out. Soon the scream faded. Under the dim yellow light, a skeleton, charred black with cracks covering every bone and emitting black smoke, lay twitching as if about to fall apart. Su-bai eyed Silverbone's current state, clicking his tongue in amazement. Honestly, he was somewhat surprised that this evil spirit had survived the strike. Though Su-bai had held back, reserving some of his strength, an ordinary 4th-tier specter would have been instantly obliterated by such an attack. Yet Silverbone endured it, displaying extraordinary resilience. Its bloodline might have some significant origin. Silverbone continued twitching, its hollow jaw chattering, producing a creaking sound. It asked in pain and confusion, "Damn you, when did you see through me?" Su-bai replied coldly, "Your lies were endless, your acting exaggerated. I saw your malicious intent long ago." Silverbone's eyes widened slightly, its gaze flickering. "Well, time to send you on your way." Su-bai gently beckoned, and with a crack, lightning descended from the sky. It seemed to connect heaven and earth. Silverbone's pupils contracted as it was engulfed in the radiance. Before it could even scream, its consciousness was erased by the pure righteous thunder. The skeleton, already covered in cracks, disintegrated in an instant. Nothing remained but a layer of ash on the ground of the courtyard. Su-bai waved his hand, channeling true chi into a gust of wind that blew the ashes away. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding, check-in location triggered, Shaonan Mountain burial ground. Please proceed to check in as soon as possible." Su-bai raised an eyebrow. He had planned to go rest, but this damn system had thrown a check-in task at him now. If he remembered correctly, the Shaonan Mountain burial ground was in a desolate mountain forest in the western district over 10 kilometers from his home. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Bai took out his phone to check the map. After confirming the location, he soared into the sky on his flying sword. Bai didn't rush. Beneath the starry sky, the dazzling neon lights slowly drifted past him. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he halted above the old street park, looking down. He saw a middle-aged man and a seductive female evil spirit heading into a small grove. Bai didn't act immediately. He held no goodwill for the man below. In this day and age, staying out late instead of safely at home, and even seeking promiscuity, if he died he deserved it. Bai continued watching. Moments later a scream rang out from the grove. Then the middle-aged man ran out in terror, his belt not even fastened. He stumbled and fell after running a short distance. Then a heavily made-up muscular male evil spirit emerged from the grove with a sinister grin, walking straight toward the man. The man scrambled backward on his hands and feet in terror, leaving a long trail of urine on the ground. The male spirit seemed to enjoy the game, following him unhurriedly. Suddenly the man stopped. He had backed into a wall. The muscular spirit grinned wickedly. "Little darling, let us become one." The muscular spirit then transformed into a disgusting insect-like form and slithered toward the man, clearly intending to devour him. Seeing this, Bai's eyes flickered with disgust. He flicked his finger and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm suddenly flashed, striking the spirit with a crack. The spirit let out a scream and was instantly reduced to ashes. Bai shook his head and continued on his flying sword. The middle-aged man was stunned. Coming to his senses, he knelt on the ground, kowtowing, while tears streamed down his face, repeatedly murmuring, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving me." After a while the man stood up, his forehead red from kowtowing. Suddenly his face darkened as if he had realized something. He reached down with a sluggish movement and felt himself. His face turned ashen as he muttered, "It's over." At the burial ground, hundreds of evil spirits floated above the grave mounds, absorbing moonlight in the darkness. In a spacious, gloomy secret chamber within an ancient tomb below, the tall netherworld skeleton man and the short skeleton man conferred with several evil spirits and demons radiating an ominous aura. A mass burial ground. An underground ancient tomb. In a gloomy, spacious burial chamber. 2 Yinming skeleton beings and a silver skeleton over 2 meters tall that appeared quite sacred. One was an old yellow weasel the size of an adult with white whiskers, furrowed brows, and a terrifyingly sinister appearance. The other was a malevolent entity with an indistinct face, its head ablaze with emerald ghost fire. The silver skeleton sat in the main seat. The 2 Yinming skeletons sat on the left, while the old yellow weasel and the entity with the emerald ghost fire sat on the right. At that moment, the old yellow weasel's green, ghostly eyes darted about with cunning, their light flickering unpredictably deep and terrifying. As for the indistinct entity with the emerald ghost fire atop its head, that flame swayed left and right even though there was no wind. Both of them remained silent, seemingly pondering something. The silver skeleton and the other 2 Yinming skeletons watched them intently. The silver skeleton on the main seat opened and closed its jaw, speaking, "The purpose of summoning you two here has already been explained. My Lord 13th and Lord 14th of the Yinming clan approach with great sincerity. Generous rewards await after the deed is done. Old Yellow and Qingding, what say you?" Old Yellow naturally referred to the old yellow weasel, and Qingding was the indistinct entity with the emerald ghost fire. The old yellow weasel's gaze was icy and venomous as it ground its teeth. "Ingu, had you not informed me, I would not have known my 3rd son had fallen victim to that human. That human whelp has slain 2 of my grandsons. I will never rest until I have my vengeance. I agree to this matter." Finally, the old yellow weasel pondered briefly, then added, "However, I have one request. After capturing that human, may I be the one to personally slay him?" Before the silver skeleton Ingu could speak, the tall Yinming skeleton Inshirsan interjected, "Yellow Immortal, that human is a vessel we have our eyes on. There is absolutely no way we will allow you to kill him." Hearing this, the old yellow weasel's gaze flickered, its expression turning extremely unpleasant. Inshirsan's face also darkened, his eyes sharp, showing no sign of backing down. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Seeing this, a flicker of retreat passed through Ingu's eyes. In truth, its desire for vengeance for its brother was not strong. It was merely that the 2 Yinming clan members had approached it, and it found them difficult to refuse. Besides, its own bloodline was somewhat connected to the Yinming clan. Moreover, the offer Inshirsan and his companion made was simply too generous. Seeing this, the shorter skeleton Inshirsi rolled its eyes slightly and said, "Yellow Immortal, why trouble yourself with personally killing that brat? How about this? I can promise you additional compensation after the deed is done. Would that be acceptable?" The old yellow weasel's eyes lit up. After a brief consideration, it nodded. As for not being able to kill Bai personally, that was fine. After all, the boy would die eventually anyway. It was better to have the resources in hand. Moreover, being stubborn might offend these two from the Inming clan. The tall skeleton Inshur-san looked somewhat relieved, but his attitude toward the old yellow weasel grew noticeably colder, as if he didn't want to speak more. Inshursi then turned to the Qingdang ghost who had yet to show his stance. Brother Qingdang, what is your decision? With the Inming spirit condensation liquid from our Inming clan's secret realm, you will be able to condense your true form. Upon hearing this, the Qingdang ghost's face remained indistinct, showing no expression, but the emerald ghost fire on its head flickered violently. Clearly its mind was in great turmoil and hesitation. After a moment, the emerald ghost fire stabilized. The Qingdang ghost lifted its head, slightly fixed its gaze on Inshur-san and Inshursi, and said, I agree. I hope you both will keep your word afterward. In truth, the Qingdang ghost had been reluctant to get involved. It had heard of how Su Bai had single-handedly suppressed the Lingbao Temple. Making an enemy of Su Bai was far too dangerous. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. However, the Inming spirit condensation liquid promised by Inshur-san and his companion was of paramount importance to it, worth the risk. Inshursi patted his chest, looked at the Qingdang ghost, and grinned. A wise decision. You will receive the condensation liquid you desire. Seeing this, Inshur-san's expression improved considerably. Ingu, seeing that the old yellow weasel and Qingdang ghost had agreed, breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, and its gaze grew resolute once more. Ingu believed that with these two added their side, now had 5 4th-rank transcendence. Capturing that brat should be no problem. But no sooner had the thought formed than Ingu's expression darkened slightly. It sensed that the small puppet it had sent out earlier to scout and try to approach that human had been obliterated. A moment later, fragmented images appeared in its consciousness, one of which was particularly clear, the puppet being annihilated by thunder. After processing the information relayed by the puppet, Ingu's expression turned grave. That human was more powerful than it had imagined. 2 bolts of lightning had been enough to obliterate its meticulously refined puppet, and now the human might already be on his way here. With this thought, Ingu spoke gravely, everyone prepare yourselves. That human is coming soon. Inshur-san sneered in response, he perfect. Let him come, and we'll make sure he never leaves. Inshursi exclaimed excitedly, I can hardly wait. The old yellow weasel said, since we can't kill him, perhaps I should just fart a few 82-year-old farts at him and stink him to death. The Qingdang ghost was speechless. The emerald ghost fire on its head abruptly paused. 82-year-old farts. Are you trying to suffocate me with that stench? Inshur-san and Inshursi couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The old yellow weasel's words seemed to carry a certain odor. Ingu was also inwardly speechless, but it felt a bit relieved. Everyone was so relaxed, clearly they were brimming with confidence. Just then, however, a second-rank lesser ghost drifted in. It knelt on the ground and reported in a flustered tone, Lord Ingu, a formidable human, has arrived outside and killed many of our brethren. A human? Could it be that human brat? The demon's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ingu waved its hand grandly and declared, everyone let us go and meet him. With that, Ingu charged out, taking the lead. The other demons nodded, their battle intent surging, and followed closely behind. At that moment, halfway up the mass burial ground, 2 Taoist priests were slaying ghosts. Oh! A second-rank ghost shrieked in agony. Zhang Zihu, a Taoist from the Heavenly Master residence, pulled his peachwood sword from the ghost's body. In an instant, the ghost disintegrated into nothingness. Yet there was no joy on Zhang Zihu's ordinary face. Instead, he frowned slightly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to look at his senior brother Zhang Zijin, who had just dispatched another ghost. Then he raised his eyes to the hundreds of ghosts floating above the grave mounds on the upper half of the mountain. Swallowing hard, Zhang Ziyu spoke with difficulty, Brother, there are too many ghosts in this mass grave. Charging in so openly like this. Aren't we being overconfident? Zhang Zijin appeared to be in his 30s with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his features rather handsome. However, his hair was a mess, giving him a slightly unkempt look. Hearing his junior brother's words, Zhang Zijin raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, junior brother. I investigated before we came. This mass grave has only 1 4th-rank mid-stage ghost. Although I am only at the 4th-rank initial stage, our Heavenly Master Residence's Dao arts are profound. I am confident I can contend with it. And you, junior brother, are at the 3rd-rank peak as well, aren't you? With your assistance, there is great hope of destroying it. Even if we cannot prevail, we can retreat without trouble. As for these ghosts covering the mountain, they are merely 1st rank and 2nd rank. Nothing but ants. Zhang Zhu frowned and asked with a bitter smile, Brother, are you truly certain this mass grave has only 1 4th-rank evil spirit? Because a second before asking that question, Zhang Zihu had felt a sense of unease. Since childhood, he had possessed keen intuition, and whenever he felt unsettled, something bad was sure to happen. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Zhang Zijin's face. He frowned and asked, "Junior brother, have you sensed something?" Having grown up with Zhang Zihu, he was well aware of his brother's extraordinary intuition. Zhang Zihu nodded grimly, swallowing hard before speaking. "Yes, senior brother. My heart suddenly grew restless and heavy with an indescribable oppression. Senior brother, this burial ground is ominous. We should descend the mountain while we still can." His eyes pleaded with Zhang Zijin as he spoke. Zhang Zijin's expression abruptly shifted. He sensed multiple demonic auras of equal rank approaching from afar, several of which matched his own cultivation. He then furrowed his brow and smiled bitterly. "Junior brother, escaping will be no easy feat. The malevolent spirits have already arrived. Perhaps today we shall meet our end." At this moment, Zhang Zijin cursed inwardly. The intelligence from the Anomaly Bureau was utterly flawed. How could accepting a bounty mission lead to such misfortune? 5 auras of the 4th rank. Why would such a desolate burial ground harbor so many formidable demons and monsters? Zhang Zihu's eyes widened in shock. He grabbed Zhang Zijin's arm and stammered, "Senior brother, what are we to do?" A flicker of pain passed through Zhang Zijin's eyes. He glanced at his junior brother's face, then a resolute expression settled upon his own. He looked at Zhang Zihu and declared with determination, "While there is still time, flee and flee now. This failure is mine alone, and I shall not drag you down with me. Go and I will buy you some time." Zhang Zijin did not hesitate. If his junior brother could escape with his life, his own death would be a small price. This was his fault. Hearing this, Zhang Zihu lifted his head sharply to gaze at his senior brother. A flicker of deep emotion crossed his eyes, yet hesitation stirred within his heart. He wavered, torn over whether to flee alone. In that instant, memories of their shared years of growth flooded back. Then Zhang Zihu's gaze hardened. He gritted his teeth and spoke with unwavering resolve. "No, senior brother. I will stand and fight beside you. The Celestial Master's mansion has no disciples who retreat from battle. Even if death awaits, I shall perish by your side." Zhang Zijin's eyes flew wide with fury. He roared, "Fool! What purpose would your remaining serve?" Zhang Ziyu stubbornly retorted, "Senior brother, I care not. We leave together or we die together." "Enough, enough," Zhang Zijin replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears before he offered a bitter smile. "Let us try. We flee." With that, Zhang Zijin grabbed Zhang Ziyu, channeling true qi into his legs as they dashed swiftly down the mountain. But upon reaching a thicket, Zhang Zijin halted abruptly. He stared fixedly at the bushes ahead. "Senior brother, are they here?" Zhang Zihu asked, his face tense. Zhang Zijin nodded gravely, his eyes fixed warily on the undergrowth. As they spoke, the bushes parted of their own accord, revealing a cave mouth resembling an abyssal maw. From it emanated a bone-chilling, pervasive energy. Moments later, Zhang Zijin watched as 5 demons and monsters emerged from the cave, encircling them from all directions. At the sight of the 5 fiends, the expressions of both brothers darkened to the extreme. 2 were at the peak of the 4th rank, 3 at the middle stage. Confronted with such a lineup, Zhang Zijin cursed under his breath. Damn it all, this would be the death of this Taoist. Thinking thus, he tightened his grip on his peachwood sword and reached into his robe to retrieve an 8-trigram-shaped talisman artifact. This talisman artifact contained a small defensive 8-trigram formation. It was a protective charm given to him by his master Zhang Tianjing, and now it would serve its purpose. He wondered, however, how long it could hold against 5 4th-rank demons. Zhang Zihu trembled violently, the chill gnawing at him unbearably. The aura exuded by the 5 figures made it even harder for him to breathe. The gap between the peak of the 3rd rank and the 4th rank was simply too vast. Seeing this, Zhang Zijin pulled Zhang Zihu behind him and instructed, "Stay behind me. Do not act rashly." Zhang Zihu nodded with difficulty. The old weasel glanced at the 2 and asked Silverbone, "Silverbone, they are Taoists. They don't seem to be that Su-Bai-Wer after, do they?" Silverbone shook his head, his expression sour. That imp who brought the message was damned for not speaking clearly. In Shursen fixed a burning gaze on the 2 men and swallowed hard. "Let's kill them. Taoists train using spiritual energy to temper their bodies, a great delicacy. It's been too long since I've tasted such fare." In Shursi nodded greedily. "Brother speaks truly. Common mortals are never as satisfying as transcendents. What do you think, Qing Deng and Old Huang?" Qing Deng Ghost shook his head. "Judging by their attire, they are from the Celestial Master's mansion. That faction is not to be trifled with. I walk alone and cannot compare to your Yin clan's might. I shall not partake." He was not so foolish as to think the Celestial Master's mansion's disciples were easy prey. The Celestial Master's mansion. Old Huang, who had been drooling at the pair, recoiled in fright upon hearing King Deng's words, a look of belated fear crossing his face. The weasel quickly shook his head. "I too shall abstain. I, Old Huang, am a vegetarian." The Celestial Master's mansion was a power he dared not provoke. With no grievance between them, there was no need to court trouble. Silverbone sneered inwardly at the weasel's shamelessness, then nonchalantly suppressed the greed in his eyes. It had been a while since he had feasted on fresh flesh and blood. He said casually, Lord 13 and Lord 14, please enjoy yourselves. But might I ask that you indulge outside this burial ground? Otherwise, when the old celestial master from the mansion comes seeking retribution, my humble abode will not be able to bear the consequences. Silverbone had heard strange tales from the demon realm, that while one might slay a Taoist, devouring them would invite relentless pursuit. You cowards, Inshursen scoffed dismissively. Then he turned to Inshursi. Come, brother, let us feast. Only with full bellies will we have the strength to deal with that human Subai. Well said, Shursan. Inshursi agreed, cheerfully, a cruel grin spreading across his face as drool dripped to the ground. Unconcerned, he followed Inshursan toward Zhang Zijin. Moments later, Inshursan halted 5 meters from the pair and sneered. Humans surrender now. Submit to be devoured, and we shall grant you a swift end. Inshursi chimed in. Did you hear that? Cooperate, or we'll flay you alive. A far more agonizing fate. The demon's words reached Zhang Zijin, and his face turned ashen. These two skeletal fiends actually intended to feast on them. Had they no regard for the Celestial Master's mansion's reputation? Had they not noticed the other 3 demons had wisely remained silent? Senior brother, will they really eat us? Zhang Zihu's face went pale with terror. It seems so, junior brother. Zhang Zijin replied, his expression grim as he clutched the Atragram talisman artifact ready to activate it at any moment. Once activated, the talisman would grant them temporary safety. Then perhaps the Celestial Master's mansion would sense it and arrive in time to rescue them. Inshursan and Inshursi smiled cruelly at the sight. The 2 brothers shared a fondness for tormenting their prey before consuming it. Suddenly Zhang Ziya's eyes lit up, and he raised 1 foot unexpectedly. He spread his arms and declared, Hey, I have a severe case of athlete's foot. Once I remove these specially made shoes, the stench will spread for miles. For this reason, I haven't washed my feet in decades, for fear of suffocating even myself. If you can still stomach that, then I shall accept my fate. With that, Zhang Zihu removed his right shoe. True to his word, an appalling stench immediately permeated the air. Within moments, the entire burial ground was saturated with the odor. Many first and second-rank spirits floating in the air, absorbing moonlight, were instantly knocked unconscious and fell from the sky. Zhang Zijin could barely endure it and hastily urged Zhang Zihu to put his shoe back on. The other demons fared no better. Each looked as though they were retching, poisoned by the foul smell. The remaining fiends also found the stench unbearable, their faces contorted in disgust, as if struck by a noxious miasma. The old yellow-furred creature pinched its nose and exclaimed, This smell is even worse than my own farts from 82. Not to mention these monsters. Even Zhang Zihu looked like he was about to vomit. However, Inshursan and Inshursi were different from the others. Upon smelling this odor, they took a deep breath and displayed expressions of delight. Then Inshursan and Inshursi exchanged glances, and a tear trickled down from their hollow eye sockets. Inshursan trembled and said, sobbing, Shursi, do you smell that? It's fragrant, truly delightful. He then twitched his withered nose. Inshursi nodded slowly, tears streaming down his face, feeling moved, as he said, Shursan, I smell it too. It has been so many years since I have encountered such intoxicating fragrance. It truly is exquisite. Inshursan's eyes sparkled as he swallowed hard, saying, Shursi, let us enjoy a feast. All right, Shursan. Inshursan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, his eyes darting around as he declared, but remember, 1 fragrant foot each, no stealing. Inshursan, slightly embarrassed by his own admission, smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, saying, Yes, 1 each, no stealing. After saying this, Inshursan and Inshursi walked towards Zhang Zihu with ardent gazes, ignoring Zhang Zijin, standing aside. Zhang Zihu's heart sank at this sight, and he exclaimed in disbelief, No way, you guys can't really have such peculiar tastes. Zhang Zijin raised an eyebrow, gripping the Bagua talisman tightly, ready to act at any moment. The silver-boned old yellow creature and the Green Lantern ghost exchanged strange glances towards Inshursan and Inshursi. Seeing this, Inshursan couldn't help but explain, Humans, there is an ancient saying among the sages, if you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? Your stinky feet are a delicacy to us from the Yinming tribe. Different races have different definitions of delicacies. Inshursi added, What Shursan means is that there was once a race that fed on golden fertilizer, and they had to eat it at every meal. They felt uncomfortable without it. In their race, golden fertilizer has countless cooking methods from frying to boiling. Can I mock them? No, we respect the differences among old races. For example, your stinky feet to me look so savory that I can't help but drool. As he spoke, Inshursi's gaze fixed on Zhang Ziya's feet, which had just slipped into his shoes, and he swallowed hard, his expression somewhat pleased. It seemed that Zhang Zihu putting on his shoes displeased him greatly. Inshursan's expression was likely similar. The presence of demons and monsters in the area was shocked by the remarks of Shursan and Shursi, feeling as if their worldview had shattered. Especially the Silver Bones, Old Yellow Skin, and Green Lantern Ghost, who now looked at Shursan and Shursi with odd expressions. Enough chit-chat. I'm going to feast. Don't be afraid, kid, this is your honor. Shursi chuckled coldly and lunged at Zhang Zihu and Zhang Zijin. Shursan stood by, eager to join in at any moment. Seeing this, Zhang Zihu immediately grabbed Zhang Zijin's arm, crying out, "Senior brother, help." Zhang Zihu felt like crying, without tears, thinking of the stone he had lifted to crush his own foot. He had intended to use his uniquely stinky feet to dissuade the two old demons from eating him. Unexpectedly, it played right into the hands of the two old demons. They were completely ignoring the rules of engagement. "Don't panic, senior brother, I still have some tricks up my sleeve." Zhang Zijin hurriedly gritted his teeth and said, then urged his true energy into the Bagua talisman, quickly forming a spell as he shouted, "Small 5 elements Bagua formation. Activate." In an instant, the Bagua talisman in Zhang Zijin's hand soared into the air, hovering above both Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu. Then the surface of the talisman shimmered with dazzling golden light, and a golden Bagua suddenly emerged from the talisman, expanding from small to large. As the golden 5 elements Bagua spun, it scattered countless golden rays, forming a semicircular golden barrier that protected both Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu within. Almost at the moment the golden light barrier formed, Shursi's attack reached them. Shursi collided fiercely with the golden light barrier. The golden light barrier shook slightly, accompanied by a loud thud. Shursi was instantly sent flying, landing awkwardly. Seeing this, Zhang Zijin immediately felt relieved, secretly thinking that the Bagua talisman was indeed powerful. Zhang Zihu released a breath of relief, finally able to feel safe for the moment from the two old demons eyeing his stinky feet. "What the hell, Shursan, what's going on?" Shursi stood up, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, looking bewildered and confused. "A formation." Shursan gazed at the formation activated by the Bagua talisman, his expression darkening. "A formation? So that's it. I didn't expect this kid to have such a good item." Shursi nodded in realization, looking at Shursan with anticipation and asking, "Do you have a way to break it? Otherwise we won't get to eat those fragrant feet." This type of talisman has a limit to its endurance. As long as we keep attacking, we can exhaust its energy and break it. Shursan stroked his withered chin thoughtfully. The 3 demons, Silver Bones, Green Lantern, and Old Yellow Fur, couldn't help but come closer to observe the scene. The Silver Bones and Green Lantern were utterly baffled. The Old Yellow Fur stroked his beard and sighed. As expected of a prestigious sect, their foundation is indeed profound to possess such a portable formation talisman. I have seen many ancient texts. It is said that such talismans are crafted with contingencies. Right now, those from the Heavenly Master's mansion probably already know that their disciple is in trouble here. Shursan and Shursi frowned at this remark. The Green Lantern Ghost was indifferent, as it was none of its business. However, the Silver Bones' expression changed dramatically. This was its territory, and others could flee, but it could not. Immediately the Silver Bones looked at Shursan and Shursi anxiously, saying, "Master Shursan and Shursi, you must think of a way. We can only launch a hard attack to exhaust its energy, and then it will break." Shursan said, glancing around at the other demons, then added, "I hope everyone will take action together. Don't forget that Su Bei's time is almost up. If he arrives and teams up with that Taoist, it will be difficult to handle then." The other demons frowned at Shursan's words and could only nod helplessly. Zhang Zihu turned to look at Zhang Zijin, worry etched on his face as he asked, "Senior brother, won't this talisman break?" "It shouldn't break," Zhang Zijin replied hesitantly, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Suddenly the 5 demons began their assault. The Bagua talisman suddenly shook violently, its light flickering as though it was about to shatter. Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu's faces darkened as they tightened their grip on the century-old peachwood swords in their hands. And at that very moment, a voice supremely free and unrestrained rang out from the dark heavens, "Riding the wind with my sword, slaying demons between heaven and earth. All you fiendish ghosts and monsters in the graveyard, listen well. Your Lord Su has arrived." Hearing this, the 5 demons looked up to the sky, their expressions turning exceedingly grim. In the pitch-black firmament, a figure descended slowly, hands clasped behind his back, riding a golden light. Naturally, Zhang Zijin and his junior brother also heard and saw this commotion. Zhang Zihu exclaimed with wild joy, "Senior brother, it's a fellow Taoist from Mount Shu. We must call for help." Zhang Zijin, equally overjoyed, immediately shouted toward the sky, "Fellow Taoist of Mount Shu, I am a disciple of the Celestial Master's manor, trapped here by demons. I beseech you to lend your aid." As he spoke, Zhang Zijin deliberately infused a trace of true qi into his voice, making it resonate like a great bell carrying across the graveyard, and piercing the clouds. His voice resounded through the entire realm. The 5 demons' expressions grew even more grim. The very thing they had dreaded most was now unfolding. This meant they would have to face a united human front, introducing great uncertainty into their plan to capture Subai. After all, none of them had been entirely confident of seizing him in the first place. At that moment, 1,000 meters high in the sky, Subai stood with an indifferent expression, hands behind his back, overlooking the graveyard below, where a torrent of Een energy surged heavenward. Seeing the oppressive Een energy and hearing the ceaseless wails of ghosts, and sensing no fewer than 5 fourth-rank demonic auras, Subai's thoughts turned. He understood at once that these auras were likely aimed at him. He sneered coldly. These 2 demons of the Nether clan had gone to great lengths to deal with him. That was why he had spoken those words earlier, to tell these fiends, "You want to scheme against me. Your Lord Su is here." He had expected only demons waiting for him in the graveyard, never imagining a Celestial Master's Manor Taoist would suddenly call out for help. This took Subai completely by surprise. Had he not already seen the brilliant righteous golden light atop the graveyard hill, he might have thought it a trap set by the fiends. Still, since they were human, and he had witnessed their plight with no enmity between them, Subai saw no reason not to help. Of course, it was merely a matter of convenience. If he had been asked to rescue a complete stranger specifically, he wouldn't have bothered. So Subai called out loudly, "Hold on, fellow Taoist of the Celestial Master's Manor. I'm coming to save you." As he spoke, he accelerated on his flying sword, streaking toward the graveyard like a shooting star. "Huh!" Zhang Zijin and his junior brother burst into ecstatic laughter, their joyful cries, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Zhang Ziyu looked at the 5 demons with grim faces and couldn't help taunting. Stunned are you? You think you can taste my Hong Kong foot? What a delusion. Despicable." Een Shersan's eyes blazed with fury at Zhang Ziyu's words, aching to step forward and slap him to death. But watching the rapidly accelerating streak of light, Een Shersan could only gnash his teeth in frustration. If that brat Subai had come just a moment later, I'd be enjoying a fragrant foot right now. Een Shersi was also somewhat enraged, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his deep abyss-like eyes. But he quickly controlled himself, ignoring Zhang Ziyu's mockery. His gaze shifted dark as ink, sweeping over Een Bone, Old Yellow Weasel, and the Green Lamp Ghost. Then in a grave tone he said, "Everyone, the target has arrived. Prepare for battle. Tonight, either that brat dies, or we do." Een Bone, Old Yellow Weasel, and the Green Lamp Ghost nodded, their expressions dark and resigned. At this point, retreat was impossible. Not only would Subai refuse to let them go, but Een Shersan and Een Shersi of the Nether clan would never tolerate desertion. Thus the 5 demons gathered together, united in their fate. Moments later, the air hummed. The golden rainbow shot down and landed beside the 5 elements 8 trigram array where Zhang Ziyu and Zhang Zijin stood, while the flying sword hovered beside Subai. Subai swept his gaze over the demons and finally fixed his eyes on the 2 middle-aged Taoists in Taoist robes within the array. "Are you 2 the Celestial Master's Manor Taoists? Was it you calling for help earlier?" Zhang Zijin and Zhang Ziyu also studied Subai. Seeing his modern urban attire, a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes. They exchanged a knowing glance, both thinking the same thing. Had Mount Shu's Taoists become so fashionable? Or were they of the Celestial Master's Manor too old-fashioned? Of course they kept such thoughts to themselves. Zhang Zijin was the first to collect himself, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. We are disciples of the Celestial Master's Manor. I am Zhang Zijin, and this is my junior brother Zhang Ziyu." As he spoke, he introduced his companion. "Pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist," Zhang Ziyu added with a respectful cupped fist salute. Subai nodded, faintly showing little interest in conversing with them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Tumaturtal Een Bone. Finding the skeletal silver figure familiar, he studied it for a moment before narrowing his eyes. "You cunning fiend. You were the one who came to my home before. Indeed, every word from a ghost is a lie, not a single syllable to be trusted." Een Bone sneered coldly. "Hebrat didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Human, you're finished." Old Yellow Weasel's fury surged at the sight of Subai, his gaze icy. "Human, you killed 2 of my Yellow clan's descendants. Tonight, I will make you pay." Within the Green Lamp Ghost's indistinct face, his eyes gleamed with cunning as he covertly sized up Subai, plotting who knows what. Zhang Zijin handed the 8 trigram talisman to Zhang Ziyu and stepped out of the protective barrier, Peachwood sword in hand. He couldn't very well stay inside the formation, while Subai faced the 5 demons alone. Hearing the demon's words, he glanced at Subai with slight shock, never imagining that Subai already had a grudge with these fiends. Zhang Zijin felt a great weight lift from his heart. This way he wouldn't owe Subai too great a karmic debt. "Kill!" Een Shersan suddenly burst into action. His withered hand split open, and from his palm grew a 3-foot blood-colored bone sword. With a fierce cry, he lunged at Subai. A mere trivial trick. Subai scoffed with a contemptuous smile as In Shursan charged at him with his sword. With his left hand behind his back, he formed a sword finger with his right and lightly pointed it toward the blood-colored bone sword. With a sudden whoosh, the flying sword trembled and instantly shot toward the blood-colored bone sword. A crisp clang rang out as the flying sword met the bone sword Hedon. In Shursan's ferocious assault came to an abrupt halt. After a brief stalemate lasting a few breaths, a crackling sound echoed. Cracks spread across the surface of the blood-colored bone sword, and it shattered into pieces, scattering like ripples in all directions. In Shursan's gaunt, hunched figure was sent flying backward as if struck by a high-speed train. Zhang Zhu was stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "Damn, this fellow cultivator from Shushan is incredibly fierce." Zhang Zijin's spirits lifted as if encouraged by the sight. Fixing his gaze on In Shursi, he began to chant softly, "Heaven and earth's profound origin, the root of all qi. Cultivating through countless kalpas to prove my divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light covering my form." As Zhang Zijin's words faded, a thin layer of golden light suddenly emanated from his body, completely enveloping him from head to toe. The resplendent golden light dispelled the surrounding darkness. In that moment, Zhang Zijin became the center of attention. Zhang Zijin's heart swelled with pride. Gazing at In Shursi, he burst into laughter. "Ha! You demon with my Taoist golden light mantra protecting me, come, let your Taoist master engage you in 300 rounds. As he spoke, Zhang Zijin raised his sword and charged at In Shursi. In Shursi glanced at In Shursan, and seeing his elder clan brother rise to his feet, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he spread his hands, and between his fingers, black sharp claws exuding wisps of black qi suddenly emerged. Smirking coldly, he met Zhang Zijin's advance. However, In Shursi did not forget to glance at the three demons Ingu Old Huangpizi and Qing Dangue, urging them. "You three cooperate with Shursan to capture that Subai. Leave this one to me." Ingu Old Huangpizi and Qing Dangue and nodded slightly, exchanging glances with In Shursan, whose expression had darkened to the extreme. Then the four demons simultaneously lunged at Subai. In Shursi's black claws struck Zhang Zijin, repeatedly producing clanging metallic sounds. In an instant, Zhang Zijin was sent flying backward, only to bounce back up as soon as he hit the ground. Regaining his footing, Zhang Zijin stared at In Shursi, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Haha, you demon, I am protected by the golden light. You cannot kill me." As he spoke, he raised a hand to wipe a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Although In Shursi couldn't deliver a fatal blow, the immense force had still slightly injured him. Zhang Zijin hadn't expected this gaunt skeleton-like creature to be so troublesome. With that thought, he grew worried for Su by a Shushan fellow who was fighting for enemies alone. After all, his own survival in this graveyard depended entirely on Su Bai. He then cast a glance in Su Bai's direction, and his eyes widened in shock. He saw that facing the combined attack of the four demons, Su Bai's body was instantly covered in a layer of golden light. The light was majestic and solid, clinging to his form. The four demons' joint assault couldn't even breach it. Zhang Zijin exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn, how does this Shushan fellow know the golden light mantra of my celestial master mansion? And his mastery is even deeper than that of our old celestial master." Bewildered Zhang Zijin was utterly dumbfounded. His junior brother Zhang Zihu was in the same state, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Even In Shursi was stunned, holding off for opponents. Were all young people this fierce nowadays? Su Bai, however, paid no attention to the Zhang brothers. At that moment, Su Bai watched the four demons being sent flying, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto In Shursan. He then formed a sword finger. The 3-foot flying sword shimmered with golden light and instantly expanded. Pointing at In Shursan, Su Bai lightly commanded, "Slash." Instantly, the massive flying sword raised its tip and struck down with ferocity. In Shursan had just steadied himself when he looked up to see the giant sword descending. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. In the blink of an eye, he could only cross his two blood-colored bone swords above his head for defense. Yet, the golden giant sword possessed boundless divine might, rendering all obstacles futile. A thunderous explosion erupted, faintly accompanied by a weak cry of anguish. A mushroom cloud surged into the sky, and the shockwave swept in all directions, shattering everything. Rocks flew, dust filled the air as if the world were ending. "No!" In Shursi screamed hoarsely at the sight, sensing that In Shursan's aura had vanished. Ingus' pupils contracted, and a fine layer of cold sweat seeped from his bald skull. Ingus' bare leg bones trembled slightly. Regret flooded his heart. Why had he agreed to In Shursan and In Shursi to provoke this human Su Bai? Old Huangpizi's expression was frantic, his eyes filled with shock as he muttered, "How can he be this strong? It's impossible." The green flame atop Qing Dangui's head flickered violently. Gazing at the bottomless abyss on the ground, he swallowed hard. The Zhang brothers stared at the scene, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Words failed them. They couldn't describe the shock in their hearts. For such a shock had never been inflicted upon them even by the current old celestial master. Qingdang Gui suddenly turned and fled outward. He had to escape, or he would die. As Qingdang Gui moved, it triggered a chain reaction. In Shirsi Ingu and old Huang Pizi snapped out of their daze and also turned to flee. Su Bai snorted coldly, his gaze locking onto Qingdang Gui. He raised a hand, and a divine thunderbolt as thick as a water bucket crashed down from the dark sky. It struck Qingdang Gui directly. The thunderlight illuminated the world, as if connecting heaven and earth. Its majestic divine might dispelled the darkness. With a scream, Qingdang Gui was vaporized in the lightning. Seeing Qingdang Gui's death, Ingu, old Huang Pizi, and In Shirsan were even more terrified, their speed increasing sharply. Su Bai made a slight gesture, and 3 thunderbolts, each as thick as an arm, descended from the sky, crashing down upon the 3 demons. The demons screamed, convulsed, and fell to the ground. Su Bai pointed his sword finger, and the flying sword sped past, piercing through the heads of Ingu, old Huang Pizi, and In Shirsi. In an instant, the flying sword returned to Su Bai's front, emitting a sharp hum. At the same time, Ingu's eyes dimmed instantly. The sword's metallic chi annihilated his consciousness. Moments later, his skeletal body disintegrated into shimmering specks in the air. Old Huang Pizi's head lolled to the side. His death was clean, though a hint of regret lingered in his eyes, as if lamenting that his 8-year-old fart had never been let out. In Shirsi's eyes were wide open, dying with resentment. Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zhu gazed at Su Bai, who stood calmly with his hands behind his back, utterly silent for a long time, a look of awe on their faces. After a while, Zhang Zijin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Damn, this Shushan fellow even knows the 5 Thunder orthodox method of my celestial master mansion." After a while, Zhang Zijin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Damn, this Shushan fellow even knows the 5 Thunder orthodox method of my celestial master mansion." It was no wonder Zhang Zijin was so astonished. The Golden Light Mantra was nothing extraordinary, as many Taoist sects had inherited it, and it was widely known even among the common folk. But the 5 Thunder true art was a different matter altogether. This art was the exclusive heritage of the Celestial Master Mansion, never having been passed down to outsiders, and was a supreme art reserved solely for the Celestial Master himself. Even a 3rd-generation disciple like himself could only cultivate the Yin and Yang 5 Thunders. At the thought of this, Zhang Zijin gazed at Su Bai, who stood with his hands behind his back, and furrowed his brow. He simply could not fathom how this fellow Taoist from Mount Shu had mastered the Celestial Master Mansion's 5 Thunder true art. He knew that practicing the techniques of another sect was a taboo, and if discovered it would lead to serious trouble. Perhaps this man was not a fellow Taoist from Mount Shu at all. Otherwise, he would not be ignorant of such taboos, and would not have displayed the art so openly before a disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion. With this thought, a host of questions arose in Zhang Zijin's mind. Then who is this person? He even knows the ultimate arts of both Mount Shu and our Celestial Master Mansion. Frowning in deep thought, Zhang Zijin racked his brain, but could not come up with an answer. Zhang Zhu emerged from the 8 trigrams formation, approached Zhang Zijin, glanced at Su Bai's distant silhouette, and whispered hesitantly, "Senior brother, how does he know our Celestial Master Mansion's 5 Thunder true art?" Zhang Zijin shook his head and said, "Your senior brother cannot figure it out either. Do not dwell on it. Perhaps there is some hidden truth behind it." Hidden truth. Upon hearing these 2 keywords, Zhang Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke with a slightly excited tone. "Senior brother, rumor has it that Grandmaster Dingjin once returned to secular life. Could this person be his successor?" Zhang Zijin raised an eyebrow slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, Ziyu, say no more of this. We will report it to the Heavenly Master upon our return and let him decide." Zhang Ziyu looked disgruntled, opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally fell silent. After a moment's thought, Zhang Zijin strode toward where Su Bai was. At the same time, Su Bai heard the system's cold mechanical prompt. "Ding, check-in location detected, Shaonan Mountains, unmarked graves. Do you wish to check in?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow and said, "Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Taoist rebirth incantation." As the system's prompt faded, Su Bai felt a stream of information emerge in his mind. The very chant of the Taoist rebirth incantation. Upon hearing the result of his check-in, Su Bai's expression showed slight disappointment. What he had hoped for was longevity or cultivation base. Anything else was irrelevant. And what use was this so-called Taoist rebirth incantation? It was not as if he could go around liberating the souls of the dead. At that moment, the wandering spirits that had fainted earlier regained consciousness. After a glance at Su Bai and the others, they all hurriedly scurried back into their graves. Zhang Zijin now approached Su Bai and said, Fellow Taoist, if these wandering spirits in the unmarked graves are not dealt with, they might cause more deaths in the future. How about we join forces to liberate them all? As he spoke, Zhang Zijin watched Su Bei's profile, reading his expression for fear of misspeaking. Su Bei glanced at him blandly and then nodded. Indeed, these thousands of wandering spirits needed to be addressed. Moreover, these spirits were trapped in the unmarked graves, and most had not harmed anyone. Liberating them was not unacceptable. If left to linger, they could become a great trouble in the future. Zhang Zijin smiled faintly and said to Zhang Ziyu, "Join me in liberating these souls." As he spoke, Zhang Zijin approached a grave mound, and Zhang Ziyu followed. A first-rank spectral creature, hearing the commotion, feared that the Taoist was about to dig up its grave, trembling in a mix of anger and terror as it cowered in hiding. Su Bei did not act immediately, but watched with interest. After a moment, the two brothers Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu simultaneously began to chant the incantation. By the decree of the Supreme Lord, I liberate your lonely souls, escape the sea of suffering, be reborn as humans swiftly as the law commands. As the incantation resounded, a mysterious force suddenly emerged from the void, enveloping the grave mound before them. In an instant, a spectral creature emerged from the grave. The ghost was bathed in a radiant glow, utterly devoid of any sinister aura, as if it had been purified. Then it was drawn into one of 6 illusory black holes that appeared from the void. These 6 illusory black holes were none other than the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. After the ghost entered the cycle of rebirth, the vision of the 6 paths vanished. The two brothers were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Zijin noticed Su Bei watching him and said with slight embarrassment, "Forgive my poor skill, fellow Taoist. I am not well practiced and find it taxing. Let me rest a moment before continuing." Zhang Ziyu suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist, why have you not started? Could it be that you do not know the rebirth incantation?" Su Bei shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Of course I know the rebirth incantation. But if we liberate them one by one as you do, we will not finish even by dawn." Zhang Zijin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does the fellow Taoist have some superior method?" Su Bei shook his head slightly and began to chant softly, "By the decree of the Supreme Lord, I liberate your lonely souls, escape the sea of suffering, be reborn as humans swiftly as the law commands." At the beginning of the chant, Zhang Zihu curled his lip, thinking, "Isn't this still our Taoist rebirth incantation? Could this man possibly make it bloom into something else?" Zhang Zijin was also bewildered, but seeing Su Bei's confident demeanor, he suppressed his doubts and continued to watch. Then the two brothers stood agape, their faces filled with sheer shock. For as soon as Su Bei finished the last word of the rebirth incantation, the void above the unmarked graves was instantly filled with 6 enormous black hole apparitions covering the entire burial ground. Then one by one the wandering spirits transformed into wisps of green smoke and were simultaneously drawn into the 6 illusory black holes. Only when no more smoke emerged from the graves did the vision of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappear. Having witnessed the entire process, the two brothers simultaneously rubbed their eyes, exchanged glances, and stood with their mouths wide open. "Damn, so this is how you liberate souls." Looking at Su Bei, who remained as composed as ever, the brothers felt a flush of shame and were left speechless. At that moment, Su Bei turned to them, lifted his chin, and said blandly, "Fellow Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion, liberating souls is not that difficult, is it? Just recite a simple incantation. Why are you both exhausted after liberating just one? Could it be that you are weak?" Having said this, Su Bei did not wait for their reply, shook his head slightly, and soared into the clouds on his sword. Zhang Zijin came to his senses and gazed into the dark sky, but Su Bei was nowhere to be seen. Somewhat exasperated, he said, "Damn, show off, and then run away. Don't let this Taoist find out who you are." Zhang Ziyu remarked quietly, "Senior brother, calm down. Even if you found out, you couldn't beat him." Hearing this, Zhang Zijin's eyes blazed with anger. He raised his fist and went straight for Zhang Ziyu, hitting him while saying, "This Taoist may not be able to beat him, but I can beat you. This is for running off earlier, and this. Senior brother, no more. I'm sorry. Senior brother, don't poke there. That's not allowed, ah." After ascending into the clouds, Su Bei had not yet flown far. Hearing the clamor of the two Heavenly Masters' disciples bickering in the mass grave, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother, don't poke." So this is what the esteemed disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion are truly like. Su Bei shook his head, suppressing the curiosity to investigate further, then suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped homeward. At the mass grave, Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zhu finished their roughhousing and lay on the ground panting heavily. Truth be told, after their scuffle, the pressure brought by the demon had been entirely released. Zhang Zijin in particular felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Though he had earlier put on a brave face ready to embrace death, who truly wishes to die when they can live. After a moment, Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu rose, looking around with deep emotion. At this moment, the vast mass grave was quiet, and still the sounds of insects and birds had returned, and there was not a trace of any sinister presence. Seeing this, Zhang Zijin sincerely admired Su by this fellow cultivator from Shushan. Zhang Zihu's eyes suddenly lit up. He ran forward a short distance and found the charred corpse of the old weasel. Then Zhang Zihu pulled out a sharp black dagger, cut open the old weasel's corpse, and with a flick of his blade, he extracted a demon core, emitting a dim green light from the bloody mess. Seeing this demon core, a look of joy spread across Zhang Zihu's face, and he couldn't help but grin. Zhang Zijin put away his 8 trigrams talisman, and noticing his junior brother skulking suspiciously by the grass, curiously walked over. Zhang Zihu then picked up the demon core, stood up, and said to Zhang Zijin, "Senior brother, look what good thing I found." As he spoke, his face showed a hint of smugness. Zhang Zijin's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he exclaimed, "A demon core? And it's in a grade 1. Is that Shushan friend so generous? And a grade demon core is worth at least 50 million. As Zhang Zijin said, demon cores are extremely valuable. Although humans cannot absorb them directly, they can be used for alchemy, pill refining, and tool crafting. Thus their prices have always remained high, especially for high-grade demon cores, which are even more valuable. Because of this, some hunting teams specialize in capturing demonic beasts to sell for money. Many demons are killed by humans, and many humans also die under the claws of beasts. Neither side has gained the upper hand. Zhang Zihu took out a jade box, placed the demon core inside, and put it in his bosom, then asked, "Senior brother, what should we do with this demon core?" Zhang Zijin pondered for a moment, stroked his disheveled beard, and said, "Let's sell it and split the proceeds. Although the silverbone demon is dead, we didn't retrieve any parts from its body to complete the mission. With this demon core, this trip won't be a total waste. That's the best outcome. Now I can afford the set of equipment I've been eyeing." Zhang Zi beamed with joy, a sigh of relief escaping him. He had feared his senior brother would suggest turning the core over to the sect. Zhang Zijin shook his head slightly at this. "You 2 junior nephews of the Heavenly Master's mansion, Aigun, have arrived late." Just then an aged voice came from the darkness. The Zhang brothers turned to look. They saw an elderly Taoist priest descending from a tree, riding the wind. The newcomer was none other than Guiyun Daozhong of the White Cloud Temple. The Zhang brothers quickly performed a junior's salute upon seeing Guiyun Daozhong. "So it's perfected, Guiyun. May I ask why you have come?" Though not from the same sect, the Taoist paths are interconnected. As juniors, the Zhang brothers naturally could not neglect courtesy. Guiyun Daozhong laughed heartily and said, "Haha, this old Taoist received a call from the Grand Heavenly Master mentioning that you 2 had encountered trouble. He asked me to check on you. Seeing you both safe and sound, I am relieved." The Zhang brothers nodded, a look of realization dawning on their faces. So Guiyun had been sent by the Grand Heavenly Master. As Guiyun Daozhong spoke, he glanced around, and a look of shock spread across his face. He was well aware that this place was a mass grave. This nest of ghosts was known even to the ordinary people of Binhai. But now Guiyun Daozhong could not see a single ghostly shadow. Malevolent spirits could not simply vanish into thin air, and there was no one else present. Clearly those ghosts had been slain by the 2 Heavenly Master's disciples before him. Were the younger generation of the Heavenly Master's mansion already this accomplished? Guiyun Daozhong was lost in deep shock. Without thinking too carefully, he praised, "You 2 nephews truly live up to being disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion, even pacifying this mass grave." As he spoke, Guiyun Daozhong thought of his own disciple Tieju, and then of the White Cloud Temple. He realized that few among the dozens in his temple could compare, which made his heart ache with a touch of envy. Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu exchanged awkward smiles and shook their heads. Zhang Zihu shrugged at his senior brother, signaling for him to explain. Guiyun Daozhong was baffled, wondering if he had misunderstood something. Zhang Zijin paused, organized his thoughts, and said with a wry smile, "Perfected Guiyun flatters us. My junior brother and I are not that capable. To be honest with you, from start to finish, we 2 brothers just played a minor role. The one who truly pacified the mass grave is someone else. Not you." Guiyun Daozhong raised an eyebrow at this, then looked at Zhang Zijin and asked, "Nephew, who is that person?" Zhang Zijin took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I do not know his exact identity, but he wields a formidable sword-controlling technique. He also knows the Taoist Golden Light spell, and even the 5 Thunder True method of our Heavenly Master's mansion. He has cultivated all 3 to a very profound level, unfathomably deep. I had no direct conversation with him, only heard the demons and ghosts call him Subai." "Subai? It is him." Guiyun Daozhong's eyes widened at the words, his expression shifting between shock and realization. "Does the perfected know his identity?" Zhang Zijin quickly asked. Zhang Zihu also perked up, his gaze fixed on Guiyun Daozhong. Guiyun Daozhong nodded slightly and said slowly, Su Bai is a newly risen prodigy in our Binhai, with formidable and unfathomable strength. You should have heard about the incident where the Lingbao Temple was suppressed. That was Su Bai's doing. Zhang Zijin and Zhang Zihu exchanged a glance, both filled with shock and awe. Zhang Zihu, who was less composed, even gasped. Regaining his composure, Zhang Zijin nodded and exclaimed, so it was him. No wonder he is so terrifyingly powerful. As he sighed with such emotion, Zhang Zijin's heart surged with turbulent waves that refused to settle for a long time. It was simply because Zhang Zijin was utterly astounded by the news the old Taoist had brought. At this moment, thinking of Su Bai's true identity, Zhang Zijin couldn't help but force a bitter smile. He recalled how, when he had sought help earlier, he had instinctively addressed the other as a fellow cultivator from the Shu Mountain sect. Now, upon further reflection, Zhang Zijin was filled with embarrassment, even wanting to slap himself. Who said that anyone who could wield the flying sword art was necessarily a fellow from Shu Mountain? What a fool I am. Zhang Zijin grew increasingly uneasy and silently cursed himself. Then, calming the shock in his heart, he thought it over and felt that calling himself a fool was too harsh. He and his junior brother had been in Linhai City for several days and had heard of Su Bai's reputation. However, Zhang Zijin paid little heed to this suddenly emerged prodigy who had single-handedly overpowered the entire Lingbao Temple. Though tales of Su Bai had been spreading throughout the coastal region of Binhai recently, and Zhang Zijin had heard them so often that his ears were growing calloused. Yet, as a disciple of the Tianshi Mansion, the foremost sect of the Taoist path, and having just passed 30 years of age, while reaching the 4th rank of transcendence, Zhang Zijin, naturally, did not take this sudden prodigy from Binhai City seriously. Thus Zhang Zijin merely listened to the gossip from start to finish, never paying it much attention. It was his junior brother Zhang Zihu who found the Binhai media's praise of Su Bai somewhat hard to stomach. He had subtly urged his senior brother to test the mettle of this so-called Binhai prodigy, suggesting that a true talent like him should seize the spotlight and let the people of the Binhai region witness what a disciple from a renowned sect was truly like. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Zijin dismissed it with a laugh, having long passed the age of chasing fame and fortune. So before this night, he could never have imagined that he would soon become entangled with Su Bai, the prodigy of Binhai City, and that it would be Su Bai who saved both his and his junior brother's lives. If not for Master Guiyun revealing the other's identity, he would have foolishly believed that this profoundly skilled young man was a sword immortal from Shu Mountain. As Zhang Zijin pondered this once more, an indescribable complexity surged in his heart, and a bitter smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Honestly, he felt crushed. The taste of being saved by someone he had ignored left Zhang Zijin with an utterly exasperated feeling. Meanwhile, Zhang Zihu's face shifted between shades of pale and read his emotions in turmoil. Compared to his senior brother, Zhang Zihu felt even more humiliated, for he had deeply looked down on Su Bai, the so-called prodigy of Binhai City, from the bottom of his heart. As a disciple of the prestigious Tianshi Mansion, Zhang Zihu held little regard for wild geniuses rising from the streets. And if not for his lack of strength, being a disciple of a renowned sect, he would have long stepped out to curb the Binhai prodigy's momentum. Now such a dramatic turn of events had occurred. The two of them, master and disciple, had been saved by him. At this moment, Zhang Zihu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself, utterly ashamed to face anyone. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered the other's identity face to face, or it would have been even more embarrassing. A moment later, the two brothers exchanged a knowing glance, both with bitter smiles on their lips. Their sudden silence left Master Guiyun puzzled, but he didn't probe further, assuming they were still recovering from their ordeal and hadn't yet regained their spirits. Master Guiyun glanced around. The graveyard was now eerily silent. Though the specters had been eradicated, staying in this desolate place still felt deeply unsettling. After a moment's thought, the old Taoist couldn't help but speak up. Both junior disciples, though the ghosts of the graveyard have been expelled, this remote wilderness in the dead of night is no place to linger. Since it's too late to find lodging in the city, come stay at my temple for the night. Zhang Zijin and his junior brother snapped back to reality, and Zhang Zijin cupped his hands in gratitude. Then we shall trouble you, master. Master Guiyun waved his hand with a hearty laugh before vanishing into the darkness on a gust of wind. The two brothers followed closely behind. Not long after they left, on an inconspicuous mound overgrown with weeds at the edge of the graveyard, a skeletal blackened hand, skin and bones suddenly burst through the soil and emerged. Then the withered hand pushed against the ground. Moments later, a hideous waist-high skeleton monster rose from the grass. The skeleton monster stared blankly in the direction of their departure for a long time, its crimson pupils brimming with indescribable malice. Yet within that malice lurked a profound fear. The fear of death. Though it was a skeletal monster, it was still a living being and dreaded death. Recalling the scene of being obliterated by that human Su Bai, the small skeleton's pupils contracted and fear nearly spilled from its eyes. After a long pause, the skeleton monster regained its composure, still trembling with lingering fear, and muttered softly, "Fortunately, I'm always cautious, and keep a backup plan, or I would have died. I'm alive, but 13 is dead." At the mention of 13, the skeleton's tone darkened, its gaze turning fearsomely grim, and a fierce gust of wind erupted from its body, sweeping through the surrounding void of darkness. The wind howled, wild grass bowed, and ghostly wails filled the air. After a while, the wind subsided, and the eerie commotion ceased. The skeleton monster clenched its fist, its eyes dark and menacing. "You human brat, you didn't expect I'd still be alive, did you? You killed 13, and this isn't over." Then the skeleton figure abruptly turned and vanished into the deeper darkness. The graveyard finally returned to silence. Meanwhile, Su-bai landed steadily in his own courtyard on his flying sword. He sheathed his sword, brushed off some dust, whether real or imagined, and prepared to retire to his room. But just as he stepped up to the door, Su-bai suddenly stopped and couldn't help but sneeze. Then, furrowing his brow slightly, Su-bai turned thoughtfully toward the darkness. He vaguely sensed a faint, elusive aura of malice from the unseen. Su-bai focused his senses, scanning the heavens and earth around him, feeling intently for a moment. Then he furrowed his brow slightly. He had found nothing. Moreover, whether by design or coincidence, shortly after he extended his perception, that faint, ominous malice had vanished without a trace. To be honest, if one's awareness were not keen, most would likely dismiss it as a fleeting illusion, letting the matter drop. But Su-bai, as a transcendent, possessed a mental perception so acute that it surpassed that of an ordinary person by 100-fold or more. Naturally, he did not believe the malice he had just sensed was a mere figment of his imagination. Though he had gained nothing from his search, Su-bai was absolutely convinced that his senses had not erred. Whose malice is that? And where does it come from? Su-bai frowned, slightly reluctant to give up, and scanned his surroundings once more, trying to find a hint of abnormality. But the night had only grown deeper. The residential area remained as quiet as ever, and in the small grove at the edge the chirping of insects was still loud and clear. Everything was as usual, with not a trace of strangeness or ill omen. "My perception cannot be wrong." Su-bai narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, his gaze profound and deep. "The anomaly that harbors hostility toward me, even if not in the old city district, must be within Binhai City." Though he had not found the source, Su-bai had already formed some conjectures about that elusive malice. If his guess was correct, it likely came from those demonic fiends. After all, he had recently slaughtered quite a number of them. This was no secret within Binhai's circle of demons and monsters. Because of his presence, the fiends in Binhai dared not act too recklessly. Thus, there was no shortage of anomalies harboring ill will toward him, eager to devour his flesh and drink his blood. In fact, it could be said that every surviving demon in Binhai bore him malice. However, the power of those anomalies had been mediocre before, and their ominous aura could not stir the void or be detected by him. At this moment, though Su-bai had roughly identified the target, he knew it was unrealistic to pinpoint the source of the malice among all the anomalies in Binhai. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Su-bai understood this well. He pondered briefly and narrowed his focus to the anomalies he had recently provoked. Suddenly, countless images flashed through his mind, from the delivery ghost at the beginning to tonight's mass grave, playing through frame by frame. In the end, Su-bai fixed his suspicion on the group of demons he had slain in the mass grave that very night. For among that group, besides the weasel silverbone demon, there were also 2 skeletal remnants from the bygone era. Regarding this skeletal race surviving from the previous epoch, to be honest, Su-bai's knowledge was limited to the fragments he had heard from Yan Fuxing. But that was enough for Su-bai. After synthesizing all the information, he could arrive at a conclusion closest to the truth. A moment later, his gaze hardened, and in his mind emerged the figures of the 2 skeletons, one large and one small. Having eliminated all impossibilities, Su-bai believed that the one most likely to have escaped alive from his grasp was one of those 2 skeletons. After all, a monstrous race that had survived into this era might possess some unimaginable means of self-preservation. With this thought, Su-bai nodded slightly, his eyes growing profoundly deep, and he became increasingly convinced of his conjecture. Then, a shadow of heaviness fell over Su-bai's heart, because if his guess was true and the malice came from one of the 2 skeletons, it meant that from today onward, he might have been thoroughly targeted by the nether skeleton race. The thought sent a tingling sensation across his scalp. At that moment, as he gazed at the darkness around him, he inexplicably felt that some unknown entity was watching him from the shadows. This strange feeling made him shudder involuntarily. It was not fear, rather every pore of his body seemed to open wide, and he felt an intense thrill. In that instant, the blood of a millennium-old sloth within Su-bai began to boil. Staring into the darkness, Su-bai bared his teeth in an inexplicable grin. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. Having said that, he fell silent, gazing into the dark, and the sloth's blood ceased its fervor. A wave of ennui washed over him, followed by drowsiness. He opened his mouth, yawned softly, said nothing, did nothing, and simply pushed open the door to turn back inside. As for that ill-intentioned but lucky skeleton, let it be. If it dared to show itself and target him again, he would just raise his hand and crush it. For now, Subai only wanted to lie down on his soft Simmons mattress and sleep. At this moment, nothing could stop his rush toward that bed. But as a soft fox whine sounded, his steps still halted. A moment later, the light in the room went out. In the dim house, the little white fox hung its head, walked out of the bedroom, and returned to its own small nest to curl up and sleep. In the corner, Xiaomi, who had been standing silently all along watching everything with open eyes, a faint, eerie curve crept onto the corner of her mouth. It was like a smile, and yet not. Whether it was or not might not matter. After all, who would care about a paper figurine like Xiaomi? Of course, for Su, by the night was peaceful enough. By now he had already drifted into a dream. Yet not every corner found tranquility, nor did every soul find peace. The night grew deeper and colder. Under the brilliant moonlight, Binhai City seemed coated in a layer of silver frost, appearing both beautiful and eerily strange. Beneath the dazzling neon lights, the streets that were once bustling with life now lay deserted, as cold and lifeless as a ghost town. This was the night of the spiritual energy resurgence, a night for demons and monsters. On such a night, on the other side of the old district atop Shaoyang Mountain, the lamplight of Lingbao Temple was the sole beacon in the darkness. This solitary light was faint, even glaring against the backdrop of shadow, yet it stood as proof that this place still belonged to the realm of humanity. Few knew that behind Lingbao Temple, in a remote, overgrown area where monks seldom ventured, there existed an ancient dry well sealed beneath a massive black-green stone. The existence of this dry well was perhaps known only to a few elderly monks of Lingbao Temple, which had stood for over 700 years. Legends held that the well was even more ancient, predating the temple itself. Time, like a shifting sea, had buried many things in the past. Now no one could say how many eons the dry well had existed, nor for what purpose or for whom it was built. Of course, these bygone mists no longer mattered. At this moment, the timeless dry well, buried in overgrown weeds, suddenly underwent a change. A minuscule crack appeared at the edge of the black-green stone that weighed upon it. Then a wisp of barely visible mist seeped out from the crack, weaving nimbly through the undergrowth. As the mist spread, the blades of grass around the well visibly yellowed. Faintly, an eerie, chilling chuckle seemed to emanate from within the mist. But after a moment, the sinister laughter subsided. Yet the barely visible white mist, like a runaway steed, began to radiate outward from the well into the surroundings. This is killing me, Buddha's mercy. At this moment, the monk Zhizhang, confined to a secluded cave behind Lingbao Temple for self-reflection, was not faring well. Zhizhang lay on an old, musty wooden bed, groaning in pain. The severe beating he had taken from Zhishi during the day was too much even for his plump frame to fully absorb. As Zhizhang felt the ache in his flesh, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he somehow offended Zhishi in the past, causing him to strike so mercilessly? At this thought, Zhizhang's expression darkened. He recalled past minor conflicts with Zhishi and the look on Zix's face as he wielded the punishment rod. The force was so heavy, the blows from Zhishi were even more forceful than his usual practice strikes. Zhizhang's eyes widened, and a surge of anger flushed across his face. He was certain he had guessed the truth. Fury rising within him, he abruptly slapped the old wooden bed, grinding his teeth. That damn Zhishi, that bald donkey. He actually used this chance to scheme against me. But perhaps the movement was too vigorous, aggravating his injuries. Zhizhang winced, letting out involuntary cries of pain. Just then a wisp of mist slithered in from beneath the old door crack, moving like a nimble serpent through the dim space. Unnoticed by Zhizhang, the moment the mist entered, the steady candle flame began to flicker intermittently. And then it continued to pulse in small, rapid rhythms, as if caught between suffocation and fresh air. The mist poured in continuously, filling the entire room in the blink of an eye. It swirled around Zhizhang's nostrils and entered his body with each breath. In an instant, Zhizhang, who had been moaning, stiffened abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed. The ugly groans ceased, and the cramped room fell into dead silence. A moment later, Zhizhang raised his head. His eyes were now shadowed, his face expressionless. Then he bared his teeth in a grin. But for some reason his gaze was so dark, his smile so sinister. It seemed as if in that very moment of lifting his head, the fleshy shell had been swapped with another soul. Zhizhang climbed down from the bed. Under normal circumstances, the pain from his injuries would have made him cry out. But strangely, from the moment he turned over to standing before the grimy old wooden bed, there was no trace of pain on his face, nor any sound of suffering from his lips. Clearly, having inhaled the strange mist, Zhizhang had undergone an unknown chemical change. His pupils had lost their focus. He looked like a walking corpse. Suddenly, he took a step forward, his gait drifting and unsteady. With a creak, he pushed open the decayed wooden door. In the fading glow of the dim candlelight, he silently vanished into the darkness. The dawn has just broken. In the dining room, the television is broadcasting the morning news from the coastal city, while the sizzling sound of burning grease can be heard from the kitchen. Faint wisps of oil smoke are also visible drifting from the kitchen. Su-bai and the little white fox sit at opposite ends of the dining table, occasionally twitching their noses. About a minute later, a maid dressed in a chef's outfit with slightly stiff movements wheeled a small cart out from the kitchen. Under the eager gazes of Su-bai and the little white fox, she presented the carefully prepared dishes in front of them. The breakfast is quite simple. A plate of cumin-spiced pan-fried iron-feathered eagle meat, and a cup of beast milk brewed with water from a spiritual spring. Su-bai cut a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, narrowing his eyes, and after taking a sip of the specialty beast milk, his eyes widened. He then cast an appreciative glance at the maid beside him and began to savor his meal leisurely. To be honest, even Su-bai the creator was quite impressed by the increasingly exquisite culinary skills of the maid. While Su-bai enjoyed his meal, the little white fox across from him also savored the food, its gaze towards the maid softening considerably. In response, the maid remained indifferent. Though she possessed some spirit, she was ultimately not a sentient being and could not perceive human emotions. In the dining room, Su-bai and the little white fox were focused on their delicious meal. Only the sweet voice of the female news anchor remained in the dining room. Suddenly, the anchor, who had been reporting the news in a normal tone, changed expression, and her melodious tone abruptly turned grave. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent message. A serious incident occurred last night at the Shaoyang Mountain Green Inn. According to reports from the Anomaly Bureau, it has resulted in 35 fatalities with a high danger level. The area is now cordoned off, we advise the public to avoid this location. As the anchor spoke, the television simultaneously displayed live footage from the scene. Upon hearing this breaking news, Su-bai, who had been intently slicing the pan-fried iron-feathered eagle fillet, paused for a moment, slightly raising his eyebrows. Then, relaxing his brows as if nothing had happened, he picked up another piece of meat and began to chew it gently. While chewing, he glanced at the news footage on the television, a hint of contemplation flashing in his deep eyes. In fact, Su-bai had long since become accustomed to such news. The slight reaction he had was merely due to the sudden mention of the term Shaoyang Mountain. Su-bai was not particularly concerned about this anomalous event, he simply felt a bit puzzled. Why would such a serious incident occur on Shaoyang Mountain, which was guarded by the monks of Lingbao Temple? Having just visited Lingbao Temple, Su-bai was relatively familiar with the strength of the monks there. Although the old monks were not as powerful as he was, they represented a significant force in the coastal city. Normally, ordinary demons and monsters should not dare to cause trouble on Shaoyang Mountain, especially considering that Lingbao Temple had recently gone through hardships and was still in a delicate state of recovery. Could it be that the blow to Lingbao Temple was too severe, leaving those monks unable to suppress the surrounding area? This thought suddenly crossed Su-bai's mind. If that were truly the case, it would indeed concern him. With this thought, he first frowned, but then smiled nonchalantly. Even if it had some connection to him, what relevance would it have for him? Such matters did not require his attention, as the Anomaly Bureau and those monks from Lingbao Temple would handle it. However, Su-bai had a gut feeling that something unknown had occurred. Having defined this sudden incident, Su-bai did not pay it any further attention. In today's world, such occurrences were far too commonplace. Even ordinary people would not be too surprised if they encountered it. As the beautiful news anchor reappeared on the screen, Su-bai finished his delicious meal. He was about to get up when his gaze turned towards the courtyard gate outside. At that moment, the rough and aggressive sound of a car engine approached from afar. Accompanied by a slightly jarring screech of brakes, a powerful SUV abruptly came to a stop not far from the small courtyard gate. Then the car door opened, and a burly man with bloodshot eyes, looking quite exhausted, stepped out. The man stumbled to the entrance of Su-bai's home, took a breath, raised his hand, and confidently declared, "Old Su, I've got good news for you. I've Wang Daming finally found a girlfriend." The man stumbled to the entrance of Su-bai's home, took a breath, raised his hand, and confidently declared, "Old Su, I've got good news for you. I've Wang Daming finally found a girlfriend." The sudden shout shattered the tranquility of the old courtyard. Su-bai was momentarily stunned by the voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, as the identity of the chubby man surfaced in his mind. This chubby man named Su Donglai was his college roommate. Both being locals, they stayed in touch after graduation, occasionally indulging in a full itinerary of leisure activities together. Of course, all that was the doing of his past self, Su-bai was a man of principle. In that brief moment, the chubby man had already reached the door. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, who were relishing their breakfast, paused in unison, turning their heads to bare their teeth and glare menacingly at the chubby man. The chubby man, who had been beaming with pride, abruptly halted as he stepped into the living room, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. It felt as if he were being stalked by an unseen presence in the silent darkness of the night. The smile vanished from his face, and in a flash a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts raced through his mind. Was it because I stepped with my left foot first? Or does old Sue's house have a ghost? At that thought, panic set in. Yet since it was still daytime, he shook his head, dismissing the notion, and stepped inside. His gaze met the hostile stares of the two beasts inside. Coincidentally, the dip for Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin's breakfast was a delicious tomato sauce, made from tomatoes grown in the cave realm. The sauce was as crimson as blood, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin adored it, devouring it with fervor, their faces smeared with the mess. After all, they were not human, and still retained some primal instinct to guard their food. They harbored great hostility toward the chubby man, a stranger. Thus their bared teeth and fierce expressions appeared truly terrifying. Seeing the two beasts that seemed ready to devour him, the chubby man's pupils contracted sharply, his face contorted, and his body trembled violently. His obese frame swayed as he stumbled back a few steps, letting out a panicked scream. Damn it, a demon beast. Old Su, save me. Already frail, the scare weakened his legs, and he collapsed to the ground. His exceptionally large backside met the cold, hard cement floor with a thud. Whether he had landed on his nether regions or not, his mouth twitched several times in pain. The chubby man's terrified cry timely interrupted Su Bai's brief reverie. Snapping back to reality, Su Bai waved his hand and said, "All right, Xiao Bai, Xiao Jin, this chubby guy is my friend." Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin chirped and nodded, casting one more glance at the chubby man before resuming their meal. Then Su Bai smiled at the chubby man and said, "Chubby, don't panic. These two little ones are my pets. With me here, they won't hurt you." As he spoke, he stood up, walked over to the chubby man, and studied him with a slight frown. From a distance, Su Bai hadn't noticed anything amiss. But up close, he sensed something wrong with the chubby man. This guy was enveloped in a heavy aura of Yin and malevolence. Su Bai, who dealt with the supernatural, knew that this chubby man had likely encountered some unclean entities. With that in mind, he activated his yin-yang eyes and subtly observed the chubby man. A person possesses 3 flames of essence, energy, and spirit invisibly perched on the shoulders and crown. When one is robust, these flames burn brighter. When weakened, they dim. Su Bai noticed that of the chubby man's 3 flames, the 2 on his shoulders had gone out, leaving only the yang flame atop his head still flickering. Yet even that flame was dimmer than a normal person's, and it flickered erratically as if on the verge of extinguishing. If that last flame went out, the chubby man would kick the bucket, and Su Bai would certainly be attending his funeral feast. By now, Su Bai was certain, with such heavy Yin energy and 2 flames extinguished, a once strong body reduced to panting at the slightest exertion overnight, it was almost certain that he had encountered a ghostly entity. And not just any ordinary spirit. Recalling the chubby man's words upon arrival, Su Bai guessed he had run into a female ghost. Last night, this chubby guy must have emulated Senior Ning, playing the part of a necromantic knight. At this thought, Su Bai stroked his chin, scrutinizing the chubby man with a peculiar smirk. By now, the chubby man had recovered from his panic. Being stared at by Su Bai left him both baffled and inexplicably uneasy. Yet reminiscing about the bliss of the previous night, he felt a surge of confidence looking at Su Bai, a lonely bachelor. The fear from the two beasts was conveniently forgotten. With a smug grin, the chubby man said, "Old Su, your fatty here is no longer single. The taste last night." Hee. He snickered lecherously. Su Bai was speechless. This idiot was actually proud. He wondered if the man would still be able to perform once he learned the truth. Noticing Su Bai's expression, the chubby man puffed out his chest and continued. "Old Su, don't be jealous, your fatty's beaten you to it. What are you gawking at? Give me a hand up." The chubby man spoke with utter familiarity, extending his hand towards Su Bai. Su Bai curled his lip in disdain, but reluctantly pulled the chubby man to his feet. Suddenly he asked with a mysterious air, "Chubby, was it smooth?" The chubby man glanced at Su Bai in surprise, a knowing look spreading across his face. Leaning in with a lewd grin, he whispered, "Smooth. It was incredibly smooth." The chubby man glanced at Su Bai in surprise, a knowing look spreading across his face. Leaning in with a lewd grin, he whispered, "Smooth. It was incredibly smooth. Truly refreshing." Su Bai asked, his tone laced with subtle implication. "Absolutely refreshing, though rather cool." The fat man licked his lips again, savoring the memory with a wistful expression. "Cool, eh?" Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed further. The fat man scratched his head. Such blunt questioning, even for one as thick-skinned as himself, now brought an involuntary flush to his cheeks, and he replied with embarrassed hesitation. "Yes, very cool." Then, seeing Su Bai's relentless inquisition, on the verge of transforming into an unrelenting question machine, the fat man waved both hands frantically to halt him. "Enough. Enough. What's with all these questions, old Su? You're still single. If you truly wish to learn, just watch those instructional films performed by the teachers in the illustrated manuals. Come on, spare me some dignity, would you?" Subai burst into hearty laughter, abandoning his curiosity, and gestured for the fat man to sit with him at the marble table beneath the ancient tree. The fat man plopped down onto the stone bench, his turbulent emotions finally settling somewhat. Glancing sideways toward the hall, he turned to Subai and asked, "Old Su, you've truly come into your own. You even keep spirit beasts now. And among them is a white fox. Legend says that when foxes cultivate deep Tao foundations, they eventually assume human form. Now that spiritual energy has returned to the world, this beast may well have absorbed enough qi to achieve transformation. Since you've remained single for so long, and still haven't found a girlfriend, why not follow Su Xian's example? Adopt a fox spirit as your consort." At this, the fat man gave Su Bai a sly, leering grin. Upon hearing this, Su Bai rolled his eyes, not out of anger but amusement. This gluttonous friend had never been serious, his mouth was forever spouting nonsense. Yet, what if the little fox truly could transform? A sharp inhale escaped him. Suddenly, a quiet, intriguing thought flickered across his mind. Perhaps it wasn't entirely unthinkable after all. Of course, such musings remained strictly internal. Outwardly, Su Bai remained perfectly composed. Not a flicker of emotion betrayed his thoughts. He was, after all, a man of principle. He pointed at the fat man and teased, "Away with you. You incorrigible glutton. Do you take me for that sort of person? I am a true gentleman." The fat man merely smiled faintly and nodded earnestly. As if to say, "Exactly the sort of person you are?" Subai could only sigh in exasperated amusement, deciding it wasn't worth arguing further. After all, debating such frivolities with this incorrigible glutton was simply inviting frustration. Better to focus on what mattered. As they sat there a while longer, Subai noticed something peculiar, an oddly familiar aura of yin energy clinging to the fat man. After careful reflection, he recalled sensing that same faint resonance emanating from Aunt Wang the day she'd visited him bearing her son's wedding invitation. At the time, however, the aura had been exceedingly faint, so faint in fact that Subai hadn't given it a second thought. After all, with spiritual energy surging anew across the land, malevolent spirits or shadowy entities could lurk anywhere. Even ordinary people might unwittingly attract them. Now the yin energy clinging to the fat man bore an uncanny resemblance to Aunt Wang's, so close in fact that Subai was certain they shared the same origin. A flash of sharp insight gleamed in his deep contemplative eyes. Thus it seemed highly probable that someone within Aunt Wang's household was entangled with the very same spirit haunting the fat man. Yet Aunt Wang's aura had been too faint to suggest she herself had drawn it forth. Next, Subai ruled out Aunt Wang's elderly husband. After all, even a female spirit would hardly be drawn to a frail old man. Eliminating the impossible left only one plausible conclusion: Aunt Wang's son, the handsome young man, was almost certainly the one who'd attracted the spirit. Realizing this, Subai's eyes widened in sudden revelation, as if he'd accidentally stumbled upon the fat man's most scandalous secret. The spirit haunting the fat man was likely the very same one drawn to Aunt Wang's son. Of course, Subai dared not claim absolute certainty in his deduction, but if he were correct, then a new question arose: was the fat man the interloper? Or was Aunt Wang's son the intruder? Who precisely had betrayed whom? Or were they both merely fish swimming helplessly in the same spirit's pond, equally deceived? Regardless of who betrayed whom, one truth remained undeniable: the fat man had been betrayed. A snort of irreverent laughter escaped Subai, and as he glanced at the fat man again, he couldn't help but imagine a faint, unmistakable green halo glowing above his head. Puzzled by Subai's odd stare fixed upon his crown, the fat man blinked blankly. "Old Su, why are you staring at me and grinning like that?" Subai quickly masked his mirth, his expression turning grave as he locked eyes with the fat man. "You've attracted a malevolent entity. Have I gotten involved with something unclean?" Upon hearing Subai's words, Fatty was utterly incredulous, his face etched with doubt, though his mind began to race. Fatty felt that he had been doing exceptionally well lately. Just last night, he had enjoyed a romantic evening under the moon and flowers. If he had truly encountered something unclean, he doubted he would still be alive to brag to Subai. For ordinary people, encountering a malevolent spirit meant certain doom. Subai must be jealous of his newfound romance, and was deliberately trying to scare him. Fatty thought this over and found it plausible. Subai, unaware of Fatty's uncharitable suspicions, simply nodded gravely and earnestly, indicating that he was not joking. As for whether Fatty could accept this harsh truth, that was not Subai's concern at the moment. After all, since he had played the Night of the Undead, he had to bear the consequences. "Old Su, are you serious?" Fatty's face turned grim as he forced a dry laugh. Seeing Subai so solemn, his heart skipped a beat, and his plump body began to tremble slightly. Though he was 90% convinced, Fatty still clung to a sliver of hope, recalling the sweet tenderness of the previous night. He refused to believe that the beautiful woman was not human. As serious as pure gold. Subai took a calm sip of tea, glancing at Fatty with mild exasperation. You stubborn fool, still not waking up. You're truly bewitched. I wouldn't joke about something so grave. Fatty jolted upright at these words, then stood frozen in place. Subai sighed inwardly. After all, Fatty was just an ordinary man. This was enough to terrify him. As he thought this, Subai raised his teacup for another sip, but a glimpse of Fatty from the corner of his eye made him pause. Subai suddenly noticed something odd about the fat man's demeanor. At first, Fatty's pupils had contracted sharply before dilating, a normal human reaction that Subai had observed. But what was with the shift from terror to delight in his eyes? Had he been scared senseless? Entertaining this thought, Subai felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he shouldn't have told Fatty and should have handled it quietly. With this in mind, Subai took another look at Fatty to confirm whether he had lost his mind. If so, he would need to call the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital to pick him up. Just then, Fatty let out a weird chuckle, his grin grotesque, making him look like a madman. Subai was not surprised. It was only natural for Fatty to make a fool of himself after such an extraordinary shock. To be honest, Subai felt a pang of sympathy for Fatty. Men really needed to protect themselves out there. After this reflection, Subai was about to offer some words of comfort. But then Fatty spoke with a face full of regret. After we got intimate, I asked why she was so cold. She said it was a rare constitution and it felt nice, so I didn't think much of it. I never thought she was deceiving me. She's a ghost. At this point, Fatty tugged at his trousers and muttered to himself. Now I understand why my pants, which used to fit perfectly, have become loose at the waist. Subai nodded, inwardly thinking Fatty had finally learned his lesson. But then Fatty looked at him with chagrin and said, "Old Su, I really regret it." Hearing this, Subai was about to console him. However, Fatty continued with a mournful expression, "I regret not doing it one more time." "One more time? Do you have a death wish?" Subai was stunned. He nearly dropped his teacup, spilling some tea. "What's there to fear? I thought it could help me lose weight." Fatty pinched the flab around his waist, his face full of regret. Subai was taken aback. Fatty's train of thought was truly bizarre. Why hadn't he thought of that? If he opened a weight loss clinic, wouldn't he make a fortune? At this thought, Subai felt a pang of regret, as if he had missed out on a golden opportunity. "I just wanted it to help me lose weight." After answering, the chubby man turned his head and gazed into the distance, still wearing a look of regret, muttering to himself with a sigh. Subai curled his lips upon seeing this. "Help you lose weight? Could you at least come up with a plausible excuse? As a necromantic knight, is it that hard to admit you're an old pervert?" I wanted to help me lose weight, but I don't want to die even more." Suddenly, the dazed chubby man snapped to attention, letting out a loud wail. When he turned around, tears were already streaming down his face. The chubby man looked at Subai, his lips trembling, his face filled with a desperate plea for survival. He sobbed, "Old Su, save me." The consequences seemed to have come belatedly. Now the chubby man felt a dull ache in his kidneys, as if even a gust of wind could blow him away. The chubby man knew that despite the unforgettable taste of last night, the path of the living and the dead diverged. It was time to wake up. "Don't worry, you won't die. You can still be saved." Subai waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at the tea on the table. "Drink the tea in front of you. It will replenish the vital energy your body has lost." Hearing this, the chubby man's eyes lit up as if he had spotted gold and jewels. He eagerly raised the cup and gulped down the tea, then unabashedly refilled it and drank until the teapot was empty. Only then did the fat man stop. Afterward, the chubby man set down his cup and looked at Subai, who was staring at him with a speechless expression. He let out an awkward chuckle. In the evening, Subai took the chubby man to a restaurant in the East City district for Aunt Wang's son's wedding. To Subai's surprise, the restaurant had actually been abandoned for 10 years. As Subai had expected, the bride was not human. Amusingly, when the chubby man saw the bride's face, his complexion turned green. The story behind it was exactly as Subai had guessed. Joyful music played within the restaurant. There were over 100 guests. Yet Subai knew that most of them were ghosts, only a few dozen were human. Thus the restaurant was thick with ghostly energy, chilling and cold. The human guests seemed oblivious even as the ghostly aura invaded them, turning their faces as pale as paper. "Fatty, don't act rashly. Just watch the show for now." Subai withdrew his gaze, reached out, and grabbed the shoulder of the chubby man, whose eyes burned with anger. A strange smile played on his lips. The chubby man took a deep breath and nodded with difficulty, his expression grim. Understandably, no one could easily accept being cuckolded, even if the other party was a ghost. The wedding proceeded. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. "I oppose this marriage." At that moment, the chubby man could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and shouted. His voice was loud, and the wedding was interrupted. Everyone turned to look at the chubby man, whose face shifted between red and pale. The human guests looked bewildered, while Aunt Wang's family wore sour expressions. The ghost, however, sneered coldly. Then, Subai took control of the situation. The chubby man left saying he needed some time to isolate himself. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many things happened during those 10 days. For instance, the deranged monk who had once clashed with Su-bai seemed to have gone mad. In a single night, he slaughtered hundreds, shocking the entire southeast province. In the end, Su-bai had to step in and deal with him. Just as he thought things would settle down, another major incident occurred. A streak of blood-red, baleful energy shot up from the mountain behind Lingbao City, blotting out the sky over Binhai. The blood demon had emerged. Lingbao City had fallen. At that moment, the blood demon stood above Binhai City, laughing arrogantly. With a wave of his hand, he sent down a stream of baleful energy striking down people. Everyone was in despair. At the moment of dire straits, a lazy, half-awake voice rang out. Can't a person just enjoy their afternoon nap in peace? Then, the citizens saw a golden river descending from the horizon. It was a river formed entirely by swords. The blood demon froze. Facing that river of swords, he felt utterly immobilized, as if locked in place. Don't come any closer. Accompanied by this terrified scream, the golden river dispersed, and sunlight shone down once more. The citizens snapped out of their shock, and the city was soon filled with the cries of those who had survived a catastrophe. At that moment, Su-bai opened his eyes. A streak of sword light shot down from the horizon and merged into his body. It was his flying sword. A weakling dares to be so arrogant. Su-bai shook his head, feeling as though he hadn't fully woken up, so he closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. As he slept, he felt himself sinking deeper, and from time to time, he heard a rhythmic tapping sound. Then a dissatisfied roar echoed in his ears. Su-bai, you're sleeping on the job. If you don't want to work, get the hell out. Hearing the roar, Su-bai instinctively stood up. What came into view was a middle-aged man with a balding head and a paunch, along with colleagues busy at their desks in the office. This was the place where he had worked in his past life. Su-bai looked around and saw his colleagues staring at him, while the Mediterranean bald boss glared at him darkly. Su-bai ignored the boss and his colleagues. He raised a hand and rubbed his face. The real tactile sensation didn't feel like a dream. He murmured, I'm at work. Was that other world just a dream? Su-bai shook his head with a bitter smile. I knew it. There's no such thing as reincarnation. It was all just a daydream.